Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description.
Finally came to a cave. The entrance of the cave was blocked by a pair of curtains. This is where Enel is. Lackey said. We have been fighting with him for many years. Ever since he came to Sky Island, we have fought with his god guards, but unfortunately we have not been able to win.
Go in. Ron took the lead and walked in. Nami glanced at Lackey and followed her in. Lackey bit her lower lip. If she wanted to leave at this time, she might leave, but she did not choose to do so because the front door it was too easy for the boy to kill her, and she also wanted to see what the boy wanted to do with Enel. Advertisement Salah 2 also followed. All the way into the cave, we finally came to a wide place.
Ron's eyes lit up, and he saw an extremely huge ship. This ship was very big, at least as big as a large marine warship. It was definitely a top-notch ship. Ron was a little happy. Such a ship was really it suits him so well. Shanghai people, a cold voice came from the golden spaceship. A shirtless man stepped out. Behind him were 4 round drums engraved with 3 magatama. He stood on the side of the ship with a calm expression and looked at Ron. 3 people. You were the one who killed my guard. Enel. Ron laughed. Finally found you. Are you looking for me? Haha, are you here to die? Enel smiled coldly. Originally, my plan was about to be completed. When the ship was built, I was going to destroy Sky Island, then go to Qinghai and dominate the world. But you want to stop me at this time. Dominate the world. Ron looked at Enel like a fool. Okay, I admit that your thunder fruit ability is indeed very strong, with a strength close to 3 admirals, but you are going to the Grand Line alone. Are you sure you can dominate the world? What the 4 emperors can't do, can you do it? That's not a small tone. Ron shook his head calmly. What a pity, you are too arrogant. HMPH. Enel felt a little angry when he saw that Ron dared to look down on him. Boy, if you dare to talk to me like this, then I will let you know how terrifying the consequences of angering the gods will be. God. Ron looked at Enel as if he was mentally retarded. A guy like you dares to claim to be a god. Oh, I don't even know what to say about you. Just let me end your dream. Arrogant. Take the move, kid. Enel was immediately furious when he heard this, and suddenly knocked on the drum behind him. Amidst a burst of lightning and thunder, he rushed over, and a thunder that shocked the sky bombarded Ron from the sky. Come here, I want to blow Ron into pieces.
4 SP Chapter 129. Kill Enel instantly. Nami lasts, Thunderfruit is available. Boom. Thunder strikes. The terrifying high temperature and the paralyzing power of lightning came towards Ron. Ron's expression remained unchanged. Although the speed of lightning was fast, he had observation Haki. As early as the moment Enel took action, he had already pushed Nami to Lackey's side. He walked towards Enel by himself, ignoring the huge thunder hitting his head. There was a loud bang, and the thunder hit Ron, above his head. However, Enel's face suddenly froze with joy. What did he see? How is that possible? Enel was stunned for a moment, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. That terrifying thunder had no effect on Ron at all. Ron's face was indifferent, looking at the thunder above his head as if it were nothing. A layer of purple-red film covered his body, blocking most of the power of the thunder. Occasionally, the power of the thunder penetrated, but it was also blocked by his extremely powerful physique. Ignore. This level of thunder is like tickling an itch to me. Are you kidding me? Enel, so strong. Beside Nami, Lackey muttered to himself as he saw that Ron was not afraid of Enel's thunder attack. This guy. Nami rubbed his forehead and said, don't you know if you can be more agile? What are you still pretending to? Nami knew that Ron's approximate strength was at least comparable to Shichibukai, or even comparable to 4 emperors. Although this Enel looked very strong, it was not at the level of 4 emperors. Ron could definitely defeat the opponent, so I'm not worried at all. It's Enel who should be worried. 100 million volts can't kill you. Enel twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at Ron with some surprise. He never expected that this guy could completely resist his own attack. An attack of this level, 100 million volts. Who the hell? The young man in front of him could resist such a terrifying attack. He couldn't help but be surprised. You have never been to the Grand Line, so you don't know that there are many people there who can withstand such an attack. Ron shook his head, and then said, next, you can also try my move. Cut. Ron drew his sword and slashed towards Enel. This simple slash showed earth-shattering power in his hands. Advertisement when the sword light fell, Enel's pupils shrank and his figure quickly retreated, moving as fast as lightning. Just when Ron's sword light was about to split the golden spaceship, the sword light suddenly turned, as if carrying a navigation system, caught up with the moving Enel, and struck Enel with a bang. Not good. Enel growled. Elementalization. Since Ron's sword was not blessed by armament Haki, the sword light gradually dissipated after splitting Enel. And Enel's figure also regrouped, panting heavily and looking at Ron with a solemn expression. I didn't expect that your attack can be controlled from a long distance. It's really scary. Oh, you actually took it? Ron smiled slightly. The Logia fruit is indeed powerful. Its elemental ability makes ordinary physical attacks unable to harm itself. It's amazing. HMPH, that's good if you know. Enel snorted coldly. I have elemental abilities and I'm almost invincible. You can't defeat me. Ridiculous. Ron shook his head. Ignorant, so ignorant Enel. Haha, I am the god of Sky Island. You dare to say that I am ignorant? Enel sneered, then suddenly beat the big drum behind him. Thunder emerged. He looked at Ron with a ferocious expression. Boy, let you taste my strongest strength. Thor is coming. 200 million volt attack, go to hell. Another bolt of thunder struck towards Ron. This thunderbolt was larger and more powerful than the previous one. Not to mention ordinary people, even Shichibukai level experts would be crushed to pieces. The power of a 200 million volt thunderbolt is indeed extremely powerful. Ron's face condensed, and the long knife in his hand shot up into the sky. The purple-red armament Haki condensed and covered him. Thunder struck down, and 90% of the lightning was blocked by the armament Haki shield. The remaining 10% also had the power of 20 million volts, but it was hard. She was immune to his terrifying physique. This sword can determine the outcome. Ron whispered, and with a movement of his feet, he was already in front of Enel, and stabbed out. Stab. No, it's impossible. Enel's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He never imagined that Ron could block his 200 million volt power attack. Wow. Advertisement. The long knife in Ron's hand stabbed into Enel's heart. With armament Haki's long knife, he cracked his elemental body and almost killed him with one knife. But Ron knew that Enel would not die so easily, and he could do other things. Next, Ron smiled slightly, looked at Enel's desperate eyes and said, that's the purpose of my coming here. Enel, I'll take your thunder fruit. Please give me flowers. Oh, huh? Enel was startled, but before he could react, a black cloth hood came down, covering his entire body. Nami. Ron moved and came to Nami. Before Nami could react, he had already pulled her to Enel. Ron said solemnly, you have also seen the abilities Enel has. This is the ability from the devil fruit thunder fruit, and it matches you very well, so I want you to absorb the ability of this devil fruit. Go in, kill Enel, and this devil fruit will be yours. You, are you going to give me such a powerful devil fruit? Nami was shocked. She didn't expect that Ron would give himself 10 such precious devil fruits. Go. Ron smiled slightly, reached out and pinched Nami's small nose, and then pushed her into the black cloth. Kill him, use the long knife I found on him. Oh, thank you, Ron. Nami's grateful voice came from the black cloth. Inside the black cloth, Enel was already on his deathbed, but he was not dead yet. He still had the ability to attack. When he saw that it was not Ron who entered the black cloth, but a girl, he was heartbroken and was about to take action to gather the last strength. Power to kill him, but at this time, outside the black cloth, Ron had already used observation Haki to know Enel's movements, and stamped his feet suddenly. The power of thunder condensed on Enel was immediately shocked by the power coming from Ron's feet, scattered. Seeing this, Enel suddenly showed a desperate look. Nami gritted her teeth and looked at Enel in the black cloth. Thinking that this was a good opportunity that Ron had fought for herself, she must not let him down. Nami held the handle of third-generation Kitetsu's sword with both hands and stirred it suddenly. Enel's expression suddenly changed. His heart was turned into a ball of minced meat during this stirring. His eyes gradually became dull. The devil fruit ability in his body also sensed the host's death and began to surge, preparing to escape. Unfortunately, with the black cloth from Blackbeard, Thunder Fruit could not escape at all. In desperation, it could only follow the invisible rules of heaven and earth and flow into the body of the only other life in the black cloth, Nami. Boom. Enel fell to the ground and died. Nami walked out of the black cloth with a look of disbelief on his face and looked at his lightning thundering hands. I got Thunder Fruit, please subscribe automatically, 0. Chapter 130 Thunder God Nami. Open the golden spaceship, Arc. Am I going to become demon fruit power now? Nami said in disbelief. Yeah, how do you feel? Ron asked with a smile, standing in front of Nami. Behind him, Lackey looked at Nami with envy. This was the power of thunder obtained from Enel. With this ability, Enel suddenly became the most powerful being in the entire Sky Island. He was known as a god and ruled the entire Sky Island for 67 years. Years ago, this kind of ability was a feared ability by everyone in the entire Sky Island. And now, this boy didn't say a word and just let this girl use it so simply? This is too surprising, isn't it? It feels so amazing. Hearing Ron's words, Nami's face was filled with a strange look. This feeling of having special abilities is really amazing. I can control the thunder and lightning in nature. You can also send out thunder and lightning yourself to attack, it's so fun. Well, stop playing for now. After you go back, you can slowly become familiar with the power of Thunder Fruit. We should prepare to go back now, Ron said, looking at the huge ship at his feet. But before we leave, before that, we have to drive this ship away. This ship? Nami also turned his head, looked at this huge ship, and said with some surprise, what a big ship, it seems a little different from ordinary large ships. Yes, this ship seems to be the ship that Enel is going to drive to the Grand Line. Ron walked on the deck of the golden spaceship Arc and said, judging from its construction structure, it should be a ship that suits his own abilities. It just so happens that you now have the ability of Thunder Fruit, so the task of driving this ship will be left to you in the future. Advertisement, don't worry. Nami smiled and said, leave the driving of the ship to me. Then, come and see if you can drive this ship to take off, Ron said, taking Nami to the center of the Arc, where there is a place with a human face and a wide mouth, which is what Enel used in the original plot. The control center that pilots the spacecraft. Lackey also followed, and first took a look at Enel's body. The black cloth had been collected by Ron. Enel's body was lying on the ground, silently, with its long ears drooped there, looking miserable. It was such a being who defeated the previous generation of Sky Island gods and ruled the entire Sky Island for so many years. The god guards under his command blocked the steps of the Sandora warriors, preventing the Sandora people from returning to their ancestral land. But now, both the gods guard and Enel are dead, very thoroughly. Lackey sighed, it was almost unimaginable for them, and after this Qinghai boy came here, he almost solved such a powerful enemy with just a wave of his hand. It was incredible, but it actually happened. Lackey still feels like he is living in just like in a dream. Boom. A roaring sound woke Lackey up. He turned around and saw that Nami had already placed his hands on the controller and was inputting lightning energy into it. Huge energy continued to pour into the controller and was transmitted to the power system inside the ship through channels. The oars on both sides of the arc began to slowly flap, and huge kinetic energy acted on the hull, making the entire huge golden ship the spacecraft began to tremble. Nami's face turned red, and she kept pumping energy into the ship, which made Ron a little worried. After all, Nami had just obtained the Thunder Fruit, and was not very skilled in using this kind of terrifying thunder energy. Fortunately, after a while, the arc finally started to officially start, rumbled through the obstacles in the mountains, and flew up into the sky. Advertisement, really flying. Lackey looked at the floating clouds around him in amazement, knowing that the ark was now in the sky. Haha, yes, it's a great golden spaceship. This is the ship we should have. Ron laughed happily. Nami, fly towards where Kaya and the others are. Okay. Nami finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the ship flying into the sky. The input of lightning energy was no longer rapid, but changed to a slow and continuous input, while still adjusting the flight direction of the ship. After a while, the ship finally flew to the lake where the melee was located. Under Nami's control, the ark slowly landed on the water. We're here. Nami retracted her hand happily. How do you feel? Do you feel like your strength is too much? Ron asked. It's okay. Nami felt the power of thunder and lightning in his body and said, my power recovered very quickly, mainly because it requires a bit of energy when starting up, but it is completely acceptable when flying smoothly later. That's good. Ron nodded and said with a smile, let's go down. With that said, Ron took Enel's body off the Ark 1.1. Nami and Lackey followed him off the boat and walked towards the beach. There was already a group of people waiting. The leader it was Konas and Kaya and Toshigi Makino and others. In addition to them, there was also a thin man, who should be Kornus's father. Then, there were some people standing not far away. Ron looked closely, but they were from Sandora. They had some weapons in their hands. Holding weapons, the person confronting them was a tall, thin old man wearing armor. The old man also held a long spear in his hand and had a solemn expression. The old man in armor, if Ron guessed correctly, should be the previous generation god of Sky Island. Chapter 131 The previous generation of gods Ganfu, Elsa and Lackey. Seeing Ron and the three people coming over, everyone had different expressions. Kaya Makino and others were naturally very happy, and the Sandora people were relieved to see that Lackey was safe, and their hostility towards Ganfor was no longer so great. Boom. Ron threw Enel's body down, looked around and said, I killed Enel in surprise. From now on, the gods of Sky Island will continue to be the gods of the previous generation. Ganfor over there was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at the ground. After seeing Enel's body, his expression suddenly changed. Enel was actually dead? Enel, that is indeed him. The Sandora warriors all opened their eyes wide. What did they see? They actually saw Enel's body. The boy from Qinghai could really kill Enel. This is too much. Unbelievable. The Sandora people looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's hearts. In this case, without Enel and the Guardian of the Gods, the possibility of them regaining their ancestral land would be higher. A Ganfuer couldn't stop them. However, Weber, the leading Sandora warrior, did not think so, because he just heard what the Qinghai man said, that the gods of Sky Island will continue to be the gods of the previous generation. Cornies and her father looked at Enel's body with some horror. This was the god of their Sky Island. Although it had always ruled very fiercely, it was far less good than the previous god Ganfor. They and Ganfor in private, their relationship was far better than Enel's, but he was a ruler after all. Seeing Enel's death, they couldn't help but be a little scared. Brother Ron. Kaya ran over, but did not jump on him. Instead, she looked at the big ship in the lake with curiosity. The arc-giant golden spaceship made by Enel was very huge, even larger than a large warship. It is slightly larger and looks very majestic Haki from a distance. Brother Ron, what kind of ship is this? It's so big, Kaya said with a sigh after looking at it for a while. This is the golden spaceship cast by Enel, the Ark. Many of its internal structures are made of gold. Enel's ability is thunder and lightning, so the power of this ship comes from thunder and lightning. Now, Enel's devil fruit has been eaten by Nami, yes, so from now on, this ship will belong to Nami. Ron said with a smile. Wow, Sister Nami is so amazing. Kaya narrowed her eyes like a crescent moon, ran to Nami and hugged her arm. This is all Ron's help, otherwise how could I have the power of thunder fruit? Nami said embarrassedly. Ron watched the two people talking and walked up to Robin, Makino and others. You haven't encountered any danger here, have you? Advertisement, no. Toshigi shook his head. Vivi and I are here. Even if we encounter anything, we can deal with it. But with cornies entertaining us, we really haven't encountered any danger. As for what you see now. Tashigi pointed at the Sandora and Ganfor in the confrontation and said, they just came here, and we don't know what happened. Oh. Ron looked along Tashigi's finger, and Ganfor, who was holding a spear, also looked over. As a former Sky Island god, although his power was far from comparable to Enel, his combat effectiveness was not low, at least more than the average mountain. The low warriors are much stronger. Of course, now that he is surrounded by a large group of Sandora warriors, whether he can win is another matter. Lackey. The leader of the Sandora people was none other than the warrior Weber. He shouted to the girl behind Ron. Are you okay? I'm fine, Lackey responded, then stared and looked behind Weber and others. Not far away, a little girl wearing a hat stood there holding a backpack. After seeing Lackey, she suddenly smiled. Lackey. Aisha, you. Why did you bring Aisha? Lackey looked at Weber and others dissatisfied. Well, because Aisha is too worried about you. We are all here to find a way to save you. Aisha is worried about you, and she can know your direction through the heart network, so we brought her here. Weber scratched his head, said. You. Lackey glanced at Weber dissatisfied, and then walked quickly to Aisha. Ron glanced at it, but did not stop him. Instead, he looked at the little girl not far away, Aisha. This was a young girl who already had powerful knowledge at a young age, and even the proficiency of seeing and hearing is higher than that of Enel, and higher than anyone else on Sky Island. Enel also has observation Haki, and so do the god guards basically, but their observation Haki is too low level, and they can't even show off their abilities in front of Ron, because Ron's observation Haki is at full level, and their superficial observation Haki has no effect at all. The Elsa in front of him had a pure mind, and she had practiced observation Haki to a high level. Ron made a simple estimate, and Elsa's observation Haki should be above level 50, or even up to level 70. As for Enel and others, they can reach level 20 or 30 at most. Lackey came to Aisha, hugged Aisha and talked affectionately. Although the two were not biological sisters, they were closer than real sisters. Lackey cared for Aisha like a sister and a mother. Advertisement. Hello, my name is Ron. Ron came to Ganfuer, smiled lightly, and greeted him. I am Ganfu. The old man greeted Ron solemnly. You should know about Enel's origins, right? Ron asked. If Ganfor knew, then he wouldn't need to say anything more. I know that he is the only survivor from Burke Island. Ganfor said with a gloomy look. We say he is a survivor, but in fact Burke Island was destroyed by him. Humph, now he rules our Sky Island. Over the years, he has built the Ark spaceship. He will definitely take action on our Sky Island before he leaves on 830, so thank you, Mr. Ron from Shanghai. Now that you know everything, it's easy to talk about it. Ron said with a smile. I was afraid you wouldn't understand that I killed Enel. Why don't you understand? I have been fighting against Enel and the Sandora people for so many years. Ganfuer sighed, and then didn't want to say anything more. What do you think of what I just said? Ron asked. Enel is dead, Sky Island needs a new leader, and you are the most suitable one. Me? Ganfuer hesitated. At this time, Cornish and her father, as well as some other Sky Islanders who were attracted by the spaceship, all said, Lord Ganfor, you are a god and we are willing to obey your orders. Yes, it's better to live in the old days when Lord Ganfor was in control. Now that Enel is finally dead, we can finally return to the happy life we had before. Lord Ganfu, just agreed to it. This. Ganfu looked at the supportive voices from everyone, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded and said, then, okay. Oh, everyone cheered immediately after hearing this. The Sandora warriors stood on the other side, looking a little uncomfortable. Enel just died, and now the people of Sky Island have another god taking office, which is not very good for them Sandora people. Chapter 132 The Golden Bell, Historical Text and 3 Ancient Weapons. Basically, Ron has completed most of his mission to Sky Island this time. The next step is to recruit people. Lackey and Aisha, well, Cornish can't be left behind either. Since your god Enel is dead, can you return the ancestral land to us? Weber shouted to Ganfuer, his expression solemn and even a little anxious. Impossible. Ganfor turned to look at Weber and said solemnly, even if Enel dies, the Holy Land still belongs to us Sky Islanders. Yes, this is our Holy Land. Other Sky Islanders also shouted. Damn it. Weber and the other Sandora people looked at the Sky Islanders with hatred, waving their weapons, ready to commit crimes. Etc. Ron spoke, walked between the two groups, looked around and said, as for the Holy Land, it was originally the residence of the Sandora people. 400 years ago, this island land was washed up into the sky by the sea currents, and came to among Sky Island. The Sandora people who live on it also came to live on Sky Island. Yes, Guy Island, we are all the people living on Guy Island. Weber and others' eyes lit up, thinking that Ron was speaking for them, and they immediately became excited. This boy was a killer. The strong man who captured Enel, and with his words, they should be able to take back their ancestral land. Ganfu and other people from Sky Island all fell silent when they heard this. But, Ron paused, looked at the Sandora warriors and said, you Sandora people have lived on Sky Island for 400 years, and now you have integrated into Sky Island, so, I think this Holy Land should be a joint product of both of you. It should no longer exist. What does this mean? Everyone was confused. What I mean is that from now on, both the Sandora people and the Sky Island people can freely enter and exit the Holy Land. This is a place jointly guarded by both parties. You two have been fighting for 400 years, and it's time to rest. Let's rest. What's the point of continuing to fight? Ron looked at the Sandora warriors with somewhat unacceptable expressions and said, you have been fighting for 400 years, and the two tribes have suffered numerous casualties. Do you want to continue fighting? That is our ancestral land, shouldn't we take it back? Weber shouted angrily. No, you should integrate into Sky Island. Ron shook his head and said, there is no result in continuing to fight.
There are more people in Sky Island than you. If I really wanted to kill you all, I would have done so long ago.
Why? Why did they only drive you away but not kill you all? Because they also know that this is your ancestral land, but now this island has come to Sky Island. It's just that you don't obey the control of Sky Island. You are still provoking wars. You yourself think about it, is there any point in continuing to fight like this? Weber and others were speechless. Advertisement. He's right. A loud old man's voice came from a distance. Everyone turned around and saw an old man wearing animal skin clothes. When the Sandora warriors saw the old man, they all showed respect. Elder of the clan. Meet the clan elder. Elder, why are you here? Ganfu. The clan elder looked at Ganfu and said, I also think it would be better for you to become the god of Sky Island. At least when you ruled Sky Island before, you were quite friendly to us Sandora people. You're welcome. Ganfu nodded. I wonder what the clan elder has to do here? This little brother from Qinghai is right. The Holy Land is indeed part of Sky Island now. No matter how much we snatch it, it will be of no use. To say the least, even if we Sandora people snatch our ancestral land back, it will all belong to it. It has become part of Sky Island. After all, it has been 400 years. There is no point in continuing to fight like this. The clan elder sighed and said that over the years, he has seen through it. He only hopes that Sandora and the people of Sky Island can peaceful coexistence, which was not possible during Enel's rule before, can now be discussed. So, I think the people of Sandora and Sky Island can truly live in peace. Ron said with a smile. You Sandora people have the golden bell passed down from ancient times. I also know where it is. What? Really? All Sandora people were shocked when they heard this. They all looked at Ron and asked in disbelief. Where is it? Wait a minute, let's take down the golden bell now. Ron asked everyone to wait, and then took Nami towards the ark. The ark began to move under Nami's control, heading towards the towering giant vine in the center of the Holy Land, and flew directly into the sky. Not long after, Ron came to the top of the towering giant vine, and saw a huge golden clock hanging on the top of the vine. He smiled and said, that's it, the golden clock. What a big clock. Are they all made of gold? Nami's eyes glowed with gold as she stared at the golden clock in midair with joy. I'll move the golden clock over here. You control the spaceship. Ron said, and he jumped out and came to where the golden clock was. He grabbed the golden clock with all his strength, and Ron lifted the huge golden clock, jumped down and landed on the spacecraft. The huge gravity pressed the spacecraft to a creaking sound. Fortunately, the quality of the spacecraft was good and it was not crushed. Wait a minute, there is a huge golden pillar. Putting down the golden clock, Ron jumped up again, reached the top of the vines, and returned to the spacecraft holding a huge golden pillar that had been left behind. Come on, let's go down. Ron clapped his hands and said. Oh my god, is this all made of gold? Nami looked at the golden clock and golden pillars in surprise, and couldn't help but said, why don't we take this gold and run away? Advertisement, what are you thinking about? Ron rolled his eyes. Do you want to leave Kaya and the others behind? You were kidding me, Nami said sarcastically. Although she was greedy for money, she couldn't really abandon her companions. The spaceship flew back, and Ron moved the golden bell and golden pillar down. Seeing this, everyone in Sandora was extremely excited. This golden bell is what the Sandora people have been looking for. It is something passed down by their ancestors. The Sandora people gathered around one by one, and shouted with joy as they looked at the golden bell. The Sandora clan elder burst into tears. At this time, Robin suddenly moved over and walked over, staring at the golden wall at the bottom of the golden clock inscribed with ancient writings in a daze. Is this the historical text? Ron came over and asked. Do you know the historical text? Robin looked at Ron curiously. Haha. Why are you wanted? Why was Ohara where you were destroyed? I still know these things. Ron said with a smile. The historical text represents the official history that disappeared in history. The Ohara people want to recreate those histories, which the world government cannot tolerate, because that history is very shameful to the world government and the celestial dragons. Therefore, it is normal for Ohara to be destroyed by the world government. HMPH, those guys want to hide the truth of history. I will definitely find out the covered history. Luo, Didi Zhao, Bin said indifferently. Is this the message left by Roger, the Pirate King? Ron asked, looking at a piece of handwriting after the historical text. You can actually understand the text of history? Robin was surprised again. I can only understand a little bit. Ron can understand a lot. He just made a guess based on the original plot, but he said it as if it was true. This contains information about Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, Robin said. I have seen information about Pluton in Alabasta before, but as for Uranus, I don't know yet. Poseidon. Of course Ron knows that the real person of the ancient weapon Poseidon is Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Island, but it's hard to say that now. As for Pluton, its manufacturing blueprint belongs to a family of shipbuilders in the Water City, but it should be done by now. He was already ruined and angry. It would be very difficult to recreate the ship of the ancient weapon Pluton. Poseidon is Shirahoshi, Uranus may be in the hands of the celestial dragons, and Pluton may have been lost. Well, among the 3 ancient weapons, the only one that may be controlled by Ron is Shirahoshi. Chapter 133 Cornish, Lackey and Aisha get on the boat, return to Qinghai. With Ron's help, the Sandora people transported the Golden Bell away. Before leaving, they gave the Golden Pillar to Ron as a thank you. Because under Ron's intervention, Ganfor also agreed to live in peace with the Sandora people in the future. After 400 years of war, Sky Island ushered in a long-lost peace. At Konus's home, Konus held her pet little fox Cece, and sat with Kaya talking. She covered her mouth and laughed from time to time, and secretly looked at Ron from the corner of her eyes. Ron sat with Lackey and Aisha. Next to Aisha were Abis and Miss Golden Week. Accompanied by 2 friends, Aisha was very happy and kept telling the 2 new friends about fun things in her hometown. Matter. Miss Lackey, are you interested in going to sea with us? Ron suggested casually. Aisha's talent is very good, and it would be a waste to stay here. If you go to sea with us, you will have better development in the future. Woolen cloth. This. I still hope that Aisha can live a peaceful and happy life on Sky Island, Lackey said, looking at Aisha with eyes full of doting. You won't encounter any danger when you go to sea with us. You also know my strength, Ron said with a smile. Enel is no match for me, and when I fought with Enel, I didn't use all my strength. Even in the Grand Line, my strength is the strongest, so you don't have to worry about safety issues. In that case, I'll think about it again. Lackey didn't agree immediately, but said that he would think about it again. Oh, Sister Lackey, what are you thinking about, over there? Kaya pulled Konus over, sat next to Lackey and said, Konus has already agreed to join us, and you are coming too. Cornies, did you agree? Lackey was stunned and looked at Konus. Konus had family in Sky Island. How could she agree so easily? Well, my father also agreed, Cornies said shyly. I also want to see the real sea, as well as the islands and the land. As she said that, Cornish glanced at Ron shyly and then lowered her head. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but raise his head proudly, acting like a detached and worldly expert. When Nami saw this, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. You guy, you tricked a little girl into getting on the boat again, and now you want to trick Lackey and Aisha into getting on the boat, huh? However, Nami didn't say much, let alone stop Cornish and Lackey from getting on the ship. There was no way. B-Dage, the captain was the biggest in the pirate group, and no one could stop Ron from whatever he wanted to do. Advertisement so, a few days later, Cornish took her pet fox Cece, and Lackey took Aisha, and successfully boarded Ron's pirate ship. Nami drove the Ark and began to leave Sky Island. As for the Melly, Ron thought about it and finally left the Melly on Sky Island, on the beach where Konus's father lived. He also said that he would definitely bring Konus back to visit everyone in the future. I'm leaving now. Looking at the Sky Island that was gradually going away, Konus put down her greeting hand. Aisha and Lackey beside her also looked a little lonely. Oh, don't be sad, it's not like I won't come back, I will come back again in the future. Kaya and Vivi came over and comforted. Look at Vivi. Kaya immediately used Vivi as an example. Sister Vivi is the princess of Alabasta, and she's not going to sea with us. Vivi is a princess? Cornish asked in surprise. Sister Vivi is a princess? That's amazing, Elsa exclaimed. Stop talking. Vivi covered her face and said, did I do that voluntarily? I was snatched away by that bee asterisk 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 Piran. Haha, aren't you going to sea with us now anyway? How happy are you all together? Kaya said with a smile. Okay, it's true, Vivi sighed, then smiled, and looked at Lackey and Konus. The outside world is very exciting, you will definitely like it. Everyone will do it in the future, please take good care of me. Vivi, please take more care of us, Lackey said politely. Okay, Vivi said with a smile. Our captain companions get along like a family, don't worry. Look at Aisha and Abis, how happy they are. Sure enough, not far away, Aisha and Abis were having a great time during the Golden Week. They were lying on the side of the boat, looking at the clouds in the sky, shouting and screaming, and they were so unhappy. Over there, Ron was sitting under a sun umbrella like an old man, drinking delicious juice made by Makino and looking at the scenery. At the Ark's control center, Nami was inputting energy into the Ark. While looking at Ron's carefree appearance, he suddenly pouted in anger. This guy was working so hard here, but he was so carefree. Advertisement Nokagao came over and looked at Nami with concern. Nami, can you still hold on? It's okay, it's a smooth flight now, no problem, Nami responded with a smile. It'll be fine when we return to the sea later. Yeah, Nokagao nodded and asked, how long do we have until we reach the sea? Come on, help me look below. I should be able to see the sea, right? Nami said. Nuokagao walked to the side of the ship, looked down, and saw what looked like a blue ocean under layers of white clouds. Almost there, after about 10 minutes, the Ark spacecraft finally returned to the sea and slowly landed on the ocean. Then, with the electric energy stored in the power system by Nami, it could continue to sail on the sea for a long time, sailing far away. There is no such huge consumption in the sky, and Nami is liberated. He immediately ran to the golden pillar on the side of the deck and looked at it with golden eyes. Oh my god, how much is such a big piece of gold worth? Robin, you know a lot, can you help me predict it? Nami pulled Robin and asked. Such a large gold column weighs at least hundreds of tons, and its value. Robin made an estimate based on the price of gold in the world and said, so much gold. It's probably worth more than 2 billion profits. More than 2 billion belly, my god, Nami was suddenly overwhelmed with happiness. Her fatigue disappeared instantly and her whole body was filled with strength. Looking at this big golden pillar, she wanted to sleep with it in her arms at night. Have you reached the sea? Ron got up, stretched, and said. Well, first go to Guy Island to replenish supplies. Now that we have changed to a bigger ship, there are more people, so we need to replenish all the supplies. I leave this matter to you, Nami. Do you want to sell this gold? Nami asked with bright eyes. This is not needed for the time being. Ron thought for a moment and said, Guy Island is still a bit inappropriate. If you sell here, you may lose a lot. Our next stop is the Water City, which is more prosperous. Let's talk about it there. Okay. Don't sell it at a loss. Upon hearing this, Nami applauded with both hands. First she drove the ark to the dock of Guy Island. Then she stopped being stingy and immediately transferred the money from the Sea Ghost Sea to the dock. The money stolen by the thieves was distributed to everyone, and then, with Ron taking the lead, everyone got off the ark and headed towards Guy Island. They began to prepare for shopping and replenishing supplies in preparation for the next voyage. Chapter 134 Aisha's observation Haki is at full level, strange awakening ability. As the number of people on the ship increases again, the amount of supplies must also keep up. Plus Ron is a big eater. Food alone takes up a large part of the things that need to be purchased, and then add fresh water and vegetables, as well as the girls' clothes, etc. The number is even more exaggerated. Fortunately, these days, no matter which world we are in, there is nothing that money can solve. A total of about 2 million Baileys was spent on a lot of things, including hundreds of thousands of various foods, and even various top-notch ingredients, as well as various wines, drinks and juices. Milk, etc. After all, we have to consider the 3 children on the boat. There are so many girls, and most of them drink drinks when eating. Well, you didn't buy a lot of clothes this time, Ron said with emotion as he saw a dozen strong men following behind him to help carry things and push carts full of food and water. This time Nami and the others showed some mercy. That's because we just bought it once before going to Sky Island, Kaya said with a smile. That's right. Ron slapped his head and almost forgot. He still remembered that he had a fight with the Sea Ghost pirates at that time. The goldfish pistol he currently wears on his waist was obtained at that time. It's okay. It's only 2 million belly. Ron waved his hand indifferently, thinking of the huge gold pillar on the ship, which was a huge wealth worth more than 2 billion belly. Now these 2 million belly the expenses are nothing, as long as the girls are happy. It is already rare for them to follow him, but they cannot be left with any shortages in life. So how much did you spend on clothes last time? Ron saw this shopping trip. Nami and the others mainly bought clothes for Konus and Lackey. Although they also bought some for themselves, they didn't buy much. The cost is less than a few $100,000. Last time. Kaya thought for a moment and said, I can't remember exactly. Forget it, it doesn't matter. We will be richer when we get to the Water City. Once we sell the gold, you can buy whatever you want. Ron waved his hand and said angrily. Long live brother Ron. After hearing this, Abis shouted happily, pulling Aisha and saying, Aisha, look, brother Ron is so good. We will arrive at the Water City later. Let me take you to buy more interesting things. Okay. Aisha also laughed happily, and came to the world below. She felt that it was so lively here. Although the scenery on Sky Island was better, it was not as lively as the one below. The key is that the fun things here are really too much. Let's go. Let's get on the boat. Ron ordered the delivery people behind him to load the things onto the boat. He was reluctant to let the girls carry these heavy objects, so he specially paid to hire these workers to help. For these workers, this trip is also very profitable. Each person can earn several thousand belly for delivering goods. More than 10 of them earned more than half a month's worth of money on this trip. I was full of energy. After loading the goods, I was still waving to Ron and others on the dock. The record pointer is already full of magnetism and can be sailed. Everyone, do your best, let's go. Nami shouted, and began to control the opening of the ark, heading into the distance. That's right. Ron looked at the 3 girls joining Sky Island and said, come here, I'll take a look at your abilities and improve your skills 10 times. Oh, what's the meaning? Improve skills? The 3 girls were stunned, not understanding what Ron meant. Others understood what Ron meant, because except for Robin, every one of them had skills improved by Ron. Kaya smiled and said, brother Ron has a unique and powerful ability. Kaya helps others improve their skills. My medical skills were improved by brother Ron. Now my medical skills are very powerful. Come and try it too. Okay. Lackey and the other 3 came over and stood in front of Ron. Advertisement. Ron walked up to Lackey, put his hand on her forehead, and said in his mind, open Lackey's data panel. Ding. The data panel has been opened, please check it yourself host. Character name. Lackey strength, 19 constitution, 21. Agility, 22 spirit, 15 skill, spearmanship, 6 Sandora's inherited combat skills, 14. Sandora's inherited combat skills? 400 years of fighting have improved the Sandora people's combat skills a lot. They have summarized a set of combat skills and passed them down. Ron smiled slightly. This should be it's a good combat skill. You can upgrade it to the full level. 6+1+1+1. Please give me flowers. Sandora's inherited combat skills. 14+1+1+1. In an instant, Lackey's skill data was filled up by Ron. Character name. Lackey strength, 37 physique, 39 agility, 36. Spirit, 28 skill. Spearmanship, 6+94, full level. Sandora's inherited combat skills, 14+86, full level. After the two skills are maxed out, probably because Sandora's inherited combat skills are physical and melee skills, Lackey's four-dimensional attributes have been greatly improved. Now Lackey's combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. Advertisement, it's really amazing. After Ron stopped, Lackey immediately felt the changes in his body. The most important thing was that all kinds of experiences and skills about gun skills and Sandora's inherited combat skills suddenly appeared in his mind, which amazed her. 0. I wanted to. Elsa shouted quickly, staring at Ron with expectant eyes, fearing that Ron would forget her. I remember you. How could I forget Elsa? Ron smiled as he knelt down and touched Elsa's little head. Hee. Aisha laughed cutely. Open Aisha's data panel. Character name. Elsa strength, 3 constitution, 2. Agility, 2 spirit, 67 skill. Observation Haki, Xin Wang, 51. Elsa only has 1 skill, but this skill is very powerful, reaching the terrifying 50-level observation Haki. This is the most talented girl Ron has ever seen, and she is still a little girl at such a young age. Observation Haki. 51+1+1+1. Instantly maxed out Haki, and looked at Aisha's 4-dimensional attributes. The highest improvement was in spirit. Strength, physique, and agility were not greatly improved. Observation Haki's improvement in 4-dimensional attributes only greatly improved the mental aspect. Character name. Elsa strength, 4 constitution, 5. Agility, 4. 156 skill. Observation Haki, 51+49, full level. Awakening ability. Life perception. Ron looked at Aisha's awakened ability and was suddenly startled. Shouldn't observation Haki's ability after awakening be to predict the future? Chapter 135 Life perception? Check the health value, Lost Cornish? After Ron stopped, Elsa herself immediately felt the huge changes in herself. First of all, her mental network ability had improved a lot, and then there were the changes brought about by the improvement of her physical fitness. Although her 4-dimensional the most significant attribute improvement is only the spirit, which has reached an exaggerated high value of 156. It is much higher than the improvement after Abisa's devil fruit ability is fully awakened, and is nearly 100 points higher. Very exaggerated indeed. Ron was also a little puzzled. Why was Abisa's mental ability only increased by more than 60 when her mental ability was increased to the full level, while Aisha was able to increase it to 156? The system spoke at this time. Host, because of her talent, Aisha's talent is very high, and she has the compatibility of a god with observation Haki, so after the skill is fully leveled, the mental, 200, improvement will be very high. Any other explanation? Ron was quite satisfied with the system's explanation. After all, it was the system that said it. Wow, brother Ron, my current mental network ability is so powerful. Aisha laughed happily. Aisha, have you also activated your heart network ability? Abis asked with wide eyes. I originally have the ability of the heart network, Elsa said. Besides me, there are several people on Sky Island who also have the ability of the heart network, such as the former god Enel. Ron explained at this time. Aisha, the ability you have is called the heart network in Sky Island, and in the outside world, it is called observation Haki. It is a kind of Haki with the ability to predict. In addition to observation besides Haki, there are also armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki in this world. Oh, so that's it? Elsa blinked and looked at Ron. Then will brother Ron do the same? Yeah. Ron nodded. My observation Haki has also reached its full level. The ability I awakened is to predict the future. I thought your Haki would also awaken such an ability after it reaches its full level. I didn't expect it to be life perception, love. Show us the use of this ability you awakened, please. Okay. Aisha bit her finger, thought for a moment and said, my ability doesn't seem to be of much use. It can sense the intensity of life around me. Well, among the people here, brother Ron's life force intensity is the highest. My god, when I activated my power and looked over, it was as dazzling as the sun. Elsa looked at Ron in wonder. Ron raised his lips and joked. With his current physical fitness and 4-dimensional attributes, his vitality is definitely the strongest in the world. It is estimated that even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is not as powerful as Ron, and even the largest sea kings may not have as much vitality as Ron. Of course, since there is no comparison, Ron can't be sure. Aisha continued to look at everyone. Well, ABC, I, and Miss Golden Week all have very little vitality. Sister Cornish's pet Cece has the smallest vitality. Abisa's little dragon's vitality is also very strong. It is second only to Ron's elder brother. Sister Vivi, Sister Dashigi, and Sister Lackey all have very strong vitality. And then there are the other sisters, their vitality is also very strong. Not weak, much stronger than me. What about me? Kaya asked curiously. Sister Kaya's vitality is very ordinary, and Sister Nami's vitality is also very strong, similar to Sister Vivi, Aisha said. Advertisement. Looking at Kaya's disappointed eyes, Ron smiled slightly. In this way, Aisha's ability is equivalent to checking the health value. Isn't the intensity of vitality just the value of life? This ability, combined with Kaya's medical skills in the team, will definitely be very helpful in using her ability in treatment in the future. But, the one with the lowest vitality among us, besides Cece, is Sister Konus, Aisha said, looking at Konus. Me? Cornies opened her mouth in surprise. Cornies is just an ordinary person, and her vitality is certainly not that strong. Ron said with a smile. Next, let me see your abilities, Cornies. Oh, okay. Cornish walked to Ron anxiously. Ron put his hand on Cornish's head. After a while, Ron put his hand down with a strange look on his face. Cornies, your only ability is your cooking skills, Ron said. I really don't seem to be able to fight, and I don't have any other special abilities, Cornies said in despair. Don't be disappointed, there are so many of us, we don't need you to fight, Ron comforted and said. Just improve your cooking skills, and then you can also help Makino and the others cook, which can also help. It belongs to everyone, so don't worry. Yeah, Konus nodded, but she still felt a little disappointed in her heart. Ron clicked on Cornish's data panel and started adding points to her directly. Character name. Cornish Strength, 5 Constitution, 7. Advertisement Agility, 6 Spirit, 9 Cooking Skills, 4 plus 96, full level. Cornish's 4-dimensional attributes are indeed very low. Even if she has full cooking skills, she is only 1 or 2 points higher than ordinary people. Before she has full points, only Spirit among the 4 attributes has reached 6 points. The other all 3 attributes are below 5 points. But just like Ron said, with so many people on the ship and a master like him, there was no need for Cornies to fight. Yeah, I suddenly have a lot of knowledge about cooking in my mind, it's really amazing, Konus said happily, and the loss in her heart became much less. With such cooking skills, she will definitely be able to do it in the future. It helps everyone. Cornish looked at Ron and said with a rosy face, Thank you, Ron. We are all partners, no need to say thank you, Ron smiled and waved. Okay. Koni nodded, then walked towards Makino. Sister Makino, can I help you cook? Okay. Makino also took Konus's hand, and then waved to Nokagao. Shall we go prepare food for everyone together? Well, there are so many ingredients today, we are going to make a big meal, Nuoki said with a smile. Yeah, Aisha and Abis jumped up happily, we'll have a big dinner later. Tweet, whoosh. The little flying dragon and the little fox Cece also screamed happily. Vivi on the side saw the pets of Abis and Cornish, and couldn't help but think of her own pet Karu. Because Ron snatched her and ran away, she couldn't take Karu with her at the time. She didn't know that Karu was now in Alabasta. How's it going? Chapter 136. Ron's daily life with the girls. Marine is coming. After recharging the skills of the 3 of them, Lackey and Aisha were busy familiarizing themselves with their skills, while Ron continued to lie back in his master's chair, basking in the sun and drinking Makino's new wine. This life was so comfortable and magical. It was just as comfortable, but the key was that he was surrounded by a group of extremely beautiful girls, and the Ark was sailing on the ocean. This allowed him to experience the life of rich people in the real world who drove yachts and took beauties to sea. That night, with the busy work of Makino, Nagagao and Konus, a large table of delicious food was placed in front of everyone. Everyone, including Ron, had their mouths watering after eating. After all, these were 3 full-level chefs. The food prepared by the talented chef, I have to say, is really delicious. Oh, after eating the food cooked by Sister Makino, Sister Nokagao, and Sister Cornish, I will definitely not be able to eat the food cooked by others in the future, Aisha said with a frown, while still eating, with delicious food on the table. Ahem, when you're hungry, you'll be able to eat any unpalatable food, Ron said inappropriately, then picked up the rum on the side and took a sip. You can't bear to let Elsa starve? Nami raised her eyebrows and looked at Ron. Yes. Vivi also looked at Ron with a smile. If you can make Aisha hungry, wouldn't we all starve to death? Absolutely not. Seeing that something was wrong with the situation, Ron quickly stopped eating and drinking, patted his chest and promised, even if I starve myself, I will never starve you. After eating, they naturally went back to their rooms. The allocation of rooms had already been assigned by the girls. The Ark is very large. It is a large ship. There are nearly 100 rooms on the ship, as well as various large warehouses, restaurants, kitchens, and other places. It is much larger than the Melee, and there is no such thing as before. Feeling of crowding. Ron's room is the best big room, and of course the girls' rooms are not bad either. Moreover, Elsa, Abis, and Miss Goldenweek all sleep in the same room because they are afraid of being alone. There are 3 beds in a room, and it is not crowded. This is the advantage of the size of the ship. The room where Ron was sitting was empty, and he was just thinking about something while lying on the bed to keep warm. Would you like to go to Kaya's room? Ron was thinking about this serious question. Then I thought that I should also have a relationship with other girls, but who should I choose? Nami. Although the relationship with Nami is already very close, it's not time to push her down yet. Tashigi. Advertisement. It's probably still a bit difficult, although she didn't show much resistance when I kissed her last time. If I go further, she might be a little too hasty. As for others, it's even harder. Do you want me to use force? No, absolutely not. Ron shook his head. My glorious image must not be destroyed. The night passed like this, and in the end Ron did not choose to spend the night in Kaya's room, but went to sleep in a low-key manner. The next day was a nice day, with clear skies, blue sky and white clouds, waves and seabirds flying over from time to time. It looked like a wonderful scene, but after seeing too much, I felt tired. Nami, where's my fishing rod? Ron was about to fish, but couldn't find the fishing rod, so he immediately called to the housekeeper Nami. I don't know. Just ask Vivi. It seems Vivi collected it for you before. Nami was busy drawing a sea chart and ignored Ron. Brother Ron, do you want to go fishing? Elsa and Abis came over. Miss prefers to be quiet during Golden Week, and is now sitting with Robin at the table on the deck drinking tea. Aisha really likes playing with Abis, and the two of them have a lot of fun. Yes. Ron said with a smile. How about I catch a big fish for you later and make it our lunch? Okay. Aisha smiled and said, can I help you sense where there are more fish? Aisha's life perception can also sense other life besides humans. She can sense the vitality of Cece and the little flying dragon, and of course the fish in the sea are no exception. No need. Ron shook his head and said, fishing is the fun of fishing. If you use this ability to cheat, there will be no fun. Oh, okay. Aisha nodded sensibly. Vivi came over with a fishing rod. Here, your fishing rod. Hey, girls, let's see the fishing king Ron. Let's show you what real fishing techniques are. Ron casually hung a small piece of meat on the fishhook, swung the fishhook and threw it into the seawater. Start his fishing plan. Fishing skills. Vivi twitched her lips at the side. Is your skill really good? Advertisement. Vivi had seen Ron fishing before. The guy fished for several hours but didn't catch any fish. If Ron knew in his heart Vivi's contempt for him, he would definitely cry out loudly. He has not yet mastered fishing skills. When he masters the skills, he will be able to fish out sea kings for you at will. The two little girls were somewhat interested at first, but after watching for a long time, they didn't see Ron catch half of the fish. They looked at each other, quietly left Ron, and ran to the side to find a place to play. Hey, these two little guys, why don't they have any patience? Fishing is a technical job, and fishing requires patience. Ron sighed, continued to start his fishing adventure. A long time passed and Ron failed to catch any fish. Nami and others who were in control of the navigation direction discovered something big. Nami, look over there. Toshigi looked solemnly at the sea in the distance, where a black line appeared above the sea level. Yes, sea kings? Nami looked doubtfully, but after a closer look, his expression immediately changed. No, it's a fleet, it's a marine fleet. Yes. Toshigi nodded. She felt a little complicated. She has been with the Sword and Rose pirates for so long. It can even be said that she is the earliest girl to join the pirate group. Ron was kidnapped alone in Logue Town. In the following time, as more and more people were on the ship, she got along better and better with everyone. Sometimes she would even forget her previous identity as Marine and Ron, the guy who took away her first kiss. It's simply bad, but why'd I still have some thoughts in my heart? Now seeing the arrival of the Marine fleet, in her complicated heart, she didn't want to target Ron. Although Marine defeated Ron, she also had a chance to escape, but she didn't want to escape in her heart now. When Toshigi was struggling, Nami took a deep breath and ran to Ron with a solemn expression. Ron, it's not good. What's wrong? Ron lay lazily on the side of the boat, holding a fishing rod in one hand and sighing. Hey, fishing is really difficult. There are warships, or a huge fleet, Nami said seriously. It's dozens of miles ahead, coming towards our direction. Should we evade it? Or just turn on flight mode? Warship. A huge fleet? How many are there approximately? After hearing Nami's words, Ron slowly put away the fishing rod, handed it to Toshigi who came next, and said to Nami. No need to evade, it's normal. Just keep driving, no matter what happens, I'll be there, don't lie. Okay. Nami saw Ron being so confident, so she didn't say anything more. She knew that Ron was powerful and not afraid of any crisis, and now that she also had the ability of Thunderfruit, she didn't need to be afraid of anything, even if the opponent is a large fleet. So many ships. At the bow of the ship, Aisha and Abis couldn't help but exclaimed as they looked at the approaching fleet ahead. These ships. Lackey and Konus looked at the huge fleet in front of them in shock, and their hearts were shaken. Chapter 137 The Huge Marine Fleet, Aokiji and Kizaru. Ask for automatic subscription. So many, at least close to 100 warships, right? Vivi looked in shock at the fleet forming a formation on the sea in front of her, approaching the waves with menacing power. I just counted, there are 82 warships in total, Robin said solemnly. Such a large fleet must be the fleet dispatched by Naval Headquarters. Captain Ron, their goal may be you. Everyone focused their attention on Ron. Yes, only the Naval Headquarters could dispatch such a large fleet. Needless to say, the reason why they came to target Ron was because he killed the Marine Vice Admiral and tore up the Shichibukai invitation in public. Something that angered Naval Headquarters. Don't be afraid. Ron stood out from the crowd and smiled confidently at the girls. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. When the other party comes over later, Toshigi Vivi and Lackey Nami, just pay attention to protecting the Ark. I will deal with all enemies, Ron said calmly, looking deeply at the sea on the opposite side. Clear huge fleet. But there are so many people on the other side, Kaya said worriedly. Brother Ron, you are alone. Don't panic. Ron waved his hand. It's useless to have more people. In a battle with high-end strength, the number of people cannot make up for it. Just do what I say. I'm just afraid. Robin said with deep meaning. I'm just afraid that this fleet is more than just a large number of people. Sister Robin, what do you mean? Kaya was startled and quickly grabbed Robin's hand and asked, do you mean that there might be someone more powerful following the other party? Ron is very powerful. We all know that it is impossible to defeat him by relying solely on marine warships and ordinary sailors. So, do you think Marine will not think of this? Robin calmly looked at the marine fleet that had revealed a terrifying formation on the sea. Said, Naval Headquarters not only has Marshal Sengoku, but also the Crane Staff, who is a being with almost demonic intelligence. Even if Sengoku wants to send so many warships to deal with Ron, she will not sit idly by. Besides, Marine Admiral Sengoku is not that stupid. Robin shook his head and said, so, in the fleet opposite, there is 100% strong individual combat power, and it is very possible that it is Marine Admiral 3, who just doesn't know where to come. How many of them? Hi, Marine Admiral. Kaya's face turned pale. Not only Kaya, Nami and Vivi, but also Dashigi and the other girls turned pale. Marine 3 Admiral, this is an existence that can rival the 4 emperors. Their strength and fame, and even their intimidation and influence are far stronger than the Shichibukai. Marine's strongest combat power can compete with the 4 emperors, so many girls are not afraid of it. With the wisdom of Commander He and Sengoku, they actually sent so many warships to attack Ron this time. Obviously, they want to take down Ron in one fell swoop, Robin said. The opponent is very confident. Advertisement, then, what should we do? Kaya, Nokagawa and others looked at Ron worriedly. Ron still had a confident smile. He first smiled at the girls and said comfortingly, I told you, don't worry, the sky won't fall. Even if it does, I will still be there to hold you up. Robin. Ron looked at Robin again. Actually, there's nothing wrong with what you said. Maybe Marine thought that they sent so many troops, plus Marine Admiral, well, I don't know how many are here yet, but we can wait. You can find out after meeting, but the most important point is that they misjudged my strength. Do they think they have seen through my strength? Even if the 3 admirals come here, I will not be afraid. Robin looked at Ron's extremely confident expression, and his heart trembled. His calm heart seemed to be touched by Ron's confidence. Coming, over there, Nami took a deep breath and said, the opponent's warships are too many. It's too late for Ark to take off. Ron, are we really doing nothing now? No need to do it, you can just guard the Ark later. Ron waved his hand. With your current strength, you must be able to guard the Ark, right? No problem. Wei Wei and Lackey nodded. Their current strength is not low. Even if so many warships come to encircle and suppress them, they are not afraid of ordinary sailors. Besides, there's Nami, the person who possesses Thunderfruit. In addition, the others are enough to protect the Ark. I'm afraid that the other party will attack from a distance, so what should I do if I shell them directly? Nami asked worriedly. Haha. The other side is shelling from a long distance? I'm on the ship. Ron's mouth cracked. If they really dare to do this, it would be fun. Then I will let them taste the taste of the shells they fired. On the sea surface, 82 warships, BDFA, including 60 small warships, 20 medium-sized warships, and 2 large warships, led the large warships and led 80 warships to complete the siege of the Ark. After that, the warship fleet seemed to hesitate for a moment and made no move. Aboard 2 large warships, a vice admiral level commander was about to give orders and prepare to launch a bombardment on the Ark, but was stopped by Aokiji. Wait a minute, that Ron is also on that ship. If we launch a bombardment now, it will have little effect on him, Aokiji said. The 2 of us plan to capture Ron alive. Capture alive. The fleet commander frowned. Although these 2 people were Marine admirals, he was the commander in this fleet now and had higher power than the 2 Marine admirals. If he forced the order, these 2 people would there is no power to stop it. 2 admirals, what I mean is to bombard the opponent's ship first, destroy the opponent's ship, and then wait for the opponent to fall into the water to surround and attack. By then, you can naturally capture him alive, the commander said solemnly. If you do this, you can save the time. A lot of things, isn't it? Advertisement. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, both shook their heads, and sighed. If it's so easy to catch Ron, do you think the headquarters will send us 2 here? This. The fleet commander paused. We got news that Ron ate devil fruit some time ago. It seems to be a relatively useless devil fruit, however, he is very strong and has a strong pervert. Even if the increase that devil fruit brings to him is not high, it is still worth our while. Seriously, if it was as simple as you said, just blow up his boat, and then catch him with sea stone handcuffs after he fell into the water. If it were that easy to do, he would still be the same Ten the Great Pirate with a billion belly bounty? Aokiji shook his head and sighed. So, if you want to defeat him, you can only rely on absolute power. This method of yours really doesn't work. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Don't say that we didn't warn you. All losses are borne by you. Hee. Kizaru stood aside without saying anything, just smiling mockingly. If it were just Aokiji who spoke, the commander would really believe it, because what Aokiji said did make sense. But Kizaru's smile was broken. The commander was slightly angry. You mean what I said was wrong and what you said is all right? Snort. I don't believe how terrifying the power of this round of bombardment of my 82 warships, such a huge fleet, will be. Even if it's a mountain, I'll give it a flat shape. The commander snorted coldly, turned around and began to give orders. Give me the order, aim at the opponent's ship, and fire all guns. I want to see that after one round of shelling. The opponent's ship is completely destroyed, and I don't want to see any intact ship plank. Yes, Your Excellency, Commander. The ordering soldier followed the order. The commander resolutely stood on the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back, looking at the arc solemnly. Behind him, Aokiji shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Kizaru touched his chin, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 138. Terrifying Bombardment. Marines suffered heavy losses. Ask for automatic subscription. On the arc, the girls were a little confused. Why did the Marine fleet on the opposite side not move after being surrounded? No one came out to shout, not even a flag signal? Ron's mind moved slightly, and observation Haki let him know what was going to happen next. Ah, how scary. Aisha shouted at this time, Brother Ron, they really want to bombard us. Did you see it too? Aisha was also an observation Haki, and she was a fully leveled observation Haki. She could predict the opponent's next move, which didn't surprise Ron. Shocking? Really? Shelling? The girls were nervous for a moment? Ron smiled indifferently, jumped up to the highest point of the arc, put his hands behind his back, and proudly looked at the warships surrounding him, his expression calm, without any panic at all. Bang 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 bang. After the sound of the cannons, black cannonballs rained down on the arc, and the power was particularly fierce. If it hit, and the gunpowder in the shells exploded, basically among ordinary people, except for a few people, everyone has to explain. People like Kaya, Makino, Nokagao, and Konas who have no ability to protect themselves will all die. As for Wei Wei, Nami and others, let alone saving others, it would be good if they could save themselves under such a ferocious attack. Although Ron's face was calm, there was a trace of anger deep in his eyes. He originally thought that the other party was mainly here to deal with him, but he didn't expect that he was going to start all over the place. It is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Amid the horrified expressions of the girls, Ron jumped up into the air and rushed straight towards the cannonballs flying from all directions. His body seemed to have turned into a phantom, leaping and jumping round in the sky, clapping and kicking. Legs, swinging arms, kicked back all the cannonballs. After kicking one side and then the other, Ron's body movements were extremely fast. Except for those that did not hit the arc and fell into the sea, Ron kicked all the cannonballs that could hit the arc, went back. Advertisement: how many shells were fired by the 82 warships? There must be at least a few hundred, except for those shells that were not aimed at the sea. About 300 shells were kicked back by Ron and hit the warship where the shells were fired. Rumble. Bang bang bang. On the ocean, fire broke out on the large number of warships surrounding the arc. The warships were destroyed one after another, and each one began to sink into the ocean. After counter-attacking a round of cannonballs, Ron fell on the deck calmly. After a while, the girls were shocked and found that not a single cannonball hit the arc. Instead, most of the opponent's own warships were destroyed. They all screamed happily. Brother Ron is mighty Haki, Kaya shouted happily. Brother Ron is so awesome, Aisha and Abis also laughed. This guy. Robin looked at Ron in surprise. She never expected that such a terrifying attack could be defused by him so easily. Not only that, he also destroyed most of the warships on the opposite side. It's too scary. How strong is he? Nami. Ron said calmly. Ship the arc and drive towards those two large warships. I want to see which admiral is coming this time. As this? Just going by like this? Nami was startled, but then he didn't dare to neglect, directly drove the ship and started to drive towards the opposite fleet. On the opposite side, on one of the large warships, the commander's face turned green and white, and the herald next to him was reporting the battle situation. Your Excellency, Commander, there was just a round of shelling, and the opponent was not injured at all. We lost 57 warships, of which 50 small warships were sunk, 7 medium-sized warships were sunk, and 3 of the remaining ships were seriously damaged, and other ships were also damaged. Some damage. The number of casualties reached more than 2,000, of which nearly 1,000 were killed and more than 1,000 were injured. Listening to the casualties described by the herald, the commander's heart was trembling. This was just a round of shelling. Why was it that we were clearly shelling the other side? Why were we the ones who suffered serious losses? Advertisement and the other party seems to be unscathed. How can we fight this battle? The commander was silent for a while, gritted his teeth and looked at the approaching pirate ship arc, but felt a little powerless. He did not dare to issue any more attack orders. Please give me flowers. This was just one round of bombardment, and almost half of his ships were destroyed. If there was another round, wouldn't his fleet be in decline? 2 admirals, the next step is up to you. The commander had to turn his head to look at Aokiji and Kizaru, lowered his head, and said respectfully towards the 2 men. Please take action to solve this problem, guys. I told you a long time ago, can the big pirate with a billion belly bounty be defeated so easily by you? Aokiji shook his head and didn't say much. Instead, he focused his attention on the approaching arc. This Ron was indeed very strong. So many shell attacks were resolved so easily. Not only was he resolved, they also fought back, destroying so many warships and causing so many casualties. 0. You go rescue the sailors who fell into the water first. Kizaru waved his hand and said to the commander. Just leave it to us. Ron, I want to see how strong you are. The commander didn't say anything more and immediately turned around and left to prepare for the rescue of the fallen sailor. Aokiji, did you see clearly? Kizaru said. That guy moves really fast. Perusalino, can you do this with your strength? Aokiji looked at Kizaru and said, your speed is much faster than what he did just now. This is different. My ability is speed. Shouldn't his ability be swordsmanship? What does it mean to be able to reach this level in speed? It means that all his abilities are nearly balanced. In this case, if you want to find his flaws are difficult, do you have any idea? Kuzan? Kizaru said, touching his chin. I don't have any ideas yet. Aokiji put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked calmly at the approaching arc. Let's go and meet this young genius first. Ha ha ha, he is only 19 years old. The greatest swordsman in the world, with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. There is nothing unjustifiable for us 2 Marine Admirals to take the initiative to meet him. Yes, we can take the initiative to deal with him. This guy can be proud even if he is caught, Kizaru said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 139 Ronbi's Aokiji. The Power of Frozen Fruit. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. The arc that Ron was riding on, and the large warship that Aokiji Kizaru was riding on, finally got closer. The 2 people standing on the deck could see clearly. Tashigi and Robin looked shocked. They could see clearly that the 2 people opposite were the 2 Marine Admirals. Ron, yes, it's Marine Admiral, or 2 of them, Tashigi whispered. It's Kuzan and Perusalino, their names are Aokiji and Kizaru respectively. Robin said, they are 2 of the 3 most powerful admirals in Marine. Aokiji possesses frozen fruit and can freeze a large ocean if used at full strength, and Kizaru, he has sparkling fruit and is extremely fast. Legend has it that he is the fastest person in the world. Not only is he fast, the attack speed is also very fast. Ron, we are really in danger this time. Hearing what the 2 said, Nami and others became even more worried. Unexpectedly, 2 Marine Admirals came to the 590 at once, and they were admirals with such strength. Don't be anxious. Don't panic. Ron waved his hand, smiled and said, you guys wait here. Well, it's best to move the arc back a little first. I can deal with these 2 admirals. Pay attention to the sailors, don't let them take the opportunity to board the ship. After saying that, Ron gave the girls a comforting look, and then stepped on his feet. The man rushed out, directly crossed the distance of tens of meters on the sea, and jumped onto the large warship on the opposite side. Oh, Kizaru was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I originally wanted to go to your boat to meet you, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own. How can you let the 2 admirals take the initiative to see me? Ron smiled lightly, then looked around. You weren't the one who ordered the bombardment just now, right? The Marine Admiral can't be that stupid. The commander of this fleet is the one who ordered the bombardment. Now he is going to rescue the drowned sailors. Aokiji shook his head and said, I didn't stop him. He is a little unbelieving. I'm just telling you. Ron smiled hoarsely. It was impossible for these 2 people to issue such an ignorant order. If ordinary Marines could deal with him, why would they need to take action? Well, although these 2 people's intervention will not help at all for him, he still has to try. Marine must hate him to the bone now. He tore up Shichibukai's invitation letter in public and killed a Marine Vice Admiral. If it were Sengoku, he would be furious. Ron, if you regret it now, the 2 of us can make the decision and go to the Marshal for you to make peace. The position of Shichibukai is still yours. Kizaru tilted his head and looked at Ron. It's not too late to regret now, we will do it later, but it's too late. Why, now at this time, you still want to win over me? Ron was a little funny. During that wave just now, Marines suffered heavy casualties, right? If I agree to become a Shichibukai at this time, are you sure you can do it? Advertisement. Those are all small things. Kizaru smiled. If I can win you over, those things are nothing. Then I'm really honored. Ron smiled and shook his head. However, I may disappoint you. I don't like being Marine and world government's dog. Shichibukai and so on. Needless to say, next, how about we have a real fight? It's really disappointing. Kizaru shook his head and sighed. You don't want to take action, little guy. Do you think you are superior to others? Don't forget, in this big world, there's always someone better than you. Stronger than me? Ron chuckled. I don't think there is anyone better than me in this world. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Aokiji shook his head and said, young and energetic people should have a certain limit, but you have gone too far. Really? Ron didn't care. I don't think it's too much at all. It's useless to talk more. Kizaru walked towards Ron. Let our subordinates see the truth. Take action. Ron nodded. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Wait, let me go first. Aokiji grabbed Kizaru. Help me hold off the battle. Are you robbing me again? Kizaru snorted dissatisfied. Ron looked a little speechless and couldn't help but said, how about you all come together? Aokiji, who was talking to Kizaru, was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, that won't work. With so many people watching now, if we get involved together, we won't be said to be bullying you. That's right. Kizaru nodded. Bullying me. Ron rubbed his forehead. Where did these 2 guys get so much confidence? If you say that, I won't be able to do anything harsh later. Yes, originally Ron was planning to kill the 2 of them with a heavy blow and make a big news. Now looking at these 2 treasures and thinking based on the original plot, these 2 are not too bad, so he will teach them a lesson later. Just give it a try and leave them a little gold. Aokiji jumped up and rushed towards Ron. Advertisement. Kizaru was watching the show on the side with a smile on his face. Ron was underestimating his enemy. It was too difficult to resist Aokiji's attack with his body. The power of frozen fruit could freeze his body in an instant. He was defeated. Since you are eager to taste the taste of failure, then I will help you. Aokiji stepped out, stretched out his right hand, and the white frost on his arm covered the entire arm. After a crackling sound, the entire arm turned into a sharp blade of ice. Be careful. Well, a hint of coldness, just a hint. My biggest shortcoming is that I am too kind. His current 4-dimensional attributes have reached 200 points. It would be too fanciful for Aokiji to think of freezing him with this cold air. Boom. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Aokiji crossed his hands on his chest and looked at Ron solemnly. It seems I really can't underestimate you. Next, I will try my best. Well, it's really a powerful freezing ability. Ron felt the cold air coming from his arms. This cold air that froze everything was indeed very strong. Even with his current strong physical fitness, he felt a bit cold. Ron sighed. You should hurry up, everyone is very busy. Hurry up and finish the game, and then go do what you should do. We are in a hurry. On Aokiji's skate, a cold breath attacked Ron, making Ron's body crackle with cold. Well. Ron lightly stretched out his hand to block Aokiji's sword attack. Haha. Resist with your hands? You haven't drawn your sword yet? Are you looking down on me? Aokiji sneered. Can your body withstand my attack? Are you kidding? 1.8 Ron dares to take Aokiji's attack with bare hands, that's because he has the confidence. Come on. Ron said calmly. You want to force me to draw a sword? This level of strength is not enough. A purple red light flashed on Ron's arm. Armament Haki flashed away, and with a bang, Aokiji's body was knocked away by Ron. So strong. Aokiji looked solemnly and looked at his arm. The ice blade condensed on his hand had been shattered. This was just a random counterattack by Ron. He could feel that Ron had not yet used his full strength. Chapter 140 Ice Age. The power of Ron's punch, puck. Aokiji waved his hand suddenly, and 5 ice balls flew out and hit Ron. Little trick. Ron's hand was covered with armament Haki, and he smashed 5 ice balls with his wave without causing any harm to him. Take another move from me. Crazy-mouthed hatchling. Aokiji's eyes focused, and he pointed out another long-range attack. The ice on his arm extended out, turned into an ice bird, and pecked at Ron's head. Snapped. Ron swatted the ice bird away. This kind of attack is useless to me. Ron shook his head. Such an attack might be somewhat effective on other people, but he was armed and had observation Haki's premonition of Aokiji's attack movements, so he couldn't do anything to him at all. Harm. It hasn't worked yet. Aokiji frowned and stood back. I told you, why don't you guys come together? There's no point in fighting like this. Ron shrugged helplessly. Aokiji, do you want me to take action? Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and asked, tilting his head. 13. No need yet. Aokiji shook his head, looked at Ron and said, you are really strong, and such an attack will not be effective. Then, I will use a trick next, so be prepared to take it. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you. Ron nodded. This fight was not exciting at all. If he didn't come up with a trick, Ron was ready to turn around and leave. Compressed air conditioning bullets. Aokiji shouted, waving his hands suddenly, and countless small ice balls appeared in the air beside him. As he waved his hands, they kept flying towards Ron. Huh? Still in vain. Ron raised his eyebrows. Such an attack is also ineffective against him. No, Ron's heart moved. Observation Haki had a premonition and understood. Aokiji was blocking his own movements. There was something. Ice. 2 spears. 2 spears of ice appeared on Aokiji's hands. When Ron's body was blocked by air conditioning bullets, the 2 spears burst out, pointing directly at Ron's body. If this happened after being shot, he didn't believe Ron was still safe. Advertisement. Yes, this is your true strength. Ron laughed. Aokiji's strength could still bring some pressure to him, well, just a little. Clang. The long sword at Ron's waist was unsheathed, and under the flickering light of the sword, the 2 spears were shattered by the long sword in his hand. The blade flashed with cold light, and Ron said calmly, it's a pity, it still can't hurt me. But when Ron shattered the spear, Aokiji had already arrived in front of him, clasping his hands, facing Ron and saying with a cold expression, these are my 10 strongest attacks. Ice Age 22. Boom. The icy cold air that froze the world exploded and went directly towards Ron's whole body. The cold air rushed away. The entire large warship was half frozen in an instant. Under the cover of the cold air, the water below the warship also froze. Being frozen, the entire sea surface instantly froze and even spread to the distance. Snapped. Kizaru's figure fell from the sky. When Aokiji erupted into the Ice Age just now, even he didn't dare to stand still and had to dodge. Yohi. Kizaru chuckled, looked at Ron who had been frozen, and said with a smile. You are frozen. Aokiji, it seems that your special move is still very strong. This guy is really good at it. Aokiji smiled slightly and was about to speak, but at this moment, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. Aokiji's figure collapsed. Boom. A soaring punch burst out. Kizaru reached out and touched it, and a sharp sword with golden light appeared in his hand. A Monking Yun sword. Ron raised the 3rd generation Kitetsu in his hand with a calm expression, but he was thinking about other things. Well, when we get to the Water City later, we have to find a chance to reforge a good sword. Advertisement, freeze. Aokiji suddenly changed color and quickly put his hands in front of him. The ice quickly condensed into a huge ice wall, blocking the position in front of him. And Ron did it, hardwired, you really can't hurt me. Next, how about you take a move from me? Ron said, without giving the other party a chance to answer. He quickly came to Aokiji. Take the move, Evil Wolf Fist Eye. Yes, he didn't even activate Armament Haki just now. After being frozen by the Ice Age, the terrible cold air was completely resisted by his body. It only froze his body, but in the end the ice that froze his whole body was destroyed. The ice block was finally used, and Haki completely shattered the ice block with one punch. Ice fragments fell from the sky, and Ron walked out of the ice, his expression unchanged. Is this your strongest attack method? In the Ice Age, the freezing cold is indeed very strong. The temperature just now was probably already as close to absolute zero. It's a pity that you still can't defeat me. It's too scary, right? Ron swung his fist and smashed the huge ice wall. Aokiji's body was knocked away by Ron's fist, and half of the warship building was destroyed, and he almost fell to the rear of the warship, and almost fell into the ocean. You must know that the sea behind the warship is not frozen. Aokiji's previous Ice Age cold air was used on Ron, covering at most the sea behind Ron, and most of its power was blocked by Ron. If it falls into the seawater, Ching 237 Pheasant itself is also a demon fruit power, and there is a possibility of being drowned after falling. How is that possible? Aokiji took a deep breath and looked at Ron with wide eyes. Under such an attack, you are still safe and sound? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's my turn. Although Kizaru's words were still a bit frivolous, his expression became unusually serious. Aokiji, who was the Marine 3rd Admiral at the same level as him, could be defeated so easily. This was his fault. It had never been thought of before. Moreover, Aokiji's strongest move, Ice Age, could be caught so easily by Ron. You must know that even if he came to catch this move, he would not dare to take it so unpreparedly. Come down, you have to avoid it. He completely withstood the attack of Ice Age with his body, and then defeated the freezing power of Ice Age head-on. Kizaru took a deep breath, looked at Ron and said, then, let me meet you, Ron. Haha. Ron shook his head and smiled. It's impossible for you. For me, it's just a little exercise. With my current physical strength, this level of attack. Boom. One solved. Ron stopped and clapped his hands. He didn't even look at Aokiji, who was sent flying. Instead, he turned around and looked at Kizaru. Next, it's your turn. Click, 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 click. Chapter 141 Tien Kong Yun Sword and Light Speed Kick. Ron wants 1 against 2. Thank you for the tip. Left. Ron moved slightly, taking a step to the right, and then a sword light flashed on the left side. Ron raised his sword and slashed out. Boom. Kizaru appeared and was knocked back by Ron's knife. Well, it turns out your observation Haki is so powerful. Kizaru said with a smile. No wonder Aokiji's previous attacks had little effect on you, not only because your armament Haki is powerful, but also because of your observation color. It seems that I want to rely on observation Haki has a hunch that your actions are a little inappropriate. Did you just see that? Ron shook his head. Yes, in the battle with Aokiji just now, his weapon color and observation Haki had a huge restraint effect on Aokiji, and he was finally frozen by the Ice Age. That was completely it was because he wanted to try the power of Ice Age, but he didn't avoid it. Now Kizaru's attack is sharper. Ron doesn't want to test the sharpness of the Tiankongyan sword with his body, so he won't stupidly stand there and let him stab him with the sword. Is your observation Haki already that powerful? It's really worthy of praise, Kizaru said with a smile. However, sometimes observation Haki is not omnipotent. Next, let me see how you hide. 8-foot Magatama. Behind Kizaru, endless golden photon energy appeared out of thin air, forming countless small light balls. With a wave of Kizaru's hand, endless light balls shot towards Ron. So many light balls, it completely blocked Ron's range of movement, which was several times stronger than the compressed air conditioning bullets sent by Aokiji just now. The key is that the attack speed of this light ball is faster. Crack, crackle, crackle. Ron was motionless. It should be said that even with his speed, he could not dodge all the attacks under this light speed attack. This large-scale rapid attack method was really the best way to deal with observation Haki. The long knife in Ron's right hand and his left hand kept moving, knocking the light balls away or breaking them into pieces. Occasionally, a fish would slip through the net, but it would not cause fatal damage to him if it fell on him. What a powerful physique. Kizaru saw clearly that the light ball attack he sent out could not cause damage to Ron, so he did not send out the laser beam. Although the attack power was stronger than this ordinary light ball, but it can't cause fatal damage to Ron. Hichikaku mirror. Kizaru squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while. When the light ball attack was about to end, he seized an opportunity and started to attack again. Several mirrors appeared around Ron, confusing his vision. Advertisement Kizaru's figure disappeared suddenly, moved quickly between the mirrors, and kept getting closer to Ron. Look at the sword. Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of a mirror behind Ron and struck Ron with a sword. Clang. Ron slashed with his sword and caught Kizaru's hasty sword strike. Can you still catch it? What the hell are you? Observation Haki? Kizaru was angry. He tried his best to interfere with Ron. I didn't expect that this fast sword still failed to hit Ron. Is there any more moves? Ron used his strength and slashed Kizaru away with a knife. If you don't have any moves, just like Aokiji, I will use a move against you. After I make a move, you won't have a chance. Got it. HMPH. Kizaru snorted coldly, and the sword in his hand disappeared. Then he swayed and came to Ron, and shouted coldly, "Lightspeed kick." Bang 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 bang. Kizaru kicked hundreds or thousands of kicks in 1 second, and kicked towards Ron's body. Ron's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even use the long knife in his right hand. He simply stretched it out to the left and right, blocking Kizaru's kick at the same time. Under him, the deck of the large warship couldn't withstand such an attack at all. Even if it was just the aftermath of the battle between two people, it couldn't bear it. The deck instantly shattered, and then the huge ice cubes on the sea shattered piece by piece. Seeing Ron about to fall into the sea, Kizaru still kept attacking. Not good. When the girls on the ark, who were watching the battle from a distance, saw this, they exclaimed. Kaya almost burst into tears. Brother Ron is in danger. What to do, what to do? Abyss was also anxiously running around. Don't worry, Ron will be fine. Although Nami was anxious, she couldn't lose control and was ready to take action immediately. Her Thunder Fruit ability could provide long-range attack support. No, Kizaru was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Ron stepped on a huge piece of ice, and with a roar, the ice shattered, but Ron used this force to rush towards Kizaru. Advertisement, don't worry, Miss Valentine said and flew towards the location of the battle. Your attack is indeed very strong, especially the speed, Ron said, but speed alone is not enough, the power difference is too big. Qian Jiao, bang. Covered by the cold air, the sea surface froze. Kizaru's body hit the ice, creating a deep pit, but he also avoided the fate of falling into the seawater. During the battle, Ron was continuously pushed towards the ocean by Kizaru's attacks, but his expression still didn't change much. Okay, enough fun, let's go up together. Ron waved his long knife, pointing the blade directly at the two Marine Admirals. Ron fell down easily and stood on an ice block, while Kizaru, who looked like a kite with a broken string, was about to fall into the ocean. Boom! Ron punched out with his left hand, and the punch wrapped around armament Haki knocked Kizaru away. Sister Valentine, please, we must save Brother Ron. Abyss and Aisha shouted towards Miss Valentine who was flying into the air. Don't move yet, Miss Valentine said at this time. I can fly, so I'll go over to check the situation first. Ron also ate devil fruit. I'm afraid that he will fall into the sea, which will be bad. I flew over to see if he fell into the sea, I could rescue him in time. A voice sounded from the wreckage of the warship, it was Aokiji. Nami, don't do anything, Robin said at this time. They attack together and the speed is so fast. You can't distinguish between the enemy and our random attacks, which is not good. Freeze. Don't worry too much, everyone. Ron will be fine, Robin comforted everyone, his eyes also focused on Ron during the battle. Then, please. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully to Miss Valentine. Why? Nami suddenly stopped moving. Yes, the two of them were fighting at this time. If she made a random move, not only would she not be able to help Ron, but she might attack him. That Kizaru moved so fast, maybe he could avoid it. Chapter 142. Defeat Marine and Admiral. The Marine fleet fled in panic. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. Nami and Kaya were surprised. Brother Ron is fine, that's great. Miss Valentine, who was flying in the sky, also showed a smile and breathed a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, how can this guy be defeated so easily? This is impossible. Compared to the surprise of Nami and others, the sailors on the warships were horrified. Being both Marines, they understand better than anyone else how powerful Aokiji and Kizaru are. These are two of the 3 Marine Admirals, the strongest among Marines. But now, what do they see? Aokiji was defeated before, and now Kizaru has been defeated as well. Is that Ron so strong? Isn't it too scary? Your Majesty Commander, what should we do now? A deputy next to the commander asked anxiously. Don't be impulsive yet. The commander twitched the corner of his mouth. Just because of his impulsiveness, he caused heavy casualties to the entire fleet. Now he really doesn't dare to act recklessly. What about us? The deputy was a little confused. Wait a minute, the 2 admirals can't lose so easily, the commander said solemnly. The 2 of them can definitely defeat that guy together. 2, are the 2 of them joining forces to deal with him? Hearing this, the deputy and other sailors stretched their heads and looked over one by one. Beside the ice pit on the sea surface, Aokiji jumped over, stood on the edge, and asked into the ice pit. How are you? Can you get up? 557. With a flash of golden light, Kizaru rushed out and said with some embarrassment, this guy is really strong. It seems that we really need to join forces, Aokiji said solemnly. Ron's strength should be comparable to the 4 emperors, right? Well, even among the 4 emperors, I think except for Whitebeard, everyone else is no match for him, right? What a scary young man, Kizaru said with a sigh. Whitebeard. He is old too. Aokiji shook his head and said, maybe, this guy has the strength to defeat Whitebeard. It's unlikely, right? Kizaru was stunned for a moment and said, if that's true, who will be able to control him in the future? No matter what happens in the future, Let's join forces now, so we don't really capsize, Aokiji said. Well, let's take action together. Kizaru nodded, golden light flashed on his body, and his sparkling fruit ability was used to its ultimate. Aokiji next to him was also filled with coldness. Since the two of them planned to join forces, they couldn't help but give their best, because if they lost again after joining forces, they would be embarrassed and disgraced. Advertisement on the opposite side. Ron stepped onto this huge piece of ice, put his hands behind his back, and said with a smile. I told you a long time ago, wouldn't it be enough to join forces as soon as possible? It's impossible for one person to defeat me, two people. If we do it together, there is still a slight possibility. B-Day. Ron, take the move. The two of us are joining forces now, so you have to be careful, Aokiji said coldly. With our strength, even you can't get away with it. Stop talking nonsense and take action. Kizaru transformed into a ray of light and rushed towards Ron quickly. Ice Blade. Kill. Aokiji gathered the cold energy in his hands and transformed into a pair of ice blades. He rushed towards Ron and slashed fiercely with the two blades. At this time, Kizaru was already fighting with Ron. Bang bang bang. The long sword in Ron's hand covered armament Haki and collided wildly with the Amankongyun sword in Kizaru's hand. Feeling Aokiji's two swords slashing behind him, Ron twisted his body. His observation Haki had already taken control of the situation. Although the two people in front of him also had two colors of Haki, in terms of mastery of these two types of Haki, Ron was overwhelming. For two. Ron avoided Aokiji's two consecutive sword attacks and slashed hard with his hand, sending Kizaru flying away. Bang bang. Ron turned around and fought with Aokiji. With two strikes, the ice blade in Aokiji's hand was immediately chopped into pieces and he had to retreat to avoid the fight. Huh. Ron exhaled, and then said. The two of them took action, which was a bit interesting, but that's it. Well, I only used 50% of my strength just now, and now I'm going to use my full strength. Then, prepare to end the battle. What, 50% combat power? With the intensity of the attack just now, he only used 50% of his combat power. Aokiji Kizaru and the two looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. However, the two of them immediately gathered their minds, thinking that this was Ron's way of disrupting their thoughts. How could he only use 50% of his combat power? Even if they die, they don't want to believe such a thing. If that's the case, maybe even Whitebeard can't reach this level, right? Then isn't he the strongest and invincible in the world? Absolutely impossible. The two of them didn't believe such a result. Take the move, I'm going to defeat you with one move, Ron said, inserting the long sword back into the scabbard, lowering his body slightly, and whispered. Ei. Slash into the wind. The art of drawing swords? Careful, Aokiji Kizaru and the two were suddenly startled and wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, it was too late. Advertisement. The core of Ba Dao Shu is to be fast, accurate and ruthless. When Ron was reciting the move, his whole body was like thunder erupting. With a flash of lightning, he was already behind Aokiji and Kizaru. With a click, he sheathed his long sword, and then slowly walked to the ice cube. From the edge, he looked towards Miss Valentine in midair. Beautiful girl, can you take me for a ride? Ron asked with a smile. Oh. Miss Valentine was startled. She had not recovered from Ron's earth-shattering blow just now. When she heard Ron's words, she immediately woke up. Then her face turned slightly red and she flew in front of Ron. Ron, did you really win? Well, let's go back. Ron nodded easily. All right. Miss Valentine reached out and took Ron's arm, and then led Ron and Luffy towards the Ark. Ark is gone. Girls, come on, how about we go have a drink? Ron led the other girls who had nothing to do and walked towards the big round table on the deck. The adjutant standing next to the commander woke up with a start and couldn't help asking. See, Your Excellency, Commander. Two admirals. Okay, it seems we have lost. I knew you wouldn't lose. Nami smiled, then opened the Ark and headed towards the water capital. Not long after, a surprised voice came from the other side. Your Excellency, Commander, the two admirals are not dead, but their injuries are a bit serious. After Ron returned to the Ark, the girls were completely relieved. There was a burst of chatter around Ron. Ron was surrounded by the girls, and his nostrils were filled with the fragrance. The scent of the girls was really refreshing. Hey, okay, here, the Marines are in dead silence. After learning that the two Marine admirals and their huge fleets could not defeat Ron, I don't know what kind of reaction it would be. And world government, let's go, keep moving forward. Ron hugged Kaya, Abis and Aisha and said towards Nami. Nonsense, I've seen it all. The commander was horrified. He turned around and glanced at the stunned expressions of his subordinates, and immediately shouted. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take a look at the two admirals. What an injury. Get the two admirals up quickly. Where is the doctor? Call the ship's doctor quickly, the commander shouted. Then, the helmsman and the herald, immediately give me orders to other warships to turn around and return to the headquarters. Aokiji and Kizaru fell on the ice, with blood flowing out from under their bodies. However, their chests and abdomen were still rising and falling, so they were obviously not dead yet. This is Ron showing mercy. As a result, the huge fleet that came with great momentum and wanted to capture Ron fled in such a panic. I don't know what Marshal Sengoku of Naval Headquarters, Counselor Crane, and other Marine executives learned about this news. What expression? As you command. Only at this moment did two voices sound on the ice. Plop, plop. Chapter 143 Naval Headquarters and World Government are stupid. Ace was caught. Ask for automatic subscription. When the news that Aokiji and Kizaru, the two admirals, had joined forces and were defeated by Ron, was sent back to Naval Headquarters, everyone was stunned, dumbfounded, and stunned. Everyone can't believe this is true. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it, those are two admirals, how could they lose? The key is to join forces to fight against the enemy. How can we lose? Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe that such a thing will happen. In the Naval Headquarters building, everyone who heard the news, whether they were high-ranking officers or low-level sailors, shook their heads like rattles, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. I heard that the fleet that followed Ron in the encirclement and suppression also suffered heavy losses. More than 1,000 people died, and more than 1,000 people were seriously injured, and even dozens of ships were lost. Oh my god, this 450 thing. I don't even know what to say. That is the fleet led by Dracula Vice Admiral. He is a top commander who has fought hard from North Blue. How could there be such a big loss? Although Commander Dracula is powerful, he faced Ron. Even the two admirals Aokiji and Kizaru lost together. Alas, our marine's reputation will take a big hit now. That's true. It's so sad. Why is that guy so powerful? Even Whitebeard from Four Emperors can't cause such a loss, right? I can't figure it out, and I can't figure it out either. I can only say that he is too awesome. Snap, snap, snap. Advertisement. There was a rush of footsteps in the corridor of Naval Headquarters, and a herald ran into the conference room where Marshal Sengoku was holding a telephone bug. Everyone, this is what happened. Commander Dracula is also here. He witnessed the whole process of the battle. That guy. Sengoku glanced at Commander Dracula. His lips moved, but in the end he didn't say much. Dracula was about to speak, but when he saw the herald coming in with a phone, he shut his mouth again. His face was not very good. It should be said that he was very ugly. He finally got a chance to lead a group trip. He originally thought that he would be accompanied by two admirals. I was able to take down the Ron easily and get a lot of credit, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. It was really miserable. Your Excellency, Marshal, the government is looking for you. The herald gave Sengoku a confused look. Seeing this, Sengoku immediately knew what he was doing. He must have had a bad attitude on the other side, but it was normal. This time the incident was too big. A fleet of 82 warships, plus 2 marine admirals, were defeated. Yes, this is like the sky falling for Naval Headquarters and World Government. Also, as for Ron, don't worry about him for the time being. Sengoku said with a tangled look, although we suffered heavy losses this time, fortunately the two admirals are fine. As for the death and serious injuries of the sailors, please go back and take care of yourself. Compassion, and then concentrate on preparing for Ace. Yeah, after saying this, Sengoku smiled. This should be the only good news in recent times. He was almost crushed by Ron. A few days ago, a pirate captured a young man named Ace who came to Marineford and handed him over to us. After careful verification, we found that Ace from the Whitebeard Pirates was the child that Roger had slipped through the net. Sengoku said in a deep voice. We are making careful preparations, so we won't be able to gather troops and deal with Ron in a short time. Fortunately, that guy doesn't have too many ambitions. I personally suggest leaving him alone until we complete the preparations. We will announce to the world that this Ace will be publicly executed, so as to bring absolute deterrence to all pirates in the world. The 5 elders suddenly hesitated. Yes, the 5 of them also felt that the 2 admirals had taken action, and this wave was stable. The result. Damn it. Sengoku. 5 elders immediately changed the subject. I heard that you captured Roger's son over there. Advertisement, Sengoku. What's going on with you, Marine? Do you know that this matter has spread? Do you know how much this matter has damaged the government's honor? The person on the other side of the phone was talking. It was one of the 5 elders. It was obvious that the other party was really angry. When he caught Sengoku, he yelled. Do you know that after the Revolutionary Army learned the news, they immediately accelerated the erosion of some effects? Those guys there fanning the flames and causing commotion everywhere. You said you were making such a fuss now. This guy is really hateful. The 5 elders on the opposite side gnashed their teeth in a low tone. What should we do now? How can we get rid of him completely? What a good idea. You have full authority to handle this matter. Our government will provide strong support. 5 elders nodded and said. I have no choice. Sengoku shook his head and said very bachelorly. The 2 admirals were defeated together. I think even if Akainu is added together, it is unlikely to defeat him. If you want to blame me, I can resign as marshal now. Dracula nodded sadly, knowing that he must be responsible for the huge losses of the fleet this time. Sengoku listened to the 5 elders' scoldings with a calm expression. After he finished scolding him, he said, I know, but before this happened, who could have known that Ron was so strong? Sengoku glanced at Dracula and said, Sengoku, victory or defeat is a matter of war. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders on the opposite side immediately knew that Sengoku wanted to retreat, just like that Garp, which was not possible. If he went down now, things in Naval Headquarters what to do. Yes, Your Majesty Marshal. Sengoku hung up the phone, then glanced at the people around him with a calm expression, and said, Now Akainu is on the New World side to frighten the 4 emperors. Al 1.8 Pheasant and Kizaru are recovering from their injuries. After they recover, according to our the plan is to summon all the main forces of Shichibukai and Marine here, and we will make the news public at that time. As for Dracula, you should go down and recuperate for a while first. Really, it's not that I, Sengoku, am incompetent, but that Ron is too cunning. Sengoku sighed as he spoke, as if he had aged more than 10 years. He continued. This guy, his growth rate is too exaggerated, I couldn't see it before, but now that the two admirals have taken action together, I finally know that his strength has reached the level of 4 emperors, and even exceeds it. No wonder he dismissed Shichibukai's position when we gave it before. With 4 how could he, with the strength of emperors, be interested in Shichibukai's position? I'm Sengoku, Sengoku said, picking up the phone. Chapter 144 Sensation all over the world. The shocking bounty for Ron and his team. Ron defeated 2 Marine admirals and also severely damaged Naval Headquarters fleet. This kind of news was too important to hide. The news quickly spread throughout the world, including the Grand Line. What? Ron defeated 2 Marine admirals. Aokiji Admiral and Kizaru Admiral were defeated. How is that possible? It's unbelievable. Such news can't be false, right? It's really surprising. Is this the first time Marine has suffered such a defeat in so many years? It's terrible, it's really terrible. Young people today are so terrible. Both the 4 Seas and the Grand Line are terrified by Ron's power, and even the 4 Emperors are surprised by his strength. Kaido of the Beasts even threatened. This young man has some strength, ha ha ha. I wonder if he has the guts to fight me? Whitebeard also said, I like this young man very much. If he comes to New World, I would like to meet him, ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin. This little guy, he, is quite interesting. I actually underestimated him before. The red-haired Shanks 13, who had just arrived in the first half of the Grand Line from New World, looked gloomy. This guy is very powerful, but I still want to see it for myself. Are you really that strong? On Nine Snake Island, the land of girls, a letter was placed in front of the Empress. The Empress glanced at it. Invite me to attend the Shichibukai meeting? Boring. Sister, also, this is today's newspaper. The guy you are following has made new moves. Sandersonia on the side handed over a newspaper. Oh, the Empress took the newspaper, glanced at it a few times, and a strange look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Defeat 2 Marine admirals. This guy. Is he growing so fast? It's really unbelievable. Sister, Marine's invitation. Marigold asked from the side. Don't worry about it. The Empress waved her hand, expressing no interest in it. Instead, she showed some interest in Ron's news. This guy, well, can defeat 2 Marine admirals, and also severely damage the Marine fleet. The strength required for this is not just that simple. This makes me very curious. The Empress caressed her lips, and a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Interested look. The other Shichibukai staff all remained silent in response to such news. Even Doflamingo couldn't help but rub his chin and start thinking. If I faced this guy, could I defeat him? Advertisement Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Monkey D. Dragon, held a newspaper in his hand, with a hearty smile on his face. Your Excellency, Chief. A young man with blonde hair and a woman with an exquisite face came over. The young man said, we have 4 countries of West Blue, 2 countries of North Blue, 1 country of South Blue, and 5 countries of East Blue, together with the penetration effect of the 11 small countries on the Grand Line is very good. What should we do next? Not bad, Sabo. You did a good job. Monkey D. Dragon said with a smile. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, our power development speed has increased a lot. I am very satisfied. Next, let's take advantage of the opportunity to vigorously develop. Well, the newly infiltrated country will focus on stability first, and transfer the power of the combat department and intelligence department to let other purposes penetrate there. I think it is almost time for us to make a big move. That guy is restless. Ha ha ha. This is really great news for us. Oh, Sabo glanced at the newspaper in Monkey D. Dragon's hand and said in surprise. Is this the news about Ron? Yes, that guy actually defeated 2 Marine admirals. Also, he single-handedly severely damaged the Naval Headquarters fleet. Dozens of ships were destroyed, thousands of sailors died, and more than 1,000 were seriously injured. The only pity is that the 2 Marine admirals were only seriously injured but not dead, after all. Monkey D. Dragon said, paused for a moment, looked up at Sabo and said, Sabo, I may need to leave for a while recently. Leave? Sabo asked in surprise. Are you going to see Ron? Smart. Monkey D. Dragon nodded and said, I met him once and tried my best to invite him to join the Revolutionary Army. Unfortunately, he refused. It is such a pity. With his strength, if he joins us, the possibility of us succeeding will be greatly increased, but it is not too late. He has officially broken with Marine and World Government. Haha, I heard that his fight with Marine this time stems from the previous World Government's treatment of him. Invitation card. Invitation letter. Sabo didn't know the news and suddenly became confused. Yes, the invitation letter for the Shichibukai position. This guy not only tore up the Shichibukai invitation letter in public, but also killed a Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. Ha ha ha, maybe now, if I invite him again, he will have maybe he agreed to join us, so I have to take a trip. Monkey D. Dragon laughed happily. Okay, then I wish you success, leader. Sabo became happy after hearing this. If Ron joins them, the power of the Revolutionary Army will immediately increase. After all, High-end combat power like Ron sometimes represents not just one person, but someone who can influence the outcome of a large-scale battle at a critical moment. Haha, I'll set off in a minute, and I'll leave this place to you. Monkey D. Dragon stood up and looked at the wanted posters in his hand. The reward for Ron and his party has also been lowered. I don't know what he sees now. What do you think? On the ark, a seagull landed. Nami scanned it with a newspaper and a stack of wanted posters, and was suddenly shocked. Ron, we have a wanted order. Nami shouted while holding a newspaper and a wanted poster, and the attention of a group of girls on the boat was immediately attracted. What's wrong? What's wrong? Kaya pulled Makino over and asked curiously, what happened? Didn't you hear what Nami said? Our arrest warrant has been issued, Nokagao said. By the way, Nami, is it along with our arrest warrant? Oh, are we wanted too? Kaya exclaimed. Such a big thing happened this time. Ron defeated 2 Marine Admirals and destroyed so many warships. Those of us traveling with him will definitely suffer. Vivi said with a sigh, although it was like a sigh, but I have no dissatisfaction, I just feel that it may be difficult to sail safely in the future. Let me see. Abis ran over and asked 127 anxiously. Sister Nami, what about me? How much reward do I have? Advertisement, how many do I have? Aisha also looked curious. You, Nami said with a black line. Do you think this reward is a joke? Ha ha ha, it was just a joke. Ron stretched out and walked out of the cabin. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help laughing. You're still laughing. Nami glared at him. You're a big boss, you've been letting us girls work hard for a long time, and you just woke up now. You still have the nerve to talk? Well, I'm a little tired from the previous battle. Ron looked around and said, well, let's take a look at the wanted poster first. Here, take a look for yourselves. Nami handed over the newspaper and the wanted notice. When several people saw it, they immediately exclaimed. Ron. The bounty is 2 billion belly. Nami. The bounty is 60 million belly. Robin. The bounty is 96 million belly. Vivi. The bounty is 57 million belly. Kaya. The bounty is 5.4 million belly. Makino. The bounty is 1.2 million belly. Nokagao. The bounty is 1.35 million baileys. Toshigi. The bounty is 47 million belly. Miss Valentine. Bounty of 51 million baileys. Miss Golden Week. Bounty of 8.75 million baileys. Abis. The bounty is 150,000 belly. Aisha. The bounty is 110,000 belly. Lackey. The bounty is 780,000 belly. Cornish. The bounty is 600,000 baileys. Chapter 145. Finally established a real relationship with Nami. Ask for automatic subscription. The amount on this wanted order was obviously determined based on the length of time Ron and his party spent. Aisha, Lackey, and Cornies boarded the ship relatively late. The highest Lackey only had a bounty of 780,000 baileys, and although Abis boarded the ship early, she was still a child after all, so her bounty was relatively low. Even Cornies, who had little fighting ability, was higher than her. As for the others, they were not low. Miss Valentine even reached the reward level of 51 million, which made her grin after seeing it. When Miss Golden Week saw her bounty of more than 8 million yuan, her expression did not change at all, and she still stood aside with Robin and drank tea calmly. Seeing this, Kaya was a little puzzled and said, I'm just a ship doctor, how can I have a bounty of more than 5 million yuan? Because you have a great captain, Ron chuckled. You're still laughing. Nami glared at him. Now we've all been tricked by you, what will we do in the future? Don't panic, I'm here, aren't you? Ron waved his hand and said, I'll hold up the sky if it falls. It's just a reward, I'll scare you. You are not itchy because you have too many lice. Nami rolled her eyes at him. You are already worth 1.8 billion, and we are only a few. That's it. Ron shrugged and said, if someone comes to surround us, I will be their number 1 target. You all have to step aside. Well, you just need to hold the line for me from behind. They defeated you, but in the end they will eat us girls? Nami said. Beat me? Who can defeat me? Ron raised his brows, looking arrogant and confident. Look how proud you are. Nami ignored him, turned around, and continued to draw her chart. Brother Ron, I just like your confident look. Kaya walked up to Ron with a smile and said like a little girl. I like it too, Abis shouted. There's me, Elsa also shouted. You kids, please stop shouting. Miss Valentine waved her hand, and then looked at Ron with a strange look in her eyes. Ron, are you feeling any pressure with so much bounty on your head? Advertisement, pressure? Ron pondered. Oh, this person is so famous, he is a burden. Oh, it's hard to describe. Robin listened to the side, his mouth twitching constantly. This guy is getting thicker and thicker now. Ron and the girls made a fuss, then signaled everyone to be quiet and asked, we have been traveling for so many days, haven't we arrived at the water capital yet? I have to ask Nami. Vivi looked at Nami with a questioning expression. Well, the water capital is coming soon. Our ships are very fast now. We still have a day's journey at most. We should be almost there by noon tomorrow. Nami raised his head and calculated. Can we arrive at noon tomorrow? Okay. Ron nodded. Makino, you guys make some delicious food tonight. You don't have to save the food you bought before. Let's go to the water city to store it tomorrow. Okay. Makino said with a smile. Then Sister Konus, I, and Nokagao will prepare a big meal for everyone tonight. Big dinner. Abyss drooled and said, okay, I like big meals the most, that. Sister Makino, I also want to drink juice. I want to drink milk. Elsa raised her hands. Everything is available, Makino said with a smile. Captain Ron said there's no need to save food, so I will give everyone the most sumptuous dinner tonight. Yeah, great. The two girls suddenly laughed happily. That night, 3 top chefs, Makino, Nako, and Cornish, indeed prepared a super luxurious meal for everyone. Come on, I'm very happy today, let's all have a drink. Ron shouted while raising his glass. Happy? Nami couldn't help but said, are you happy just because the bounty has increased? Oh my god, I'm impressed by your captain. I don't care if you accept it or not, just tell me whether you want to drink it or not. Ron smiled and asked, looking at Nami's rosy face. Drink. Are you afraid? Nami proudly picked up the glass of wine in front of him and poured it into his mouth. Come on, let's all come together, advertisement. Early the next morning. Ron opened his eyes and took a breath. A large piece of golden sunlight came in from the window on one side, shining on Nami's graceful figure, making Ron's eyes widen. Brother Ron, I'll clink glasses with you too. Aisha shouted to Ron while standing on a stool holding a milk glass. There's me. Abyss was the same, not wanting to lag behind. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Ron smiled and put his arms around Nami's graceful body. You're still watching. Nami became angry and punched him with his fist. Nami stroked her dizzy forehead and walked towards the room. Ron stared straight at a certain place, covering his head innocently and said, Hey, Nami-chan, this is my room. You came here on your own initiative last night, you can't blame me. After some eating and drinking, even though the girls were a little reserved, they were all full. Even Toshigi, Vivi and Lackey also drank wine, while Robin and Miss Golden Wheat drank tea. Most of the other girls drank juice. Delete 200 words. What does it mean to be ruined by my hands? Ron immediately cried out. I am forced to do nothing. You come here in the middle of the night and pull and hug me. What can I do? Oh, I can't do this to you. I have no choice but to let you succeed. It's a pity that my small body has been taken advantage of by you all night. After eating and drinking, the girls went back to their rooms to rest, while the Ark stopped moving and anchored on the sea surface. You are shameless and shameless. Nami laughed angrily at him and punched Ron again. Several bumps appeared on Ron's head. Let them think what they want. Ron didn't let go and hit Nami again. Let go, it's already dawn, and I have to go out to sail the boat. If I go out late, I don't know what they will think. Nami shyly pushed Ron away. Nami stared at Ron for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly. Oh my god, my precious body has been destroyed in your hands for so many years? Nami opened her eyes and looked blankly at Ron beside her. She opened her eyes stupidly and opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Chapter 146 The Weird Eyes of the Girls. Jealous Princess Vivi. When Ron took Nami out of the cabin, all the girls stared at the two of them, as if they had flowers growing on their faces. These scorching gazes made Nami, who had always been careless, look embarrassed and lowered her head. Kaya came over, hugged Nami's arm and said, Sister Nami, why don't you take a rest? It'll be fine if we wait a while before setting off. I'm fine. Nami's face brightened and he said quickly, everyone wants to get to the water city as soon as possible. I'm going to sail the boat now. Although the Ark's power system not only requires Nami's power of thunder and lightning, but also requires a lot of people to work together, and the girls are not professional sailors, so under normal circumstances, Nami has to turn it on personally. How about you go back and rest for a while? Ron hesitated, knowing that Nami would be uncomfortable if he moved around at this time, so he suggested. No need. Nami rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and walked to the control center to start the ship. Brother Ron, you are not gentle enough this time. Kaya said with a smile. Sister Nami is still a B*ch. Look at you, it's not good to let her come out to do things. Well, 223 her body was modified by Thunderfruit, so she should be fine. Ron coughed and said. That won't work either. Kaya immediately brought up her identity as ship's doctor and said, girls are number one. They're very harmful to the body. Wait a minute, Sister Makino, can you make some supplements for Sister Nami? No problem. Makino nodded. I'll go. As Nami's sister, Nuoki looked at Nami's slightly weak face and didn't know that was being ed by Ron ****. She immediately walked to the kitchen in the cabin and went to prepare supplements for Nami. Is Sister Nami injured? Abyss asked curiously. Her face is indeed not very pretty, but we didn't encounter any enemies this night. How come Sister Nami is injured when she is fine? Yes. Aisha also bit her finger in confusion. How did Sister Nami get injured? Is it serious? Lackey walked up to the two of them with a strange expression, took their little hands and said, these are adults' matters, you two, don't ask, come, I still have some things over there that I need your help with. Oh. The two little girls were pulled away by Lackey with expressions of confusion on their faces. Vivi walked up to Ron and said a little jealously, Ron, isn't Nami more beautiful than me? Advertisement, no, you are all beautiful. Upon hearing this, Ron quickly said, You are all so beautiful, there is no one who is more beautiful than the other. Then, Vivi opened her mouth, but didn't say anything else. Instead, she snorted, turned and walked away. This girl, could it be? Ron was stunned for a moment, then he touched his chin and looked at Vivi's graceful leaving figure. His heart moved. Could it be? Ahem, maybe it's time for Vivi to have S*X too. You can't let this girl down no matter what, right? After a while, the arc started up, and Nami was brought to the table under the umbrella on the deck by Nokagao, who gave her a tonic to drink. Nami. Are you giving it to him now? Nokagao asked hesitantly. Isn't it a little too early? I don't know why I went there yesterday. Oh, it's so annoying. Nami rubbed his brow. You went at that time, you must have wanted to go, Nokagao said with a smile. You went to drink with him on purpose yesterday, and you didn't drink too much. Humph, don't think I don't know. Sooner or later you will be his too. Nami glanced at her and hummed. How could I? Nuochigao's face turned red and he turned his head away. You are still shy, Nami said with a smile. Do you think he will let you go? There are so many beautiful girls on the boat, who am I? Noshigao said with a sigh. What do you mean if you don't, BDAA? Nami asked in surprise. Then why do you think he wanted to let you on the boat? He is just a ******. He is not selective about what he eats. Nuokagao pouted. Then, will you let him speak when the time comes? Nami asked with a smile. Oh, I won't tell you anymore. Nokagao ran away quickly. Nami looked at Nuochi's retreating back and shook her head. Oh, this guy Ron, our sisters are completely in his hands. Advertisement on the other side, Ron stood on the side of the boat, looking at the sea and thinking about the meaning of life. Kaya, on the other hand, ran to Vivi's side. At this moment, Vivi was discussing something with Toshigi. Seeing Kaya's arrival, the two of them were a little curious. Sister Toshigi, Sister Vivi. Kaya smiled at the two of them, then looked at Vivi and asked, Sister Vivi, now Nami's sister is one step ahead of you, you have to work hard. Why should I add fuel? Vivi said with wandering eyes. You're still pretending to be stupid with me. Kaya put her hands on her hips and said, your expression just now gave you away, and more. Kaya looked at Toshigi and said, Sister Toshigi, too. I remember you were kissed by Brother Ron before. Vivi immediately looked at Toshigi with a suspicious look on her face. Toshigi stuttered suddenly, his face turned red, and he was shocked at how this matter could be known to Yaya. No one else saw it at the time. Hey, I got the words from Brother Ron, Kaya sold Ron immediately. This guy. Toshigi gritted his teeth. Okay, you too. Vivi pouted a little jealously. I won't say it Kaya, Toshigi, I still treat you as my best friend, but you actually eat it secretly, Vivi, listen to me. Toshigi explained with some embarrassment. That was a bet I made with him, and then I lost, so, just. You bet with him? Don't you want to lose on purpose? Vivi glared and said, would that guy do something he's not sure about? Okay. Toshigi thought for a moment and could only admit helplessly. I was deceived by him. So you two have to work hard, Kaya said with a wink. Otherwise, the sisters who boarded the ship later will get on first. For example, Sister Robin, I think Brother Ron likes her very much, and Sister Lackey. Well, of course there's the gentlest Sister Makino, and Konus is also good, gentle, kind and cute. Vivi's expression suddenly changed. If she thought about it carefully, she really underestimated her enemies so much. No, she had to find an opportunity and act quickly. Vivi cheered herself up in her heart and made up her mind to look for opportunities during this period. Chapter 147. The super large golden pillar shakes the water city. The turmoil caused by Ron's arrival. In the end, Ron and Vivi, both of whom had their own intentions, failed because the Ark arrived at the water city in the afternoon of that day. At the pier of the water city, the huge Ark began to dock. On other ships on the pier, a group of people looked at the Ark and exclaimed in admiration from time to time. It's really because the shape of the Ark is different from the ordinary ships in Qinghai. It is a ship from Sky Island, carefully built by Enel to compete for the Grand Line's ships. Wow, is this the water city? It's so beautiful. Kaya looked at the pleasant water city and marveled. Really? Cornies also laughed. This place is so beautiful, it's no worse than Kong Island. Yes, let me just say that there are a lot of scenery on the Grand Line that are not available on Sky Island, So it is a great choice for you to join us, Kaya said, holding Kei Zhongzi's hand. Well, Kaya, let's go shopping together later, Cornish suggested. Okay, let's go shopping together later, Then, Sister Nami will go too, and Sister Vivi will go too. Let's all go together, Kaya looked at Ron. Ron suddenly felt a chill in his heart and wanted to go shopping again? Oh my god. Ron's eyes immediately wandered, and he was thinking about how to refuse, but at this time Nami and Vivi came over, one side at a time, firmly holding his arm, and looked at Ron with a smile. You will be happy to accompany us shopping, right? Yes. Ron twitched the corner of his mouth, wiped his sweat, and looked at the smiles on the faces of a large group of girls speechlessly. Well, since I can't escape, I will go shopping with you. I just hope as a large group of you, please don't waste too much time. By the way, there's that golden pillar. Nami suddenly snapped his fingers, looked at the golden pillar fixed by ropes on the Ark and said, Ron, didn't you say you wanted to exchange it for money here? it's up to you to move it. We are all girls. You can't let us do it, right? How is that possible? Ron said righteously. I must be the one to do such heavy work. How is it possible for you, a bunch of delicate and beautiful girls, to do such a thing? So, Ron walked to the side of the huge golden pillar and paused for a moment when he looked at the golden pillar that was even taller than others when it fell. This thing is really big. According to calculations, such a big golden pillar should be sold for 20 with so much money, they don't have to worry about money all the way to New World. It's enough no matter how much they spend. Advertisement. Drink. Ron shouted softly, clasped his hands, and held the big and scary golden pillar on his shoulders. With his strength, although this thing was extremely heavy, it was easily held up. Let's go. Ron carried the golden pillar, paying attention to the strength under his feet and not trampling the ark. He led the girls all the way down the pier and walked towards the downtown area of Water City. Many of the roads in the Water City are mainly waterways, but Ron obviously couldn't walk by water while carrying such a heavy guy, so he could only advance slowly by land. And it was Ron's arrival that caused some shock in the Water City. First of all, he scared the passers-by on the road by carrying the big and scary golden pillar on his shoulders. Whether they were ordinary people or pirates and bandits, their eyes widened when they saw such a big golden pillar, and their jaws almost hit the ground. How had they ever seen such a big golden pillar? That's gold? I'm going to go for it, so big. Oh my god. How much is this? How much is this worth? It's so scary. Quick, go and inform the boss that a super fat sheep has appeared. Such a huge amount of gold. After doing this, I won't be able to use it all in my lifetime. After Ron's eyes glanced at those who were stunned, he showed an extremely greedy look and a weird smile in his eyes. You guys, please don't mess with me, otherwise, you will know what real terror is. The girls also discovered this. After all, the things Ron was carrying were too eye-catching. Almost everyone on the road was staring at them. Please give me flowers, haha, brother Ron is the best. Kaya and Abis laughed happily when they heard this. Advertisement, Nami, go and find out where the nearest bank is. I'm just resisting like this. I'm not tired at all, but it doesn't feel good to be surrounded by people. Ron looked around and saw the looks of a large group of people. Following the movement of his body, well, it should be said that it was following the movement of the gold on his body. His eyes were as terrifying as if he wanted to eat someone. The diameter of the golden weak stick on his body is as big as a bank door. If he were to forcefully bring it into the bank, it would probably destroy the bank. In the crowd, there were two groups of people with strange expressions. After looking at each other, they nodded secretly and looked at Ron with a somewhat fierce look. You didn't need to think about it to know what these people were planning. 0. Okay. Nami nodded, then he went to the street vendor and started asking. After a while, he came back and said with a smile. Let's go, this is already the downtown area, we'll be there just a short distance ahead. This is where the bank is. Outside, a large group of people were watching the golden pillar on Ron's shoulder. Wait a minute, Sister Nami and I will go in together. Kaya smiled and pulled Nami towards the bank. The other girls were accompanying Ron outside. Then let's go there quickly, Cornish said. Brother Ron, are we in any danger? Kaya asked. Everyone continued to move forward, although the number of pedestrians around them did not decrease, but increased a lot. However, after about 10 minutes, everyone finally arrived at the location of the bank. But it's still too big, and it's inedible, Ron said nonchalantly. It's better to exchange it for money. When the money is available, you can buy whatever you want. Well, Nami, go and call the door first. You can't take this guy into the bank. Let their staff arrange a place to store it, Ron said. Such a big piece of gold. Someone will definitely be tempted. Nami said in a deep voice, we have to convert it into money quickly. Ron had nothing but good things to say about each of them. Finally here. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Ron. Yes. The other girls also looked up at the huge gold pillars and exclaimed. This is the first time we have seen so much gold. Chapter 148 Ron's identity is exposed. The bankers are here to flatter me. Groups of people in the crowd began to meet. Boss, should we take action now? A man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks asked. If we don't take action, I'm afraid more and more people will pay attention. You idiot. The leader of the group, a short, fat, bald man, said fiercely. That piece of gold is so big, even if we snatch it, we can't transport it away quietly. Look at them. When you come to the bank, you must want to change money. How easy will it be for us to just grab the money then? That's what the boss said. When the man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he slapped his horse. The boss is still wise, powerful, smart and witty. But, the bald boss looked around for a week and said with some worry. What you said makes sense. More and more people are paying attention to this place. I heard that Fluky and his gang are also coming. On the way, if he dares to steal business from me. Seeing the cold light in the eyes of the bald boss, several of the men next to him were all covered in cold sweat and said, 313. This boss is a ruthless character. It is not an exaggeration to say that he kills people like crazy. I hope those guys don't mess with God. The few people next to them all had guns on their waists, grinning with sneers, looking at Ron and his group, and started to take action after they exchanged Bailey. On the other side, Frankie's men had already notified Frankie himself. When he heard that the big fat sheep had appeared, Frankie's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately set off and dared to come over. Seeing the two most domineering groups in the Water City appear, the other small forces immediately did not dare to continue taking action. They could only watch on the side, wanting to see how these two groups would act. If the gang fights, you might be able to get some advantages. As for Ron, he and the girls stood at the door of the bank. Not long after, Nami and Kaya walked out, followed by several bank staff. Here, this is gold. Look how much it costs, Nami said, pointing to the golden pillar that Ron was carrying. The bank employee's eyes had already widened. He had never seen such a big gold pillar even though he had been working in the bank for so long. This, such a big piece of gold, my god. The bank staff was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Nami asked. Hurry up and find a place for us to put down. Aren't you tired after fighting for so long? Hey, okay. The staff member came to his senses and glanced at the large group of people staring outside. He knew that such a big thing had attracted too many people's attention, and that such a large amount of business was not a small employee of his. It can be done, after all, you have to ask the bank manager to handle it. Come with me. I'll take you to put down your things first, and then I'll ask our person in charge to come over. I can't make the decision on such a big business, the bank staff said, leading Ron and others in through the back door, asked Ron to put the gold in a courtyard, and then ran to find the person in charge. Advertisement. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit with a mustache and a smile came over. Welcome, warmly welcome our distinguished guests. You can choose our bank to exchange gold. This is your trust in us. I won't say more. Now I will ask someone to test the purity of the gold, weigh it, and estimate the value. Everyone, please come to the VIP room to rest. I have prepared precious drinks and pastries for you. After Ron put down the golden pillar, he patted his clothes and said, hurry up, we have time. This is your distinguished guest. The person in charge of the bank did not dare to neglect and respectfully invited Ron and others to go. Ron wasn't afraid of them playing tricks. The golden pillar was so big and heavy that they couldn't move it away. The key was that if they dared to play tricks, Ron would make it difficult for them to carry it around. Dear guest, you look familiar. I wonder who you are? The person in charge of the bank looked at Ron's face and asked in confusion. Me? Ron glanced at him and said bluntly, I am Ron of the Sword and Rose Pirates. Ah, Ron. You are Captain Ron? When the person in charge of the bank heard Ron's name, his eyes widened and his legs became a little weak. Ron from the Sword and Rose Pirates is an incredible big shot. This is a man who defeated Mahawk, one of the Shichibukai, and also killed Crocodile, who was also a member of the Shichibukai. The most important thing is that he recently had a wanted order and was worth as much as 2 billion belly, which caused him. The reason for his sharp rise in worth is that he defeated the joint attack of 2 marine admirals by himself, and also defeated dozens of warships. These earth-shattering achievements are simply terrifying to death. Just hearing about these achievements can scare people to death, let alone Ron in person now? The person in charge of the bank had a cold sweat running down his back. He couldn't help but be afraid. This is a big pirate with a bounty of 2 billion. Such a terrifying big pirate is usually active in the New World. The reason why the Ron in front of him is still in the first half of the Grand Line is because he is too young and has just arrived in the Grand Line soon. Don't be negligent, absolutely can't be negligent. The person in charge of the bank warned himself in his mind, and there is absolutely no way that there will be any mistakes in this gold exchange. If this makes this man unhappy, no one will dare to say anything if the bank is demolished. After all, the other party is the Marine Lord Admiral. Someone that everyone dares to praise. Mr. Ron, please come quickly, please come this way. Advertisement. When the person in charge of the bank spoke again, he was so respectful and humble that he was almost in awe. He seems to be the CC captain who has been on the news these days. The girl hesitated and said, he is the great pirate who is suffering from Chonggao and talks about 1 billion baileys. The world's greatest swordsman. The Sword and the Rose Captain Ron of the Pirates. Ron nodded calmly and looked at the girls beside him. Let's go and try the drinks and pastries here. How do you like them? I think. The last girl looked at Ron's walking figure strangely, especially after seeing his face. She was even more shocked. He seems to be. No wonder Chris is so fawning to please him. It turns out he is Ron. It's him? What kind of customer is that? To make Chris stutter like this? A female employee asked curiously. He is so handsome. They saw that the person in charge, who had always been serious and cold, was trying to please customers like a pug, with an expression as shameless as possible. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Chris is famous for being serious and mean. To be able to make him fawn over like 2.7, my god, what kind of noble person does he have to be? Another girl couldn't help but wonder. Alas. There are indeed many beautiful girls around him. It seems that I have no chance. In the Sword and Rose Pirates, Captain Ron represents the sharp sword and is extremely powerful in combat, while the girls on the ship are all grandmasters with logistical and auxiliary capabilities. They have little combat power, but are all extremely beautiful, representing roses. Now when I take a look at it myself, all the girls in the Sword and Rose Pirates are indeed beautiful and charming. The beauty of Captain Ron is really enviable. Who is it? Do you know him? The other girls were suddenly surprised and asked quickly. Okay. Kaya pulled Nami and said, her eyes lit up and she said, in a beautiful place like the Water City, there must be a lot of delicious food, right? In the bank, Other bank employees stared blankly. What did they see? This beautiful lady. You will definitely be satisfied with the food we provide here. When the bank manager saw the beautiful girls following Ron, he immediately remembered the newspaper reports. Oh my god. Chapter 149. Received a huge cash of 2.8 billion Baileys? Someone wants to rob Ron? In the VIP room of the bank, Ron and others were sitting there, sipping drinks from Water City and eating pastries, accompanied by the person in charge of the bank. When will the gold be tested and valued? Ron asked while sipping his drink. Mr. Ron, please wait a moment, because the gold you brought is too big and heavy, it may take some time. The person in charge of the bank said carefully while wiping his sweat. Don't worry, the test should be ready soon. In terms of valuation, we will definitely make you satisfied. Yeah. Ron nodded, then took a piece of pastry and handed it to Elsa on the side. Here, eat this, it tastes good. Thank you, brother Ron. Aisha thanked her with a smile, picked up the pastry and put it in her mouth. Well, it's really delicious. After a while, two old whitebeard men walked in. Both of them are professional appraisal and inspection masters in banks. Although it was the first time to inspect and appraise such a huge amount of gold, it took a lot of time, but they successfully completed the task. When the two came here, they murmured in the ear of Chris, the head of the bank, and then bowed to Ron and others and retreated. Mr. Ron, our appraiser has completed the estimate. Chris said seriously. For the gold you brought, the price we gave is 2.6 billion belly, which is definitely the highest price. Do you see it? Oh, Ron looked calm, stopped Nami who wanted to speak, and said with a smile. You should know my strength, right? I know. Chris was shocked and said quickly. Mr. Ron is invincible in the world and has defeated so many masters of the Grand Line. Naturally, he is also a powerful person. I still know this. I heard what those two master appraisers just said. The valuation was 2.8 billion, and you cut me off 200 million just by re-explaining it? Do you think I was taken advantage of? Ron said with a smile. Or should I? Your bank doesn't want to do business with me anymore? That's fine, Ron, I'm not the kind of overbearing person. Since your bank doesn't want to do business, then I'll look for other banks. No, Chris' expression changed. He was just an ordinary person. How could he know that a person like Ron with observation Haki could even hear such a whisper clearly? He quickly changed his words and said, 28 billion is only 1.8 billion. We will prepare cash for you now, please wait a moment. After all, such a large amount of money is not a small amount, and we need time to prepare it. Well, hurry up. Ron waved his hand. Chris walked out sweating profusely. Ron, why don't you let me talk? Nami asked strangely. I think our gold should be more than 2.8 billion, right? I have roughly estimated that the value of our gold pillar should be close to 3 billion. However, because it is too large, the bank will also need to make some money if it is exchanged for cash, so 28 memories will do. Advertisement. But, this will cost more than 100 million Baileys. I feel so distressed, Nami said tangledly. You have to make some money for others. Are you still not satisfied with the 2.8 billion? Ron smiled and shook his head. Nami was good at everything, but she was a little too greedy for money. But I don't blame her. It was all because of Nami's life when she was a child. Caused by too much misery. Then, I'll be in charge of the money after I get it. Nami looked at Ron with a smile. I'll take care of it for you, okay? Ron rubbed his forehead. Okay, now the relationship with Nami is transparent. This woman has officially become a housekeeper, although she was in charge of the ship's finances before. He has great power, but now he truly controls a boatload of finances. Okay. Nami smiled proudly. Sister Nami, you have to take care of so much money. Abyss said with her big round eyes. Then if we need money to buy things in the future, do we need to apply to you? Of course. Nami raised his head and said, so you must be obedient in the future, otherwise I will not approve the money for you. We must be obedient. Abyss and Aisha quickly raised their hands and said in unison. Seeing this, the other girls all showed gentle smiles. After about a meal, Chris walked in with a group of female employees, carrying nearly 30 suitcases. As soon as he entered the door, he said respectfully, Mr. Ron, your cash is ready. There are 2 in total. There are 18 suitcases, each of which contains 100 million Baileys in cash. Can Dao count them? I'll do it. Nami hurriedly stepped forward and began to open the suitcase and take inventory. Ron stepped forward and saw that Nami was planning to count the boxes one by one. He quickly said, just do the counting at will. If they dare to play tricks, I will come back and smash their bank. Chris and a group of bank employees standing aside were stunned when they heard this. Isn't this too overbearing? Chris wiped his sweat. Fortunately, I know your identity and have never thought of playing any tricks. Otherwise, if this man really gets angry, not only will the bank be smashed, but their lives will also be lost. Guaranteed. Okay. Nami nodded, and then did a simple inventory. After finding that there was no problem, he raised his head and said with a smile. No problem, let's go now? Mr. Ron, please go slowly. Please continue to look after our bank if you have business in the future. Chris and others shouted respectfully towards the backs of Ron and others. Advertisement, please subscribe automatically, thank you very much. Okay. Ron waved his hand casually. Come out. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks shouted several times, but did not hear the boss's response. When he turned around, he saw that the bald boss and others had their mouths wide open, and their eyes were filled with golden light as they watched Ron and his companions approach. Okay. Ron glanced at the other girls. Let's go, aren't we all going shopping? Yes, Flushy and the others are in the alley not far away. They're also preparing to take action. We must grab the money before them. The bald head stared at Ron and his party carefully, and saw Ron and others finally arrived. When he reached the intersection, he suddenly shouted, "Follow me." The girls each carried 1 or 2 boxes, and even Ron also carried 2 boxes, and they all got up and left the bank VIP room. Chris and others sent Ron and others out of the door. Oh, let's go shopping. Abis and Aisha laughed happily. Kill, ha ha ha, boss, we are rich. Another subordinate also said excitedly. You are right, with this money, we can all become noble lords. When the time comes, we can use this money to invest, go earn more money, God, 2.8 billion, it can become 3.8 billion, 4.8 billion by then. I can almost breathe with excitement. Outside the bank gate, most of the people had dispersed. Only some people with ulterior motives stayed here, waiting for Ron and his party to come out. Sure enough, they were waiting now. Look at the many boxes in their hands. Beside the bald boss, a man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks looked at the boxes in the hands of Ron and others with shining eyes, and said excitedly, according to bank standards, 1 box is filled with banknotes of the largest denomination. It can reach the amount of 100 million belly, there are 28 boxes in total, my God, 2.8 billion belly, boss. 003, boss, please wake up, should we take action now? The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks asked the boss quickly. I understand, boss, said a ruthless subordinate. It doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman, we will do it later, grab the money and leave. The bald man took a deep breath and said sternly, get your weapons out and be ready. When they turn around the intersection in front of you, we will go together. Don't worry about those women. No matter how beautiful the women are, what does it matter? With all this money, what do we want in the future? Let's get the money first. Do it. Of course we have to do it. The bald man's whole body trembled with excitement. Oh my God, brothers, 2.8 billion belly. This, so much money, is enough for us to spend our whole life. We must do it, brothers, after this job, we will wash our hands and stop being robbers. With so much money, we can even buy noble status through means, and then we will all become nobles. Come on. Chapter 150 Vivi and Lackey go to war. Beat up the bald guys. Frankie appears. Why? Seeing a group of people rushing out with weapons, Ron showed no expression, and the girls were surprised. Who are these people? Kaya was still ignorant and had no idea what these people were doing. But Nami's expression changed and he shouted, be careful, they may be here to steal money. Robbing money. Kaya also changed her expression, but when she saw Ron beside her, she felt relieved. With Ron around, she was not afraid of anything. They actually want to steal our money. They're indeed a group of bad people. Abis snorted and glared at the dozen or so strong men who came over. Don't be afraid, Aisha said with her hands on her hips. Brother Ron is here, sister Lackey is here, and other sisters, so we don't have to be afraid of them. Yes, not afraid, Abis also nodded. Don't talk nonsense to them, just shoot, grab the money and leave. The bald man looked at Ron and his group ferociously, knowing that this was not the time to talk nonsense. It would be a fool's behavior to stop and show off one's strength. After all, Fluky and his gang were watching eagerly nearby, and he was ready to take action quickly and achieve a quick victory. I understand, boss. A group of his men immediately took the order and rushed forward with weapons. The gunman behind them raised his gun and shot at Ron and his group. Bang 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 bang. Brush. Seeing the opponent shoot directly, Ron raised his brows, flashed, and blocked these attacks. He himself was not afraid of ordinary bullet attacks, but the girls were not. He had to help block the bullets. Okay. Did the robbery come to my head, Ron? Ron smiled, his eyes full of coldness. I have to say, you guys are really looking for death. Advertisement glancing at the group of strong men charging over, Ron shook his head. Unfortunately, he hasn't awakened Conqueror's Haki yet. Otherwise, if one Haki goes down, everyone will stop eating, however. It was almost done. Ron felt that as long as he found someone who knew Conqueror's Haki, withstood an attack from Conqueror's Haki, and carefully experienced the power of Conqueror's Haki, he might be able to learn Conqueror's Haki. Of course, I'm not thinking about these things now. Let's deal with these little minions first. Ron, let's do it. Vivi and Lackey came out. The two girls were no longer the same. Ron had upgraded their 2 skills to full level, and their combat effectiveness had been greatly improved. It's still very easy for these little guys. Okay, let these robbers practice with you. After thinking about it, Ron nodded and agreed. As he said, these people are just ordinary robbers, just for the 2 girls to practice with. Sisters, just watch out. Vivi laughed, moved her hands, and took out her weapons. Well, her weapons are still the same pair of tops, but she can also attack from a distance. As for Lackey, her abilities are not bad. Sandora's inherited combat skills have a physical amplification effect. Her current melee ability is almost close to that of Tashigi. The 2 girls rushed towards the group of strong men. After a burst of crackling, all the strong men fell to the ground. Each of them had either a broken hand or a broken leg, lying on the ground wailing in pain. When the bald boss saw this, his eyes widened. This How is it possible? Why are these two women so powerful? Boss. These people are too strong, too powerful. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks next to the bald boss watched in horror as the two terrifying girls launched a wave of offensive, knocking down all the good players on their side. My calves suddenly became soft. Run, I run, you, the queen. The bald old man's thighs and stomach were weak. He had never seen such a powerful person. Until now, he had not recognized the identity of Ron and his party. At this moment, he saw his own party. It's not about the other party at all, and we don't want to steal money, let alone think about becoming a noble lord after stealing money. My life is about to be lost, so what's the use of thinking about it? The bald boss immediately ordered the sharp-mouthed man with monkey cheeks to stay behind, while he himself turned around and ran away at a very fast speed. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was stunned for a while. Looking at the back of his boss running away, his heart was filled with chills. Still want to run? Huh? Vivi snorted and threw the top in her hand. Peacock saw, fall down. Call out. Boom. The top hit the bald boss on the back of the head. With a bang, the bald boss fell to the ground, lying on the ground with his legs spread out, not knowing whether to live or die. Advertisement. Seeing this, the man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks trembled all over and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Spare my life, two heroines, please spare my life. This sir, I was forced to. Shut up. Hearing these familiar words, Ron glared at him to shut up. The man suddenly did not dare to speak. He knelt on the ground with a look of despair, waiting for the judgment of life and death. Look, should we kill them all? Ron looked at the girls and asked. If he were alone, it would be okay to kill these guys casually, but now the girls are all standing aside, especially Abis, Aisha and Miss Golden Week, who are killing people in front of three little girls. There is always something not so good about it. After hearing this, Kaya hesitated and said, teach them a lesson and then stop killing people, right? It's really not good to kill people all the time. Makino also nodded. Ron, let's save their lives, right? But let them stop doing this kind of thing in the future. Nokagao looked at the group of strong men who fell to the ground and said, if they go to rob others in the future, they will definitely cause trouble to others. Maybe they'll even kill good people. It's easy. Ron nodded, understanding what the girls meant, and then walked towards these people, stepped on them, and broke one of their legs. Everyone did not let go of the bald guy. The boss even had his legs broken by Ron, which made it difficult for them to continue to do evil in the future. Unless they transform their bodies into semi-mechanical ones like Frankie, but that would cost a lot of money. With these things, it's basically impossible. Speaking of Frankie, Lan Chi came to an end. At the entrance of the alley not far away, Frankie was shocked when he saw Ron's methods. The boys from Frankie's house beside him also turned pale with fear. Boss Frankie, they are so scary, a younger brother said with an ugly face. How about let's forget it. Even the bald group failed, and it's still so miserable. Let's not go up. Bar. Frankie's eyes flashed and he gritted his teeth and said, you guys wait for me here, I'll go meet them. Boss Frankie, you want to go alone? The boys were suddenly shocked and looked at Frankie in shock. Yes, you are all waiting for me here, don't show your face, you know? After Frankie left a word, he ran in the direction of Ron. Chapter 151. Frankie asked to borrow money. Ron's decision. On Ron's side, the girls suddenly couldn't bear it when they saw the miserable state of these strong men, especially Kaya and Makino, as well as Abis and Aisha, all of them turned their heads. However, they also understood Ron's approach. Nagagao also said just now that if these people are not severely punished, they might rob other people. Looking at their evil looks just now, this is also the case for their own group. If others will definitely die. After Ron dealt with these people, he ignored their screams, turned back to the girls, and said with a smile, shall we continue shopping? Don't let these people disturb your interest. Let's go, let's get out of here. Kaya covered her nose. The smell of blood here made her frown. Although she was not afraid of the smell of blood as a doctor, the screams of those people were still a bit unacceptable to her. Yeah. Vivi and Lackey turned back, picked up the suitcases placed aside, and were about to leave with everyone. But after walking a few steps, when they came to the entrance of an alley, there was a man with blue flame hair and sunglasses. The man jumped out. Ah, pervert! Kaya suddenly shouted. The other girls also looked at this man with a strange look on his face. This man had flaming blue hair, an iron body on his nose, a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and a beach jacket on his upper body, which was not properly worn, exposed a large amount of chest hair, and the lower body was exaggerated. He only wore a pair of shorts, his hands and arms were extremely strong, and his muscles were also very strong. When he jumped out, he stopped everyone on the way to leave. Pervert! Who are you? Kaya glared at Frankie and asked, why did you stop us? Are you trying to steal our money? Frankie's mouth twitched, and then he said, I'm not a pervert, and I'm not here to steal your money. I just, ahem. You're not trying to steal our money? That's good, Kaya laughed, but still asked in confusion. Then why did you block our way? Ron also looked at Frankie curiously and recalled the original plot in his mind. In the original plot, it seemed that after Luffy and his gang came to the Water City, they exchanged a large amount of treasures from Sky Island for 300 million belly, but Frankie the guy switched the package and stole 200 million. The money Frankie stole was not really used for debauchery, but to buy a legendary piece of wood, and finally used this piece of wood as the keel to create Thousand Sunny. This guy is BDBJ, a top-notch shipwright. Unfortunately, his ship does not accept male crew members, otherwise he might consider letting Frankie on board. Ron and others looked at Frankie curiously, waiting for him to speak. Frankie was a little embarrassed. He could see from the actions of the two girls Vivi and Lackey just now that these two girls alone were no match for him, and the man was no match for him. Advertisement. Frankie's eyes hidden under his sunglasses looked at Ron solemnly. If he saw correctly, this man should be Ron. Ron. This is an incredible big shot, captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates. When East Blue was rising, it defeated East Blue Marine's fleet several times. As soon as it entered the Grand Line, it crushed them all the way and defeated Mahawk in Shichibukai. Then he killed Crocodile, and finally defeated the huge fleet of naval headquarters by one person. He was surrounded by Marine and defeated 2 Admirals of Marine. With such a terrifying and suffocating record, even if Frankie was fearless, he would not dare to really touch this guy's troubles. But since Frankie gritted his teeth and came out, he definitely didn't want to come back empty-handed. He was short of money, very short of money. As a top shipbuilder, he couldn't walk when he saw the branch of the precious tree, Adam. On the way, he vowed in his heart that he must buy it. He would use the branches of the precious tree to build a world-class ship. This was his dream as a shipwright. Cough cough cough. Frankie coughed lightly and then said, My name is Frankie, I am the owner of the Water City Dismantling Dock. I stopped you this time because I want to borrow some money from you. Don't worry, my name is Frankie is very resounding in the Water City, and I will definitely return your money to you in the future. Borrow money. Kaya and others looked at each other in disbelief, looking at Frankie speechlessly. Frankie decided in his mind that his talent must have shocked Ron and made him want to lend him money. Thinking of this, Frankie suddenly smiled. Ron had the Mary in mind. What? 200 million? Nami was shocked, hugging the suitcase tightly and shouting. No way, we can't lend you that much money. But, advertisement? Huh? Nami looked at Ron with wide eyes. Aren't you? Are you really going to lend it to him? This guy is just a stranger? Well, that must be the case. Now, since I have a lot of money, I will help Frankie once, which can be regarded as repaying a favor. In the future, during the Summit War, I will save Ace and Whitebeard, and the relationship with the Straw Hats will be completely settled. Even Frankie himself looked at Ron in surprise and scratched his head. This guy is a big shot. Could it be that he has heard of my name, Frankie, and was shocked by his talent, so he wanted to make friends with me? Don't you know me? He could be regarded as owing a favor to the Straw Hats. The money was borrowed from them. Hey, do we know each other? How much do you want to borrow? Ron asked calmly. He took Kaya out to sea, and he also got the Mary. He robbed Luffy's first ship to go to sea, and he also robbed Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hats, and Robin. 20 million Baileys. Okay, catch it. Ron nodded and threw the 2 boxes in his hands to Lan Chi. Ron also looked at Frankie speechlessly. Judging from the way he looked at him just now, this guy must have recognized him. He even jumped out to borrow money. I have to say, Frankie is really brave. Aren't you afraid that you will kill him in a rage? Haha, Mr. Ron is sensible, Frankie said with a smile. I don't borrow much, just 200 million belly is enough. Don't worry, Frankie, keep my word and will definitely pay it back to you in the future. Nami's expression turned cold and he hummed. Borrow money? No, who are you? We didn't know each other before, why should we lend you our money? Get out of the way, don't block our way. What do you mean by borrowing money right now? Chapter 152 The Shady Robin-chan. Ron was speechless and asked the sky. Ron, why did you really give him the money? Nami was a little crazy. This is 200 million belly. Oh my god, this guy borrowed it just as he said, and he lent it to someone he didn't know. Does this guy Ron have water in his head? Nami stared at Ron with a look of unwillingness. The other girls also looked at Ron strangely, wondering what Ron was thinking. Even Robin, who was always smart and witty, looked at Ron with some confusion, not knowing why he did this. Here, are you lending it to me? Frankie caught the 2 suitcases and was a little shocked by Ron's crispness. Did he really lend himself 200 million belly? It can't be fake, right? The 200 million Baileys were borrowed as soon as he asked without any delay. Ron was so cheerful that Frankie couldn't help but feel a little confused, let alone the girls. Thinking of this, Frankie didn't care about anything else and immediately opened the box and checked it out. He found that there were indeed 200 million belly banknotes in the box, all of which were real money. You really want to lend me 200 million belly? After closing the box and carrying it in his hand, Frankie looked at Ron strangely. Are you going to make some special request to me? Ron's mouth twitched. What's that look in your face? Damn it. There are so many beautiful girls around Lousy, but you look at me like that, that's wrong. Ron glanced at the strange looks in the girls around him, and his face was even more ugly. The looks the girls looked at him also had a special meaning. Did they also feel that they had some special thoughts about Frankie? I'm going. Gotta get rid of this Frankie quickly. Advertisement. No special requirements. Ron waved his hand quickly. I've got the money, why don't you leave? Come on, hurry up. Okay. Frankie was very happy when he got the money. Although he was still confused and a little confused, thinking that Ron was a fool, he was really grateful to Ron, so he quickly said, I'm leaving now, thank you again for lending me the 200 million Baileys, mister. Ron, if I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely return the money to you. Watching Frankie run away with the box, Ron finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, when the girls looked at Ron with strange eyes, Robin, who was watching quietly, said lightly, if I have a chance in the future, Ron. You and this Mr. Frankie, right? Ron's expression froze, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at Robin. Seeing the smile hidden in her beautiful big eyes on her calm face, he couldn't help but feel a knot in his heart. Damn, my gentle and considerate Robin-chan, how did you become so sinister? Oh. Hearing Robin's words, the other girls nodded suddenly, and then looked at Ron with undisguised contempt in their eyes. Brother Ron. Kaya came over and looked at Ron with a pitiful expression. Don't you like us anymore? How is that possible? Ron said decisively. I definitely like you, and then. Robin. Ron gritted his teeth and looked at Robin. Can you please stop making trouble? Then why did you just lend a huge sum of 200 million to a stranger? Robin asked curiously. Although she felt a little guilty just now, she was really curious about Ron's behavior. This is 200 million Baileys, but Ron just borrowed someone he didn't know casually, which is a bit unusual when you think about it. It was just too abnormal, so after Robin's words, the other girls all looked at Ron strangely. They might have really thought that Ron had something in mind for Frankie. Yes, brother Ron, Kaya asked. Don't you know why someone borrowed 200 million Baileys so easily? This is unreasonable. It's more than unreasonable, you can give us a reason. You are not a householder and don't know that firewood, rice, oil and salt are expensive. You are a big eater yourself. There are so many sisters on the ship. Everyone needs money for life. Is it easy to manage money? Nami looked at Ron angrily. 200 million belly was just gone. This was a cut on Nami's body. It made her feel so painful. She watched helplessly as 200 million belly just disappeared. Nami's heart is bleeding. Seeing Nami speaking, her eyes were red. Ron quickly ran over and held Nami in his arms, comforting her for a while. Advertisement? Well, actually, there is a reason why I agreed to lend him money so simply. While Ron comforted Nami, his mind was also racing. He couldn't possibly reveal that he was familiar with the plot, and then because he stole the opportunity of the Straw Hats, are you repaying the favor with the crew? So, Ron used his brain and began to lie seriously. What about Frankie? I've heard of him before. He is a top boat builder, and our boat is made by Sky Island Enel. If there is any damage in the future, otherwise, ordinary shipwrights can't repair it at all, so I'm lending money to Frankie now. If our ship has any problems in the future, we can ask him to help repair it. Do you think this is true? Well, that makes sense. Kaya and other innocent girls all nodded when they heard this. Really? Even Nami was a little confused by Ron. She is the navigator of the Ark and the only one who can fly the Ark alone. She does know that this ship is not simple, and she wants to repair it. It will be very troublesome. Now that I hear Ron's words, I can't help but believe it. The other girls, Vivi, Lackey, Toshigi Makino and others did not understand these things, but they also felt that what Ron said made sense. Only Robin glanced at Ron inadvertently, but this time he didn't say anything more. Instead, he calmed down and didn't fill in any surprises for Ron. Seeing this, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Robin-chan, if you cause me any more trouble, I won't punish you by spanking you tonight. Okay, let's not talk about these things, let's continue shopping. Ron clapped his hands and said loudly. There are 7 islands in this water city, and there are sea trains connecting each other. I suggest that we do it together. How about the sea train? Sea train? Kaya's eyes widened. Is it a train? Yes. Ron nodded. How is it possible? Can a train run on the ocean? Are you lying to us? Kaya looked unbelieving. The other girls also didn't believe that a train could run on the ocean. Such a thing is too bizarre. Captain Ron didn't lie to you. Robin said, there is indeed such a train here that can travel on the ocean. You will know what is going on when you see it. It really does. The girls' eyes widened with interest. Then let's go shopping, then eat, and then experience the feeling of the sea train. Kaya laughed, took Ron's arm and walked towards the street. Chapter 153 CP9 is coming. Fred and Robin? Ron kicked him? Ron went shopping with the girls. He never complained about being tired or miserable. He accompanied them wherever they went. Even if they went shopping until dark, he didn't complain at all. He was simply an example of a good family man. At night, everyone stayed in a large hotel for the night. The next day, the girls took Ron shopping again and continued the shopping spree from yesterday afternoon. Ron's body was covered with the things he bought. Finally, we returned to the Ark together and put our things away. Of course, the girls not only bought things for themselves, but also bought a lot of clothes for Ron, and also bought a lot of supplies to store on the Ark. Let's go. Ron saw that after putting things away and preparing to pick up the girls who were going shopping with 540, he quickly suggested, we have almost bought everything, it's time for us to take the sea train, and then, it was almost time for us to continue sailing. Okay. Nami and others nodded, and Kaya, Aisha, Abis and others nodded happily while eating the snacks they bought. Let's go. Ron waved his hand and led everyone towards the location of the sea train. In a hidden house on the edge of the pier, a figure stood at the window, watching Ron and his entourage go away. The figure's face was wearing a mask, and his figure was hidden in the shadows. His eyes were looking through the eyes of the mask. He looked at the back of Robin among Ron's group. Nico Robin. You are indeed hiding among the Sword and Rose pirates. I didn't quite believe the news I received before. The figure whispered. It just so happens that our current mission is missing someone who has knowledge of ancient knowledge. People who do research, hey hey hey. The figure turned around and returned to the house, took out the phone bug and sent the message to others. On Ron's side, he took the girls on a sea train and started traveling around the 7 islands. Then, after playing for a while, he brought back a large amount of goods, including all kinds of delicacies. If it weren't for everyone eating at various places, if it's less, I might buy more. Advertisement. After the tour, everyone returned to the largest island and prepared to return to the Ark to continue sailing. At this time, everyone had just walked out of where the sea train was. 2 people in strange costumes walked in front of them. Both of them had masks with expressionless female faces on their faces. At first, no one paid much attention, because they had encountered many people dressed like this before. But this time, these 2 people passed by Ron and others, but they approached Robin at the back of the team. The moment they approached Robin, one of the 2 masked men suddenly whispered something to Robin. Robin froze when he heard this. You all heard it? Robin looked at Ron and Aisha, a little surprised, but not too shocked. As Ron said, both Ron and Aisha have observation Haki, and it is not difficult to know this. Robin, what's wrong? Ron asked. Although he asked Robin again, Ron's eyes looked at the 2 masked men not far away with a cold look. Ron moved his feet, and the person had already reached the 2 of them, and kicked one of them in the waist. Brush. Ron, who was walking at the front of the team, frowned and turned his head to look back, just in time to see Robin lowering his head and stopping in his tracks. Ron felt as if he had kicked an iron plate with his kick. The guy in front of him had a terrifyingly strong body. When he kicked him, he only kicked him a few meters away without knocking him to the ground. Advertisement. Boom. No, it's nothing. Robin looked up and smiled reluctantly. You too. Still want to leave? Ron looked not far away. The 2 masked men seemed to feel something was wrong and wanted to run away. Unfortunately, Ron didn't want them to escape. I said 4.1, don't even think about escaping. Why are you still running? Ron's face turned cold. You threatened my crew and you still want to run away? Do you really not take me, Ron, seriously? Huh? Such a fast speed. The face of the masked man hidden under the mask suddenly changed, and then he shouted, bang. Maybe you met an acquaintance, right? Ron walked towards Robin with a smile on his face. Hey. What's wrong with Sister Robin? Kaya followed Ron's gaze curiously, and suddenly felt a little strange when she saw Robin lowering his head and not moving. Originally, they planned to take Robin away directly after she was alone. Unfortunately, during the past 2 days, Robin had been moving with everyone and had not been separated. In desperation, when they realized that Ron and his party were about to leave, they took the risk to come here to talk to Robin and wanted to threaten Robin to stay. Nothing? Ron raised his eyebrows and smiled calmly. Have you forgotten, I own observation Haki, and I am aware of all the movements around me. The 2 masked men looked at each other, did not speak, but kept retreating. They obviously knew Ron's identity and did not want to collide with him. Me too. Aisha said with a smile. I heard what the stranger said to Sister Robin just now. I wanted to report it to Brother Ron, but Brother Ron himself has already discovered it. Chapter 154. Target Marine 6 Styles and Khalifa. Is this Iron Body one of the Marine 6 Styles? Ron's lips curled up. Are you a Marine secret department? In fact, Ron knew the identity of the other party, and it must be CP9, but he couldn't tell it directly now. Robin spoke at this time. She looked at the 2 masked men with a complex expression and said, they are members of the government's secret organization. CP9, which is a secret intelligence and assassination organization. CP9, the secret organization of world government. Ha ha ha, I have indeed heard of such an organization before, but today I saw it with my own eyes. Sure enough, there are 2 brushes. Ron put his hands behind his back, looked at the 2 of them and said, you guys, you are so courageous. You dare to threaten my crew in front of me. Do you think you are a secret department of the world government? Do you think that I, Ron, do not exist? Are you humiliating me? Boom. Ron kicked out again. This time it was different from the previous kick. It was a random kick and it didn't even contain any power. In this kick, Ron used power, although he still didn't use armament Haki. The Emperor spent 20%. 13. After a loud noise, the second masked man flew out, smashing several buildings in a row. Cough cough cough. There was a cough, and among the ruins of the building, the masked man who flew backwards was only seriously injured and vomited blood, not dead. Ron was surprised for a while. He had a kick with 20% of his power. Even without using the weapon, this kick was not something that an ordinary master could take. With his current strength, it is estimated that only a Shichibukai level could take this kick. One kick without dying. What a terrifying power. The masked man walked out of the ruins and looked at Ron with fear in his eyes. If it weren't for the Iron Body's powerful defense, it could withstand 90% of the power. I should be dead now, right? Are you okay? The first masked man was kicked several meters away by Ron. Although he also used the defense of the Iron Body to block the power of Ron's kick, luckily Ron didn't use much force in that kick and let him go. He was not injured. He quickly ran to the second masked man and asked, what should we do now? Advertisement, now. The seriously injured masked man glanced at Ron and said, with Ron here, even if we have Marine 6 styles and the fruit ability, we are unlikely to be his opponent. Yes, even the 2 Marine Admirals can't defeat him. As for us, unless we all come together to fight him, there is no chance of winning. The first masked man said. We can run away now. What? HMPH, although we can't defeat him, he can't stop him if he wants to leave. The second masked man said. Have you forgotten my fruit ability? Door fruit. The first masked man said with a smile. Okay, let's leave now, then gather the others and quickly complete our mission. Even without Robin, I believe we can complete the mission. Let's go. The second masked man suddenly squatted down and pressed one hand on the ground. In the surprised eyes of Ron and the girls, a door appeared on the ground. The two opened the door and rushed in. Then the door disappeared. Did these two guys escape from the sewer? Ron did not chase after him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of someone. There seemed to be a beautiful woman among CP9, Khalifa. Well, she should be working as a secretary next to Chief Bingshan of the Water City. From just now, these two people wanted to by threatening Robin to work for them. It can be seen that they are planning to take action against Iceberg. Khalifa, this woman is good, we have to find a way to get on the pirate ship. Okay, don't be complacent. Nami came over and poured cold water on Ron to wake him up. Look, you fooled Kaya, Abis and Aisha with your big words. Can you teach them some good things? Don't let Elsa and Abis tell lies like you when they grow up. Isn't it necessary? Robin shook his head. You just threatened me. I think 653 we should leave here immediately. After all, they're members of the secret department. Hey, Nami, tell me clearly, why am I exaggerating? Ron muttered dissatisfiedly. Although the four-dimensional attributes increase more slowly toward the end, Marine 6 styles are very rare. They include the defensive physical technique Iron Body, the accelerating movement move Shave, the attack moves Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol, and Paper Arts. This kind of dodge skill, as well as the explosive skill like Moonwalk, which even has the ability to stay in the air, Ron is determined to get this, and he can get all of these if he pulls Khalifa on board. Advertisement. You are just talking big words and still teaching bad children. Brother Ron, why did you let them go? They were threatening Sister Robin just now. Aisha asked in confusion. She should teach them a lesson no matter what, right? Why do you want to see the chief? Nami asked. Aren't we in a hurry to leave? Ron smiled slightly and said, come on, let's put things away first, and then let's go meet the director of Water City together. There is also Marine 6 styles, which is also a good thing. Maybe after learning Marine 6 styles, my four-dimensional attributes can break through from 200 to 300. Whatever you want. Robin glanced at Ron and turned away. Watching the argument between Ron and Nami, and Kaya pulling Nami aside, Aisha and Abis pulled Ron to express their admiration, and Robin couldn't help but smile. When the other girls saw Ron and Haki's speech, they all looked at him with stars in their eyes, which made Ron feel more and more floating. Excuse me. The girls all looked at Ron in confusion, wondering what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. What about the secret department? Ron said nonchalantly. Don't mention a CP9, even if all CP1 to CP8 come over, I won't be afraid. Those who threaten me will have to pay the price. Haha, Aisha, have you ever heard of putting a long line to catch big fish? I don't. If you don't believe me, let those secret departments come over and see if I'm afraid. Those guys dared to threaten Robin. I can't let them go so easily. There were only 2 of them just now, but there are definitely more than 2 people in this organization in the Water City, and they must be plotting something. I want to see what they want. What to do, by the way, you have to take advantage of the time when their people are gathered to get them, which can be regarded as revenge for Robin. Ron said with a shrug. Chapter 155. Meeting Mayor Bingshan, Khalifa is here. Robin, why are those guys threatening you? Vivi walked up to Robin and asked in a low voice. Yeah, those guys hide their heads and hide their tails. They're not good people at first glance, Miss Valentine snorted. Are they really from the secret department? Makino frowned. Yes, and they must have some important tasks to do here, and this task also requires me. That's why they threatened me to help them. Robin frowned. They thought I was killed by World before. The people wanted by the government threatened me. If I don't obey their orders, they will issue a buster call and mobilize a large fleet to destroy our pirate group. Are they stupid? A group of girls beside Robin asked in astonishment. What's the use of this buster call? Can it deal with Ron? Can it deal with our Sword and Rose pirates? Ron defeated 2 people by himself before. A Marine Admiral, who also destroyed dozens of warships. Robin heard this and said, yes, this buster call has no effect on us, but it cannot be underestimated because my hometown Ohara perished because of the buster call, and my mother he also died in that disaster. Sorry, Robin. Makino apologized. We reminded you of something sad. It's okay. Robin forced a smile, with a trace of sadness hidden in his eyes. After Ron put away his things, he headed towards the residence of the governor of Water City. At this time, Khalifa, who was in the chief minister's mansion, also received messages from several companions. When he heard that 2 of them failed to find Robin, but were almost killed by Ron, he couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. Bluno and Nero, these 2 losers, really succeed more than they do. Khalifa glanced at the director's office, frowned, tangled her golden hair, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose, and walked outside. Khalifa. As soon as he went out, a man with a dove standing on his shoulder came over. You already know the matter, right? Advertisement. Yes, They informed me here. Those two guys are really stupid. Why don't you handle this matter yourself? Khalifa frowned and said. Robin is basically out of luck now. That Ron is here. There's no way we can take Robin away. Ron. The man was silent for a moment. I want to try to see if he is really that strong. Lucci, are you crazy? Khalifa stared at the man in front of him with wide eyes. Don't you know his record? Neither Marine nor Admiral are opponents, so you want to fight him? Oh, those trash in Marine are not only trash, but also Marine Admiral is trash. Rob Lucci said disdainfully. Forget it, we will discuss this matter later. I came to see you in person this time just to inform you, we have to take action tonight. Pluton's matter cannot be delayed any longer. We have been lurking for 5 years, and it's time to understand. Okay, I understand, Khalifa nodded. Are you going to meet Ace Baku? No, I will go see him in person tonight. Huh, the Pluton design drawings are definitely in this guy's hands. When I get the drawings, I will kill him immediately, Rob Lucci said coldly. Okay, Khalifa nodded, and then asked. What about me? What should I do? You go and join them first. Those guys are really useless. Rob Lucci shook his head and said, go and tell them your plan of action. Understood. Khalifa, at this moment, the voice of Chief Ace Bagu, also known as Bingshan, came over. Khalifa glanced at Rob Lucci, who nodded and said, you go first. Khalifa came to Ace Bagu's office and asked, Mr. Chief, what happened? Advertisement, just now, the guard of the mansion sent news that Ron, who arrived in our water capital yesterday, wants to see me. Ace Bagu said with a solemn expression, go and pick them up. Although his reputation shocks the Grand Line, I as a government official, I still can't put down my reputation to greet him, after all, he is a pirate. I understand. Khalifa's heart moved. Ron came to see Ace Baku at this time, will this affect our plan? Remember to be polite, although he is a pirate, he has not done anything to us in the Water City now, and his strength is very powerful, we cannot neglect him, Ace Bagu ordered. Okay, I understand, Khalifa nodded and retreated. When Khalifa went out, she found that Rob Lucci was gone. He must have left. That guy left so fast, I still want to tell him about this. I hope it won't be affected. When Khalifa came to the gate of the mansion, she first saw Ron surrounded by a group of beautiful girls. Ron also turned around and looked at Khalifa, she is indeed a beautiful person. Hello, are you Mr. Ron? Khalifa walked over, nodded politely towards the girls, Wang Nuos, and then said to Ron, Mr. Chief, let me take you up. Let's go. Ron nodded. Now that the girls are around him, he can't stare at other people's beauties and ruin his glorious image, can he? Sure enough, when Nami and the others saw that Ron was not staring at such a voluptuous beauty like Khalifa, they immediately cast a look of praise. As a result, Ron straightened his waist even more. When we arrived at Ace Bagu's office, Ace Bagu had already welcomed Ron out. After all, Ron's status was extraordinary. Even if he kept his identity and did not go downstairs to greet him, it was still appropriate to welcome him out the door. Mr. Ron, welcome to the Water City. Ace Baku looked at Ron with a smile and then looked at the girls. Welcome to all beautiful ladies too. Chapter 156. Let's get straight to the point. Reveal the identity of everyone in CP9. Khalifa is in a panic. After being polite, Ace Bagu sat aside and asked Khalifa to serve coffee and other drinks to Ron and his party, and then asked curiously, Mr. Ron wants to see me, but is there anything bad about visiting the Water City? If so, if you have any opinions, feel free to give them. That's not true. Ron smiled lightly, glanced at Khalifa from the corner of his eyes, then looked at Ace Bagu seriously and said, the scenery of the Water City is nice, and the people are very hospitable. We are very satisfied with our visit here, but what? Ace Bagu asked in confusion. Mr. Ron, please tell me directly. But, just now, we encountered danger. Ron said calmly. One of our crew members was threatened by 2 strangers. Someone actually threatened my crew members in front of me. This matter has made me feel sad. Angry, I won't leave until those guys are found. Upon hearing Ron's words, not only Ace Baku 313's heart suddenly jumped, but also Khalifa on the side felt something was wrong. Those 2 guys are really idiots. Khalifa cursed inwardly, but on the surface, he showed a trace of normal surprise just like Ace Bagu. Ace Bagu asked solemnly, did something like this happen? Don't worry, Mr. Ron, I will immediately send someone to investigate this matter and I will definitely give an explanation to your companions. There's no need to worry, Mr. Bingshan. Ron waved his hand and said calmly, I already know who the other party is. What's the identity? Ace Bagu asked quickly. It will be easier if you know the identity. I can send someone to bring the person immediately. I will give an explanation to Mr. Ron. When Khalifa heard this, she suddenly felt a little panicked. Ron's statement should mean that he did know some of the situation. Yes, Robin should know the identities of these people, but he probably didn't know who they were in detail. Fortunately, if they hide deep enough, they won't be discovered by Ron, right? Advertisement. Just when Khalifa was worried, Ron spoke again. The other party is a member of CP9, a secret organization of world government. I don't care what their identity is, so what if they are a secret organization of world government? Dared to threaten my crew, I just can't let them go, so I will wait here for Mr. Bingshan's processing results. I hope you can solve this problem quickly. Ron's words were extremely domineering. In front of Bingshan, the director of the Water City appointed by the world government. He bluntly stated that he wanted to deal with people from the world government's secret organization CP9, which made Bingshan a little embarrassed. It's a pity that Ron is familiar with the plot and really knows everyone's list. How could it be possible? Khalifa looked pale. Is this guy, this Ron, a devil? Why can he tell the identities of all his lurking people? The last person is me. He is about to turn around. He must know my identity. God, what should I do? Haha. Ron waved his hand and said, I have my own information channel. I already know the list of all members of CP9. The reason why I came to see Mr. Bingshan is because several of them have a deep relationship with Mr. Bingshan. In order to avoid there was a misunderstanding, so I came here to talk to Mr. Bingshan. However, Bingshan didn't have a good impression of the CP9 people. After all, in the past 5 years, no matter how deeply Rob Lucci and others hid, he still noticed something was wrong, but he didn't suspect Rob Lucci and Khalifa yet. He knew his own identity. As one of the direct disciples of the legendary shipbuilder Tom, he knew when he was investigated by CP9 that news about Pluton's design drawings must have been leaked, attracting CP9's attention. Therefore, Ron stood up slightly and said in a loud voice, Mr. Iceberg should be familiar with these people. Their names are Rob Lucci, Kagu, Jabra, Bluno, Kumadori, Otonashi Fukuru, Sea Weasel Nero, and the last one. Especially when he saw Ron turning around and looking at him with a smile. Advertisement. They have been lurking for 5 years. This Ron has just arrived in the Water City for 2 days and already knows all the identities of them? Khalifa is in a panic. For Khalifa, the news couldn't be worse. Khalifa's face looked a little strange, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He looked at Ron with some hesitation. He really knew that he was waiting for someone. List. The last person is Miss Khalifa. So, BDBH Ace Bagu raised his head and said, Don't worry, Mr. Ron, I will send someone to investigate them now, but it may take a long time. Mr. Ron and others will stay in my mansion for a while. Do you see it? Bingshan felt a little touched in his heart. Maybe, Ron's arrival could just solve this matter. Ron turned around slowly. What? This is impossible. Ron finished his words. He was still looking gloomy and uncertain. Thinking about how Rob Lucci and Kagu could be the icebergs of CP9 members, he immediately exclaimed and looked at Khalifa with wide eyes. This is how could his secretary, the secretary who had been with him for 5 years, be a member of CP9 lurking around him? What a joke. What? Do you know everyone's list? Bingshan was surprised and stood up with some joy. Knowing the list, this is good news for him. Chapter 157. Forcing Khalifa to join the pirate group. Please subscribe, Marine 6 Styles is coming. Not only could Bingshan not believe it, but even the girls around Ron were curious. How did Ron know the news? They had only been in the Water City for 2 days. Ron had been with them these 2 days, barely leaving an inch. How did he know these things? Even Robin looked at Ron with some confusion. However, when the girls looked at Khalifa's panicked expression, they immediately knew that what Ron said must be correct. Khalifa. Bingshan stood up, walked to Khalifa and asked, Is what Mr. Ron said true? It's not true. Khalifa's eyes flickered, but she immediately denied it. At that moment, she also thought about running away, but Ron had already locked onto her. She also knew that with Ron's ability to defeat the 2 Marine Admirals, she would not be able to escape anyway. Those who couldn't escape in front of him stayed with a sense of luck. You still don't admit it? Ron shook his head and said, Actually, you can rest assured that I will not kill you. On the contrary, what do you think of our pirate group? Do you want to join us? Huh? Khalifa was stunned. Huh? Ace Bagu was stunned. The girls looked at Ron with question marks on their faces. Robin, Nami, Kaya, Vivi and others took a closer look at Khalifa, and then looked at Ron with a confused expression. It turns out that you had this idea, and you are indeed the pervert captain. After Ace was stunned, his heart moved. He looked carefully at the girls around Ron and then at Khalifa. He suddenly realized that this guy wanted to recruit Khalifa to join his pirate group. I have always heard that the Sword and Rose pirates only accept female members. Now I see that it is indeed the case. This person has been dragged in front of me, but the one you are recruiting now is a member of CP9. Advertisement. Is it really okay for you to do this? Join your pirate group? Are you kidding me? Khalifa said with a black line. I am Mr. Bingshan's secretary. There is no way I can join your pirate group. The key point is that you are still a member of CP9, and now CP9 is my enemy and is the target of my eradication. Are you sure you don't want to join us? Ron looked at Khalifa with a smile and said, If this is the case, then I will take action. Ah. Khalifa hesitated for a while, but still did not agree to Ron hastily. Oh, what a disappointment. Ron shook his head. You don't want to shed tears until you see the coffin, take it. Ron simply walked up to Khalifa, stretched out his hand, and grabbed Khalifa. Shameless. Looking at Ron's big hand, looking at the place he wanted to grab, Khalifa's face turned red and she retreated. He is indeed a rude guy. How shameless. Some strength. Ron coughed, and his claw went down, just an ordinary claw. He didn't have any other ideas, but it did seem a bit shameless to outsiders. The girls looked at Ron with even more contempt. Kaya pouted and looked a little angry. Bingshan's expression over there became serious. He had already seen that Khalifa was very strong, yet Ron found out her secrets so easily. Ron followed Khalifa like a shadow and rushed over as he tried to retreat. Join? Ron asked again, looking into Khalifa's eyes. Death or joining, choose one? Is there such a big gap between me and him? Khalifa thought in despair. So for what Ron is saying now, Iceberg and Khalifa are truly speechless. Advertisement, boom. Khalifa saw Ron's indifferent eyes and knew that he was definitely not joking with her. If she didn't agree, she might really die. Haha, that's good. If you agree to join us, then we will be our own people now. Ron grinned. No need to say more about our own people. Well, don't worry. For your sake, we will find those people later. I will spare their lives after they die. Please give me flowers. You are just CP9, a small organization affiliated with world government, but so what if it is world government? It is nothing in front of me, Ron. Ron said in an arrogant and haughty voice softly. Even the Marine fleet and the 2 Marine Admirals are. If you can't defeat me, what can you, the world government, do to me? Marine 6 styles. It's a pity that this trick works for others, but it has no effect on me. Ron slapped Khalifa's beautiful legs away, and the sharp cutting force of the Tempest kick hit his arm. It had no effect and was blocked by Ron's armament Haki, not even damaging Ron's sleeves. The key point is that she has no hope of escaping now. If she doesn't want to die, she can only agree to Ron's request. Seeing Ron coming, Khalifa bit her silver teeth and kicked out. This kick already used the power of Marine 6 styles. Tempest kick, the extremely sharp cutting breath was directed towards Ron's hand. Come. Zero. Khalifa curled her lips, thinking about how she has become the other party's prisoner now. It's really such an injustice, alas. Ron casually looked around and grabbed one of Khalifa's arms. The huge force was transferred to it, and Khalifa instantly lost the strength to struggle. Standing in front of Ron, he could only look at Ron with hatred. You are openly opposing the world government. As soon as he said this, not only Khalifa was speechless, but even Bingshan looked a little ugly, because Ron was telling the truth. With his current strength, neither Marine nor world government could do anything to him. If it weren't for Ron, if he had never taken the initiative to provoke world government and Marine base, his bounty might be higher than Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon is openly hostile to the world government. Ron currently has caused heavy casualties to the world government and Marine, but it was world government and Marine who came to them proactively, while Ron was passive. Fight back. Okay, I agree to join the Sword and Rose Pirates, please let go, Khalifa said helplessly. Chapter 158 The Girl's Doubts, Ron's Explanation. Mr. Bingshan, I have given you the list, and I am still waiting for your results. Ron turned to look at Ace Baku. Don't worry, Mr. Ron. I'm going to call now and ask these people to come over. Ace Baku said in a deep voice. Of course he would not let go of such a good opportunity once and for all. After saying that, he turned around and called. This kind of thing must be done by Khalifa, the secretary, but now even this secretary who has been with him for 5 years is an undercover agent. He cannot trust others and can only do it himself. Seeing Ace Bagu walking out, Ron also returned to his seat, waiting for the outcome of the matter. Still coming. Ron glanced at Khalifa who was 920. There, don't even think about escaping. You should know that under observation Haki, you can't escape at all, and we pirates among the group, I'm not the only one who knows observation Haki. Hearing this, Aisha raised her head proudly, knowing that Ron was talking about her. You. Khalifa gritted her teeth and glared at Ron bitterly. What are you staring at? Ron glared at her in return. Bring us some more drinks and snacks, didn't you see that all the food was eaten up in front of the 3 girls? Khalifa turned around and saw that Miss Golden Week, Abis and Aisha had all eaten the snacks in front of them. After hearing what Ron said, the 3 little ones were looking at her eagerly. No. Nami glanced at Ron with disdain and said, do you even need to ask? That Khalifa is so beautiful, isn't it normal that you want to accept her into the pirate group? Seeing the weird eyes of the girls staring at him, Ron smiled uncomfortably, picked up the drink cup and took a sip to calm down. Robin was extremely smart 4.0, and found several loopholes in Ron's words just now, but she knew that Ron was dealing with CP9 this time to help her, and if she doubted anything again, she would be too ignorant. In the reception room. Advertisement, what are you doing standing around stupidly? Go quickly. Okay, what you said makes sense. Nami and others looked at each other. They were not questioning anything, they were just curious and confused. And because they were close to Ron, they had this kind of 3-court trial. Ask Ron, and now that Ron has given the reason, they will naturally stop thinking about it. What we want to ask you is that we have not been separated in the past 2 days since we got off the Ark, right? Nami looked at Ron with big eyes without blinking. We just met. As for those P9 people, I remember that only Sister Robin knew the identities of those people at that time, but you now know the list of all of them, shouldn't you be confused about this? Li Zi went back to his hometown today to celebrate the Huxia New Year. He sat in the car all day and now I have time to write. This chapter is a transition, and the following is a wonderful plot. Marine 6 Styles learns to increase the level, and Ron's attributes will skyrocket. Once you get the Door fruit, you will have the power of space. The next one is the Devil fruit with the power of time. When the power of time and space is in hand, Ron will have the ability to travel through time and space. At that time, he will resurrect Robin's mother and Nami's mother, and it's time for Shirahoshi's mother. Close black lens bracket. Okay. He put down the cup and saw that the girls were still looking at him with their round, beautiful eyes. He immediately knew that he would not be able to escape today no matter what, so Ron sighed and showed his cards. You want to ask, why should I accept Khalifa to join the pirate group? Huh? Ron was stunned. Ron shrugged his shoulders and looked at Nami and others with an innocent face. I saw Robin being threatened by someone before. I didn't know what kind of organization the other party was at first. I only remembered this after hearing what Luo being said. In desperation, Khalifa could only prepare food and drink. Okay. Khalifa snorted and turned around to prepare something to eat and drink. After leaving the door, she looked back at the direction of the living room, thinking about the success rate of her escape. Ron touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, this is very simple, because I have done some research on the secret department of world conquest before. The secret organization of world conquest is far more than just CP9, there is also CP-CP2. By CP8 CP9, there is even the strongest secret department, CPO, which is a special department responsible for protecting celestial dragons. Its authority and number of experts are far higher than the other 9 departments. I know some information about these, I also know some of the lists of some of them, so. Robin glanced at Ron with doubt in his eyes, then turned his head and took some tea and water without any thought of asking. An urging voice sounded in his ears, startling Khalifa. Listening to Ron's voice, Khalifa turned his head and looked around, but did not see Ron. He knew that he must still be in the living room, but he could know what he was doing now. It seems that what he said is right, under observation Haki, he has no chance to escape. So it's because of this. Ron suddenly felt like it. Thinking about it, it was indeed like this. He had acted like he didn't know anything before, but now he could suddenly name everyone on the other side. This kind of thing was indeed very strange. Weird, from the weird look Robin looked at him, it could be seen that this smart woman was the first to doubt him. Ron even felt that if it weren't for Robin, other girls might not doubt this at all. Woman. Why do you have to be so smart? Chapter 159 The most talented person in CP9 for 800 years. Rob Lucci. After a while, Khalifa walked in with a plate. Although she still had an angry expression, she had already accepted Ron's capture. She had no choice but to run away and fight. What else could she do? Woolen cloth. After giving snacks to the 3 little girls, and another drink to everyone, Khalifa stood aside with an expressionless face, quietly waiting for the development of the matter. After Bingshan knows the list of everyone in CP9 in the Water City, he will definitely send someone to call them over. With Ron here, Bingshan should know that those people can't do anything. Khalifa can also see it from the battle between himself and Ron just now. It was revealed that the strength of the other party was simply unbelievable. Her own strength was not only the strongest among the lurking people, but she was also ranked in the middle and upper ranks. However, she was defeated by Ron at will. Khalifa felt that even if Rob Lucci came in person, he might not be able to do it. No match for Ron. Alas, Khalifa sighed in her heart. She never thought that she and others would meet Ron passing by here. If she had known, she wouldn't have let those 213 losers provoke Ron. Khalifa glared at Robin. Those 2 losers wanted to kidnap Robin and ask her to help identify the correctness of Pluton's drawings. Although this was a good idea, they dragged the giant beast Ron into it. This was really serious. This is luring the wolf into the house. Everyone needs to be cool. Bingshan walked in from the door, followed by several guards in formal suits, who were the exclusive guards of the director of the Water City. He didn't know the situation before, but he didn't feel anything about it. Now that he knew, it turned out that even Khalifa, who has been a secretary for many years, is a lurker. He is not sure whether the list Ron mentioned is everyone. It would be bad if someone slips through the net, so he immediately found some people to protect himself. Mr. Ron, everyone has been notified. Among those people, Lu Chi and Kagu are both members of the shipbuilding company where I work. They don't seem to realize that they have been exposed yet. After receiving my notification, they all said they would be there soon. Woolen cloth. Ron smiled slightly. That's normal. After all, such a thing is too unbelievable. It's normal that they didn't expect it. Moreover, the most important thing is that Khalifa, the spy, didn't give them a warning. Don't you think so, Miss Khalifa? Hearing this, Khalifa glared at Ron angrily. What do you mean I didn't give them a warning? You gave me a chance. Are you humiliating me by saying this now? Although she thought so in her heart, Khalifa didn't dare to say it directly. She could only glare at Ron to show her resistance. Okay, stop staring at me like that. We are a family now. Ron shrugged his shoulders and said, well, Mr. Iceberg, how long will it take for them to arrive? Very quickly, Ace Bagu said with a smile. Rob Lucci seems to be nearby, and others are also rushing over quickly. Mr. Ron, since they are all members of a secret organization, they must be very powerful. I am not doubting it. But want to confirm that you can really. Advertisement, what? You don't believe in my strength? Ron glanced at him and said calmly. No, how is it possible? Ace Bagu quickly waved his hand and said. I agree with Mr. Ron's strength. After all, you have been to Grand Line for such a short time. But you have already created so many shocking achievements, how could I doubt you? Then just wait. Ron said this calmly, and then he chatted and laughed with Kaya, Aisha and other girls as if no one was around, not caring at all that other people were present and couldn't let go. Looking at Ron's actions, Ace Baku felt relieved. Ron is so confident. This is a true manifestation of his strength. Khalifa also thought of this, and couldn't help but worry about Rob Lucci and others. After about a meal, There was a sound of slight footsteps in the corridor outside the door. The door of the living room was opened, and a man wearing a black hat appeared outside the door. There was a pigeon standing on the man's shoulder. After entering the living room, the pigeon turned to look at everyone, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ron and others stopped chatting and all looked towards the door. Rob Lucci was shocked, and immediately turned the light towards Khalifa. Ron. Rob 430 Lucci was shocked in his heart, and couldn't help but look at the boy in white. Why is he here? Khalifa's eyes gave him the feeling of bitterness, helplessness, and even a hint of despair. Advertisement. Ron didn't take action immediately, but looked at Rob Lucci with great interest. This was a very powerful character in the original plot. He was known as the strongest genius in CP9 for 800 years. He had extremely strong cultivation talent, possessing the zone cat fruit leopard form fruit ability, and understanding of marine 6 styles beyond ordinary people. He is the undisputed strongest among all CP9 people, well, although he was defeated by Luffy in the end. Miss Khalifa, your colleague is here, why don't you open the door for him? Ron said with a smile. Don't worry, I have said it before, for the sake of you joining the pirate group, I will not kill anyone. What really surprised him was that person. Okay. Khalifa nodded helplessly, walked towards the door with her legs, and her black high heels stepped on the floor, making a clicking sound. Rob Lucci himself was equally shocked. What surprised him was not that there was a stranger in the living room. He noticed the smell of strangers before entering the room. Crunch. Bitter. Boom, boom, boom. Ron was the first to notice, Aisha was the second to notice, then Nami Tashigi and other girls, and finally, Ace Baku and Khalifa didn't notice until the footsteps came outside the door. There was a knock on the door, and Ace Bagu's expression changed. He wanted to get up and open the door, but Ron raised his hand to stop him. It is completely normal to be defeated by the protagonist Luffy. Otherwise, how would you call him the protagonist? Rob Lucci opened his mouth and wanted to ask Khalifa, but then he thought that this was Ace Bagu's living room and there were many people there. He couldn't reveal his identity, so he took a deep breath and walked to Ace Bagu calmly. Mr. Chong, why did you come to see me? Not to mention Rob Lucci. In the original plot, even strong men like Crocodile and Enel could be defeated by Luffy. The aura of the protagonist should not be too buggy. Chapter 160 Questioning and Surrender. Speaking of the protagonist's halo, I wonder if I am as strong as a cheat. Ron pinched his chin and thought. Luffy should be on the grand line now, right? If I fight with Luffy in life and death with my strongest strength in the world, in battle, I wonder if he can fight back to kill me. This should be impossible, right? No matter how the protagonist's halo breaks out, it will not be able to cross such a large level, right? Ron was thinking wildly, but Ace Bagu over there stood up with a solemn expression. He looked at Rob Lucci solemnly and asked, Lucci, let me ask you, are you from CP9? Rob Lucci's eyes widened and he took a breath of air. What the hell is this? How did Bingshan know this news? How does he know his identity? Could it be? Rob Lucci suddenly turned his head, but not at Ron, but at Khalifa. He suspected that Khalifa had leaked the news, but after looking over, he still only saw Khalifa's bitter and helpless eyes. Mr. Lucci, do you know me? At this time, Ron was no longer silent, but stood up and walked towards Lucci. As he walked, he asked leisurely, do you know my identity? From the way you looked at me when you first walked in, I can tell that you must know my identity, and then. Now Director Bingshan directly questions your identity. Haven't you guessed the problem yet? Where? Are you doubting Miss Khalifa? Seeing the playful look Ron looked at her, Khalifa was angry but couldn't do anything about it. It's you? Rob Lucci stared at Ron, and it suddenly dawned on him that all the problems lay with this guy. From those two idiots attacking Robin who was next to Ron meeting Bingshan, and then himself coming, Bingshan questioned his identity. All of this is because of Ron. Advertisement snapped. Clever. Ron snapped his fingers and praised. He is indeed the strongest genius in C9 for 800 years. What are you talking about? Rob Lucci said expressionlessly. I don't know what you are talking about. I can only work as a shipyard officer under Mr. Bingshan. I just praised you for being smart. Ron looked at Lucci speechlessly. Do you think it's useless for you to deny it now? Khalifa has already admitted everything. Huh? Rob Lucci looked at Khalifa. I didn't. Khalifa gritted his teeth and looked at Ron, then responded to Rob Lucci. This guy is a pervert. He actually knows the information about all of us. Yes, everyone, including all of Kagu's list. Everyone knows. We are all exposed. Knows the information about all of us. Rob Lucci suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder he thought Khalifa's expression was weird before. It turned out that she had been subdued by Ron. Khalifa is not Ron's opponent, which he can understand, but does this guy think he is also such an easy person to deal with? Rob Lucci smiled coldly and looked at Ron. What, are you going to do something now? Don't you deny it? Ron looked at Rob Lucci calmly. You know, originally I didn't want to care about your mess, but you should never, absolutely shouldn't, you came to provoke me. Ron shook his head helplessly. We are all ready to leave the Water City and continue sailing, but why do you threaten my crew in front of me? Robin-chan is also something you can threaten? She was alone before, and was taken away by your world people from the government or chasing her everywhere, but she is now my crew member and a member of our Sword and Rose Pirates, and I will bear all her previous burdens. Robin's eyes flickered, and he looked at the back of Ron, who was confident and arrogant as he said such domineering words, and his calm heart was filled with waves. Advertisement. The other girls looked at Ron's back with equally excited expressions. This is Ron, their captain and their support. With him around, they have nothing to fear. It's ridiculous. If you go against world conquest, no matter who you are, you will not end well. Rob Lucci didn't hide it, and said bluntly. Yes, I am from CP9. Rob Lucci glanced at the iceberg and said, we have been lurking here for 5 years because of the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluton in your hand. Ace Baku, if you know it, hand it over quickly, otherwise, Humph, you as the leader of the Water City recognized by the World Conqueror should know the power of world government. It will be too late to regret it by then. Pluton's drawings are gone a long time ago, Bingshan said solemnly. The drawings were burned when the teacher died. Is this why you have been lurking for 5 years? Haha, I disappoint you. Yes, I don't have any drawings at all. Impossible. According to our investigation, you must have King Ji's drawings in your hand, Khalifa said firmly. Are you talking about the share in my office? Bingshan looked at Khalifa with a strange expression. Isn't it? Rob Lucci said with a crack in his mouth. Don't worry, didn't you just contact all of us? Haha, they have already passed and will be here later. Let's see how you quibble with the army then, Rob Lucci said, turning to look at Robin. Robin, daughter of the devil, if you are smart, it is better to join us now. When the time comes, you will help us identify the drawings, and I can also help you say a few nice words to the higher-ups. Maybe the higher-ups will exempt you from the death penalty, but don't miss such a good opportunity. Robin glanced at him indifferently, then lowered his head to drink tea very calmly, without even listening to his words. You. Rob Lucci was angry. Still not giving up? Ron shook his head. Well, let's wait until all your people arrive. I just want to catch you all. But it's a pity. I promised Khalifa not to kill you. You're lucky. Well, I am just too soft-hearted. Damn it. Khalifa looked at Rob Lucci's strange look and knew that the other party must have misunderstood her and thought that she had surrendered to Ron. But now she did agree to join the Sword and Rose Pirates. Speaking of which, this was really Ron's surrender. She wanted to explain, but she opened her mouth but didn't know how. Seeing Khalifa lowering his head without any thought of explanation, Rob Lucci was furious. Khalifa really rebelled. Chapter 161. Come on, I'll beat 8 of you one by one. Ron didn't take action immediately. He had said before that he would wait for all CP9 people to arrive and then catch them all. He promised Khalifa not to kill anyone. But, now there is a very tangled question. He is interested in the devil fruit on Bluno, one of the members of CP9. The door fruit is a devil fruit related to space abilities. It can open a portal on any wall, allowing people to walk directly through the wall. This ability is only simple to use in Bluno's hands, and the ability level of its fruit is absolutely very low. Only in Ron's hands can it display its true ability. What will happen after the Menman fruits are filled up? Give yourself the ability to cut space directly? Use the enemy's body as a wall and open doors on the enemy? Or can you directly control the power of space? Create storage space? We still don't know this yet. We won't know until we get the fruits. Ron is determined to get this fruit. As for Khalifa, ahem, just kill one person, it's okay, it's just a prisoner anyway, just don't kill the others. Not long after, there was a sound of huge and heavy footsteps outside the door. Here we come. Rob Lucci's expression moved, knowing that his people were already there. When he looked at Ron, his expression suddenly became confident, as if he had everything under control. Here we come. Khalifa looked nervous. She wanted to see the other members defeat Ron, but she was also afraid that Ron would be too strong and defeat all the other members, because her previous battle with Ron made her know that Ron's strength was simply unfathomable, so she was very confused. Here it comes. Ace Bagu's expression was complicated. From what Rob Lucci said just now, we can guess that the other CP9 members must have gone to their offices to bring the drawings, but it was really a fake blueprint. He didn't have the real Pluton manufacturing blueprint at all, not even Frankie, who was also a disciple of Master Tom with him. Tom didn't leave such a dangerous thing behind. Maybe when he died, he had already guessed the world government's plan, so he took the real blueprint underground. The blueprint hidden in Bingshan's hand is not Pluton's blueprint at all, but the ship blueprint he studied so hard. Even though he is now the director of the Water City. Advertisement, but his identity as a former disciple of Master Tom is indelible. He is also a shipwright and has his own dream of building a ship. Unexpectedly, never expected that these CP9 people would think that it was Pluton's drawing. Are you here? Nami's eyes were full of excitement. She stopped fighting with Kaya, Aisha and the others with snacks. Instead, she got up and walked to Ron's side. She asked excitedly, Ron, can you give them to me? How to deal with it? I feel that I have used Thunderfruit's ability well now, so let me try it out. You can pull it off, your Thunderfruit ability. You should concentrate on using it to sail the boat now. These guys in front of you are not the ones you met before. I will improve your Thunderfruit ability in the future. After gaining the ability, you can fight however you want, but not now. Ron rolled his eyes at Nami. Her strength, even if Thunderfruit, BDBA, is very strong. How long does it take Nami to fight? She can still deal with the little minions. It was impossible to deal with a character like Rob Lucci. Ron didn't want Nami to get hurt, so he flatly rejected Nami's proposal. As for us, my strength should be able to deal with them, right? Vivi also came over to ask for a fight. They dared to threaten Sister Robin, which is unforgivable. I want to teach them a lesson and avenge Sister Robin. Stay calm and stop making trouble. Ron waved his hand quickly. With your three-legged cat strength, it's okay to deal with 1 or 2 people, but now there are 8 people on the other side, and each of them can use Marine 6 styles. They all have Devil Fruit abilities. Vivi, you don't have Devil Fruit. How many can you deal with? Stop making trouble and just shout 6 to me from the side. Brother Ron, come on. Defeat them and avenge Sister Robin. Kaya over there was grabbing cakes from Aisha. She seemed to be aware of what was going on here. She raised her head and shouted 6 in her busy schedule, and then continued to lower her head and fight with Aisha. Get up. Brother Ron, please finish it soon, and then let's set off for sailing early. Abis said vaguely, because she was eating something in her mouth. She just took advantage of Kaya and Aisha to grab something to eat, and she took the opportunity to pick it up. She missed it and looked at the 2 men with a smile as they glared at her with pride. Robin watched the 3 people playing around, feeling calm and gentle in his heart. Before meeting Ron, the CP9 group was not a nightmare for Robin. But now, these people are in front of Ron, and behind Ron. The girls next to him turned out to be dispensable existences in front of them. They were not worried at all about Ron's failure and had absolute confidence and trust in Ron. Ron. Robin looked at Ron's back. This back was not broad, and his figure was not very strong, but he was such a person, and he had such a terrifying record along the way, and a name that shocked the world, sweeping through all invading enemies, crushing all enemies, and guarding a group of beautiful girls on the Grand Line. Perhaps, joining the Sword and Rose Pirates is also a good choice, Robin thought to himself. Boom. The door of the living room was pushed open forcefully, and 7 weirdos of different shapes walked in. Some were strong, some were thin, and some were obese. Lu Chi. A young man wearing a peaked cap and a long square nose looked at Lu Chi, nodded and said, "We got the thing. If you ask us to do it now, is there going to be a showdown today?" This young man is none other than Kagu, who possesses the giraffe fruit. His ability and expertise are in terms of speed, both in terms of movement speed and attack speed. "Yes, Lu Chi, is our long-term lurking finally coming to an end?" asked a strong man with hair like horns. This man was none other than Bluno, who possessed the gate fruit. "Stop talking nonsense. Where are the things?" Rob Lucci interrupted a few people with a wave of his hand and asked directly. "Advertisement, here." Kagu handed a stack of paper to Lu Chi. "These are indeed the design drawings of a large ship, but we don't know yet whether they are Pluton's design drawings. We need someone like Robin. Only people can be sure." Kagu said, turning his head to look at Ronan, who was sitting not far away. "Humph, there's no need to look for her. Let's go back and hand it over to the superiors. The superiors will naturally find a way to confirm it then." Rob Lucci put away the drawings and said in a deep voice. "The problem now is, Ron." Ron. Everyone else in CP9 looked at Ron. Of course they knew that Ron was in the water capital. After all, Ron's arrival caused a big sensation. The super large gold pillar worth 2.8 billion belly made the water. The people in the capital have been shocked for 2 days. With the people talking a lot, how could they not know? Originally I was planning to take action at night, but all our information was known to Ace Bagu, and the person who told him the list of all of us was Ron. Rob Lucci pointed at Ron and said, "He didn't take action just now. I specially wait for you to come and join me, planning to catch us all in one fell swoop." "Are you kidding?" a fat woman sneered. "We are from CP9. Even if he is Ron, he can't deal with so many of us by himself, right? If you dare to underestimate us, we must give him some color. Look at the sea weasel," Nero said with a sneer. "Since we are all exposed, there is no need to hide. Lucci, let's do it. This guy is indeed very strong. Even I was shocked when I saw those records, but there are many of us now. Let's go together. As long as Ron is defeated and captured, we will gain a huge achievement, enough to upgrade us to several levels." Jabra looked at Ron greedily and sneered gloomily. Yeah. At this time, Rob Lucci didn't show any emotion when facing Ron. He knew that Ron was definitely not weak. After all, the record was there. However, he didn't believe that so many people on his side could not be Ron's opponents. As long as Ron can be defeated and captured, their contribution is really great, and this risk can be taken. "Come on, since you are all here, there is no need to hesitate anymore. I will beat 8 of you by myself. What are you afraid of?" Ron said with his hands behind his back, looking indifferent. "Arrogant guy. Take action." Rob Lucci stared at Ron, who was not far across the way. Looking at his conceited appearance with his hands behind his back leisurely, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand fiercely towards Ron and actually ordered the attack to start. He himself quickly moved towards Ron, rushed over, and with every step he took, his figure was growing rapidly. When he came to Ron, his figure had completely transformed into a huge cheetah, with muscles all over his body ligated and terrifying. "Call." Rob Lucci tore off a claw, as if it could tear the air, and clawed straight at Ron's head. On the other side, Kagu was very fast and had already arrived behind Ron. He kicked out a tempest kick, and the sharp aura that could cut everything went directly towards Ron's waist. Chapter 162. One man is in charge. Defeat everyone in seconds, ask for automatic subscription. Boom. Boom. During the 2 loud noises, Rob Lucci and Kagu both looked happy. It was a hit. Yes, hit. Because Ron didn't hide at all. Rob Lucci's claw clawed hard on Ron's face, and Kagu kicked Ron on the lower back. Both sharp attacks were completely absorbed by Ron. Wrong. Lu Chi and Kagu, who had just shown happy expressions, felt strange. After these two terrifying attacks, why did they feel like they were lost in the sea? The two of them immediately wanted to get away, but unfortunately it was already too late. Ron's head and waist. No, it's the body. Ron's whole body was covered with a kind of purple-red aura energy, which was armament Haki. The Haki energy covered Ron's whole body, completely blocking the full blows of the two men, and did not cause any harm to Ron at all. Want to run away at this time? Ron smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed Rob Lucci's right paw with his right hand. His left hand reached behind him and grabbed Kagu's right foot. He swung his hands hard, and with a loud bang, he knocked the two of them to the ground, directly smashing through the floor of the second floor, and smashed the two of them into the ground of the lobby on the first floor, creating two huge deep pits. How can it be? Seeing this, the other slower CP9 members stopped their rushing figures one by one as if they were breaking hard. They looked at Ron clapping his hands easily in horror, as well as the huge potholes clearly visible through the floor. In the cave, Rob Lucci and Kagu were walking across the cave. They were covered in bloodline and their breath was weak. It was difficult to get up. One blow, just one blow, Sea Weasel Nero muttered to himself with an ugly look on his face. Advertisement, so strong. Defeat Lucci and Kagu with one blow? Oh my god, Jabra said in horror. Who can withstand this? What a scary guy. Is this the strength of Ron, the world's greatest swordsman? Kumadori said with a twitching corner of his mouth. The key is, he hasn't drawn his sword yet, right? How do we fight? Otonashi Fukuru said a little frightened. This. Bluno's mouth also twitched, completely confused. How to fight this? The fight has just begun, and the strongest Rob Lucci on his side has fallen, and the fastest Kagu has also fallen. Can the six of us really beat this guy? They now feel like they are riding a tightrope. So strong. On the other side, Ace Bagu looked at Ron's relaxed appearance in shock, and could not suppress an invincible feeling of shock in his heart. With such a being, who can defeat him? You must know that Ron's opponents are not minions, but the elite members of CP9. Each of them is a strong man who has experienced hundreds of battles and has the ability of Devil Fruit. Among them, Rob Lucci has the title of the strongest genius in 800 years, but such a strongest genius was defeated by Ron with one move. This. Ace Bagu was a little dizzy. He was not the only one who felt dizzy. Khalifa, who had been watching the battle carefully, felt like she was about to fall into a coma. How is it possible that Lucci and Kagu jointly attacked, but they didn't even make a single move? They were defeated. This. The girls behind Ron were not surprised at all. They had seen Ron fight two Marine Admirals with their own eyes. He even defeated the two Marine Admirals together. How could these people in front of me be Ron's opponents? Wow, Brother Ron is so awesome. Aisha jumped and cheered. Brother Ron is already very powerful. Abis said with a smile. How can these people be rivals of Brother Ron? Alas, I have really failed as a ship's doctor. So far, no one on our ship has been injured. I have no chance to make a move. Alas, I am helpless, Kaya sighed. Vivi and Nami on the side suddenly became confused when they heard this. Even Ron not far away is a black line. My Kaya, your ability to show off is just as good as your brother Ron. Advertisement clothes. Brother Ron gives you a thumbs up. Ron looked at the others, speechless as he looked at the shrinking look in their eyes. Could it be that his methods were too sharp and scared these people? Also, even the strongest Rob Lucci was defeated by one of his own moves. It would be strange if they are not afraid. However, I can't let you escape today. Fall down. Please give me flowers. Ron's body swayed, and he had already arrived among several people. The expressions of several people changed drastically. Just when they were about to move, they were crushed by Ron's hands one by one, and they all fell to the ground. The Devil Fruit abilities on them were in Ron's hands. Armament Haki couldn't even exert 1% of his strength in front of him. Finally, Ron grabbed Bluno by the neck, who was trying to open the door on the wall to escape, and said, "We're done. Everyone, get ready. It's time for us to leave, Khalifa." Okay. Khalifa sighed helplessly, nodded and said, "According to our previous agreement, you cannot kill them. I will leave with you now." Ron glanced at the Bluno in his hand and said hesitantly, "Maybe the conditions need to be modified. I won't kill anyone else, but this Bluno, I need his devil fruit, so he must die." Zero. You don't keep your promise. Khalifa stared at Ron with wide eyes. How can I not keep my promise? Ron shrugged. Look at them, all of them are only seriously injured and their lives are not in danger. And this Bluno, I have already said that I need his fruit. This is its a last resort. You know it's a last resort? I don't care, you just don't keep it anyway. Khalifa still wanted to make nonsense, but Ron glared at her. Please leave immediately and stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will kill them? Okay, I'll go with you now. Khalifa was startled and nodded obediently. Is it over? Kaya and others looked up and saw that the battle was over. They quickly cleaned up and all the girls stood up. Then let's go. It's time to continue our sailing adventure. Mr. Ron, thank you so much. Ace Bagu walked up to Ron and said gratefully. I will order the escort to expel them later. Thank you very much for your action this time. Stop talking so much, I said. The reason for this attack is that they took the initiative to provoke me and threatened my crew in front of me, that's all. Ron waved his hand, ignoring Ace Bagu's gratitude. He took the girls directly away from the Chief Minister's residence in Bingshan. Chapter 163. The door fruit is at full level. Awakening. Any door. Arriving at the Water City Pier, Ron paused and said, "You guys get on the boat and wait for me. I'll be back soon." With that said, Ron carried Bluno and walked away. "What's going on with brother Ron?" Kaya asked curiously. "Let's wait for him on the boat first." Nami and Robin's eyes flashed, and they already knew what Ron was doing. "Okay." Kaya nodded. She was actually very smart, although she was not as good as Nami Robin. She knew that Ron must have something to do when he left. All she had to do was return to the ship and wait. Khalifa's expression changed. She was not stupid. She could guess that Ron was definitely going to make a move on Bluno. "Let's go." Tashigi walked to Khalifa's side with a cold expression. "Just leave." Khalifa glanced at Tashigi, who was looking at him indifferently, snorted coldly, and walked straight to the Ark. This ship. As soon as she got on the Ark, Khalifa was shocked. She had never seen this type of ship before. This ship seemed to be very different from ordinary ships, and its size was as large as the size of a large ship. Where did the Sword and Rose pirates get such a ship? 820. Not to mention what happened to the girls on the Ark. Here, Ron carried Bluno to a small alley and threw him to the ground with a wave of his hand. "A hole, the world government will not let you go, Ron." Bluno struggled to get up from the ground. He had no injuries because Ron did not hurt him at the Iceberg Mansion, but directly caught him. Just walking away, in Ron's hands, he couldn't exert any power at all, but now that he is free, he can move freely. "What? You still want to resist?" Ron shook his head and said, "Actually, I promised Khalifa before that as a condition for her to join my pirate group, I would not kill you CP9 people. But you are an exception." "Why?" Bluno wondered for a while. Why was he unlucky enough to be killed when others were fine? "Because of your devil fruit." Ron said calmly. "I need the devil fruit in you." Menman fruit? Bluno was even more stunned. The door fruit is the devil fruit in his body. It has the ability to open a portal on any wall, but the wall cannot be too thick. For example, he can open a portal on a big mountain and want to pass through the mountain. This kind of thing can be done by him. No, this ability is useless. Bluno felt very funny. "You want the door fruit? This is a very rubbish devil fruit. It can only open doors on ordinary walls. It is too poor compared to other fruits, whether it is Kagu's giraffe fruit or Lucci. The Mao fruits are much more powerful than my Menman fruit, and with your strength, even their fruits are not worthy of you, right? You should look for shock fruit, burning fruit, lava fruit, or devil fruit on the level of sparkling fruit. Those fruits you mentioned do look very strong, at least in terms of attack power." Ron shook his head. "But do you think I lack damage?" "That's not what I lack. Forget it. I can't tell you clearly. You're going to die, so I don't need to explain too much to you. It's so funny, you actually want my Menman fruit." I'm really wronged." Bluno sighed desperately. "It's just a Menman fruit. This thing is so useless. I remember when I used the fruit, a group of people are not willing to get this fruit. In the Devil Fruit illustrated book, there are so many high-level fruits that others are rushing to eat. Only the door fruit is the one that no one wants, because the door can be opened by the door fruit. For those people it only takes one punch to destroy the wall. This tasteless fruit is actually what you need." Seeing Bluno's helpless look, Ron shook his head indifferently. "This thing may be really worthless in your eyes. As Bluno said, where the portal of door fruit ability can be opened, anyone with some strength can destroy the wall with one punch. But it was different in Ron's hands. End it." Ron took out the black cloth from Blackbeard and walked towards Bluno. Bluno gritted his teeth and looked at Ron's indifferent face, knowing that he would definitely not be able to escape today. However, the rabbit would bite people when he was anxious. No matter how desperate the situation was, he had to resist. If he didn't resist, he would die, and if he resisted, he would die. But he still had to fight for the slightest chance of escape. Advertisement. When Ron walked to a distance of 3 meters away from Bluno, Bluno's eyes narrowed, he shouted in his mouth, and slammed into the wall on one side of the alley. A portal suddenly appeared, and Bluno knocked it open. He looked at him, his figure is about to fall into the portal. One hand, a white palm, lightly grabbed Bluno's figure, pulled it out, covered it with a black cloth hood, and pinched Bluno's neck with the other hand. After a click, all was quiet. Under the black cloth, Bluno's body twitched, then stopped trembling, and his body temperature gradually disappeared. Ron waited for a while and then felt a strange wave coming from Bluno's body. He wanted to escape, but was blocked by the black cloth. In desperation, the power could only attach to Ron. Is this the power of the gate fruit? Ron felt it for a moment. Indeed, the ability he had just acquired seemed useless. He could feel that now he could only open doors on very thin walls. He can't open the door even if the wall is slightly thicker, and with Ron's strength, he can break a hill. This kind of strength is a waste of devil fruit's quota. However, I can top up my skill points. No matter how weak this fruit is, it is also a devil fruit with spatial abilities. Unexpected abilities will definitely appear after reaching the maximum level. I am still looking forward to the awakening ability of the gate fruit. Ron collected the black cloth and ignored Bluno's body. It wouldn't be long before someone discovered the body, and people from the Water City would naturally pick it up by then. Ron left quietly, talking to the system in his mind as he walked towards the dock. System. Open my data panel. Ron opened the system panel, and sure enough he saw the skill level of Menman Fruit, which was only level 1. Ron reached out and started adding points, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. It has been added to the full level of 100. Finally, he felt the huge changes in the gate fruit, and a new skill appeared, which was the skill that was awakened after the gate fruit reached its full level. Host. Ron age, 19 years old. Constitution, 234. Strength, 229. Agility, 232. Number, 227. Skill point balance, 99,099,99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist, 2 plus 98, full level, basic swordsmanship, 3 plus 97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu, 1 plus 99, full level, airbreaking palm, 1 plus 99, full level. Fiery sword technique, 1 plus 99, full level, wind step, 1 plus 99, full level. Advertisement spearmanship, 2 plus 98, full level, cooking skills, 1 plus 99, full level. Medical skill, 1 plus 99, full level, drawing the sword, 1 plus 99, full level. 2 sword style, 1 plus 99, full level, swordsmithing, 1 plus 99, full level. Armament Haki, 1 plus 99, full level, armed color awakening ability, absolute armament. Observation Haki, 1 plus 99, full level, ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Devil Fruit, Munch Munch Fruit, 1 plus 99, full level, fruit awakening, swallowing, 1/3. Door Fruit, 1 plus 99, full level, fruit ability awakening, any door. Ron didn't pay attention to the improvement of the 4-dimensional attributes, his eyes fell on the last skill. Any door. Looking at the newly awakened ability, Ron rubbed his chin and started thinking. This ability reminded him of a cartoon he had seen in the real world, but he just didn't know, does this arbitrary door have the same function as that arbitrary door? Ron quickly integrated the information transmitted by the system in his mind, and after a while he fully understood the role of this ability, as well as the power that the full-level gate fruit could exert. Sure enough, you made the right choice. Ron smiled calmly. With any door, you can go to any place you have been to in 3.6. As long as you know the location information, you can open a portal through space, but this thing cannot crossing dimensions and returning to the real world is the same. After all, it is just a devil fruit. How can it reach that level? Even so, it is enough. After Ron fully understood the awakening skill, he knew that if he wanted to, he could even go back to East Blue directly. As long as it was a place he had been to before, he could go there at any time, but he could not activate any place he had not been to. Door. Moreover, not to mention the skills after awakening, even the full-level door fruit ability now allows me to have terrible mobility. For example, as I thought before, if a big mountain is in front of me, a portal opens on this side of the mountain wall, and you can go directly through the mountain to the other side of the mountain. Ron smiled lightly, then waved his hand, and a portal appeared in front of him out of thin air. This was a portal that shone with silvery white light. Ron's figure sank into the portal, and then, his figure appeared directly on the deck of the Ark. This is the arbitrary door, Chapter 164. The terrifying arbitrary door. Come and go as you please, without a trace. Why? The moment Ron appeared, the girls on the deck also spotted him. The girls were surprised by Ron's sudden appearance. Brother Ron, why did you appear suddenly? Kaya ran over and looked at Ron in surprise and asked. How weird. Nami also walked over, looked at the light door gradually dissipating behind Ron, and asked strangely. What's going on with that light door? Is it the devil fruit on Bluno? Robin also walked over, and after a moment's thought, he came up with the possible reason. Clever. Ron snapped his fingers and said with a smile. Now you know why I insisted on killing Bluno and snatching his devil fruit. Well, that's it. Kaya nodded. They knew that Ron had the ability to enhance skills. He could enhance an ordinary skill to full level. That Bluno's devil fruit, Ron said before, was a skill on the wall. He had the ability to open portals, but in Ron's hands, he displayed unexpected abilities. This is impossible. Khalifa, who didn't know the inside story, shook his head and said, how could this be Bluno's power? His door fruit can only open doors on the wall. You just did it out of thin air. A door appeared, and it actually crossed such a long distance and came directly to the ship. How could this ability be the ability of the door fruit? I don't believe it. So, as I said just now, this is why I want to seize the gate fruit. This fruit is useless to you, and Bluno cannot exert its full capabilities. Only in my hands can it truly exert its power. The power comes, like now. Ron waved his hand, and another portal appeared on the deck. Chuan opened the door and said to the girls, do you want to go over and have a look? Brother Ron, where is that place over there? Kaya trusted Ron very much, but before going over, she took the initiative to ask. Keep it a secret for now. You'll know when you go there, Ron chuckled. Okay, then, I'll go over there first. Kaya walked towards the door with interest and went straight through the portal to the other side. Advertisement. The other girls were very curious, and they also knew that Ron would never hurt anyone, so they walked towards the portal one by one. In the end, Khalifa couldn't help but be curious. After walking through the door, Ron followed at the end. This is actually Sky Island. Konus exclaimed after coming in. Sky Island is her hometown, and of course she recognized it at first sight. Wow, Brother Ron is so awesome. Aisha also exclaimed, and Lackey next to her also showed a smile. Sky Island. Are we reaching Sky Island now? Nami exclaimed in surprise. We are far away from Sky Island. Can this light gate span such a long distance? It's really scary. This is the first time I have seen this kind of ability in this world. You can cross such a long distance and pass through a door. Tashigi took a deep breath and said. Brother Ron is indeed the best, Abis said with a smile. What an amazing ability. Konus laughed and then said, why don't you come to my house for dinner? The little fox Cece held in Konus's hand also screamed happily. After all, it came to the place where it grew up, and it was normal for it to be happy. No need. The other girls, Ichiraku, wanted to agree, but Ron waved his hand and said, anyway, my door is here. You can come back anytime if you feel homesick in the future. Now we should leave early. Bar. Can we go to our hometown at any time? Kayanami and Vivi asked with their eyes lit up. If it is used to transport combatants, it can even change the outcome of a battle. If it is used to assassinate, it is also terrifying. Coupled with Ron's invincible strength, who else in the world can withstand his attack? Actually, this arbitrary door also has flaws. I can't open the portal in places I haven't been to. Ron shook his head and said, I can only open any door at any time in places where I have been, such as Alabasta, such as East Blue Log Town, such as Siluobu Village and so on. Before the other girls spoke, Kaya jumped up happily, hugged Ron and kissed her. Great, Brother Ron, let's start sailing quickly and then we all go to my house for dinner? Advertisement, Sister Kaya's house. Abis drooled and said, there must be a lot of delicious food, right? All right. There is no place to imprison Ron, not even impel down prison. Of course, Seastone can suppress Devil Fruit's abilities, but with Ron's strength, who can defeat him? Even he can live there. Is this kind of light door called an arbitrary door? Robin looked at the light door the girls passed through and said, it is indeed an appropriate name. Anywhere door, you can go anywhere. As a result, everyone left Sky Island through the light gate one after another and returned to the Ark. Ron, why don't you go to Sky Island? Konus pouted. Don't I have good food for everyone at home? Or do you not like Sky Island food? 203. Nami and the others nodded. That's right, with this light gate, they can come back at any time. There is no rush at this moment. It's really convenient. Robin also nodded. In the eyes of a smart person like her, this ability goes far beyond this. Isn't this random door too convenient? Hearing what Ron said, Konus was shocked and speechless. He thought that he could go back to Sky Island to sleep in the future, and then be taken over by Ron during the day to continue the adventure, and then go home at night. This is just like a job where you leave early and come back late. Of course. Ron nodded. Let's start sailing now and take everyone to Kaya's home later, how about it? It can be said that this ability to come and go without a trace is too exaggerated and too buggy. Of course not, let's go to your house for dinner tomorrow. Ron shook his head and said with a smile, the main reason is that Kaya has been away from home for too long. I want her to go home and see her parents first. Konus, are you going to follow us? How long? Don't worry, with the optional door, you can even go back and live every day in the future, and I can open the door in the car and pick you up at Sky Island. Oh, I'm going to be a guest at Sister Kaya's house, Aisha said happily. Then let's go. Nami also laughed, then turn around to start the boat. I'll start the boat first, remember to call me when you leave. Chapter 165 Spandam is coming to surround Ron. That night, everyone had dinner at Kaya's home. After the meal, Kaya took Aisha and Abis to stay in Xiluobu village for the night, while Ron and others went back to the Ark to rest. There is no way for any door to transport something as big as the Ark. In order to prevent there was a problem with the Ark, and they had to have someone come back. The Ark was huge enough, and most of the girls didn't want to disturb Kaya's parents too much, so they came back to rest. For Ron's arrival, Ron smiled helplessly, got up and left. Ron didn't let him go for 2 hours. His current physique was terrifyingly powerful. Ron did not force her to continue, but let her rest. Ron walked in the corridor of the Ark cabin, all the way towards his room, but when passing by Tashigi's room, he couldn't help but stopped. Well, I think my friendship with Tashigi is almost the same, so why not take advantage of tonight to get rid of her? Thinking about it, Ron knocked on Tashigi's door. Who is it? Tashigi's voice came from the room after a pause. Me? Ron replied softly. Am I coming in? Huh? Ron. Tashigi seemed a little panicked. At this time, Ron knocked on the door and wanted to come in. He knew without thinking that something was wrong. The key is. I'm coming in. Ron smiled slightly, stretched out his hand a little, and used the gate fruit directly to open another door on the door of Tashigi's room, and pushed the door directly in. In the room, Tashigi watched Ron enter the door in panic. Huh? Ron's brows moved. No matter how powerful he was, he immediately noticed something was wrong. There was a person hidden in the quilt next to Tashigi. Of course, Ron wouldn't think that Tashigi was doing something that was sorry for him. The key was that he was the only man on board the Ark, so even if Tashigi wanted to do something that was sorry for him, he couldn't do it. So, who was hiding inside? Ron didn't show any other expression, pretending not to know and walked up to Tashigi and stood still. He could feel the body hiding there seemed to tremble a little, but he thought he was well hidden and felt that he hadn't been discovered by Ron yet. Woolen cloth. Ron, why are you in my room so late? Toshigi asked nervously. As for why she was nervous, it was because she was afraid that her little secret would be discovered by Ron. Ron touched his chin, probably not looking at the bulge in the quilt beside Toshigi, but looked at Toshigi seriously and said, I have something to tell you. What's going on? Please tell me quickly. After you finish speaking, go back to bed. I'm already sleepy. Toshigi urged. Really? Ron walked towards Toshigi, sat directly next to her, stretched out his hands to wrap around her delicate body and said, I came to you because I think our relationship can take a further step. Backquote? Huh? Toshigi was stunned. What, that's it? Ron leaned over instantly and kissed her. Well, you, don't make a sound. Ron moved and leaned towards Toshigi. A low strange scream came from the side. Ron stared. Nagagao, why are you here? Advertisement, Nuo Kagao was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. She was suddenly pressed by Ron just now, and she immediately knew that she couldn't hide it anymore and had to speak out. She came here to chat with me, Toshigi said quickly. Chat? Ron looked at the two of them, and a strange thought came to his mind. Could it be that there were two of them? I wipe it, so exciting. A weird smile appeared on Ron's face. Hee, so that's it. Two girls. But they all lowered their heads. I never expected that. Toshigi, you are actually taller than Nogi. Ron laughed and continued. Well, can you bring me one of your games? Why? I'm coming. Ron didn't care what the two people's reactions were. He originally came to see Toshigi alone, but now he saw Nogi Gao was there too. That was just right, killing two birds with one stone. Such a good thing must not be let go. Ever since, it's late today, Ron made a lot of money. The two girls together finally satisfied Ron. Early the next morning, Nami was woken up by Makino and Konus. Seeing the strange looks the two girls looked at her, Nami Vivi was a little embarrassed. She was really tired yesterday, and Ron was so tossing. If the situation on Nami's side is pretty good, then Toshigi and Nogo Gong are even more embarrassed. Vivi and Miss Valentine went to wake up Nuo Kagao because they found that Nuo Kagao, who always got up early, was sleeping in late today, so they came over together, but they did not find her figure in Nuo Chigao's room. Then the two they looked at each other and had an idea in mind, so they went directly to Ron's room, but there was no one in Ron's room either, which made the two of them even more curious. Ever since, the two came to Toshigi's room again. As soon as they knocked on the door, there was movement in the room. However, it was Ron who opened the door. Seeing the surprised looks in the two girls' eyes outside the door, Ron rubbed his nose and smiled, then left past the two of them and went directly to the deck. Why is this guy in Toshigi's room? Vivi asked curiously. Isn't this simple? Miss Valentine said directly. It must be like that. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Okay. Vivi was also moved, and immediately walked into Toshigi's room with Miss Valentine. As soon as they entered, the two of them were speechless. You are actually two people? Vivi stared with wide eyes. Astringent Toshigi and Nokia High. It's true. Miss Valentine's clothes had already been predicted. Oh my god, you guys are so crazy, Vivi said, covering her forehead, but thought in her heart, no, they have all taken action, but she has not had S*X with that guy yet, so she cannot fall behind today. Once you leave, you must leave. On the deck, Ron sneezed, rubbed his nose and said to himself, who is talking about me behind my back? Ron. Nami walked over fully dressed, her eyes flickering. Are you going to pick up Kaya and the others now? We are going to continue our journey? Advertisement, okay. Ron looked at Nami and asked with concern, are you okay? It's okay. Nami glared at him, then turned away with a rosy face. Ron smiled and opened any door and went to Zailuobu village. After Ron left, Nami saw Nokagao and Toshigi walking out of the cabin, and then looked at the expressions of Vivi and Miss Valentine behind them. Nami's heart moved, could it be? Nogi, Toshigi, you. Could it be? Nami looked at the two of them questioningly. Yeah. The two girls looked at each other awkwardly and nodded. Oh my god, you two together? Nami's eyes widened. The two girls continued to nod. The next stop is Sabaody Archipelago, then the Fishmen Island, and after the Fishmen Island is New World. Nami said looking at the chart. Aren't you dissatisfied with so many of our sisters here? Nami said angrily. You looked like that when you just mentioned the Fishmen Island. Do you think I don't know what you were thinking? What are you thinking about? Nami saw Ron looking like a pig brother, and suddenly a black line came over him, and the iron fist of love came over. The Fishmen Island. Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. The Fishmen Island is great. Princess Shirahoshi is there, and there are also beauties from the Fishmen Island. After a while, Makino and Konus walked into the two girls' rooms carrying bodybuilding broth. What's going on? Ron turned around and asked. Is this guy stupid? Ron said in shock. Even the fleet following the Admiral of Headquarters can't do anything to me. How dare a little guy like him lead a fleet to encircle and suppress me? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. Nami's mouth twitched. At this time, Robin came over with a newspaper. She glanced at Ron and said, Ron, maybe we have encountered something. Trying to fool me? Nami didn't believe Ron's words to her death. Nami, where is our next destination? Ron asked as he continued to lie back on his Taishi chair, enjoying the morning sunshine. Boom. Spandam, the direct commander of CP9, has led a fleet from Eni's lobby to surround us after learning that you defeated his subordinates. He plans to arrest us. Robin Chan handed over the newspaper in his hand. What's going on? Ron said seriously. I was thinking about other things just now. It's not what you thought at all. Other girls also came over and looked at the two of them strangely, which made Toshiki and Nokagawa a little shy. They had to escape back to their rooms. They probably wouldn't go out during the day. Ron took it and took a look. Sure enough, the news reported above was exactly what happened in the water capital yesterday. The fact that he defeated the CP9 members had been leaked. It should be Bingshan who released this matter, and he was probably the one who did it. It was a helpless move. After all, CP9 is also a member of the world government. After he expelled the person, CP9 immediately reported the situation. Spandam was furious. The reporters heard the news. This was news about Ron, a big shot. A group of reporters immediately went to interview him. Spandam, who said that he would personally lead the fleet to encircle and suppress Ron. Ron covered his head and looked at Nami speechlessly. Nami-chan, can we still talk properly? Your punch hurt me much more than the Marine Admiral? After a while, Ron returned to the Ark with Kaya and Aisha Abyss. Chapter 166. Here comes the one who will kill someone. After Ron finished speaking, his expression changed. He saw Ron on the side who looked not very good, and thought of something in his heart. It seems that the destruction of Ohara has something to do with Spandam. No, it should be said to have something to do with Spandam's father, Spandine, who was the person in charge of executing the plan to destroy Ohara. At first, Spandine led 10 warships to surround the Ohara island. Under a barrage of shelling, Ohara was completely destroyed. All the people on the island died, including Robin's mother Orovia. In the end, only Robin escaped. The fate of death. This experience brought Robin painful childhood memories, and it was also an indelible shadow in her heart. Now that he heard that Spandam was coming to surround and suppress his party, Robin's face naturally didn't look better. Sister Robin, what's wrong with you? Finding that Robin's face was not good looking, Kaya quickly walked over, grabbed Robin's hand, and asked with concern. No, it's okay. Robin forced a smile. Robin. Ron opened his mouth, but did not continue to speak. Instead, he looked at Kaya and others aside and said to them, Kaya, you go and do other things first. I'll talk to Robin about other things. Oh, although Kaya was a little confused, she still nodded, pulling 177 and Abyss and others away who were curious. Robin glanced at Ron, wondering what he meant. Robin, I still know something about Ohara. Ron organized his words. He didn't want what he said to hurt Robin. However, it was obvious that Ohara's incident still had a great impact on Robin. After Ron said this, Robin lowered his head, biting his lips, and looked a little pale. Advertisement, don't worry, this Spandam is Spandam's son. He actually has the courage to come to me this time to cause trouble. I will definitely not let him end well. Ron said sternly. No matter what you think, you should be able to tell what I mean from the water capital. I sincerely hope you can join Sword and Rose. Of course, even if you are still unwilling to join in the end, I will not force you. Our pirate group, you decide whether to stay or go. This was the only time Ron left a choice about the girl's fate. Before, whether it was Makino, Nami, Vivi, or even Khalifa, they were all brought into the pirate group by him. Khalifa was even brought in by him because of threats. But Robin is different, of course. Ron is unwilling to let go of a stunning woman like Robin. However, this girl has suffered too much misfortune in her childhood. If he still forces her now, even a shameless person like Ron will feel a little uneasy. So, he gave the choice to Robin. Robin didn't speak, but his lowered eyebrows seemed to flicker. Leave this Spandam to me to deal with. The Sword and Rose pirates will always be your strongest backing. No matter what kind of enemies and dangers you encounter, I can promise you that as long as I am here, no one else can hurt you. Ron's calm tone was full of indescribable absolute confidence. After saying this, Ron returned to his usual laziness. After stretching, he walked away with his hands behind his back. He actually went to the cabin to pick up the fishing rod, went to the side of the boat and found a place to start fishing. The previous chapter was blocked and it overturned again. I will pay attention next time. Please continue to support me and give me an automatic subscription. Thank you very much, close black lens bracket. Robin looked at Ron with strange eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, the girls all came to the deck. Each of them looked at the sea with excitement on their faces. Their expressions were full of expectation. If Spandam saw it, he would probably go crazy. He personally led people to encircle and suppress the Sword and Rose pirates, but the crew members on the other side's ship were all looking forward to his arrival. It was incredible. Are we there yet? Ron breathed a sigh of relief and threw away the fishing rod. After more than 10 minutes, he still didn't gain anything. Ron thought it was really strange. Why was his fishing technique so poor? Advertisement over there. Robin trembled when he heard the girl's words. He stood up from the chair, silently walked behind the girls and looked at the growing black spots on the sea level. Is this fishing more difficult to learn than Haki? Over there, Nami and Kaya stood together, looking at the silent Robin inexplicably. Although Robin was usually very quiet, she behaved very calmly, but today, she was a little depressed, and her face was not as normal as usual. Calm down, but with a little uneasiness and apprehension. It's really coming. Konus's eyes widened and he saw black dots on the sea level. I think it was not that difficult for him to learn the two-color Haki from Hawkeye. It's coming, look, Kaya shouted pointing to the sea level ahead, where black spots were appearing one by one. He's just a guy who wants to die. If he dares to deal with our sword and rose pirates, he's really looking for death. Vivi put her hands on her hips and snorted softly. You really dared to come? Lackey shook her head, and she had already started to mourn in her heart for this guy named Spandam. Impossible. How could Brother Ron make Sister Robin angry? Kaya shook her head. Kaya has already shown the newspaper to Nami. Not only Nami, but also other girls also knew that Spandam was about to attack. However, none of the girls were panicked at all. Except for Khalifa, the other girls had seen Ron's power with their own eyes. They had seen Ron fight against Marine and Admiral, as well as the huge fleet at naval headquarters, so they didn't panic at all. Let's not talk about it for now. Kaya, please help me look at the sea level. Maybe those guys will come over later, Nami said seriously. Sister Nami, Sister Robin, what's going on? Wei Ya asked in confusion. After about 10 minutes, the girls finally saw all the warships surrounding them, 10 in total, including one large warship and 9 medium-sized warships, riding the wind and waves, surging forward, looking very majestic. BD, I don't know. Maybe Ron said something to her that made her angry, Nami said. Chapter 167 Arrogant Spandam. Still dared to shell? I'm afraid he has never died. On the large flagship among the 10 warships, Spandam looked at Ron's Ark with a ferocious look on his face, anger raging in his heart. Ark. Humph. I don't know where you got this large pirate ship from. I want to see if you can withstand the fire attack of my fleet, Spandam said fiercely. Sir, this Ron is a very powerful person. I think we should be more careful. Next to Spandam, a short adjutant said worriedly. You have heard of his record. He can defeat 2 people. There's a Marine Admiral. How can we be rivals? Huh, that's just Marine's incompetence. Remember, we are a force directly under the world government, different from Marine. Spandam said proudly. Give me an order. Once the entire fleet reaches shooting range, fire at me with full firepower. I want to sink the Ark. This. The adjutant turned his head and glanced at the Ark coming leisurely on the sea in the distance. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. He felt that his officer was trying to commit suicide. Ron's reputation is not just blown, but achieved with real swords and guns. The records of every battle can be found in newspapers, and every enemy he defeated was not an unknown person. 2 Shichibukai, 2 a Marine Admiral, this is obvious, and there are countless unknown enemies who were defeated and killed by Ron. He is simply an invincible demon king. In fact, the reason why I and others came here this time was because Ron defeated a powerful organization under the world government. The CP-19 was not bad at all. Everyone was defeated miserably. How powerful and capable are they? When the adjutant thought of this, his calves felt weak, and he raised his head and glanced at his commander. Does this guy really understand Ron? Maybe he doesn't believe Ron's achievements at all. Or was he blinded by his success in capturing Ron? That's right, this Ron has a bounty of 2 billion Baileys. He is a thorn in the side of world government and naval headquarters. Once he is successfully captured or killed, both world government and naval headquarters will give huge rewards. The reward is not just money, but also rights. Advertisement. Why don't you give the order quickly? Spandam glared at the adjutant and said dissatisfied. If you let this guy run away, I will ask you. Okay. The adjutant turned and left, giving Spandam's order. There was no other way. Spandam was the supreme commander of this fleet, he could only obey orders. Ron's side, on the deck of the Ark. Brother Ron, look, they are rushing over, and they are almost within the shooting range of the artillery. Kaya took Ron's hand and pointed to the sea and said. Yes, I saw it. Ron nodded calmly. I don't know if they have a long memory. It takes a lot of courage to shoot at me. Look, the cannon is really fired. Cornish pointed at the warship opposite and said. That's right, Nami nodded. But there is still a warship here. That is a flagship. Was it left behind by Ron on purpose? So, this guy is very brave. Ron laughed. Please give me flowers. Ron smiled slightly when he heard this and looked at Robin. Because, next I want to take Robin to meet someone, Dow. Brother Ron must have deep meaning. Kaya's eyes moved and she glanced at Robin. Advertisement following Ron's movements. The cannonballs flew back one after another, and with bursts of rumbling sounds, the 9 warships slowly sank. Sure enough, as soon as the 10 warships came within the shooting range, they immediately started full-power artillery fire coverage saturation shooting. All the artillery, main guns and secondary guns on the 10 warships totaled hundreds of guns. They opened fire together. At least the momentum looks very impressive. Nonsense, don't you see who they are facing? Vivi rolled her eyes and said. Is this the end? Nami said blankly. These people can't help but beat them, right? Ron fell back onto the deck, completely unscathed, and even his clothes were not stained. His whole body had an aura of calmness and indifference. Brother Ron, why did you leave one warship unsinked? Kaya asked curiously, and the other girls also turned to look at Ron. Absolutely. 10 warships dare to come to Ron for trouble. He is definitely a warrior. Nami put his hands on his hips and smiled. Don't he know about Ron's previous battle with the Naval Headquarters fleet? At that time, Naval Headquarters dispatched 8 ships. 12 warships, just like that, were defeated by our captain. What are his 10 warships? Snapped. Destroy those 9 medium-sized battleships first. Ron looked at the cannonballs flying in the sky, and with a flash of his body, he jumped into the air and turned into a Euro-like phantom, flashing back and forth in the sky. Maybe this Spandam is a brave person. Vivi covered her mouth and smiled. It seems so. Vivi nodded and said, I saw that when those cannonballs flew back, they did not damage the flagship. It must be the result of him deliberately holding back. I just don't know why he did this. Brother Ron is so awesome, Kaya said, clapping her hands. Chapter 168. How do you want to die? Spandam. Take Sister Robin to meet someone. Kaya asked doubtfully, does Sister Robin know that person? Ron glanced at Robin and saw that she didn't speak. Knowing that she didn't want to talk, he shook his head. Let's talk about this matter later. Let's deal with these people first and then talk about other things. You want to take me there? Robin hesitated. Yes. Ron nodded. If you are willing, you can even kill Spandam yourself. If not, I can do it for you. Killing Spandam will at least avenge the people who died in Ohara. Let me do it. Ron waved his hand, and a light door appeared. Any door not only allowed you to go to the places Ron had been to, but you could also directly open any door to travel between 200 and 200 in his sight. Of course, it is a direct line of sight. If you see a strange place through the display screen, it cannot be teleported. Ron has experimented before. Robin thought for a moment and walked decisively to Ron's side. Ron reached out and took Robin's arm. He could feel Robin's body trembling slightly, but he did not reject Ron's palm. Watching Ron disappear into the portal, the other girls looked at each other, and a few of them had a smile on their lips. It seems that Sister Robin is also going to be taken down by Brother Ron, Kaya said with a smile. This guy. Nami gritted his teeth and said, who on board the ship can escape from his grasp? After hearing this, the people who had a relationship with Ron were fine, while the faces of those who had not had a relationship turned slightly red. Lackey, Makino, and even Khalifa all turned rosy. Khalifa has only joined the pirate group for a short time. She has not yet fully integrated into the girls. She rarely speaks. After seeing what these girls said, she basically determined why Ron wanted to join the pirates. Tuan, this guy is interested in me. Not to mention the laughter of the girls on the Ark, huge turmoil has already occurred on Spandam's warship. Advertisement, impossible. When Spandam saw that all the fired shells were counterattacked and destroyed all 9 warships, the arrogant expression on his face suddenly froze. Looking at the sailors next door who were still struggling in the water, he was dumbfounded. Spandam was dumbfounded, but the adjutant was not. He quickly ordered the sailors on the flagship to rescue him. Spandam was still in a daze. His mind was in chaos at the moment. He never expected that he had destroyed 9 warships before he even met Ron. How could he have fun? Damn Ron, I will definitely kill you, Spandam roared angrily when he came back to his senses. Oh, do you want to kill me? Are you sure? A strange voice came from behind Spandam, which startled Spandam. He quickly turned around and looked towards the place where the voice came from, only to see a man and a woman standing not far behind him. Come on, the enemy is attacking. After Spandam saw Ron and the two of them, he shouted loudly. Other sailors heard Spandam's shouts and rushed over with weapons. A large group of sailors surrounded Ron and Robin, aiming their swords and muskets at the two. I don't like people pointing weapons at me, so get out of here, Ron said coldly to the sailors surrounding him. Shoot me. Spandam felt a chill in his heart. When he saw Ron, he felt a sense of fear in his heart, especially after seeing Ron's cold eyes, which were looking at him. It was like looking at a dead person. He really wanted to kill himself. Spandam was arrogant before, and did not take Ron into consideration at all. Now, before officially engaging in battle with the Ark, 9 warships on his side have sunk, and now Ron has brought Robin to his ship inexplicably. On the boat, why didn't this make him panic? Now Spandam is not arrogant at all. His heart is now full of fear. Escape, I must escape, I must escape. Advertisement. Upon hearing Spandam's attack order, the sailors immediately began to attack. The sailors with guns pulled the triggers and fired, while the sailors with swords roared and rushed towards Ron and Robin. Court death. Ron snorted coldly, and unsheathed the long sword on his waist. Under the shining light of the sword, not to mention the bullets, all the sailors who attacked him, including all the sailors with swords and guns, were all affected by the light of the sword. Then he fell to the ground with blood spurting out from his body. One knife. With just one strike, all the besieging marines were wiped out. Although the sailors and warship adjutants in the distance escaped with their lives, their expressions showed panic. Even worse than them is Spandam. When Spandam saw this horrific scene, he fell to the ground with a frightened thud and rolled back. Don't kill me, don't kill me. My father is Spandam, and I am directly under CP9. Sir, if you dare to kill me, the world government will not let you go. Ron glanced at him, ignoring his plea for mercy, but looked at 3.4 Robin. Do you want to do it yourself? Robin thought for a moment, shook his head and said, the person I want to kill is Spangine, not this person. You go ahead and I'll just watch him die. Okay. Ron nodded. Spandine. Don't worry, I will catch him in front of you if I have the chance, and let you kill him personally to avenge everyone in Ohara and her mother. Yeah. Robin couldn't help but think of his mother, Orovia, and nodded heavily after hearing this. Ron turned his head and looked at Spandam, who had retreated to the side of the ship, with a dangerous smile on his face. Spandam, how do you want to die? Chapter 169. Kill Spandam. weird devil fruit sword. You really dared to kill me? Spandam saw the cold murderous intent in Ron's eyes and trembled all over. This guy really wanted to kill him. Spandam panicked. He was really panicked. He rolled and crawled back along the side of the ship, trying to avoid Ron's attack. Unfortunately, how could he, an ordinary person who had never eaten devil fruit, escape from Ron's clutches? Not to mention those who have never eaten devil fruit, even if they have, there are not many people in this world who can escape from Ron. Still want to run? It will be a joke if you run away. Come back. Ron waved his hand, and the sword flashed, and a huge crack appeared on the deck in front of Spandam. You could even see through the crack to things in the cabin below. When Spandam saw this crack, he was stunned for a moment and trembled a few times. If such a terrifying knife hit his body, he would definitely die 13. But his eyes lit up when he saw the things under the cabin, because this cabin was exactly where he lived and rested. In the cabin, the famous sword that had been with him for a long time was placed there. It was no ordinary sword. The famous sword is a famous sword that ate devil fruit. Come here. Spandam shouted into the crack, and the long sword flew over and fell into Spandam's hand. Ha ha ha, with this sword in hand, Ron, you can't kill me. Spandam felt like he had a sword in his hand, and he became more confident. Advertisement, this guy. Ron looked at Spandam speechlessly, picked up a sword, and felt that he could defeat me. Are you kidding me? If it were that simple, Marine would have done this long ago. This guy must have something wrong with his brain. Ron felt that wasting any more time with this guy was an insult to his own intelligence. Forget it, let's get rid of him as soon as possible, and then the ark will continue sailing. Ron stopped talking nonsense and walked towards Spandam. You still dared to come here? Spandam's eyes were bloodshot, and his eyes were full of madness. Then just die for me. Kill him with the elephant sword. Brush. Okay. Robin replied succinctly. This was the first time he had seen this kind of sword that could eat devil fruit in the pirate world, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. Hey, you're still struggling? You're so disobedient. Ron squeezed the sword holding hand hard, and the long sword creaked as he squeezed it, and a whine came from the sword. Are you being honest now? In Ron's surprised eyes, the long sword in Spandam's hand actually grew longer. The blade rushed in front of Ron and stabbed him in the chest. Let's go, Ron said. Ron swung away with the sword and looked at the long sword in Spandam's hand curiously. Is this the long sword that ate devil fruit? Advertisement, do you think you can save your life with this thing? You are really too naive. Ron shook his head. He was indeed interested in this long sword that could eat devil fruit, but he was not interested in using it. There is no way around this kind of thing. I want this long sword. I have to study it carefully. Maybe the supreme sharp sword I will forge in the future can use this technology? Well, that's it, so first, you go to hell. Ron walked to Spandam's body and picked up the long sword on the deck. When he took the long sword, he seemed to be aware that Ron, a stranger, was holding him, so he began to twist the sword body continuously, trying to escape from Ron's hands. Ron walked to Robin with this long sword. Robin 873 kept looking at Spandam's body with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. After Ron left, the remaining sailors dared to come out. Looking at the bloody deck, all the sailors were frightened. Forget this ship. Spandam has been killed by Ron, and all the sailors who rushed over to surround Ron have also been killed by him. Ron didn't want to do anything to the remaining minions, so he spared their lives. Bar. Ron waved his hand directly, called out any door, and took Robin away from the warship, back to the ark. The blade of the long sword actually turned around and nodded towards Ron, which made Ron want to laugh a little. This thing is really interesting. Brush. What are you still doing? Go and see if there are any survivors, and rescue the sailors who have fallen into the water. The warship adjutant shouted, but he was very desperate in his heart. This time the encirclement and suppression failed. They will definitely be punished after they go back, but fortunately, at least their lives are saved. That Ron did not continue to attack them. They are lucky to be able to save their lives. Ding. The sword light flashed, and the long sword that had eaten the devil fruit could not react at all. Spandam holding the long sword had been killed by Ron's sword. His body was cut in half by Ron's sword light, and the blood and water were mixed with the internal organs. It was spread out, and together with the dozens of sailors who died on the deck before, the entire deck was filled with the smell of blood. Ha ha ha, this is the latest research result of Master Vegapunk. Spandam saw that although Ron blocked the attack, he did not continue to pursue him. He thought that his weapon had shocked Ron, so he laughed happily and was extremely proud, showing off the long sword in his hand. Chapter 170. Learn Marine 6 Styles, Teacher Khalifa. Back on the ark, the girls all gathered around and looked at Ron with questioning eyes. They were some distance away from the opposite warship and were not too sure what was going on there. Ron casually talked about what happened on the warship, and the girls dispersed after listening. Watching the girls disperse, Ron smiled slightly, glanced at Robin, said nothing, but walked to the side, sat back in his chair and began to look at the trophies in his hands. This long sword eats devil fruit, which seems to be a zone fruit. After eating this fruit, this sword can have the ability of the fruit and can become longer to attack the enemy. Although it is of no use to Ron, it is a trump card for ordinary people. Ron studied for a long time but didn't come up with anything. He only knew that this sword had its own consciousness. If it weren't for Ron's intimidation and threats, this guy wouldn't be so old at all. The ark is sailing on the ocean. Nami's navigation skills are now at full level, and she also has Thunder Fruit with her. Even if the ship she controls is on the Grand Line, there will be no accidents. Heading forward steadily. On the deck, Ron lay back on the chair, and Makino brought a glass of red wine to Ron. The girls were all doing what they liked. Some were fishing, some were studying recipes, and some were studying bartending. Others are practicing sword skills. Ron lay there for a while and suddenly looked at Khalifa's graceful figure. She was talking to Lackey. Lackey across from him kept shaking his head, then pointed at Ron and turned around to leave. That guy. What do you want to ask? Ron was a little confused. On the Ark, he didn't turn on the sight color. After all, they were all on his own, and there was no need to turn on the sight color all the time. After seeming to hesitate for a while, Khalifa finally walked up to Ron. Advertisement Khalifa came to Ron, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Captain Ron, I heard they said that you have the ability to improve the strength of others? Yeah, why, do you also want to improve your strength? Ron asked with a calm smile. Who doesn't want to improve their strength? Khalifa said. I ask you to help me improve my strength, are you willing? Yes. Ron nodded, and then changed his words. But you have just joined us. Improving your strength is a benefit within my pirate group. If you run away in the future, wouldn't I suffer a big loss? Will I have a chance to escape in the future? Khalifa asked quietly, looking at Ron with a hint of helplessness. This guy was so powerful. How could he have a chance to escape? That's not necessarily true. Ron thought for a moment and said, how about we make a deal now? What deal? Khalifa asked. I'm somewhat interested in the Marine 6 styles that only Marine generals can learn. You teach me these 6 skills and I'll improve 1 skill for you. What do you think? Ron suggested with a smile on his face. 6 skills for you to help me improve 1 skill. Why'd I feel like I'm at a huge loss? Khalifa rolled her eyes. This is different. Ron shook his head and said, you're just teaching me skills. Just get started, and I can help you upgrade a certain skill you have learned to the highest level. In total, you should make a lot of money. That's right. I believe your ghost, Khalifa muttered. Ron was speechless. Did she think she couldn't hear him? Well, you won't lose money on this deal. Well, I can make you a promise. You should have heard them say that I can only help everyone improve 2 skills. What I am trading with you now is to help you improve 1 skill. As long as you teach me Marine 6 styles, I will help you improve 1 skill first, and then after a while, when I am sure that you really join us, I will help you improve another skill. What do you think? Advertisement. The so-called true joining, in Ron's view, also means truly confirming the relationship with him. Look at Khalifa's proud figure, long golden hair, and ruddy hair, slender Baymax. Ahem. Ron touched his nose, admiring Khalifa's figure while waiting for her answer. Khalifa looked at Ron's strange look and bit her teeth. But this Marine 6 styles is forbidden to be spread to outsiders, especially if it is taught to pirates, if it is known to naval headquarters. So what if you know? Ron said nonchalantly. Naval headquarters, not to mention naval headquarters, even world government is nothing in my eyes. You don't think I can't deal with them without Marine 6 styles, right? Make? Khalifa said nothing. Ron continued. I'm just interested in Marine 6 styles. If you don't teach me, I can capture other Marine generals and force them to teach me. If you don't agree, there will be no chance to improve my skills. Oh. Khalifa hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, okay, I promise you. That's right. Looking at Khalifa's resigned look, Ron knew why she, Nuo Haojao, agreed to him, because she is now a member of the pirate group. Maybe in Marine and world government over there, she was already a rebel, and the current situation no longer allowed her to refute. In the eyes of Marine and world government, Khalifa's rebellion was a fact, and she could no longer go back. Ron stood up happily, took Khalifa to the open space, and asked Khalifa to start teaching her Marine 6 styles. Khalifa sighed helplessly and had to accept this ending, and began to teach Ron Marine 6 styles. So, on one side was Ron, who had been demoted to a student, studying Marine 6 styles seriously on the deck, and on the other side was Khalifa, who had been promoted to a teacher, holding an iron whip full of barbs in his hand. The scene was like nothing else. The girls looked at each other for a while. 5 SP Chapter 171 Marine 6 styles is fully leveled. The 4-dimensional attributes explode. Not to mention that the girls looked at each other in admiration. Ron actually felt a little stirred in his heart when he saw Khalifa dressed like this, because her dress was similar to the heroines in some romantic action blockbusters that Ron saw in the real world. Very similar, especially the barbed iron whip like a pointer in his hand, and the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. This is how the power of Marine 6 styles, iron body works, so pay attention to these places. Khalifa didn't see the strange look in Ron's eyes, but seriously explained how Marine 6 styles operates. Although she was holding a barbed iron whip, she couldn't really hit Ron with it. Even if Ron didn't resist, she wouldn't dare to hit him. This iron whip is her weapon. She needs to use it when demonstrating some skills, such as Tempest Kick. Khalifa can not only use her feet to perform this move, but she has also integrated the cutting ability of Tempest Kick into the iron whip. Each whip swing when they go out, they all have extremely sharp cutting abilities and very powerful attack power. Iron Body seems to not only adjust its own muscle compensation, but also uses 993 with armament Haki. It should be said that ordinary iron body adjusts the density of muscles on the body and enhances its own defense and physical strength, but only those with armed colors can truly unleash the full power of this skill. Ron thought to himself, Among the Marine 6 styles, the first skill he learned was Iron Body. This is the most powerful physical skill among the Marine 6 styles, and it is a physical skill that focuses on defense and physical enhancement. After learning this skill, it will improve his own physical fitness. The increase is very scary. Ron feels like he's almost getting started. You are amazing. You have a strong learning ability. Khalifa looked at Ron with a complex expression. The person in front of her seemed to learn such skills very quickly and was very talented. But thinking about the other person's strength, she was relieved. But how could a 19-year-old world's greatest swordsman achieve this if he didn't have a strong academic talent? Hearing this, Ron grinned slightly. In fact, his learning ability was very poor, but because he had learned physical skills, before, and now his strength is the strongest in the world, all methods are unified, and one method can be used. With Wan Fatong, his ability to learn the Iron Body skill has naturally become much stronger. You're about to get started. Finally, Marine 6 styles will be stronger if used in conjunction with Haki. Unfortunately, I don't know Haki. Khalifa shook his head and sighed. Haki? I can do it. Ron nodded and said, leave it to me to know how to cooperate with Marine 6 styles and Haki. The method of using Haki in conjunction with Haki is also very simple. This is not a skill, it can only be said to be a technique. Khalifa said, teaching Ron how to use Marine 6 styles in conjunction with Haki. Ron listened and understood. Come on, this is indeed not a skill, it is just a little trick used by Marine 6 styles to enhance Haki. Not just armament Haki. Among the ways to use Marine 6 styles, you can use it with Conqueror's Haki. Whether it is armed color, observation color, or the last Conquerors, you can use Marine 6 styles to fight against the enemy. Ding! Ron studied for another 2 hours. Finally, he heard a ding in his mind, and a smile appeared on his lips. Marine 6 styles. Iron Body, he finally learned it. Without rushing to add points, Ron continued to ask Khalifa to teach him the other 5 moves. In the following time, Ron learned Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, Shaving, Paper Arts, and finally Finger Pistol. Advertisement. When learning the next 5 moves, Ron's learning speed greatly accelerated. Maybe it was because as his understanding of Marine 6 styles became deeper, his learning speed also accelerated. Anyway, at night, after a whole day passed, Ron finally learned all the Marine 6 styles. At night, after dinner, Ron was not in a hurry to improve Khalifa's skills. Instead, he went back to the room alone to add points to the skills he had just learned. System, bring up my data panel. Ron looked at his data panel, and with a stern expression, he started to reach out and add points crazily behind the Marine 6 styles he had just learned. This was a point addition that was higher than any previous point addition. He could predict that this 1 extra point will increase his strength to a terrifying level. Phew. It's finally filled up. After a while, Ron felt the huge changes in his body and said with a smile on his lips, open the data panel.
Host. Ron. Age. 19 years old. Constitution. 307.
Strength. 306. Agility. 312. 301. Skill point balance. 99,099,99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level, basic swordsmanship. 3 plus 97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu. 1 plus 99, full level, airbreaking palm. 1 plus 99, full level. Fiery sword technique. 1 plus 99, full level, wind step. 1 plus 99, full level. Spearmanship. 2 plus 98, full level, advertisement cooking skills. 1 plus 99, full level. Medical skill. 1 plus 99, full level, drawing the sword. 1 plus 99, full level. 2 sword style. 1 plus 99, full level, swordsmithing. 1 plus 99, full level. Iron Body of Marine 6 styles. 1 plus 99, full level. Marine 6 styles. 1 plus 99, full level, Marine 6 styles, Paper Arts. 1 plus 99, full level. Marine 6 styles, Moonwalk. 1 plus 99, full level, Tempest Kick of Marine 6 styles. 1 plus 99, full level. Finger Pistol of Marine 6 styles. 1 plus 99, full level. Armament Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, Armed Color Awakening ability, Absolute Armament. Observation Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Devil Fruit. Munch Munch Fruit. 1 plus 99, full level, Fruit Awakening. Swallowing, 1/3. Door Fruit. 1 plus 99, full level, Fruit Ability Awakening. Any door. Chapter 172. Ron's Perfect Attributes. Deal with Khalifa. Looking at his property panel, Ron's face was filled with a smile. All 4-dimensional attributes exceeded 300 points, and the change was a qualitative change, just like when he broke through 200 points before. After breaking through 200 points in all attributes, the system directly said that he was already the strongest in the world, and that was indeed the case. After his total attributes reached 200 points, no enemy he encountered posed the slightest threat to him. Even when faced with the attacks of 2 Marine Admirals, he was able to face them calmly, using less than half of his strength. Then defeated Aokiji and Kizaru. If 200 points in all attributes are the strongest in the pirate world, Then now his all attributes have reached a terrifying 300 points. Then my current strength. Has it exceeded the limit of the pirate world? Ron murmured to himself. Host. There are some secrets in the world of pirates, which need to be discovered slowly by Host. This world is not simple. When you had 200 points in all attributes, you were indeed the strongest in the world, and it is even more so now. The system hesitated for a moment. But what? Ron asked with a raised brow. However, there have been stronger beings in this world, and there are also some unknown beings buried in the dust of history. Some of those unknown beings are even stronger than you are now. After the system finished speaking, it stopped. Words. In the history of pirates, is there an unknown being whose strength exceeds my current strength in all attributes? Ron was surprised, then frowned and thought. That's right, the specialty of this world, devil fruit, is a huge mystery, and the world 800 years ago, the grudges between the D family and the celestial dragons, and the buried history. Raftel's secrets, etc. Maybe I can figure this out in the future? I will naturally know about this world by then, the truth? Seeing that the system didn't want to talk, Ron didn't ask. The system might know something, but as a being who came to this world from the outside world with him, the system shouldn't be too clear about the secret details. If it knew, it would definitely I will tell myself. After all, this is a system that doesn't mess around. Ron didn't think about these things anymore, and he didn't worry about the powerful unknown beings mentioned by the system, because the system had made it clear that he was the strongest in the world now, and he was the strongest when he had 200 points in all attributes, and even more needless to say, he has now reached 300 points in all attributes. Furthermore, my strength growth has not reached the bottleneck yet. As long as I continue to learn skills and keep maxing out the levels, my strength can continue to improve. I haven't learned Conqueror's Haki yet. Ron knew that his strength was far beyond that. He is far from reaching the strongest level, and he will still have the opportunity to become stronger in the future. Even if he encounters unknown entities in the dust of history in the future, he will not be afraid at all. Advertisement, well. Ron stood up and stretched, feeling the terrifying power contained in his body. He was smiling. With his current physical strength, even without armament Haki, he was confident that he could defeat all enemies in any attack. It can't destroy his current body. His physical constitution has now reached 300 points, which is terrifying to an indescribable level. Kaido of the Beast's immortality? Let him compare with himself. Kaido of the Beast's physique is at most over 200 points. His other three-dimensional attributes should be over 150. His strength attribute should be almost 200 points, but the other two attributes, agility and the spirit, is definitely very low, and it may not even reach 150 points. In Ron's mind, among the four-dimensional attributes, two attributes reach 150, which is the level of Shichibukai. The one with Hawkeye should reach a value close to 200, while the four-dimensional attributes of other Shichibukai should be lower. At least one of the four Emperor's four-dimensional attributes has reached 200 points, and even Whitebeard should have two attributes that have reached or even exceeded 200 points. The three Marine Admirals should not be bad, but their shortcomings are also obvious. Ron has no shortcomings. He has all attributes going hand in hand. This is why he can easily defeat the two Marine Admirals. Ron has no shortcomings and all his skills are at full level. How can he compare with others? Please give me flowers. Also, Khalifa has only been in the pirate group for a short time, and it will take some time for the girls to accept her. Ron raised his hand and knocked on the door. Go in first. Ron walked into Khalifa's room, closed the door, then turned around and looked at Khalifa. Advertisement. By this time, it was already dark. It's me, here to improve your skills, Ron replied. Let's do it now. Maybe there will be other things to do tomorrow, Ron said casually, thinking in his mind, should he just use the power of the door fruit to go in? Let's talk tomorrow. Khalifa was silent for a moment, seemingly unwilling to let Ron into the room at this time. Although the surroundings were quiet, the breathing of girls and the occasional slight chatter and laughter could be heard from other cabins. Although there was some darkness in the cabin, Ron's eyesight was very good. In his eyes, the scenes in the darkness were like daylight, and there was no difference. It's time to complete the deal with Khalifa. We agreed to improve her skills. With a strange smile on his lips, Ron walked out of the room and walked towards Khalifa's room. However, after tonight is over, Nami and the others should accept you. 300 points of full attributes have greatly improved my body's 5 senses. Now even if I don't need to see, hear, or see, everything within a radius of 100 meters is within my sensory detection. Ron walked to the door of Khalifa's room. He could feel a breath in the center of Khalifa's room. The number of updates has been a little low in the past 2 days. I'm busy with some things and will update it later. Thank you for your support. Please subscribe automatically. Who? Khalifa asked from inside the room. After a while, the sound of footsteps was heard in the house, and with a click, the door opened, and Khalifa's tall and graceful figure appeared at the door. Her face looked a little strange, and her cheeks were a little rosy, as if she had anticipated something. Chapter 173. Improve Khalifa's skills. How to improve? Khalifa looked at Ron curiously. It's easy. Ron smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to Khalifa. Khalifa moved and wanted to move away, but finally stopped. Seeing this, Ron didn't say anything, but held Khalifa's body and walked over. He sat down and said in a deep voice. Lie down first. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. The others have been enhanced by me and are safe. Khalifa didn't believe it, and Ron's current actions were a bit strange, out of line. Do you need to improve? Khalifa looked at Ron's eyes. Of course. Ron said righteously. Relax your mind and body, don't think about anything, some information will appear in your mind later, just take the time to integrate that information. Okay. Khalifa nodded and lay down, relaxed her body and mind, and waited for Ron to improve her skills. Look in front of you. Ron coughed slightly and suppressed the pain in his heart with supreme perseverance. He placed his hand on Khalifa's forehead. Seeing that Ron seemed to really want to help her improve her strength, Khalifa was really relieved and focused on Ron's movements. Bring up Khalifa's data panel, Ron said in his mind. Character name. Khalifa strength, 37 physique, 39 agility, 38. 29 skill. Official business, 8 advertisement Marine 6 styles, iron body, 15. Marine 6 styles shaved, 16 Marine 6 styles paper arts, 16. Marine 6 styles, moonwalk, 19 Marine 6 styles tempest kick, 21. Marine 6 styles finger pistol, 18. In addition to Marine 6 styles, you actually have the ability to handle business affairs? Ron Liang said in surprise. Of course, I have worked in Water City for 5 years. When I was at CP9, I would also help with a lot of official affairs, Khalifa said proudly. How about I improve your official abilities? Ron said with a smile. No. Upon hearing this, Khalifa waved her hands quickly. Let's improve our combat skills. Marine 6 styles, among the 6 skills, which one do you want to improve? Ron asked. Tempest kick, Khalifa said directly without hesitation. Ron paused for a moment. He thought Khalifa was going to upgrade iron body. After all, it is a life-saving skill and a physical skill. After the upgrade, physical fitness can also be improved a lot. There are also finger pistol and moonwalk. Finger pistol is an attack skill on the hand, moonwalk is explosive power, mainly increasing speed, and can also increase some attack power on the feet. Tempest kick, on the other hand, unilaterally increases the attack power of the feet, and the increase in other aspects is not too big. Of course, Ron's Tempest kick has also reached the full level now. He knows that the skill Tempest kick can not only improve the near term. It can also attack from a distance and even have a group attack effect. No wonder Khalifa chose this skill, are you sure? Ron asked. Okay. Khalifa Ron stretched out his hand and clicked for a while, successfully increasing the Tempest kick skill to the full level for Khalifa. Subsequently, Khalifa's data panel also changed. Character name. Khalifa strength, 49 advertisement. Constitution, 45 agility, 46 spirit, 29 skill, official business, 8. Marine 6 styles, iron body, 15 Marine 6 styles shaved, 16. Marine 6 styles paper arts, 16 Marine 6 styles, moonwalk, 19. Tempest kick of Marine 6 styles, 21 plus 79, full level. Marine 6 styles finger pistol, 18 after Tempest kick reaches full level. The 4-dimensional attributes have increased a lot, but after all, only one skill has been reached. This increase is not an exaggeration in Ron's opinion. Among the 3-dimensional attributes except spirit, the originally lowest strength has become the highest, the previous highest physique has become the lowest. Khalifa has a lot of skills, with a total of 7 skills. The original level of Marine 6 styles is not too low, so her original 4-dimensional attributes are not bad. Now after reaching the full level of Tempest kick, Khalifa herself can immediately feel the hugeness of her body, variety. Khalifa's eyes widened, and a bunch of information related to Tempest kick 3.6 suddenly appeared in her mind. She took the time to absorb and integrate the information, and she quickly understood it. This has really improved. Has my understanding of the Tempest kick skill reached this level now? It's really terrifying, this kind of ability. Khalifa looked at Ron with a look that couldn't be concealed. Shock. You feel it? Ron smiled, and then gradually moved closer to Khalifa. Do you still want to improve the next skill? That's it. That night, Ron was in Khalifa's room. Chapter 174 Girls Teasing. System Upgrade. Early the next morning, Ron got up feeling comfortable and walked out of Khalifa's room. When passing by Konus's room, he found that Konus was not in the room. When he walked to the kitchen, he discovered that Konus and Makino were still there. Nokagao was busy in the kitchen. As soon as Ron started to speak, he was interrupted by Nokagao. Do you want us to make some broth for Khalifa to recuperate? How do you know? Ron asked knowingly. My lord, Nokagao came over and pushed Ron out of the kitchen. You'd better go to the deck and relax. We will take care of these things. Why do we need you to remind us? You don't even know that last night there was so much movement. Is there a big movement? Ron paused. It's too big, okay? Nokagao rolled his eyes. Not only the ark, I think even the sea is echoing with that woman's 13 voice, my god. She screamed so loudly, I don't even know it. Are you shy? I remember. Ron looked at Nokagao with a smirk. I remember you screamed a lot that night. No way. Nokagao blushed and quickly closed the kitchen door. After a while, the girls' murmurs and laughter came from the kitchen, as well as Nuochigao's coquettish sounds. Nogi can act like a spoiled brat. Ron smiled and left. On the deck, Nami stood in the control center, looking at the chart in his hand and comparing it with the record pointer on his wrist, giving brother Fang Zhou control of the direction. Seeing Ron arriving, Nami couldn't help but rolled her eyes and ignored him. Brother Ron. Kaya ran over with 2 little girls. Are you okay? Advertisement. Ron was a little confused. What can happen to me? I thought that Khalifa drained you dry, Kaya said quietly. Ahem. Ron almost choked himself to death with a mouthful of saliva. My Kaya girl, when did you become so sarcastic? Brother Ron, is Sister Khalifa injured? Abis blinked her big eyes, looked up at Ron, and asked worriedly. I saw she screamed very badly last night. I wanted to go. I went to visit her, but Sister Kaya held me back. Yes, I'm worried too, Aisha said quickly. Can we go see her now? Go on. Ron waved his hand casually without looking into the innocent big eyes of the 2 little girls. The 2 little girls quickly held hands and ran to Khalifa's room in the cabin. Brother Ron, haven't you ever thought about it? There's a child on the boat, Kaya Ancient Road. Okay. I couldn't hold it back at the time. I'll be more careful next time. Ron was a little embarrassed. Indeed, the other girls were adults, so it didn't matter what they heard, but Abis, Aisha and Golden Week were children. It is indeed a bit embarrassing for them to hear such things. I'll go take a look. Kaya left. Host. You are really busy, the system said quietly. Okay. Kaya nodded and said, let me go and see her too. By the way, have you asked Sister Makino and the others to make some bodybuilding broth? Host. You have reached 300 points in all attributes this time, but you have not met my upgrade conditions, the system said. Advertisement. They're already doing it. Ron nodded. No matter how good Khalifa's physical condition was, she was faced with a monster like her. She probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed all day today. Captain Ron. Awesome. Miss Valentine 050 gave Ron a thumbs up. System. Ron closed his eyes slightly and asked the system in his mind. I was busy with other things before and didn't have time to ask. My attributes exceeded 300 points this time. Why didn't you upgrade? Ron came to the table and chairs on the deck. Ron's eyes widened and I said, is your whole system here to make fun of me? Similar to her expression, Golden Week, who was drinking tea from a teacup, didn't even look at herself. But Miss Valentine was different. After Ron left the cabin, she looked at Ron with a playful look in her eyes. There are 4 levels in this system of his, and now it is only the 2nd level. There are 2 more levels after that. After the level is increased, more functions can be opened. What is strange to Ron is that this time when all his 4-dimensional attributes reached 300 points, why the system did not send an upgrade prompt. If I hadn't pulled the 2 of them and they appeared at your bedside at the critical moment, wouldn't it be over? Kaya said. Well, Golden Week is a very smart child. Even if she heard this, she wouldn't know it. I went specifically to check the situation. Miss Valentine is also there to take care of me. But, my brother Ron, is that Khalifa so good? You have been fighting for so long? Embarrassingly, there were already 3 people sitting here. Robin was flipping through the newspaper and drinking coffee very calmly, as if nothing was wrong, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. Let's not mention this, okay? How can Ron say too much? He can't tell Kaya that Khalifa looks similar to those action movie teachers he respects in real life, right? Ahem. Ron looked calm and sat aside calmly, lying comfortably on the chair. He still had things to do and didn't want to pay attention to Miss Valentine right now. 300 points for all attributes are not enough. Ron asked strangely. Then what are the conditions for upgrading to the next level? Chapter 175. Unlimited skill level points? A million level basic swordsmanship. Are you afraid of it? The condition for the next upgrade is that all your 4-dimensional attributes, host, reach 500 points. The system said. When all your attributes reach 500 points, I can upgrade to the 3rd level. 500 points? Ron's mouth twitched. It was already very difficult for him to upgrade to 300 points. He didn't know how long it would take to upgrade to 500 points. No, he had to think of a way to speed up. Well, speaking for myself now, there's another Conqueror's Haki that I haven't learned yet, so I have to find an opportunity to learn it. However, the system has said before that Conqueror's does not rely on learning to awaken, but relies on its own understanding. It seems like I have to find a chance to experience Conqueror's Haki. Ron's expression changed. He was now heading towards the Sabaody archipelago, where there should be someone who knew Conqueror's Haki. Pluden Rayleigh. And the Empress. It's not too far from Amazon Lily. Should I take a detour to talk to the Empress about life? Ron touched his chin and rolled his eyes at the system in his mind. This host of my own is really... I don't know what to say. Just now I was thinking about how to learn Haki, but now I'm talking about life. His thoughts are really amazing. Host, in addition to Haki, you can also eat another devil fruit. You can have 3 devil fruits. Now you have only eaten 2. The city system prompted. I know, Ron nodded, but I don't want to eat the last devil fruit randomly. The gate fruit represents the power of space and has the terrifying mobility skill of any door. I am very satisfied. Now my goal is the retrograde fruit. This fruit is in the new world. So, I'm not in a hurry now. As long as I eat the retrograde fruit, I can control the power of time, and then time and space will become one. Ha ha ha. I don't know if there is anyone who can travel through time and space. Where's the ability? Yes, as long as host you eat the time-related devil fruit, you will definitely be able to travel through time and space after time and space are unified. The system prompted. However, if you travel through time and space, host, do you still remember what I told you before? An unknown existence hidden in the dust of history in the pirate world? Ron raised his eyebrows. Advertisement, yes, so if you travel through time and space, it is best not to travel to the ancient times, the system said quietly. Ancient times. Ron touched his chin. The world of pirates has 3 legendary ancient weapons. These 3 weapons were handed down from that era. I don't know what happened in that era, and there was devil fruit. Shoo, let me wait until I have a chance. In other words, when the system is upgraded next time and all my attributes reach 500 points, I don't believe that there are still unknown opponents. Then I can travel through time and space and fight directly to the ancient times, to find out those unknown existences. I want to see what the hell they are. Ron grinned, with a cold smile in his eyes. Then, Ron called up his data panel, looked at it for a while and asked, by the way, I now have 24 skills at full capacity. The normal skills are all at full level, but the awakened skills have no levels to add. What's going on? And, I want to ask, is there an upper limit to the number of skills I can have? Host. Are you just asking this question now? The system said. I was too busy before. Ron looked calm. There is no upper limit on the number of skills that host can learn. You can learn any skill, and you can add points to any skill. If there is a limit on the number, why does this system give you so many skill points? The system said. Also, it's normal that you can't add points to your awakened skills, because they are not ordinary skills. You can't add points to the abilities awakened by Haki and Devil Fruit in this world. At least not now. Not now? Ron's eyes lit up. Can it be done later? This system will reveal a piece of information to you, the system said. After this system is upgraded to level 4, more functions can be enabled, one of which is to crack the world password. This is the fundamental secret to cracking the dimensional world. When the time comes, you can add points to improve your skills without any level restrictions. No limits. Ron was shocked. The skills he has always learned have a level limit, and the upper limit of each skill is 100. If there are no level restrictions, then, in other words, at that time, I can increase the basic swordsmanship points to level 10,000? Ron asked with a twitch in his mouth. Don't say level 10,000, even level 1 million is no problem, System Haki said. Advertisement. Ron couldn't help but feel a little dizzy after hearing this. A million level basic swordsmanship. Who can withstand this? This is the rhythm of splitting the planet with one sword. But host. The system changed its subject and said faintly, the 1 million level basic swordsmanship requires very high physical fitness. You must first improve the corresponding physical skills, such as using the Iron Body in Marine 6 styles. Only when you reach level 1 million can you use 1 million level basic swordsmanship. Otherwise, the moment you use 1 million level basic swordsmanship, the terrifying counterattack force will tear you to pieces. I understand. Ron smiled slightly, with an indescribable sense of anticipation in his heart. He was looking forward to upgrading the system to the full level 4 and enhancing all his skills to 1 million levels. Even the appearance when it was higher, that was too exaggerated. It's hard to imagine what a million level skill would look like. Such as Haki. What would armament Haki look like at level 1 million? Even a planet explosion can't kill him, right? Not to mention the planet exploding, even if he ran into a black hole, he would probably be fine. What will happen if Conqueror's Haki is upgraded to level 1 million? With just one thought, all humans and all living things on the planet will become extinct? Too exaggerated. The 4-level system is too exaggerated. Adding points to skills without level restrictions is so pervert. Chapter 176. 4 Emperors appear. Meet red-haired Shanks. When Ron's skills reach that level, no matter what unknown existence you have, even if the true god comes, he can kill the opponent with one sword. Ron took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. For now, let's find a way to continue learning skills. The more skills we accumulate, the more we can continuously improve our 4-dimensional all-attribute values. Only when we reach 500 points in the all-attribute system can we upgrade to level 3. So what about level 4? System. How many points of all my attributes do I need to upgrade to level 4? Ron asked quickly. 1,000 points for all attributes, the system replied. Hearing this answer, Ron grinned, and all 4-dimensional attributes reached 1,000 points. Damn it, how many skills do you need to learn to increase all attributes to that level? It is indeed difficult. But the good thing is that even if the 4-dimensional attributes become more difficult to improve as you go later, you can always improve them as long as you learn new skills. There is no limit to adding points to skill levels. I'm really looking forward to it. I have to speed up my skill learning. Ron made up his mind to upgrade the system to level 4 as soon as possible. Nami, there is a fleet approaching on the sea. At this moment, Tashigi and Lackey, who were looking at the sea, shouted to Nami. Is there a fleet? Nami looked up and asked, can you tell whether it's a warship or a pirate ship? We can't see clearly yet. They seem to be heading towards us. We'll see them later, Lackey said after taking a closer look. No rush. Nami said calmly. Just tell me when you see it later. We can't change our course just because an unfamiliar fleet is blocking us. Advertisement. Nami is extremely confident now. Although her Thunderfruit failed to allow Ron to increase his skill level because her 2 skill quotas have been used up. Navigation and meteorology are at full level. If she wants to increase Thunderfruit to the full level, she has to wait for Ron's skill level. The system needs to be upgraded to the 3rd level. Ron also heard Lackey's voice, but he didn't move and was still lying on the chair. There was no one in the world who could threaten him. But what I didn't expect was that just a few minutes later, Ince exclaimed. Nami, Ron. Toshigi ran over, looked at Ron and Nami, and said nervously, "It's a pirate ship, I recognize that flag." "What pirate group?" Nami looked at Toshigi curiously. This was the first time she had seen such a nervous Toshigi. Could it be the pirate ship of some big pirate? "That's the fleet of the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors," Toshigi said bitterly, and then she looked at Ron, wondering if the current Ron had the strength to deal with the 4 emperors. 4 emperors, Nami gasped, his expression solemn. 4 emperors, Shanks. Ron's expression remained unchanged, but he touched his chin and thought about it. When Shanks arrives, there is basically no need to doubt that he must be here for Makino. I didn't expect to encounter 4 emperors in the first half of the Grand Line, but it doesn't matter, 4 emperors will be 4 emperors. No matter how strong Shanks is, can he be stronger than himself? This. Toshigi glanced at Ron's back, then looked back at Nami. Nami, should we tell Makino? Whether Makino leaves or not depends on her own thoughts, but before that, the red-haired and I will have a battle. Let's talk about this after we decide the winner. Ron waved his hand, and then walked to the bow of the ship, quietly watching the fleet of red-haired pirates approaching on the distant sea. Why? Nami, Toshigi and others asked curiously. When he had 200 points in his 4-dimensional attributes, he surpassed Whitebeard and became the strongest man in the world. Now, with 300 points in all attributes, Ron is undoubtedly the strongest man in the world. Advertisement. She was a little confused. Even though Ron defeated so many people along the way, including 2 Marine Admirals, those 2 Admirals may be famous among Marines, but among pirates. Because of Makino. Ron said. Makino and the red hair had a good relationship at first, but then the red hair went overseas. For her own dream, she left Makino behind. Well, there were also Makino's own reasons. She didn't like the wandering life. I like the life in Windmill Village. After a while, Makino walked out of the cabin, followed by several people, including Cornish Noki and others. Even Khalifa walked out. Although his face was a little pale, he was able to move naturally. Ron and 4 emperors battle. She didn't want to miss it. It's okay. Makino forced a smile. Some things do need to be resolved, and it's not good to delay them for a long time. Sister Makino. Konus looked at Makino worriedly. Makino's heart was complicated. She had some feelings for the red hair before, but they hadn't seen each other for so long. She didn't expect that they would meet in such a form. Avoid? He just came to find me. Ron smiled lightly and said, "Do you know why the red hair came to me at this time?" Ron. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. How about we get out of the way? Nami no longer had the confidence she had before. After all, this person is not an ordinary person. Okay, I'll go find Makino now. Toshigi nodded and trotted towards the cabin. The reason why the girls are nervous is because the reputation of 4 emperors is too great. Even in the hearts of ordinary people, Whitebeard and the other 4 New World emperors are the most powerful existences in their minds. Let's talk about it. Anyway, we can't hide the fact that Ron will fight with her later, so why not tell her first? Nami thought for a moment and said. The red-haired man and Makino. Nami opened his eyes wide, and then looked at Ron. You robbed Makino and boarded the ship. After the red-haired man learned about this news, he came to trouble you. He wanted to take him with you. Are you going to Makino? Chapter 177. The 5th Emperor. Morgans arrives in person, broadcast live to the world. Above the ocean, thousands of meters in the air, a hot air balloon floats high. Under the hot air balloon, there were several people carrying them. These people all had heads like eagles and sharp eyes. One of the leading people is none other than the president of the largest newspaper in the world, Morgans. He came in person. President, you are talking about the battle between the 2, who will win? Behind Morgans, a news gull about the size of a normal person spoke while holding a camera and looking at the red-hair pirates' fleet below, asked. Morgans looked down with a solemn face, and said after hearing this, I don't know, this Ron is very weird. He is not old, really not old. He is only 19 years old. Are you starting to fight against the 4 emperors now? It's really difficult. What an imaginary boy. Yeah, this guy is more exaggerated than the geniuses we have seen before. It's really scary. Another news gull held a phone bug in his hand and was also looking at the red-hair pirates below. Morgans turned his head and shifted his gaze from the red-hair pirates' fleet to another ship not far away. It was a strange-shaped ship, which was Ron's ship. Fang. Keep watching. This is big news. The battle between newcomers and seniors. Maybe this little guy will bring us a huge surprise. Morgans smiled slightly. President, you mean, is it possible for this guy to defeat the red-haired guy? The 2 large news gulls behind him were immediately surprised. Their main power is in New World, where the strongest people in the world gather. Grand Line. The first half is called a paradise. Compared with the New World, it is really as safe as a paradise. There are really many strong people in the New World. Countless pirates from the 4 oceans arrive every year. After passing through the first half after the test and experience of the route, we arrived at the New World, where countless powerful people gathered, and the 4 emperors were the top ones among them. The admirals of the naval headquarters are paying attention, as are the Holy Land Mariajoy and the 5 elders. Please give me flowers. No problem. The 2 news gulls nodded quickly. Actually, one phone bug is enough. The broadcast over Sabaody archipelago has been arranged, as well as New World, Sahai and Red Line. All big cities and big islands we have already informed and made arrangements along the way, and we are just waiting for their battle. When the time comes, it will be broadcast to the whole world, and the influence of our World Economic News Agency will increase again. Advertisement: the pirate group of the Four Emperors has supreme prestige in the New World. Even Marine can barely compete with the Four Emperors in the New World. Even competing is a bit too much. The New World is the territory of the Four Emperors. The Emperor occupies a large amount of territory, and like an emperor, he can do anything he gives an order. The whole world is paying attention, even ordinary people are paying attention, let alone those big shots. Then it's not something we need to worry about, Morgan said with a smile. Get ready, their ship is already approaching, and the excitement is about to begin. And now, a newcomer who has just stepped onto the Grand Line, actually has a fight with the red-haired one of the Four Emperors. The World Economic News will broadcast this live around the world. The new Emperor. The two newsbirds trembled and looked at each other, completely shocked and speechless. However, the current camera technology is not very good, and the resolution of the shots is very low, which is far less easy to use than the phone bug. Understood. The two newsbirds suddenly looked awe-inspiring. The newsbird holding the phone bug quickly pointed the phone bug downwards, while the person carrying the camera was making preparations. The reason why he prepared one phone bug and another, the purpose of the camera is to prevent accidents. Sometimes the phone bug will be frightened by the Haki that breaks out during the battle, so the camera does not have to worry about this. People on the big islands with some strength around the world began to gather towards the newspaper branch, where live content would be broadcast on large screens. If this Ron can really beat the redhead, do you think he is not qualified to be the fifth? Ergens asked. Yes, he must be qualified. The newsbird carrying the camera nodded and said, the red-haired man's strength is one of the best even among the Four Emperors. If he can defeat the red-haired man, this Ron must have the strength of the Four Emperors, but he has to if he becomes the fifth emperor. He may have to face the test of the other three emperors. At the Shichibukai station, other Shichibukai are also paying attention to what is happening in this battle. They also want to know the outcome of this battle. Will the red-haired one of the Four Emperors win, or will Ron, a newcomer, succeed in counter-attacking and become the new leader? Where is the emperor? All over the world, the news from Newsbird was received, and the whole world became excited at this moment. Well, there must be no problem with this broadcast. Morgans nodded and said solemnly, this may be related to the birth of the new emperor. Four emperors level battle, how many years has this not happened? Whether we can win or not, we have to fight to know. We just have to watch carefully. Morgans turned to look at the two of them. Are the cameras and phone bugs okay? Chapter 178. The Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock appears. Naval Headquarters, Buddha Sengoku sat in a huge projection hall with a group of officers above Commodore, watching the ocean picture on the screen, a huge fleet of ships riding the waves. Beside Sengoku, there is an old woman with silver white hair sitting. This old woman is none other than Ms. Crane, the brains behind Marine. Unexpectedly, this guy actually faced off against the red-haired guy. Zongguo said with a complex expression. Which one of them do you think will win? The battle hasn't started yet, let's see. He shook his head, his expression calm and composed. It's impossible for this guy to defeat even the Four Emperors, right? Sengoku said, continuing to look at the big screen. The red-haired fleet on the screen was almost approaching the location of the Ark. Mary, 273. Joya and the five elders gathered in a large conference hall, looking at the scene on the big screen with different expressions. Ha ha ha, that guy actually provoked the red hair of one of the Four Emperors. A short and fat old man laughed happily. This guy dares to refuse our kindness. Damn it. I hope he dies in the hands of the red hair this time. Another short and thin old man's eyes flashed with danger. It's difficult, the thin old man holding a long sword said indifferently. That guy can defeat 2 Marine Admirals and 2 Shichibukai. His strength is unquestionable. Even if he can't defeat the red hair, I think there's no problem with him escaping. No, after hearing this, another sturdy old man shook his head and said, I think the red hair will win. Advertisement? Oh. The other 4 people all looked at the old man strangely. Because of Haki. The old man said. The strongest person in this world, Conqueror's Haki, is not the Pirate Queen, not Whitebeard, nor Kaido of the Beasts, nor Rayleigh, but the redhead. Well. The others were silent for a moment after hearing this, and then looked at each other, with smiles in their eyes. Then, there is basically no suspense in this battle. Conqueror's Haki, the red hair should be stable. 1. Although the red hair is one of the 4 emperors, and that Ron is also a pirate, he dared to refuse our kindness and killed so many sailors. HMPH. I propose to gather 3 admirals to hunt him down after his failure, the short, fat old man said harshly. Have you forgotten? The old man holding the knife glanced at him. Naval Headquarters is not busy with this matter recently. This little guy is just a person after all. Ace's matter is the most important. We have summoned Shichibukai has gone to the Naval Headquarters to discuss matters, and he will tell the world about this news in a while, so that people all over the world can watch Ace execute and die, just like his father. Yes, as long as Ace has successfully tried this time, the reputation of our world government will definitely deter all pirates in the world. Ron cannot be compared with such a big event. No matter how strong he is just one person. And the trial of Ace will hit pirates all over the world. The short and fat man nodded. It makes perfect sense. Let's take a look at the outcome of his battle with the red hair first, although the outcome is already determined. Haha, I want to see him get beaten up by the redhead. Shichibukai. Doflamingo looked at the screen in front of him with light eyes, and a group of subordinates sat beside him. The subordinates wanted to speak, but he waved his hand to stop them. Just watch, don't talk. Many of the subordinates could only shut up. They also knew what they wanted to see. After all, they had also received the information from the newspaper. However, they felt that there was no need to guess the outcome of this battle. The red hair was 4 emperors. That Ron, how is it possible to defeat it? Advertisement Mahawk stood in the center of an island city, looked at the scene on the big screen and whispered. Has this guy reached this level? However, the red hair's strength is not low. You can defeat me, but he may not necessarily beat the red-haired one. His Haki is much stronger than mine. On the ocean, Amazon Lily went to Marineford. On the sea, a newsbird fell down and landed on a red ship. This ship was pulled by 2 giant snakes. The crew on the ship were all women. Look at their attire. The appearance is obviously the female warrior of 9 Snake Island from Amazon Lily. Huh? The battle between Ron and the red hair? Is it in our sea area? The Empress looked at the newspaper in her hand and looked at it for a moment. Then she thought about it for a moment, and a smile of interest appeared on her beautiful face. Pass it to me. Order. The ship turns around and heads towards the sea area where these 2 guys are fighting. Be sure to hurry, the Aisha want to see a good show. Sister, aren't we going to naval headquarters? The green-haired woman next to her asked strangely. Don't worry about them yet, the Empress said calmly. It's a rare good show, how can we not watch it? All right. At the same time, just as the Empress approaching the sea area arrived, Ron looked at the large red-haired ship group approaching on the ark with a calm expression. Behind him, there was a group of women surrounding him. They all looked at each other's large fleet with worried expressions. There were so many ships, and they were ships from the red hair pirates. The pirates on these ships were all brave and good at fighting, and they were all fighting in the New World. He killed a powerful C-4.0 thief, and the leader was a red-haired one of the 4 emperors. Can Ron win? Among the large red-haired ships, Shanks was riding on the flagship Red Force. Shanks, who had broken an arm, looked solemnly at the ark opposite him, silently. On the side, Vice Captain Beckman was holding a cigarette and looking at the ark across the way. His eyes were focused on the young man in white standing on the bow of the ship. He was Ron. It's too cold in my hometown. My hands and feet have been cold from the cold these past 2 days while typing. Everyone has caught a cold. I'm going to buy an electric heater tomorrow. I really can't stand it anymore. I'll try to write another chapter today, just 3 chapters. I'll start tomorrow. I will make up for the chapters I owe you all. Thank you for your support. Chapter 179 Haki Wushuang. I am the strongest in the world. Yes, yes. Is that the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors? That boy, how old is that boy? Are you already going to fight the 4 emperors? What a terrible young man. As Ron and the red-haired man officially met, this scene was broadcast to the whole world. At this moment, no less than 10 million people around the world were paying attention to this battle. This was because there were too few big screens. Everyone with the prosperous city centers where the big screens were broadcast were crowded with people, and ordinary people even watched all this as a movie, but it was a movie that actually happened on the ocean. On the ocean, Ron and Shanks were face to face. The two were already within 100 meters of each other. The Red Force was just 100 meters in front of the ark, while the other pirate ships of the Red Hair Pirates seemed to be just here to suppress the battle. They gathered around and watched the battle from a distance a few hundred meters behind. On the decks of those big ships, there were pirates standing one after another. Each of them had a terrifying aura permeating their bodies. Even the 13 ordinary crew members were very frightened. Ron, on the bow of Red Force's dragon-shaped ship, Shanks, who had a long knife on his waist, said calmly, "It seems that you have expected that I will come to you." "Yes." Ron nodded. "Then you should know why I came to find you, right?" Shanks said, turning his eyes to look behind Ron where many girls were, and then his expression changed and he saw Makino's figure. "Of course I know," Ron said calmly. "I have expected this day to come since I took Makino away from Windmill Village." "I have to say, you are very courageous," Shanks said. "Although your strength is good, I have also paid attention to your affairs along the way. Do you think you defeated 2 Shichibukai and defeated 2 Marine Admirals? Are you sure you can defeat me, one of the 4 emperors?" Advertisement, grasp. A smile appeared on Ron's lips. "I am sure to defeat anyone, whether it is Marine, World Government, or New World 4 emperors. No one in this world is my opponent. I am the strongest person in the world." Arrogant. Arrogant. The moment Ron finished speaking, the red hair pirates who were paying attention to the situation from a distance started yelling angrily. Beckman beside Shanks also frowned, but he didn't say anything, because Ron was so arrogant in his qualifications. Of course, whether he has this ability or not, he still needs to undergo some postgraduate examinations. "What a courageous young man," Morgan said with a smile in the sky. "This guy is too arrogant." The 2 news gulls beside Morgan's shook their heads and sighed. How many powerful people in the world have been offended by his words? It's so irrational. Most of the people watching this from all over the world looked at the arrogant young man in the picture with anger. "There is a chance," Another old man's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. This guy. His words have angered many people, not just the red hair. If he goes to New World in the future, the other 3 people will also be angry. I won't let him go. Who in this world dares to be called the strongest in the world? What an interesting little guy. Whitebeard pinched his chin and looked at Ron with admiration. Fearless, proud and innate, interesting. This guy is too arrogant, he needs to be taught a lesson. Extremely arrogant. Advertisement, I really can't stand the cold, and my hands are frozen. Please don't abandon the book just because there are few updates in the past 2 days. I will definitely update it tomorrow. Please give me some automatic subscription. Thank you. Mariajoy. 2 of the 5 elders looked at Ron on the screen angrily. This guy is so arrogant and arrogant. I really want to send people to arrest him now. I want to see if he is imprisoned. How can he still be crazy after arriving in the big underwater prison? Huh. Whitebeard? He is just vaguely called the strongest in the world, and Whitebeard has gained his reputation step by step over the years. Who is Ron? He is just a little guy who is not even 20 years old. 09011 an old man snorted coldly. Road. Maybe. Morgans did not make any further comments and continued to look at the situation below. Maybe he is very confident, Morgans said with his arms crossed. Through the broadcast, Ron's arrogant words were also transmitted to the whole world. Not only here, the 3 emperors of the New World also heard Ron's rants. Keep reading. The old man holding the sword waved his hand. What a Haki boy. There were also some girls who saw Ron's young and handsome face and his unparalleled Haki speech. They all looked at Ron in the picture with their hearts in their eyes. In their hearts, they felt that Ron was like this with great strength. Haki's unparalleled handsome young man is exactly the Prince Charming in his heart. Naval headquarters, the Marine generals who heard Ron's rants were all extremely angry. They stood up and shouted curses. In the end, Sengoku stood up and suppressed everyone's anger. How is that possible? Newsgull shook his head. There are countless powerful people in this world. What does he mean to a mere 19-year-old boy? Maybe it was his previous achievements that made him lose himself. Arrogant. Kaido of the Beast smiled ferociously. How dare you claim to be the strongest in the world? No one in the world is his opponent? Hee, little guy, I'm waiting for you in the New World, and I'm going to tear you into pieces. Let you know what real power is. Hee. Charlotte Linlin burst into a low and sinister laugh. This little guy is setting himself on fire. He is such a stupid guy. Chapter 180 The Empress did not show up. The world has been shaken. Morgan's eyes moved and he looked in another direction. Huh? That one is here too? Is he passing by? President, who are you talking about? The newsgull beside him was confused. Look. Morgans pointed to the sea not far away, that red ship. Kuja pirates. The newsgull was startled, then became excited and pointed the phone bug in that direction, and his voice spread to the whole world through the phone bug. Everyone, I am a reporter from World Economic News. I am currently at the scene of the battle between Ron and the red-haired man. I will bring you real-time reports. Look here. That's right. Red ship. People all over the world who are watching the live broadcast are a little confused. Just report it. How do you turn the camera around? What we want to see is the battle between Ron and the red hair. What the hell is that red ship? Just when everyone was confused, Newsbird's voice sounded again. I guess everyone is wondering why I wanted to take pictures of this red ship. Did you pay attention to the flag on this red ship? Hearing this sentence, everyone looked intently at the red ship, and then they saw a flag with a snake-shaped winding. Just when they were confused, the voice of the newsbird came again. Let me tell everyone, this ship is the ship of the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates. And I believe everyone knows the name of the pirate Empress, right? What? Pirate Queen, Empress, Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world. As soon as Newsbird finished speaking, people all over the world who were watching the live broadcast suddenly became excited and looked at the screen with green eyes. The pirate Empress, she is the legendary most beautiful woman in the world and is universally recognized. For all men in the world, they have admired the Empress for a long time. Over the ocean, Morgans coughed. Hey, our protagonist is not the Empress. Quickly turn the camera, the fight is about to begin. Oh, Newsbird quickly turned the camera and explained. Viewers, we will watch the Empress later. Don't worry, I will definitely broadcast the Empress's footage to everyone when the 9 Snakes Pirates approach. Now let's see how Ron and the Redhead are doing. Advertisement. When the male viewers around the world saw the camera deflected, they felt a sense of disappointment. They had just seen the Kuja pirate ship, and they hadn't seen the Empress yet. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. Who wouldn't want to see it? Ron sighed. Ron's expression moved slightly, and he glanced at the sea not far away, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. That ship, why did the Empress come over? I don't know what Ron was thinking. The red-haired person opposite him took his eyes away from Ron and looked at the girls behind Ron. His eyes fell on Makino. Makino, don't worry, I will take you back to the windmill after I defeat Ron, village. Shanks. Makino said hesitantly, you don't actually need to fight. Huh? Shanks was stunned for a moment. Ron came back to his senses and waved his hand to interrupt Makino, who was about to speak. Don't talk about this now, Shanks, we will talk about it after the fight. Don't worry, after the fight, it is entirely up to her to decide whether Makino will follow you or not, regardless of ours. Whoever wins the battle can't decide whether Makino will stay or go, only she can decide. Okay. Shanks looked at Ron and said solemnly, "Let me try to see how strong you, the strongest newcomer, are." "The strongest newcomer?" Ron smiled. "Is this what the New World pirates say about me?"
"Yes, that's what you think." Shanks nodded calmly. "What a pity, that's not the title I want." Ron said with a smile, "They should call me the strongest man in the world." Hearing these words, audiences around the world were once again indignant. You, a 19-year-old kid, a mere newcomer who has just stepped onto the Grand Line, dare to claim to be the strongest in the world. Whitebeard will be unhappy when he hears this. Shanks said calmly. "It doesn't matter. When I go to New World, I will naturally look for him. Not only him, but also the other two emperors. I will fight them one by one." Ron said, waving his hand. "Okay. Let's stop chatting here, it's time for us to take action." "Just waiting for you." Shanks turned his head and glanced at the sea not far away. Close to where the Empress was, there was a small uninhabited island. This island was really small, only a few kilometers in diameter. It was like a larger island on the sea. The reef is average, with only beach gravel on it. There are no vegetation or forests at all, and there are not many wild animals. Only some shrimps and crabs occasionally crawl over it. Let's go there." Shanks pointed to the small island. Advertisement. "Okay." Ron nodded. Shanks turned to Beckman and said, "Turn the boat around and go to the island." "Okay." Beckman nodded and immediately ordered the people below to turn the boat around. Then he looked back at Shanks. "You, be careful. Although that guy is young, he is very powerful. Don't lose to him." "Don't worry." Shanks nodded. Over there, Ron saw that the opponent's ship had turned around and headed towards the small island. He smiled and turned to look at the girls. "Wait for me here." Okay. Brother Ron, you were not careful." The girls nodded, but looked at Ron Tuan with worries. Ron waved his hand. "Don't worry, do you think I was joking just now? I said I am the strongest in the world, and that means I am the strongest in the world. No one in this world can beat me. I'm going to get the good money." Ron waved his hand, and a blue light door appeared. He stepped into the door, the light door disappeared, and Ron's figure appeared on the uninhabited island. At this time, the Morgans in the sky were stunned. They watched Ron disappear from the ark. Why? This guy, why is he missing? The two large news birds were also confused. Audiences around the world who saw this scene through the broadcast were also stunned. After they were stunned, they all reacted one by one. They all thought that Ron had escaped, leaving a boatload of girls behind and ran away. But what was the method of escaping just now? A light door. People disappear when you walk in. Just when everyone was stunned, Morgans discovered Ron on the uninhabited island. His eyes immediately lit up and he asked his men to turn the phone camera to the uninhabited island. Chapter 181 New Emperor vs. Old Emperor. Ron vs. Shanks. How did he run to the island? Newsbird said incoherently. That blue light door just now. Morgans touched his chin and said softly. That door, can it be teleported over a long distance? There is something. What? Newsbird was shocked. You still have such an ability. What kind of fruit ability is this? Audiences all over the world also heard these words, and they were also amazed by Ron's ability. Just now, everyone thought that Ron had escaped, but they didn't expect that they didn't need to take a boat to the island, they just opened a light door and arrived at the island. This ability is really convenient. But some people's eyes were already twinkling. This ability. Naval Headquarters, Staff He next to Sengoku's expression changed. This ability is really. What? There's nothing to worry about with this ability, right? Sengoku and other marine generals don't think this ability is very powerful. At most, it can save some energy when they are on the road. No, according to the information we received, he should have obtained this ability from CP9 member Bluno. Regarding Ron's Devil Fruit ability, haven't you read the information from the intelligence department? Staff He glanced at Sengoku. Yes, this guy got a munch fruit from Drum Island. It's just a very ordinary fruit with poor power. But for some reason, he actually killed him again in 387 Water City. I originally thought he only had the intention to kill Bluno, but I didn't expect that he now has Bluno's door fruit ability. Sengoku frowned. What do you care about is why he can eat 2 devil fruits. Consultant He said. What I care about is that he just got the door fruit. Why did the door fruit that had been in Bluno's hands for so many years be taken away by this one? Ron has developed to this extent and can actually cross such a long distance out of thin air. That's right, Sengoku suddenly said. This door is in Bluno's hands. It can only open the door on the wall. The distance between the doors is too thick. How come in Ron's hands, it can span such a long distance out of thin air? This guy, staff officer He looked at Ron on the screen calmly. He has a unique approach to the development of devil fruit. This guy is a bit scary. Sengoku said solemnly. The key is that he can still eat the second devil fruit, which is a bit of a problem. As we all know, everyone can only eat one devil fruit. Anyone who eats the second devil fruit will be exploded by the power of the fruit. But Ron, now he has a second devil fruit, he means BDBB, not blocked to death. Herald, hurry up and pass this news to the government. Advertisement. No need, there are no fools in the government. They are all watching the live broadcast. They know what to do. Staff He shook his head. Let's continue watching. There are no fools in the world government. Among other people watching the live broadcast, in addition to ordinary people, those powerful people also thought of this. This guy can actually eat 2 devil fruits. It's so weird. How come the person who ate 2 devil fruits didn't explode? So, this guy is weird. All viewers in the world watching the live broadcast are talking about it. On the edge of the island, Ron watched Shanks approaching with a calm expression. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the Kuja pirate ship not far away, about a few hundred meters away. Empress. Ron murmured to himself, his eyes meeting the one on the Nine Snakes pirate ship. Interesting man. On the Nine Snakes pirate ship, the Empress, wearing a beautiful robe, looked at the boy on the island with burning eyes. This boy is a little different from other men. Sister, you are not tempted, are you? Sandersania beside the Empress looked at her expression and asked involuntarily. How is that possible? The Empress shook her head. You know how much I hate men. I am just interested in this guy. He is different from ordinary people. You heard what he said just now. Yes, making an enemy of the world's strongest. Sandersania nodded and said in shock. This guy is a lunatic. If you don't have the strength to say that, you're courting death or going crazy, but if you have the strength, it's Haki. The Empress smiled lightly and said proudly, the I family has not encountered such a character for a long time. It is indeed different from ordinary men. Sandersania nodded. Shanks has landed on the island, and the real decisive battle is about to begin. The Empress looked condensed. Shanks is one of the 4 emperors. Can Ron, a 19-year-old boy, defeat him? On the uninhabited island, Shanks jumped from the boat and landed on the island. He walked 50 meters opposite Ron and looked at Ron with strange eyes. I didn't expect that you actually have this ability. It's just a small ability. Ron said calmly. Let's get started. Everyone is very busy. Start early and finish early. Not bad. Shanks nodded, and with a swipe of his hand, he pulled out the long knife from his waist. The blade pointed at Ron far away, and his aura began to gather. Draw the knife. As the world's greatest swordsman, you won't draw your sword when you face me, right? Advertisement. Clang. The battle between the new emperor and the old emperor has begun. Morgans looked at the 2 swords fighting below, his face slightly excited. This is big news. The whole world is watching the battle. Click. I understand. Without his need to say anything, the 2 news birds, whose faces were pale after being hit by the sword energy, quickly controlled the hot air balloon to retreat. On the Nine Snakes pirate ship, when the Empress saw such a sharp sword energy erupting, her brows slightly furrowed on her beautiful face, and she said sternly, let's retreat too. Their sword energy is too strong, we can't get close. 2 shocking sword energies soared into the sky, and the world was shocked. The sound of gold and iron clashing shook the sky and the ocean, and white-turned fish continued to float in the nearby seawater. All of these fish died in the fight between the 2 people just now. The terrifying sword energy and shock caused waves within hundreds of meters. All the small fish died, and the shrimps and crabs on the island died suddenly. The other ships, the Ark and the Red Hair Pirates ships were all far away and were fine. The Red Hair Pirates ship also stayed away from the island under the command of Beckman. The 3rd generation ghost on Ron's waist was pulled out of its sheath, and the blade was facing Shanks at a distance. Kill. Shanks roared, and disappeared in a flash, then reappeared in front of Ron. Okay sister. Of course not. Ron shook his head. Of course I can't hold back against the 4 emperors. Quickly, and retreat a few hundred meters. Morgans was shocked and quickly ordered his men to retreat. The sword energy is so strong. Don't get too close, we will be in danger if we get close. The ship was far away from the island, and there were only 2 strong men left on the uninhabited island, holding swords and bursting out sword energy, facing each other from a distance. Boom. Shanks slashed down with his sword. Boom. Ron's expression remained unchanged, and the long knife in his hand was filled with purple-red aura. He held it in front of him to block Shanks's fierce sword. Chapter 182. Suppress Shanks. Force out the strongest conqueror's Haki. The 2 of them had their swords intersecting and were so close that they could see each other's expressions. Ron's face was calm, and he looked at the red-haired Shanks across from him. There were 3 scars left by Blackbeard on his left eye and cheek. With his left arm absent, he could unleash such combat power just by holding a knife in his right hand. As expected of the 4 emperors, holding a sword with one hand has such power. Ron praised calmly. You're not bad either. Shanks glanced at the knife in Ron's hand. It can collide with my griffin. Although both have armament Haki, your knife is also of good quality. It's just a good sharp knife. It can't compare to your griffin. Ron glanced at the long knife in Shanks' hand. It was a big sharp knife. He must have followed Shanks for a long time, even if it wasn't as big as the one in Hawkeye's hand. The knife is fast, but in the hands of Shanks, it can still be tied with Hawkeye. Of course, the battle between Shanks and Hawkeye is a pure competition of swordsmanship. Hawkeye, as the former world's greatest swordsman, is absolutely the best in the world in terms of swordsmanship, and Shanks, while his swordsmanship is top-notch, Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki are also top-notch. Definitely much better than Hawkeye. Your armed color. Shanks looked at the purple-red aura permeating Ron's body, compared it with his own armed color, and thought, your armed color has reached this level. Boom. Ron used the force of his hand to push Shanks back. Then he shook his long knife and took the initiative to attack Shanks with the knife. Clang clang clang. The two men clashed with their swords, making a terrible sound that spread far across the sea. Your armament Haki is also very strong, but it seems that it hasn't been fully awakened yet. Ron smiled slightly. He could feel that Shanks' armament Haki was very strong, almost at full level. It is conservatively estimated that it is at least level 80, and maybe even possible. He has reached level 90, but he has definitely not reached the full level of 100, nor has he awakened the special skills of the full level. In this way, the gap between him and himself in terms of armament Haki is revealed. Your weapon color. Has it been perfected? Shanks was shocked. After Haki is perfected, special skills can be awakened, just like Devil Fruit can be awakened with special abilities after being perfected. Is this Ron already Haki perfected? Impossible. How old is he? He is only 19 years old. Advertisement. Is this armament Haki complete? Is it so pervert? You don't seem to have any sense of observation. No, it seems a little bit, but it's too weak. Ron smiled and looked at Shanks. From the previous battle, he used observation Haki from time to time to predict Shanks' attacks. Attack trajectory, and although Shanks attacks extremely fast, there is no observation Haki burst, or in other words, his observation Haki is too weak. Observation color. Shanks frowned and said, I was just wondering why I couldn't predict your movements. Is your observation Haki also perfect? Shanks, of course, also has observation Haki. He is also the owner of Conqueror's Haki, but his main focus is Conqueror's Haki, with a minor in weapon color. For observation Haki, he only practices occasionally, but after the outbreak of observation color just now, he was completely unable to predict any of Ron's actions. Action trajectory. This shows what? This shows that Ron's observation Haki far exceeds his. When the gap is too big, as is the case at hand, his observation and color cannot play any role. Shanks, let me see your strongest conquerors. Ron smiled. I've heard that your Conqueror's Haki is the strongest in the world, but I don't know if your Conqueror's is perfect. Ron's strength is far more than that. His fight with Shanks is not just about defeating Shanks. His goal is to experience Conqueror's Haki through Shanks, the owner of the strongest Conqueror's Haki, and let his own Conqueror's Haki awaken on his own. As long as Conqueror's is awakened, he can make Conqueror's Kai instantly reach full level. In this world, no one has a stronger Conqueror's Haki than Shanks. He is the best teacher. It was also because of this that Ron did not use all his strength to defeat Shanks. Otherwise, with Ron's current attributes, it would really take only a few moves to defeat Shanks. After all, when he had 200 points in all attributes, he was already stronger than Whitebeard. Now, with 300 points in all attributes, he is out and out the strongest in the world. Defeating the 4 emperors is really easy. Conquerors. Shanks' eyes moved. You want to see Conqueror's Haki? Don't you feel it yet? Ron slashed out with a sword, the 3rd generation ghost covered in perfect armament color, and knocked Shanks back dozens of meters with the sword. When the aftermath of the sword light escaped, it cut a strip of ground on the ground. 100 meters of ravine. Your strength. Shanks took a deep breath. You haven't even used your full strength yet. What a terrible young man. Advertisement. If you don't use Conqueror's Haki, you'll have no chance. Please give me flowers. Ron moved and came to Shanks again, slashing out with his sword. Basic swordsmanship. Slash. It turns out that just a simple basic swordsmanship sword move has such power. Shanks' eyes were solemn, and he swung his sword to meet Ron's slashing move, Lion King's Fang. Boom. The two swords clashed, and a terrifying sword energy erupted, sweeping across the small island. Boom. As the sword light swept across, deep cracks appeared on the surrounding sea surface, and the island itself was cut into pieces by these sword lights. Not even a big stone could be seen on the ground hundreds of meters in radius, all chopped into pieces of rubble by the sword. Huh, Shanks gasped. He looked at Ron, who was still as calm as water across from him, and sighed. What a powerful guy. His attainments in swordsmanship are even better than mine. In addition, he is even better than me. The powerful armament Haki, as well as the knowledge and color. It seems that without Conqueror's Haki, there is really nothing I can do against you. I've told you before, you don't need conquerors, you are no match for me. Ron shook his head. His strength absolutely crushed Shanks. So far, he had only used 40% of his strength. He had already forced Shanks to gasp. If he used 50% of his strength, he could kill Shanks in an instant. Even the 40% of his strength was being used to suppress power attacks. He felt that Shanks' swordsmanship and armament and other powers combined with his own physical fitness were at most equivalent to his own 30% of strength, or even lower. The single most powerful force should be Conqueror's Haki. However, Conqueror's seems to be powerful, but it can only have a huge effect on low-level strong people. This is a skill that can clear the minions with one move. For strong people of Ron's level, it should have effect, but it has very little effect. Shanks must have thought of this, so it has been useless until now. He now feels that he can no longer hide it. He will lose if he hides it any longer, and there is no point. Shanks' eyes moved slightly, and his mind was racing. He had already thought about how to defeat Ron. He only had one chance, the moment when Conqueror's Haki was released. He believed that even Ron would lose his mind for a moment, as long as he seized this opportunity. You can defeat him. Conqueror's Haki. Well, since you want to see it, then take it. Shanks whispered, then suddenly raised his head and stared at Ron Yu with fierce eyes. Chapter 183 Explosion. The strongest conquerors Haki. While Ron was fighting Shanks, both the people on the nearby ocean ships and others watching through the broadcast were all watching with wide eyes. This is a battle between two swordsmen whose strength has reached the level of a great swordsman. One of them is the strongest 19-year-old rookie in history. He has created a terrifying record just after entering the Grand Line. He is also the world's greatest swordsman, Ron. The other is the red-haired Shanks, who is known as the strongest conquerors Haki in the world and is also one of the New World 4 emperors. His strength is beyond doubt. This is the huge influence accumulated over the years, and he is recognized by everyone as an absolute strong man. The battle between these two top swordsmen made all the swordsmen who practiced swordsmanship extremely excited. They watched the battle between the 310 people with wide eyes. Some of them showed surprise expressions from time to time, obviously watching the swordsmanship duel, which is of huge benefit to them. Come on, Shanks. In East Blue Log Town, there is also a large screen specially prepared by the newspaper office in the center of the town. There are already people standing in front of the big screen, and there is a group of people among them. It is Luffy and his party. Luffy looks at the screen. He couldn't help but shout excitedly at the battle scene. What two powerful swordsmen! Zoro stared closely at the two people fighting madly in the picture, his expression extremely solemn. The swordsmanship of these two people has reached an unspeakable level of terror. Watching such a swordsmanship duel, against each other, it has huge benefits for him. Luffy, is this red-haired man the Shanks you mentioned before? A boy with a long nose said beside Luffy. Yes, he is Shanks. Have you seen his left arm? Luffy pointed to Shanks on the screen and said apologetically, his arm was bitten off by the king of the sea to save me when I was a child. Quote. What a pity. On the other side of Luffy, the blonde-haired Sanji lamented. If he hadn't broken an arm, he should have defeated that Ron with his 4 emperors' strength, right? Looking at the boy fighting Shanks, Sanji sighed in his heart. Before leaving East Blue, this guy seemed to have eaten at Barati restaurant. He remembered it clearly because this Ron was accompanied by several beautiful and lovely women. Boy, he was envious for a long time. Advertisement. I didn't expect how long it's been since then. This guy has grown enough to fight the 4 emperors. The key is that facing the 4 emperors, he was still able to handle it with ease, without showing any sign of defeat. This guy is really terrifying. Shanks will definitely win, Luffy said seriously. He will definitely win. Above the ocean, red hair pirates, Shanks' ship has returned to the fleet. Beckman, the captain will definitely win, right? Yasop, the sniper of the red hair pirates, looked at the island with a solemn expression and came to the side of the deputy captain Beckman and asked. Yasop, what are you worried about? Shanks can definitely win. Lucky, the crew member next to Yasop, said resonantly. In this world, the only one who can defeat Shanks is probably Whitebeard, and Whitebeard is already old now. Now, our captain is in his prime. If we really fight, maybe Whitebeard can be defeated, and then Shanks will be the strongest in the world. We have a good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. There is no way Shanks can fight to the death with Whitebeard. Beckman said calmly, but his eyes were always looking at the battle situation on the island. Seeing that Shanks was unable to end the battle quickly after fighting for a long time, as the brains of the pirate group, Beckman felt a little gloomy. He knew Shanks' strength. Shanks in front of him was obviously close to his full strength, but he still couldn't defeat Ron. This shows what? This shows that Ron's strength is definitely not weak. He can persist in Shanks' hands for so long. This guy's strength is definitely 4 emperors level. His 2-color Haki is also very powerful, even stronger than Shanks. Advertisement. This is what worries Beckman. But it's okay. Shanks majors in Conqueror's Haki. As soon as Conqueror's Haki comes out, this battle will be over. Just as he was thinking this, Beckman suddenly focused his eyes and looked at the island. Coming. Not only Beckman, but also the only 2 Conqueror's Haki owners present on the Nine Snakes pirate ship, the Empress clearly felt a terrifying power of intimidation gathering from Shanks. Shanks, the strongest conquerors. The Empress murmured to herself, Conqueror's Haki, a special Haki who is said to be awakened by only one person in a million, is the rarest Haki among Conqueror's Haki, and is also the qualification to become a king. Qualifications with strong potential. She didn't see the slightest breath of conquerors from Ron, but Shanks. The Conqueror's Haki on him was very strong. Before, she couldn't see much of it because it didn't break out. But now, Shanks was about to break out Conqueror's Haki, and the Empress noticed it immediately. This terrifying Haki is several times more powerful than my own Conqueror's Haki. This terrifying aura is indeed the strongest conquerors in the world. The Empress looked at the battle situation on the island calmly, then turned around silently and said, let's go, the battle is over, Ron without Conqueror's Haki will lose. Oh, Shanks' Haki is too strong. In a duel between experts, as long as he loses concentration for a moment, Ron will definitely lose. On the island, Shanks's eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying aura. The momentum, courage, chest diameter, chest, and courage of his whole body were all condensed into an extremely terrifying aura. 3.9 This aura was like a god. It was as terrifying as coming into the world, and even the entire sky, the sea hundreds of meters around, and the entire island turned black and white at this moment. The clouds in the sky were torn apart in an instant, the turbulent sea calmed down instantly, and the gravel on the island on the ground was crushed into powder in an instant. At the center of Conqueror's Haki, Ron, who was under the main attack, his pupils shrank sharply, and then slowly expanded, his eyes were blank, his body was stiff, and he stood there stupidly. Win. Shanks' mouth moved, and with his feet on the ground, he rushed towards Ron with a knife. The blade was aimed at Ron's neck. He didn't want to kill Ron, he just wanted to win the battle and take Makino away, that's all. Chapter 184 Awakening. Conqueror's Haki instantly maxed out his level. What a terrible Conqueror's Haki. As expected of the captain. Shanks wins for sure. Ha ha ha. Let me just say, it's just Ron, and he still wants to challenge our captain. Impossible. Red Hair Pirates. Many crew members saw Shanks burst into Conqueror's Haki. Ron's body was stiff and motionless, and everyone laughed happily. Yasop and Lucky also breathed a sigh of relief. Even Beckman took a long breath, relaxed his nervous expression, lit a cigarette, and looked at the island with a faint smile. On the Nine Snakes pirate ship, the Empress felt the terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupting on the island behind her, and sighed. It is indeed the strongest conquerors in the world. This kind of power is much stronger than mine. It seems that I will have to work harder in the future. 13. The image of Ron's Haki appeared in her mind, and the Empress shook her head. Such a declaration of Haki was not supported by real strength and was just a piece of cake without water. Now in front of Shanks' absolute strength, Ron's fragile nature was exposed. On the Ark, the expressions of Namikaya, Abis Aisha and others all changed drastically. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, they felt the extremely terrifying Conqueror's Haki that Shanks unleashed. How terrifying it was. The power of. The moment Haki broke out, the whole world and the ocean seemed to be stagnant. At that moment, even Ron was overwhelmed by this Haki and became stiff. Ron. Nami bit her lip lightly and looked at the island with worried eyes. Brother Ron. Kaya shouted tremblingly towards the island with tears in her eyes. Brother Ron will be fine, he will be fine for sure. Abis shed tears and looked at the island in the distance at a loss. Luo. Brother Ron. Elsa stammered, speechless, her face was extremely nervous, but she did not shed tears, because in her feelings, in her awakened special skill, life perception, Ron Shanks' life aura is still as dazzling as the sun, and although Shanks' life aura is also very strong, even the most powerful existence among everyone present except Ron, Elsa still feels that Ron's life aura is much stronger. Advertisement. If in Elsa's perception, the life breath of other people is the stars, that Shanks is the brilliance of the moon, and there is also a dazzling brilliance like the moon on the red ship in the distance, which is much worse than Shanks, but it is also a very strong light. Only Ron. In Elsa's perception, it was a breath of life comparable to the brilliance of the sun. Elsa had never seen such a dazzling breath of life. How could Ron, who had such a terrifying and huge breath of life, fail? Vivi looked at this scene with a pale face, her lips trembled, and she was speechless. She was afraid that with Shanks' knife, Ron's head would fall to the ground and he would die on the spot. Vivi had no choice but to close her eyes in grief. Ron. Robin also looked very unhappy and wanted to use the ability of flower fruit to save Ron, but unfortunately the distance was too far and it was too late. Makino's expression was extremely complicated, but he could only cover his mouth and shed tears. Everyone else, whether it was Tashigi, Miss Valentine, or Khalifa, all looked pale and trembled slightly. Everyone in the world who watched this battle was shaking their heads and sighing. The strongest new pirate in history, is he going to be defeated now? What a pity. He shouldn't have gone to fight the 4 emperors so early, they were the 4 emperors. Yes, the 4 strongest beings in the new world. It's too early to fight the red hair at this time. What a pity. Conqueror's Haki. Open. It's really satisfying. The pudgy 5 elders smiled happily, fighting the 4 emperors. Do you still want to win? If the 4 emperors were so easy to deal with, our world government would have eradicated these 4 cancers long ago. This Ron, you are really looking for death. Advertisement. What kind of look is that? Lost. Shanks whispered, and the man had already arrived in front of Ron. The long knife was pointed at Ron's neck. Ron was about to fail. Ha ha ha, this guy is finally defeated. Suddenly. Not bad. Boom. Naval headquarters, all the viewers were smiling, even Sengoku was no exception. Only staff he was still looking at the screen with a solemn expression. Until the last moment, we couldn't say who would win. A wave of terror reached its extreme, and an almost solid coercion burst out from Ron's body. Brush. In an instant, the long knife that was already in front of Ron and only half a meter away from his neck stopped. Shanks' eyes suddenly widened, his pupils shrank suddenly, and then he became listless and confused. Ron opened his eyes suddenly. What kind of eyes are those? On the island, Shanks is extremely fast, and he doesn't want to give up this only chance of victory. If Ron breaks free from the shock of Conqueror's Haki, he might not be able to hold off Ron. He must take the opportunity to defeat Ron immediately. Mariajoy, the cheerful laughter of the 5 elders came from the conference hall. Ha ha, it would be great if the red-haired man could be cruel enough to kill Ron. Another tall man 527 5 elders said with a smile. When Ron dies, we will have eliminated a serious enemy. It's over. Ron said calmly. Chapter 185 Soul Storm. The strongest conquerors in history. Clang. The famous sword griffin in Shanks' hand flew out in a spin, landed on the ground with a clang, and penetrated deeply into the island ground. And Ron's left hand was already pinching Shanks' neck. When Shanks is distracted, Ron can snap his neck at any time. Ron looked indifferent. When he said the battle was over, it was really over. In the battle with Shanks, he didn't use much of his strength at all, just to feel Conqueror's Haki. He needed to feel the power of Haki himself to experience Haki's calendar. Hard work pays off, and through personal experience, Ron really learned Haki. Ron knew that at that moment, even if he hadn't learned Haki and even if Shanks had no mercy, he couldn't cut off his head. With his physical strength, even Shanks couldn't kill him. But in that case, when Shanks put the knife on his neck, Ron should have lost the battle. After all, it was not a life and death battle. Fortunately, the moment Ron felt Haki, he successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki. The moment Conqueror's Haki awakened, he added points to it to reach full level, and then awakened Conqueror's Haki's special skill at full level, Soul Storm. Ron just used the full level Conqueror's Haki, not Soul Storm. He was afraid that after using Soul Storm, not only Shanks would be instantly killed, but even the red-haired pirate ship group outside the island, the Nine Snakes pirate ship, and even the Ark, all of them would be instantly killed. If they were all killed, Ron would be stunned. Data panel. Ron was so excited that he first checked his data panel. He hadn't had time to check his data just now. He didn't know how much his attributes had increased after Conqueror's full-level awakening. Host. Ron. Age. 19 years old. Constitution. 356. 353. Agility. 343. Spirit. 395. Skill point balance. 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2+98, full level. Advertisement. Basic swordsmanship. 3+97, full level. Armament Haki. 1+99, full level. Armed color awakening ability. Absolute armament. Observation Haki. 1+99, full level. Ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Conqueror's Haki. 1+99, full level. Conqueror's awakening ability. Soul Storm. Devil Fruit. Munch Munch Fruit. 1+99, full level. Fruit ability awakening. Swallowing 2/3. Door Fruit. 1+99, full level. Fruit ability awakening. Any door. Soul Storm. Ron looked at this skill with some shock. This is the skill for Conqueror's awakening at full level. From the information that came to his mind, it can be seen that this skill can be said to be the most powerful skill among all the skills Ron possesses. None of them. If the max level Conqueror's Haki is an army clearing skill, then this Soul Storm is its advanced skill, and it is also a super powerful group attack skill. This Soul Storm is not aimed at enemies whose strength is lower than Ron, but can attack enemies at the same level. The most important thing about a skill that can cause huge damage to a strong person is that it targets the soul and spirit. This skill is simply pervert. Even Ron himself couldn't help but be shocked by this skill. If he really released this Soul Storm just now and did not control it, the situation where he was worried about instantly killing everyone within a few thousand meters would really happen. The four-dimensional attribute that has increased the most is mental. Also, the main increase in Conqueror's Haki is the mental attribute. Ron nodded. This wave of Conqueror's levels are at full level and his skills have been awakened. All his attributes have been greatly increased. The first three attributes have increased by dozens of points, especially the mental attributes, which have increased by nearly 100 points. It's an exaggeration. But thinking that this is the last and rarest Haki of Conqueror's Haki, Ron felt relieved. Don't want. Just then, Ron heard a girl's voice. It only took him a second or two to bring up the data panel and check his own attributes. From the outsider's point of view, less than 3 seconds had passed from when he broke out Haki to when he pinched Shanks' neck. On the Ark, Makino saw Ron's movements and thought he was going to kill Shanks, so he shouted quickly. Ron glanced at Makino calmly, unmoved. Advertisement. On the other side, the Empress, who was about to turn around and leave, trembled, turned around slowly, and looked at Ron solemnly, watching Ron hold Shanks in his hand and holding it up high. Him. Surprisingly, Haki actually woke up, but why? Why is his Conqueror's Haki so powerful upon awakening? How is this possible? How can it be? Equally shocking were the people on the Red Hair Pirate's ship. The cigarette in Beckman's mouth had fallen. He looked at Shanks held in Ron's hand with shock on his face, and looked at Ron's figure with trembling lips. Captain. Let go, Captain. You dare to kill our Captain. Has a Conqueror's Haki of this level really just awakened? Are you kidding? Several people on the hot air balloon, whether it was the two news gulls or Morgans himself, were all shocked and covered in cold sweat, and froze there for a moment. Oh, Shanks looked bitter. He had been practicing Conqueror's Haki for many years and was already known as the strongest conquerors in the world. However, the boy in front of him had just awakened Conqueror's Haki and was able to master it. I have been in shock for so long. Is this guy a monster? Ron was unmoved by this and remained calm. The Shanks he was holding in his hand still hadn't woken up. The power of the full-level conquerors and the under-level conquerors were hugely different. Almost 10 seconds had passed. Even though Shanks, as one of the 4 emperors, is also a Conqueror's Haki with a very high level, but he is still shocked and in a state of unconsciousness that has not yet recovered. When Ron heard this, his expression remained unchanged and he nodded calmly. Okay. How can such pervert exist? His eyes gradually became brighter, and he felt his neck, how being held by Ron in his hand. He looked at the famous sword griffin that fell aside, and Ron holding the knife in front of him with the other hand. Shanks felt bitter. Shanks. I lost. Shanks said after a moment of silence. Can I say something to Makino? The moment Ron Conqueror's Haki broke out just now, they were not within the attack range of Conquerors in time, but they could still feel the terrifying Haki that shook the world. In the sky, Morgan's body trembled, and the 2 large news gulls beside him also trembled a little, and he was speechless for a long time. All the people in the red hair pirates had red eyes and shouted loudly. Okay, so scary Haki. Yes, Ron nodded. I didn't expect that. Shanks took a breath of fresh air, then took a deep breath, looked at Ron across from him, and said with a complex expression, are you really just a newly awakened Haki? Promise. A smile appeared on Ron's calm face, and the left hand holding his neck slowly released, and the long knife in his right hand was inserted into the scabbard with a swipe. Cough. After about 15 seconds in Ron's hand, Shanks finally came to his senses. Ron's full-level Conqueror's Haki stuns him. If he is an ordinary sailor or ordinary pirate, the full-level Haki will stun him. I guess there won't be a day that I can't wake up, but Shanks is one of the 4 emperors after all, and he is also a very accomplished Conqueror's Haki, so he woke up after 15 seconds. Chapter 186 The whole world is shocked. Everyone knows Ron's name. Boom. Mariajoy. In the conference hall, the 5 elders holding a long knife suddenly struck out with a knife, and the knife burst out, cutting off a wall. He said angrily, how could this guy be so powerful? Haki. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. According to our information, it seems that he did not have Conqueror's Haki before, right? This should be the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, right? But how is this possible? The pudgy 5 elders added it was unbelievable. He couldn't believe it, and it was very hard to believe it. Ron, was this really Conqueror's Haki who had just awakened? There is a problem, a big problem. The tall and thin 5 elders said solemnly. Obviously, he is indeed the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, but why? Why is his Conqueror's Haki so strong? This guy, did he really defeat the redhead? Another 5 elders muttered to himself. It seems that our prediction of his strength was not accurate. The sturdy 5 elders said solemnly. The result is obvious. He really defeated the red-haired guy, Ron O. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku looked gloomy. Looking at the results on the screen, he snorted coldly, stood up and left 387. Staff officer he kept his eyes locked on Ron's figure. Finally, amid the angry scoldings of a group of marine generals, staff officer he calmly left the hall and came to Sengoku's office. In the marshal's office, Sengoku stared at the wall. There was a plaque hanging on the wall, with 5 words written on it, absolute justice. Sengoku. Staff he said softly. Although this little guy is indeed beyond our expectations, we cannot interrupt our plan because of his affairs. I understand. Sengoku took a deep breath, turned around, looked at staff he and said, don't worry, I have adjusted my mentality. Ace's execution will not be delayed. No matter how strong Ron is, he is just a human being. They are just people. Apart from him, the Sword and Rose pirates are all girls. They are not a big threat. In order to implement justice and for the peace of the entire world, it is urgent to suppress the pirates. I will not waver in this matter. Quote. That's good. Staff officer he nodded happily. This guy is very strong, but we don't have to waste a lot of energy on him. I can already see that this little guy, as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke him, you won't take the initiative to provoke us. Advertisement. Yeah. Sengoku nodded. Many times we collided with him, we took the initiative to provoke him. I will pay attention to this guy in the future. This guy is really. No need to say more, just follow the plan. I'm leaving first. Staff officer he left calmly. Sengoku looked at her back without saying a word. He was silent for a long time, and looked at the plaque on the wall again, tightly. Look at those 5 Huxia characters. Absolute justice. Everyone else in Shichibukai who was also watching the duel was silent. They all lowered their heads and thought about what would happen if they met this master of swordsmanship. After thinking for a long time, these Shichibukai all shook their heads, and then started their own training. They knew that the gap between themselves and Ron was still very big, it's really big. This is a powerful being who defeated one of the 4 emperors in a head-on battle. This is a powerful existence that can be called the 5th emperor. In addition to Shichibukai, many ordinary people watching the duel also recognized Ron's name for the first time. The world is so big, and there are many people who don't know Ron. Maybe when it comes to the name of Roger the Pirate King, everyone around the world knows it, but Luo BDBDN, his fame is really not that exaggerated. Even before this battle, his fame was not as high as Shichibukai, let alone 4 emperors and Marine 3 Admiral, because his rise was too short. How long has it been since you came to Grand Line? It had only been a few months. Although his record was terrifying, and Morgan's had sent a lot of newspapers, it was still too short. Most of the people who knew about his fame were pirates, marines, and world government-related personnel. However, Starting from today, Ron's fame has completely spread. From this moment on, not only pirates and marines, but also ordinary people will know that there is another person in this world who is qualified to stabilize the king. Advertisement. He is Ron. Ron. The Empress muttered softly, glanced at Ron's figure seriously, and then turned around. Let's set sail, let's go to naval headquarters. Sister, such a peerless young man, why don't we contact you? Sandersonia said hesitantly. Now everyone is saying that this young man is qualified to be called the Five Emperors. So what? The Empress, eyes narrowed, her eyes flashing with a domineering air. The I family is not far behind him. Let's sail. Okay. Sandersonia was speechless. Her sister was arrogant again. This boy was obviously very strong. If possible, using her sister's purple color to connect with him more emotionally, maybe she could help Nine Snake Island. The daughter country is out of trouble, but sister, forget it, just listen to her. The Nine Snakes pirate ship gradually left this battlefield. Ron glanced this way and saw a trace of regret in his heart when he saw the Empress leaving, but he didn't force it. The Empress will naturally meet him in the future and he will not be in a hurry. Let's go. Ron waved his hand and summoned any door leading to the Ark. Come with me, Shanks, Makino is still waiting for you to talk. With that said, Ron walked into the arbitrary door first. Shanks looked at the blue light door, hesitant, but when he thought about Ron not killing him just now, he was relieved. There was unlikely to be any trap on this door, because if Ron wanted to kill him, he would have done it just now. There is no need to wait until now. Shanks raised his head and walked into the arbitrary door decisively. The next moment, he was on the Ark. Makino. Chapter 187 Makino returns home. Head to the Sabaody archipelago. Shanks. Makino looked at the figure behind Ron with a complicated expression. Okay, the battle is over. Ron looked at the girls with a smile and said relaxedly, what's wrong with you? Brother Ron, fortunately you are okay. Kaya rushed over, hugged Ron and cried bitterly. Don't cry, it's okay. Ron patted Kaya's back to comfort her. Brother Ron. Abis also cried and hugged him. I knew brother Ron would be fine. Elsa shed tears at this time, looking at Ron with tears of joy. It's okay. It's okay. Nami breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ron happily. Fortunately, he's fine. Robin looked at Ron and whispered silently in his heart. Let's leave for a moment and let Makino say something to Shanks. Ron took the girls' hands and led them towards the cabin. Brother Ron, aren't you afraid that Sister Makino will run away with the red-haired one? Kaya took Ron's hand, hugged her tightly and said softly, if Sister Makino runs away, you will suffer a big loss. Ron smiled slightly when he heard this but said nothing. Ron. Vivi also walked up to Ron. I believe Sister Makino, she will definitely not abandon you. Ron was confused. What does abandonment mean? Am I that miserable? It's not that miserable. Vivi covered her mouth and smiled. Even if Sister Makino leaves, there will still be so many of us girls accompanying you. On the deck of the Ark, Makino and Shanks faced each other, and they were silent for a while. Makino. Finally, Shanks spoke up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Makino turned around. As long as you're fine. Advertisement. Okay. Shanks smiled bitterly. Maybe I was a little reckless. Yes. Makino was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said, just like when you left, you can say you were reckless, but what about me? Don't you like the stable life in Windmill Village? Shanks frowned and said, what I yearn for is life on the ocean, so I have to leave. Okay. Makino looked at Shanks disappointedly. Is this your answer? I know. What? Shanks didn't know why. It's nothing. Makino already made a decision in his mind, shook his head and said, you can leave, I know why you came, I live a good life here. How is it possible? I got the news that you were snatched away by Ron. Shanks didn't believe it. Yes, Makino said with a smile. I was robbed, but I am willing. How is that possible? Shanks looked unbelieving. That's the fact. Makino shook his head and said, if you had made such a decision when you left, maybe we wouldn't be where we are now. Forget it, let's do it. Makino turned and left without paying any attention to Shanks behind him. At the beginning, Shanks looked at Makino's back, his mind moved, and he seemed to understand something, and then shouted, can we go back to the past? No more, Makino said as he walked into the cabin. As that's so, Shanks sighed, looked at the empty deck, and shook his head. Okay, I already know your choice. Shanks turned around, took one last look at the direction of the Ark's cabin, and then left without looking back. It was impossible for him to give up his dream for a woman, so he left. In the cabin, Ron quietly looked at Makino, who was leaning against the door and sobbing. He didn't say anything and was silent. Seeing this, the girls next to him looked at each other and said nothing. Brother Ron, this is a good opportunity. Kaya poked Ron's waist and said softly, Sister Makino is sad, go and comfort her. Advertisement. Go. Nokigao pushed Ron. Go. Nami muttered and turned around. We will fight celestial dragons next, we won't just fight one or two. The protagonist may go to Mariajoy to make some noise, so please look forward to it. Of course we'll keep sailing. Nami glanced at Ron's leaving figure and knew very clearly that something unspeakable would definitely happen to Ron and Makino next. He felt a little uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do about it. The girls watched Ron walk up to Makino. Before Ron could speak, Makino had already thrown herself into Ron's arms and burst into tears. Don't miss a good opportunity. Khalifa smiled charmingly. River Crab God tier monitoring, omitting the word count, let everyone imagine freely. That guy. Nami gritted her teeth when she heard this. Ron patted Makino's shoulder and whispered comfort, and what happened next happened naturally. He carried Makino and walked to her bedroom. There is no need to say more about it. Sister Nami, that guy went to do bad things. Kaya looked at Nami and asked, what should we do next? Behind him, a group of girls rolled their eyes. The Fishmen Island. Ron was stunned for a while, and then reprimanded with a serious face. What are you guys thinking? Am I, Ron, that kind of person? Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others? You're kidding. Quote. Please give me flowers. 0. Yes, if we want to go to the new world, we must go to the Sabaody archipelago. Nami said sternly. Only after adding plating to the ship there can we pass the Fishmen Island. The girls couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In terms of shamelessness, we have to look at our Captain Ron. Continue sailing? Kaya asked. Or go to Sabaody archipelago? After a scolding, Ron straightened his clothes and walked towards Makino with a calm expression. The girls were stunned for a while, and then sighed. Captain Ron will definitely like a place like that. Chapter 188. Crazy Learning Skills. Skyrocketing 4-dimensional attributes. On this day, Ron defeated the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Morgans came in person to broadcast the real-time battle from the sky. The final result of this battle shocked the whole world. From this day on, Ron's name spread throughout the world. Morgans made it clear in the latest news that Ron was strong enough to become emperor, as long as he arrived in the new world. The new emperor must be his. Regarding the outcome of the battle between Ron and the red-haired man, ordinary people discussed the most, but everyone in Shichibukai was very silent. Even Marine and world government did not make much movement. The government did not increase the bounty for Ron because of this, and I don't know what they were thinking. There was no turmoil on the side of the Revolutionary Army. For the Revolutionary Army, Ron's victory over the red hair did not help them at all, and it was not even as beneficial as the previous victory over Marine and Admiral. In Logue Town, Luffy fell silent after seeing the result of the battle. However, as a determined person in 980 old, Luffy was not discouraged by Shanks' failure. Instead, he cheered up. Shanks, I will to avenge you. Ron, I will definitely defeat you. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp and others set sail again, leaving Logue Town and heading directly towards Upside Down Mountain. It was time for them to officially enter the Grand Line. At the same time, the Ark is also heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. In Makino's room, the fighting lasted for midnight. It was not until the next day that Ron walked out of Makino's room. Before leaving, he glanced at the sleeping Makino and looked at her rosy and tear-stained cheeks. He smiled happily, then covered her with a quilt before leaving the room where she was kept. After coming out, Ron first went to the kitchen, found Konus in the kitchen, and ordered Konus to prepare food to replenish Makino's body. Makino used to prepare supplements for other girls, but this time it was finally her turn. After leaving the kitchen, Ron came to the deck. He first had a conversation with Kaya and other girls, and then continued to lie on the chair under the sun umbrella. Nokigao brought Ron a glass of juice and asked, by the way, Sister Makino, are you okay? It's okay. I'll comfort her myself. Nothing will go wrong. Ron smiled calmly. You are that comfort. Nuo Chigao covered her forehead. It's comfort. Ron looked at Nokigao with a weird smile. Do you also need my comfort? No. Nochigao quickly turned around and left. Shameless. A little girl's voice came from behind. Ron turned around and saw that it was Miss Golden Week. She was playing cards with Robin and Aisha Abis. She had obviously heard Ron's words just now and couldn't help but sneered at him. Ron touched his chin. This girl was usually very quiet. Why was she so angry with him today? Ron's eyes moved and he looked at Robin. Robin had a calm expression, his eyes were as smart as water, and he was calmly playing cards with the 3 girls. Isn't it because of Robin? Ron rubbed his chin and thought wildly, then shook his head, no longer thinking about these things, but instead thinking about his own things. Ron took a sip of juice, then lay down comfortably on the chair, put his hands behind his head, closed his eyes slightly and began to think about his own things. Advertisement. Ron first looked at his attribute panel, checked the number of his skills, and counted them from top to bottom. There were 25 skills in total. 25 skills increased his 4-dimensional attributes to more than 300 points. Even the spirit level is almost 400 points. In view of the system upgrade requirements, the 4-dimensional attributes were still more than 100 points short of the 3rd-level system upgrade requirements. Of course, Ron wanted to upgrade the system as soon as possible, so he decided in his heart to start learning skills like crazy starting from today. First, he was going to start learning from the other girls on the ship. Don't worry about the skills, just learn them later. So, Ron stood up, clapped his hands, called all the girls to come over, and mentioned his request to learn skills. Of course, the girls would not refuse Ron's request, and everyone promised to teach him wholeheartedly. First, Ron learned navigation and stealing from Nami. Regarding the stealing technique, Ron also hesitated for a while, but if this skill reaches full level, it will definitely bring him some 4-dimensional attributes, so he might as well learn it after thinking about it. That night, Ron spent the night in Nami's room. Don't get me wrong, it was all for studying. As a good kid who loves to study, Ron felt that it was really hard for him to stay up until midnight to study for homework. Nami the teacher also worked very hard and his voice became hoarse. The navigation skill is at full level. The stealing skill is at full level. All attributes have increased a lot, and the mental attribute has exceeded 400 points. The other 3 attributes are about to break through, so we have to keep working hard. Ron looked at his data panel and smiled confidently. After leaving Nami's room, he walked towards the room where the other girls were. As a result, he also learned Nokigao's planting skills, Makino's bartending, Vivi's court etiquette, and Peacock's saw fighting skills, and reached the full level. Most importantly, taking advantage of this skill learning, the beautiful and lovely Princess Vivi also seized the rare opportunity and successfully captured Ron. Ron was extremely happy for this, regardless of who pushed whom. Anyway, Princess Vivi his passion is to make him feel comfortable physically and mentally. Finally, there is Lackey's Sandora inherited combat skills, which Ron also learned. However, Lackey may have been on board the ship for a short period of time, so he taught Ron quite well and did not give Ron a chance. Ron was not in a hurry and just learned the skill seriously. After successfully learning it, he went to Miss Golden Week to learn painting. For a little girl like Golden Week, a gentleman like Ron would definitely not stretch out his evil claws. He is not a beast, how could he be so shameless? I learned painting, found Robin, and studied archaeology. It took him 2 days to learn the skills of all the girls on the boat, and he fully upgraded all the skills he learned. So, at this moment, Ron's 4-dimensional attributes and mental attributes on the data panel successfully exceeded 500 points, and other attributes were also close to 500 points. It is estimated that he is only 1 or 2 skills away from system upgrade. Host: Ron. Age: 19 years old. Constitution: 489. J: 486. Advertisement: Agility: 484. Spirit: 521. Skill point balance: 99,099,99. Possess skills: Fruit ability awakening. Swallowing 2/3. Armed color awakening ability. Absolute armament. Ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Stealing: 1+99 full level. Conqueror's Haki: 1+99 full level. Fruit ability awakening. Any door. Devil fruit. Observation Haki: 1+99 full level. Navigation: 1+99 full level. Peacock saw combat skill: 1+99 full level. Conqueror's awakening ability: Soul Storm. 3.9 Sandora's inherited combat skills: 1+99 full level. Door fruit: 1+99 full level. Archaeology: 1+99 full level. Painting: 1+99 full level. Munch munch fruit: 1+99 full level. Tea ceremony: 1+99 full level. Armament Haki: 1+99 full level. Chapter 189 Meeting the Empress. To hit or not to hit. Begging for automatic subscription. There are still a few skills left to reach 500 points. Ron sighed, it was just a short step away from upgrading the system, how uncomfortable it was. It seems that when I get to Sabaody Archipelago, I have to find a way to learn skills from ordinary pirates. Ron thought. But those pirates probably won't be so obedient. Well, Nami still has a lot of money there. When the time comes, just spend money on it. Even if he learns a skill with 1 million belly and hits 100 million belly, Ron can still learn 100 skills. If he has 100 skills, even if he can't accumulate 1000 full attribute points, it's probably about the same. Anyway, he has money. The money he exchanged for gold from the Water City last time was more than 2 billion. It doesn't matter, as long as he can continue to become stronger. Ron walked out of Vivi's room, glanced at the graceful figure on the bed as he closed the door, and turned around to leave with some reluctance. Wei Wei is worthy of being a princess of a country. She has a good figure, crotches in front and back, and her skin is fair and smooth. Ron has spent every night in Vivi's room for the past 2 days. The gentleness makes him feel happy, which also caused after seeing Kaya and Nami's unrequited love, they were a little jealous. Ron walked to the kitchen and used the bartending skills he had learned to make himself a glass of golden wine. After taking a sip, Ron walked onto the deck with the wine glass in hand. Under the umbrella over there, Makino and Nokigao, as well as Konus and Nami are playing 13 cards. Sailing on the ocean is boring. We are still some distance away from Sabaody Archipelago, and it will take at least several days to get there. The girls are also thinking of ways to pass the time. Sabaody Archipelago is the last island in the first half of the Grand Line. Whether it is this route chosen or another route, all the pirate groups who fought in the first half of the Grand Line will gather here, and then they will have to venture through the Fishmen Island under the sea to go to the New World. Not far away, Tashigi is still choosing to practice swordsmanship, even though his swordsmanship has reached the full level. Robin stood quietly on the side of the boat, blowing the sea breeze and looking at the sea view. Miss Valentine was fishing next to Robin. Judging from her skills, she was really good at catching a big fish from time to time. Damn it, Ron didn't learn fishing skills from her. Could it be that with my supreme wisdom, I really can't learn how to fish? Ron twitched the corner of his mouth and suppressed him. This was definitely the suppression of him by the pirate world. Oh, being too strong is a problem. Even the world suppresses me. They don't let me learn a single fishing skill. Ron would never admit that it was his own problem whether he could learn to fish. Verses 3. I can't afford it. Advertisement. King Za. Pass. Listening to the sound of a few girls playing cards over there, Ron couldn't help but walk over. After taking a look, he couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Isn't this a new way of playing that he taught them? Landlord. Ron. Nami glanced at him and asked, do you want to play together? No, you guys play. Ron waved his hand. These people are really good at playing cards. On the whole ship, the one with the best card playing skills is of course Robin, followed by Nami, Nakigao, Khalifa and Vivi, if possible. In Haki's words, Aisha is also very strong. But for playing cards or something like that, using Haki is a bit too much. The same was true for Ron. Although he taught the girls how to play Landlord, after getting familiar with a few games, Robin was able to beat Ron. Then Nami also quickly mastered the gameplay, so from then on, Ron was not happy to play with Robin. Nami is playing cards together, he doesn't want to be abused. Of course, if it's Kaya, Cornish and Abis, Ron wouldn't mind having a good competition with the three of them to let them know what a real master is. Brother Ron, where are Sister Vivi? Kaya ran over wearing cool clothes and asked. Still resting. Ron touched his nose. Oh my god, Brother Ron, you have been torturing Sister Vivi these days. Please spare her for a few days so that she can have a rest. When Kaya heard Ron's words, she quickly said, if you want, Nami sister and I can do it. Makino sister, Nokigao sister can do it too. Kaya, Makino, who was holding the card over there, blushed and glared at Kaya. Don't talk nonsense, I don't want to go with him. Oh, Sister Makino is so shy. Kaya said with a smile. I don't know who it was that day, and the voice was so loud. Makino was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. He threw away the cards in his hand, then ran to Kaya and started playing with her. Makino, why are you leaving? Nami muttered. How can we play without one person? Ron, you can take over. Hey, Ron's eyes rolled, and he kept thinking of ways to escape. But with a kind smile, Cornish put the cards dropped by Makino into Ron's hand. Come on, Captain Ron will accompany us 2 or 2. All right. Looking at Cornish's lovely, gentle and kind face, Ron was embarrassed to refuse. The main reason was that he had also been raiding Cornish recently and planned to capture her in the next 2 days. If he refused, he might increase his raids. Difficulty. Advertisement. Thus, Ron began his experience of being tortured and killed by Nami. Well, it is indeed the ship of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Tashigi said. Our speed is not slow, it is normal for the ship of the 9 Snakes Pirates to be overtaken by us. I'll go talk to Ron. Tashigi frowned, turned and walked towards Ron and Nami. Ron rubbed his chin and thought about it. If the ship the Empress was on was hit by a collision, it would be extremely difficult for him to conquer it in the future. Originally, the Empress was a person who hated men very much, and the entire 9 Snakes Island men are absolutely prohibited from entering the island. Many women on the island don't even know what men are. The Queen's strategy is even more difficult than Robin's. Yes, hit it. Ron didn't even raise his head. He was looking at the cards in his hand, sweat dripping from his forehead. He was a landlord, and his cards were not bad. He must beat Nami this time. At this moment, when the 4 of them were fighting fiercely, Khalifa, who was practicing with Tashigi over there, suddenly moved his eyes and looked at the sea ahead. Tashigi, look, does that ship look familiar? Oh, it seems that fishing and playing cards are really not suitable for me. Ron shook his head and sighed. However, if I can take down this girl Cornies, even if she is tortured, I will admit it. What? Nami pouted. You hesitated as soon as you heard about the Empress. Who said you bumped into her just now? Tashigi stopped swinging his sword and turned to look at the sea. Then he said with a change of expression, that red hull is really familiar. Could it be before? Huh. Ron looked up and asked in surprise. The other party is the 9 Snakes Pirates. We are civilized people, how can we do such a barbaric thing? Ron said with a righteous expression, and then threw the cards in his hand. It was difficult to win this game, so we should look for opportunities. Come on, Dasichi, please take me to have a look. Yes, Tashigi nodded. I saw the other party's pirate ship and pirate flag, I can't admit it wrong. It's one of the Shichibukai, the ship of Empress Hancock. Khalifa said seriously. Is there a pirate ship? Nami said calmly. Don't the other party know how to avoid it? If not, then just run into it. However, the other party doesn't seem to be planning to avoid it. Do we need to change direction? Khalifa said. If we don't avoid it, the arc string will hit the 9 Snakes pirate ship in half an hour at most. Ron, Nami, we found a pirate ship blocking the sea ahead. What should we do? Do we need to change the course? Tashigi came to Ron and asked. Okay, even though the other party is the 9 Snakes Pirates, we are not afraid of them. If they don't let us, then hit them. Seeing this, Tashigi didn't say anything. Although the other party was the 9 Snakes Pirates, but Ron can defeat even the 4 Emperors and is not afraid of a Shichibukai. Hey, don't run away. Nami couldn't help but rolled her eyes as she watched Ron throw the cards and leave. This guy must have seen that he couldn't win this game, so he was looking for excuses to get out of the way. Nami is really smart and quick-witted. When Ron was a landlord, he was beaten by Nami and 2 farmers, Nashigao and Konus. When Ron was a farmer, unless the landlord was Konus, the outcome would depend on him. It was Nami and Nuo Chigao who were dueling, so he was the one who made up the numbers. Chapter 190 The Queen's Contempt of the King. When the Ark discovered the 9 Snakes pirate ship, the 9 Snakes pirate group also discovered the Ark sailing from behind. On the Empress ship, a female warrior serving as a lookout hurriedly ran to the throne made of pet snakes where the Empress was sitting and reported, "My lady, a strange ship has been spotted." Oh, the Empress opened Shudian's eyes and looked at the female warrior who reported, "What kind of ship is it? Marine or pirate?" "It's a pirate. Look at the flag, it's." The female warrior raised her head and said, "It's the Sword and Rose Pirates." Pirates. Sword and Rose Pirates. The Empress eyes narrowed. "You mean, Sword and Rose?" "Yes." The female warrior nodded. "That's Ron's Ark." "The Ark." The Empress paused and said calmly, "The other party's ship is very fast. A little faster than us. If you don't avoid it, you will hit our ship later," the female warrior said. "Sister, how about we just get out of the way?" Third sister Marigold frowned and said, "Forget about other pirates, this is Ron's ship after all." "Huh, so what about Ron?" The Empress snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Am I going to avoid Ron's ship?" "Sister, now is not the time to be impulsive." Sandersonia couldn't help but persuade him. "That guy just defeated the red-haired one of the 4 emperors. It's not good for us to have a conflict with him now." "There's nothing wrong." The Empress stood up. Her tall figure looked extremely graceful. She walked out of the room and went directly to the deck, followed by the pet snake Salome, her 2 sisters, and other crew members. Following, we came to the side of the ship and looked at the scene behind us. Sure enough, we saw a huge ship approaching at high speed on the sea. It was the Ark. Sure enough, it's him. The Empress' heart moved. When Ron came to the Grand Line, he was naturally going to the New World. It was also normal to go to the Sabaody archipelago. All pirate ships had to go to the Sabaody archipelago for plating before they could pass through the undersea passage. Go to New World via the Fishman Island. "Sister, that's Ron," Sandersonia said anxiously. "If we have a conflict with him, with his strength." "So what if I'm strong?" The Empress said confidently. "I'm just a man. No man can escape my charm. It just so happens that I'm also a little curious about him, so let me see if this boy is really that good. Powerful." Advertisement. "Sister, you want to fight him?" Sandersonia and Marigold were suddenly shocked. Is their sister going to fight Ron? This is really too dangerous. That Ron is not an ordinary pirate. The 2 of them still remember his record. He defeated 2 Shichibukai, defeated 2 Marine Admiral, and even defeated him a few days ago. The redhead of one of the 4 emperors, this. Although the 2 of them have great confidence in the Empress, if the other party is Ron, they really have no confidence. "What? You don't have confidence in me?" The Empress snorted and said angrily. "You think I am no match for him?" "No." The 2 sisters shook their heads quickly. In fact, they really felt in their hearts that the Empress was no match for Ron. Ron was now the 5th emperor recognized by the world, a new emperor who was recognized before going to the New World. With such power, how can these 2 women be confident? On the Ark, Ron stood proudly on the bow of the ship, looking at the 9 Snakes pirate ship getting closer and closer, with a curious look on his face. Of course he knew the reputation of the pirate Empress. He had heard of it not only in this world, but also in the real world. He liked the character of the Empress very much. And now, if I have the opportunity to see the Empress with my own eyes, I will certainly not miss such a good opportunity. With a smile on his face, he stood on the bow of the ship and faced the wind and waves. Finally, the Ark came close to the 9 Snakes pirate ship. Ron looked closely and saw a large group of female warriors on the deck of the pirate ship opposite. Among them the leaders were 3 women. The 3 women are naturally the 3 Empress sisters, Boa Hancock, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold. The tall, graceful and beautiful woman standing at the front is none other than the pirate Empress, Boa Hancock. She is indeed a stunningly beautiful woman. After clearly seeing the Empress' figure and appearance, even though Ron had seen many beautiful girls, he couldn't help but be shocked by the Empress's beauty at this moment. On the 9 Snakes pirate ship, the Empress saw Ron being shocked by her beauty. She smiled proudly and said disdainfully, "I just said, with the peerless appearance of the Ai family, no man can ignore it. Even if he is the new Emperor Ron, the same is true. Her Majesty the Queen is so beautiful." The female warriors beside the Empress were fascinated by her, and all of them showed signs of nymphomaniacs. The devil fruit that the Empress ate was the sweet fruit of Paramecia. It had a charming effect on its own. Coupled with its own beautiful appearance, when the 2 were superimposed, the charm displayed was simply unstoppable, even if they were both women. Not many people can resist the charm of the Empress. Therefore, on the approaching Ark, someone was attacked. Quote. So beautiful. Advertisement. So beautiful. There are such beautiful people in the world. Kaya, Nokigao, and Cornies were all fascinated, and couldn't help praising the beauty of the Empress. Nami, Robin and the others were fine. However, on the Nine Snakes pirate ship dozens of meters away, the Empress frowned secretly. Ron's expression did not change, and he still looked indifferent. How could he not be fascinated by her? Ron's expression did not change, and he still looked at the Empress with admiration. She was indeed a stunningly beautiful woman, the most beautiful woman he had seen when he came to the pirate world, and she was worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in the world. But Ron was not fascinated by this. After all, he is also the strongest person in the world. No matter how much he likes beautiful women, it is impossible for him to be fascinated just after meeting him, son. Of course, Ron was also a little troubled in his heart. When he saw the Empress looking over, Ron said, "Boa Hancock, it's nice to see you. Can I ask, where are you going?" "Why should I tell you, Lee's kindness?" The Empress raised her brows and said proudly, "You can stay rational when you see me, I really underestimate you. Your Majesty the Empress is indeed beautiful, but if you think that I will be confused by you, then you are underestimating me." Ron said with a smile, "I have a strong will." "Ah." The Empress smiled disdainfully. "No man in this world can resist my beauty, not even you." Ron shook his head and smiled. "Don't believe it. Then next, I want to take a closer look to see if you can withstand the power of my sweet fruit." The Empress smiled slightly, then pointed at Ron, leaned back, and said proudly towards Ron, "If you don't want the opportunity I gave you to surrender, then prepare to take the chance. In front of me, no man can resist my charm. Come, come, the contempt of the king. Harmony, delete part. This, it is indeed so charming." Chapter 191 Maro Mellow. Fight the power of petrification head on. Cough cough cough. Ron quickly touched his nostrils and was relieved when he found no bloodline. It would be embarrassing if he had a nosebleed at this time. Fortunately, he had amazing perseverance and resisted the Empress's mountain offensive. This woman, Nami had. He looked at the Empress and compared it with his own. She is considered very good among the girls on the boat, I should say among the girls on the boat. They are all very good, except for the three little girls, who will be just as good when they grow up. The one who could firmly occupy the first place in terms of figure was Robin, but now she found that the figure of the woman opposite her was better than both her and Robin, which naturally made her feel jealous. What an enviable figure. Cornies looked at the Empress with envy. Yes, Kaya looked at herself a little disappointed. Couldn't help but sigh, when will I be so proud? Sister Kaya, you are already doing very well. Vivi walked up to Kaya and said with a smile, look at you, this place is much better than when I first met you. Sister Wei Wei, you are a bit older too. Kaya covered her mouth and smiled. No wonder brother Ron has been, in recent days. You're talking nonsense again. Vivi turned her head shyly. After hearing what the two girls said, Nami lowered her head and looked at herself. She actually felt that she was competing. A lot, is this also due to Ron? Think about it carefully, this is it. Nami glanced at Ron, then at Robin and the Empress opposite her. Her thoughts changed. It seemed that she would have to let Ron work harder for her in the future. She must be bigger than the two of them. Although Ron didn't know what Nami was thinking, he also heard the voices of Kaya and Vivi, and he couldn't help but feel more troubled in his heart. Girls, is this the time to talk about this? Please think about me, I am really resist the huge pressure coming from the opposite side. Advertisement. Maro Mellow. The Empress stood up and glanced at Ron with disdain. Then she clasped her hands in front of her body to make a heart shape. After drinking lightly, a sweet breeze blew towards the arc BDCH. Get away. Ron wasn't sure whether the girls were bewitched by the Empress. He waved his hand and pushed all the girls away, while he himself stepped forward and blocked the girls. He wanted to see if he could block the Empress's skill. Maro Mellow is a skill of the Empress Devil Fruit's Sweet Fruit. This skill is a group attack skill. All people who are fascinated by the Empress, regardless of gender, old or young, as long as they have lustful hearts, will be petrified by this move. I shouldn't be lustful, right? Ron felt uneasy. Although he was extremely confident in his own strength, he really didn't have confidence in this aspect. Then, he became more confident. But it doesn't matter, Luffy can resist the Empress, petrification, and so can I. Just finished thinking about these, click click click. A voice came out, and Ron's body was gradually covered by the power of petrification, and the gray-white marks started from the top of his head and spread towards his footsteps. Ron. Brother Ron. Sister is amazing, Sandersonia said happily. The girls who were pushed away by Ron suddenly screamed when they saw that Ron was mostly petrified. They ran to Ron one by one, but did not dare to move for fear of breaking Ron's stone body. Phew. After all the power of petrification was gone, Ron exhaled, looked up at the shocked Empress on the opposite boat, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, but this move of yours seems to be true. It's no use to me. Even I defeated Ron, but my sister is still the strongest. Marigold also praised. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. The Empress smiled proudly. She was indeed petrified. All those who have lustful thoughts towards me will be petrified by Maro Mellow. So what if you defeat the 4 emperors? Her Majesty the Queen is mighty. The female warriors around her all cheered. With the blessing of absolute armed ability, Ron's armament Haki was so powerful that it completely eliminated the power of petrification in his upper body. Ron, who is in the center of petrification, is still conscious. No matter how you say it, his physique has reached close to 500 points. If he is petrified so easily, it will be a shame for his physique. Ron's current physique is so strong that he can ignore physical damage, but he cannot withstand spell damage like devil fruit out of thin air. He needs other means to assist him in resisting it. No, Ron is petrified. Armed color. Explode. The gray-white color of his petrification ability has spread to his waist. If he continues to petrify, his legs and feet will almost be petrified. Then it will be difficult to think of actions. If he does not do well, he will really be in danger of falling. After petrification, the body was broken into pieces, but there was a real possibility of death. Ron's mind moved, and the armament Haki all over his body exploded, and a purple-red aura covered his waist, legs and feet. This purple-red power aura forcibly resisted the gray-white petrified power of his upper body and pressed towards the top of his head. Just like a person's body is strong and can withstand the force of a sledgehammer, and can withstand the blows of various sharp weapons, but it is the same reason that he cannot withstand the burning of ordinary flames. This is the difference between physical attacks and spell attacks. Point. Tricked. However, the Empress' petrification ability is indeed very strong. Even his physical constitution can only slow down the petrification speed. If there is no other power to resist the petrification ability, it is probably really difficult for him to resist with his own body, because this is not something only a strong body can do. On the other side, at the bow of the arc, Ron's body was gradually petrified. 70% of his body had been eroded by the power of gray-white petrification. It must be said that some devil fruit's abilities were very buggy and almost unsolvable. If Ron hadn't wanted to give it a try and turned on the weapon color at will, the Empress, Mellow wouldn't have the slightest effect on him. But fortunately, he experienced it personally. Although this petrification ability can affect his body, it works, but his strong physique still has the effect of delaying petrification, unlike ordinary sailors and pirates, who are already petrified the moment they are blown by the sweet wind. Chapter 192 The Shocked Empress. An appointment. Not only did the Empress look at Ron in shock, but the other female warriors on the Nine Snakes pirate ship also looked at Ron in shock. First, this is the first time they have seen someone who can ignore the Empress' petrification ability. Maybe the enemies the Empress faced before were not so powerful, but Ron managed to withstand the full coverage of the petrification power. Under armament Haki's shock, all the gray-white traces on his body faded away, and the power of petrification had no effect on Ron. Surprisingly, it can ignore the power of petrification. Sandersonia shouted. I didn't expect that this guy could resist my sister's petrification power. Marigold also said with a shocked look on his face. The other female warriors were stunned on the spot, speechless. The Empress herself bit her lips, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, Ron, I really underestimated you. Why did you use force as soon as you came up? Ron sighed. I am a peace-loving person, let alone attacking such a beautiful girl. I am really confused. Humph, it turns out that you are still lustful. The Empress said coldly. However, you have already taken action. Wouldn't it be rude of me not to retaliate? Ron smiled slightly, and his body flashed, and his whole body directly crossed a distance of tens of meters and came to the Nine Snakes pirates. On the ship, he stood on the railing in front of the Empress, looking at the Empress opposite with burning eyes. So beautiful indeed. She deserves to be the most beautiful woman in the world. Such a beautiful woman, in the whole world, only a talented young man like me can enjoy it. Advertisement. Boa Hancock, are you interested in coming on my ship? Ron said with a smile. The treatment on my ship is very good. Shut up. Her Majesty is the king of Nine Snakes Island, how could she join your pirate group? A strong female warrior angrily scolded Ron, but because of Ron's record, she did not dare to act rashly, so she could only he and the other female warriors were on guard with their weapons at a distance. Sandersonia looked at Ron's arrival and said with stern eyes, Sir Ron, do you want to take action against us? What are you afraid of? There are so many of us, but only one of him is here. Marigold glanced at the girls on the ark and saw that they showed no signs of coming to take action. I was relieved in my heart, but when I thought that the person who came was Ron, my heart started to worry again. Ron's reputation is much stronger now than before. One person is more intimidating than a fleet. This is no exaggeration. I told you, Boa Hancock attacked me first before. Do I have to reciprocate now? Ron said helplessly. I don't want to attack either, but it seems that you don't welcome me very much. I have no choice but to respond first and then attack. Just take action. The Empress showed no fear at all, but looked at Ron proudly, her eyes full of arrogance. Well, before I do anything, let me say it again, are you really not going to join my pirate group? Ron said. I'm telling you, my pirate group's treatment is very good. If you want to join, you must first promise, I have a way to awaken your devil fruit ability, and your Conqueror's Haki, I am also sure to complete your Haki. Devil fruit's ability awakens. Conqueror's Haki completes. The Empress doesn't believe it, and neither does anyone else. These abilities must be cultivated slowly by oneself. How is it possible that you can awaken and reach perfection just by saying it casually? Stop joking. Okay, The Empress herself didn't believe it, but she thought about it and remembered the battle between Ron and the red-haired man a few days ago. At that time, Ron seemed to have just awakened Conqueror's Haki, but how could the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki have such powerful power? Woolen cloth. This question has always been shrouded in the heart of the Empress, and now after hearing Ron's words, she seems to understand a little bit. There seems to be some secrets about this guy. How's it going? Ron looked at the Empress with burning eyes. Although he didn't have much hope in his heart, just a few words could pull the Empress onto the pirate ship, but he had to give it a try anyway. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. 0. It's impossible. As the king of Nine Snakes Island, how can I join your pirate group? The Empress shook her head proudly. You want to take action? Then come, wait for your attack personally. Is this so disappointing? Ron was not discouraged. It would be outrageous if he could pull the Empress on board so easily. However, he can defeat the Empress first and leave an undefeated, powerful figure and an invincible glorious image in the Empress' heart. Then he can attack her later, and the difficulty should be much lower. 0. 1 move. Ron's figure landed on the deck in front of the Empress. He put his left hand behind his back and stretched out an index finger of his right hand to shake it gently. Without drawing his sword, he said directly, 1 move determines the outcome. I don't use the sword, I only use one. If you can take the punch, our affairs today will be over. If you fail. If I fail. There was a dangerous light in the Empress's beautiful big eyes. She looked at Ron carefully and smiled. If I can't even take one of your moves, what else will I do? Shichibukai. Then, if you fail, will you agree to join my pirate group? Ron smiled. Impossible. The Empress shook her head decisively. Okay, then take a step back. If you can't take my move, just agree to my request, a request that's not too much. Ron said calmly. Yes. The Empress nodded. As long as I can do it and it doesn't go against my will. No problem. Ron said casually. Get ready to take the fight. Ron made a fist with his right hand and took a step forward with his left foot. The Empress waved her hand and told all the female warriors around her to stand back. She took off her cloak and threw it to Sandersonia. She wore a beautiful and charming cheongsam wrapped around her breathtaking perfect body, and she assumed a fighting posture. Chapter 193 Feat Suppressing, Empress Hancock. Ask for automatic subscription. -18. After the Empress was ready, Ron didn't have any momentum, and he didn't use Conqueror's Haki. Instead, he directly punched the Empress with his fist, not very fast. When the Empress saw this, her expression became condensed, and she did not let down her guard because of this. This was someone who had defeated the red-haired man. No matter how careful you were, you couldn't be too careful. It's impossible to defeat me with one move. The Empress snorted in her heart, then raised her right hand and tapped her lips lightly. A pink heart shape appeared in front of her. She pulled towards the heart shape and pulled out a bow. Slave arrow. The Empress shouted softly, and 10 pink arrows on the bowstring were shot toward Luo Zong's approaching figure. This is the same petrification arrow from the sweet fruit as 000. Anyone hit by the arrow will be petrified by the petrification power on the arrow. When Ron saw the arrow flying towards him, he didn't dare to avoid it. He punched straight out, and the purple light on his fist flashed away. Boom. The arrow was smashed into pieces by Ron's fist and flew away. It's still useless. The Empress' eyes flickered, and her face became a little gloomy. This guy is simply incomprehensible. My own abilities can't harm him at all. However, you want to defeat me with a daily move. Impossible. Perfume femur. The Empress saw that Ron had defeated Slave Arrow and had already arrived in front of her. She immediately spun around, raised her right leg and kicked towards Ron. These legs. Advertisement. Ron took a deep breath and suppressed his restless heart. It was really hard to fight the Empress. What he had to face was not only the Empress' attack, but also her irresistible charm. This kick came over, not to mention the power contained in the legs and feet. These legs alone have a terrifying power that is difficult to resist. Fortunately, I am not someone like Sanji who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman. He is a strong-willed and straight man, and there is no way he will be easily smitten by the Empress. The Empress's slender legs kicked over. Ron's fist struck at the Empress did not change at all, and his body speed was even more amazing. He gently held the leg with his left hand and hit the Empress' face with his right fist. Passed. If this punch were real, the Empress would be disfigured even if she didn't die. No, the Empress didn't expect Ron to be so fast, and her kick didn't hit anyone, but was caught by him. Now she couldn't even retreat even if she wanted to. What to do? What to do? The Empress immediately started thinking, trying to come up with a solution to this dilemma. You lost, Ron said with a calm smile. One move determines the outcome, don't forget our agreement. Don't pull. The Empress's face suddenly changed. Tears suddenly appeared on her beautiful face, and her cheeks became rosy. She looked at Ron pitifully. With this punch of yours, I will be disfigured. It's over. Ron's heart trembled and he almost lost control. What a risk. Ron's eyes trembled. He was so stupid that he almost made a fool of himself. If he was really fascinated by her at this time, he would be very embarrassed. Fortunately, he had unparalleled perseverance and resisted the Empress's sudden act of coquettishness. Boom. His Majesty. Elder sister. Don't move. Ron shouted softly. Don't act rashly, otherwise if I shake my hand, your majesty the queen will be in danger. Advertisement. Get your dirty hands off. Sensing something wrong on her legs, the Empress yelled angrily, and then rolled in the air, trying to escape from Ron's hands. Unfortunately, Ron exerted a slight force, and the Empress' body softened, and she could not escape. Instead the whole person fell into Ron's arms. Looking at the Empress who was very close to him, almost touching her face, and feeling the wonderful touch on his left hand, Ron really couldn't bear to let go. He turned his eyes and said, "Isn't there an agreement? My request is this. You don't need to think about it, what else can you stinky men ask for?" The Empress glared at Ron fiercely. She looked very vicious, but looking at her embarrassed look half hugged in Ron's arms, she didn't look at all. They don't even look fierce. Don't even think about it. The Empress glared at him suddenly. Hurry up and put me down, use wolf. Hurry up and let go of sister. However, what the Empress said was right. If this punch was really carried out, no matter how strong she was, she would be beaten and disfigured by Ron. How could he do such a wasteful thing? So, the fist stopped at the moment when it was close to the Empress' face. Ron's right index finger popped up and lightly tapped the Empress's glorious white door. Don't be angry, Ron said rudely with his left hand. He stood up and smiled at the Empress. My request is definitely not that excessive. Do you want to hear it? Damn it. A female warrior couldn't help but paused and didn't dare to go forward. This man is so bad, he dares to threaten us with Her Majesty the Queen. What a heinous B****************. D. The other female warriors also stopped and did not dare to rush over again. They really crawled. Ron accidentally injured the Empress 5.1. A-hole, let Her Majesty the Queen down. The female warriors not far away began to shout. Okay, you win. The Empress sighed in her heart, but with a pitiful look on her face. Now that the winner has been decided, you should let me go, right? You lost. Ron smiled, retracting his right hand but not letting go of his left hand at all. That was perfect. Being held in his arms, I was a little reluctant to let go. There was a sound of weapons all around, and Ron glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the female warriors all ready to step forward to save their king from escaping from his clutches. I haven't said what the request is. Ron was stunned. Seeing that the female warriors did not dare to come over, Ron smiled slightly. As long as no one else disturbed his good deeds, he focused his eyes on the face of the angry Empress. This perfect and beautiful face was filled with warmth, anger, and white brilliance. His forehead frowned slightly, and he looked at himself with anger in his eyes. Chapter 194 The Desperate Empress. Shameless Ron. What do you want to do? The Empress asked in shock. No. You threw yourself into the trap and fell into my arms. Ron looked innocent, but consciously hugged the Empress's tall body tightly. Please let me go. The Empress struggled, but the more she struggled, the more Ron felt an uncontrollable feeling. Don't move. Ron looked at the Empress's cheeks blushing, couldn't hold it back, stretched out her head and kissed her. Shut up, a-hole, let go of your majesty. Damn it. Seeing this situation, the surrounding female warriors were all shocked. They could no longer care about anything else and rushed towards Ron waving their weapons. On the other side, on the Ark, which was more than 10 meters away from the Nine Snakes pirate ship, the girls' expressions were also very exciting. This guy is really. Nami gritted her teeth and stared at Ron with unkind eyes. I knew that Deputy Ron would never let such a beauty go. Kaya said, covering her forehead. This 13-year-old sister is really beautiful. Abis sighed. No wonder brother Ron can't help it. Yeah, Aisha couldn't help but nod. This guy, aren't we enough? Vivi sighed and said. The other girls also looked at the other side with strange expressions, but when they saw a group of female warriors rushing over with weapons, they couldn't help but become worried. Advertisement. Conqueror's Haki. Ron didn't even raise his head. He was busy. The Empress's mouth was blocked by him and she couldn't speak, and her body was suppressed by him so hard that she couldn't even struggle. At this time, we can't let these female warriors disturb our good things. When a Conqueror's Haki goes down, the female warriors on the Nine Snakes pirate ship, including Sandersonia and Marigold, are all stunned by the Conqueror's Haki. Fortunately, Ron controlled the strength of Haki and only allowed them to simply faint for about 10 minutes. With the strength of his current Conqueror's Haki, if he used his full strength, these female warriors would not be able to wake up for a day. Well, the Empress also felt the female warriors fainting, and Hunshin couldn't help but freeze again. Unfortunately, how could she break free so easily after being restrained by Ron Ching? 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. After a while, at least 5 minutes, Ron raised his head and let go of the Empress. A-hole. The Empress glared at Ron, trembling with anger. How dare you have S**X with me? I want to kill you. I must kill you. You're welcome at any time. Ron laughed, his mouth smacked with satisfaction, and his mouth was full of fragrance, which was really unforgettable. Go to hell. The Empress became even more angry when she saw Ron's actions. She clenched her fist and punched Ron in the mouth. Ron easily turned his head to dodge, but was then hit by the two people in front of him. He was dizzy, his eyes widened, he lowered his head uncontrollably, and buried his head deeply. In the midst of it, I felt an indescribable suffocation. The Empress was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and was about to attack Ron again, but Ron loosened his hands and retreated away. Ron stood not far away, glanced at the Empress for a few moments, and then said, "Don't rush to take action, haven't we already decided the winner? You still know the winner. How dare you do this to me?" The Empress was so angry that she pointed her finger at Ron and was speechless. This. Ron touched his nose and apologized sheepishly. "I couldn't help it, I really couldn't help it. Isn't it because Her Majesty the Empress is too beautiful?" Advertisement. A-hole, what did you do to them? The Empress turned red with anger. She pointed at the female warriors who fell to the ground on the deck and asked, "Did you kill them?" No. Ron waved his hand. "They just fainted and will wake up in a few minutes. Get out of here." The Empress put her hands on her hips and glared at Ron. She was really angry. This guy treated her like this and looked indifferent. If she couldn't beat him, she would really want to tear this guy's mouth apart. Speaking of her mouth, the Empress felt that her mouth was numb. This guy. 5 minutes, a whole 5 minutes, I almost couldn't feel my mouth. Don't be so heartless. Ron shrugged. Don't we have an agreement? What I want to ask is, how about we go together on the next voyage? Get out. The Empress turned around, trembling with anger. This guy still wanted to go with her. Now that I see him, I am so angry that my teeth itch. Do you still want to go together? Beautiful thought. That's not possible, you promised it before. Ron said in a confident voice. As the king of a country, how can you fool an honest person like me? I don't want to be such a bully. You, honest person, I bullied you. The Empress immediately turned back and glared at Ron. Why don't you die? Death. Ron said with an honest face. I think so too, but it's a pity that no one in this world can kill me. The Empress gritted her teeth and looked at this inexperienced D in despair. If she could defeat him, she wanted to smash his face to pieces. Looking at that face was so infuriating. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, it's settled. Ron knew that he could no longer stimulate this woman, so he turned around and jumped back to the Ark. Seeing Ron finally leaving, the Empress breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a chill in front of her body, looked down and saw herself. There was some saliva on his clothes, so he wiped it hard in disgust, tightened his clothes, and muttered fiercely, "This guy, don't give me a chance, otherwise I will definitely take Chapter 195, together. Comfort the girls. The powerless Empress." After a while, the female warriors who had fainted on the deck woke up one by one. They looked up and saw the expressionless Empress. They all ran over. Seeing that the Empress was fine, the female warriors were relieved, but they remembered what they had just seen. The scene made them worried again, fearing that Ron would do something even more terrible to the Empress. A group of female warriors started asking questions. Your Majesty, that Ron, didn't do anything to you, right? That guy is such a B******************************. A female warrior looked at the Ark not far away fiercely. Your Majesty, let's fire and destroy this guy's ship. Yes, Ron dares to be disrespectful to you, you deserve to be damned. Another female warrior also said angrily. Sister. Sandersonia looked at the Empress nervously. Are you okay? Did he do anything to you? It's okay. After saying this, the Empress's face turned ugly again, but she waved her hand to stop everyone from talking anymore, and changed the subject and said, let's continue sailing and ignore that guy. Okay. The female warriors wanted to say something else, but were frightened by the Empress' ugly face and did not dare to continue asking. However, the eyes they looked at the Ark were very fierce. On the Ark, looking at the slowly accelerating Nine Snakes pirate ship, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Empress did not lose her mind because of anger and launched an attack on the Ark. She should also know that the Nine Snakes pirates were not at all the opponent of the Sword and Rose pirates. She can't win no matter what if she is here. But, Ron took a deep breath and could clearly feel the refreshing fragrance in his nostrils. He couldn't help but feel that he had really made a lot of money this time. Brother Ron, you are finally willing to come back. Kaya pouted and walked over, muttering unhappily. I see you are fascinated by that woman. I thought you had forgotten us. Advertisement. How is that possible? Ron turned around and said with a righteous expression. Am I that kind of person? I can't forget Kaya even if I forget anyone. Really? Kaya was very easy to coax, and Ron's words made her smile. Of course it's true. Ron put his arm around Kaya's waist and tapped her nose with his finger. I knew Brother Ron liked me the most. Kaya said with a happy smile. Brother Ron won't forget me, right? Abis, who was standing next to her, raised her head and asked. Of course I won't forget it. Ron lowered his head and looked at Abis and Elsa beside Abis. Abis and Elsa are so cute, I will never forget them even to death. When the two little ones heard this, they suddenly showed happy smiles. He's not a fool, can he be used by us? Marigold frowned. Ron. The Empress was filled with hatred, but there was nothing she could do about Ron. This absolute gap in strength made her feel very powerless. I definitely don't think so. Ron looked like a gentleman and looked at Nami affectionately. How can I bear to leave you when Nami is waiting for me here? Sure enough, no one in this world can turn a blind eye to my beauty. The reason why I lost to that guy is because his Wong Hao Hao absolute strength is too strong. The Empress said sternly. After all, I am the one who defeated the red-haired man of 4 emperors. My power of petrification cannot defeat him, otherwise, I can definitely defeat him. It can be seen from Ron's actions before that he is absolutely fascinated by her, otherwise he would not do such a thing. The Empress is still confident about this, but when she thought of what happened just now, the Empress felt angry. In the past, when dealing with enemies, even if she used her beauty and the power of fruits to charm them, they would not take advantage of them at all. This time, only this time, she really took advantage of them. Deficit. Advertisement. He must be fascinated by his sister. Sandersonia said. Maybe, we can use him. Is that so? Don't worry. Ron nodded, feeling that he had a heavy responsibility. He must comfort Nami's jealous heart tonight. Vivi frowned and said, actually, I feel very uncomfortable too. This guy is so shameless. Marigold said angrily. After being frivolous with my sister, she is still clinging to her now. Men are really not good things. Are you so good at coaxing girls? Nami came over, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Ron angrily. In front of so many of our sisters, you actually talked to that woman. Do you want to be the prince of Nine Snake Island? Don't do this, it's of no use to me. Nami snorted, turned around and left. Quote. Sister, that guy is still chasing us. Dassault said, pointing to the string of arcs on the ocean behind. No. Upon hearing this, Vivi's face turned red, turned around and ran away. Leave him alone. The Empress gritted her teeth. Let's go our own way. The Kuja pirate ship accelerated towards the naval headquarters, and the Ark also sailed in that direction, but its destination was the Sabaody archipelago. The direction of the two ships was the same, but their destinations were different. Ron's heart moved and he reached out to hold Vivi's little hand. Then, let's get together tonight. Ron. Vivi looked at Ron from the side and rolled her big round eyes. Let me tell you, Nami was very angry just now when she saw you like that with that woman. Tonight, you need to comfort her more. Chapter 196 Arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. Get ready to buy skills. The Ark kept moving forward, heading towards the sea ahead with the Nine Snakes pirate ship. The Nine Snakes pirate ship ignored the Ark, and the Ark's sailing speed was neither too fast nor too slow, and the two ships interacted with each other. Irrelevant, but not separated. That night, Ron took the shy Princess Vivi and went to Nami's room together. He tried his best to comfort the two resentful girls. Halfway through, Kaya, a girl, sneaked in. From then on, Ron transformed into the god of war and fought against the 3 women alone. Finally, he successfully defeated the 3 women with his own excellent strength. The next day was another nice day, with clear and cloudless skies. Near noon, the ship finally approached the Sabaody archipelago, and there were gradually more ships in the surrounding waters. Brother Ron, look, that island is the Sabaody archipelago, right? Kaya took 250 Ron's hand, pointing to the 10-point coloring revealing the sea level in front of him. That should be it. Ron nodded. Sabaody archipelago is an island composed of a kind of tree. This kind of tree is called Alsaman mangrove. It seems that there are many trees on this island, but in fact there is only one. The mangroves and the ones stretching out of the sea are all their descendants. Learning skills. The girls looked at each other, wondering what Ron was doing, but since Ron was going to do it, they didn't want to ask too deeply. The biggest feature of the Sabaody archipelago is that the roots of the archipelago secrete special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands due to air to form bubbles, and then flies into the sky. Since the bubble is only suitable for the climate range of the archipelago, once the bubble leaves the climate range of the Sabaody archipelago, the resin component will explode because it cannot fully exert its power. If you still have that much money. Ron pondered for a moment and said to Nami, take more money and take it with you. I have other uses. Also, our boat needs to be coded to enter the deep sea and cross the Fishman Island to go to New World. This also costs money. Robin is very familiar with this, has read all kinds of books, and has even been here in person before, so she told everyone about the situation of Sabaody archipelago. Ron asked, looking at Nami. Advertisement. These 79 islands form the Sabaody archipelago, and the 79 islands have their own differences. Seeing that the girls were all excited and happy, Ron also showed a smile and waved his hand. We have almost used up the supplies on the ship. Let's eat, drink and shop well this time when we get ashore. Ask Nami for the money. Take it, we still have a lot of money anyway. By the way, Nami, how much money do we have? Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking auction houses and weapons selling shops. Numbers 30 to 39 are entertainment venues such as amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 are tourist areas selling souvenirs and various gourmet products. Numbers 50 to number 59 is the shipyard with its painters, numbers 60 to 69 is the access area for the marine and the government, and number 70 to 79 is the hotel street and other places. Do you still have that much money? The girls' eyes widened, and then they all became happy. It's great to have money that can be used casually. Kaya and Konus were even discussing what nice clothes to buy. Love Shaw and Abis were discussing in low voices what delicious food to buy and what fun things to play. This time, Nami was really not stingy, but nodded directly and said, don't worry, the money is definitely enough. There are still more than 2.5 billion. The money I exchanged for gold in the Water City last time has not been used much yet. I will come up with 100 million later, so everyone can use it without worry. Are there various food and shopping areas? All kinds of goods from all over the world. Nami and Vivi's eyes lit up, and they were equally excited. We have been sailing on the sea for a long time this time, so we have to go to the island carefully this time. Just take a rest. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles, bubble culture permeates every place on Sabaody Island. It doesn't cost that much to apply the coating. Even if our ship is big, it will only cost us 10 million at most. Nami said, but, what do you want money for? What a beautiful island. Looking at the Sabaody archipelago getting closer and closer on the sea, seeing BDCA, the beautiful island surrounded by various beautiful bubbles, even Conus, who was used to seeing beautiful scenery like Sky Island, said I couldn't help but admire it. Robin took a deep look at Ron, and she was able to guess a little bit. Ron has the ability to help other girls improve their skills. No matter what skills he learns, he can exert all his abilities in an instant. Perhaps, he can achieve this at this age. Your current achievements are probably due to your ability to continuously learn skills and strengthen yourself. There are a total of 79 of these daughter trees, which together form 79 islands, and people live on these 79 islands. Seeing the inquiring looks from Nami and other girls, Ron said, I need to spend money to buy various skill books, or learn skills from which pirates, no matter what skills are good or rubbish, as long as I can learn them, I will want. Is there a playground? It's great. Abis and Aisha exclaimed happily. They looked at each other and saw happiness and excitement in each other's eyes. Chapter 197 Robin's Warning. Never provoke celestial dragons. Isn't the Nine Snakes pirate ship going to Sabaody Archipelago? Nami's eyes suddenly moved. She saw that the Empress ship did not stop at Sabaody Archipelago, but directly bypassed the island and continued to move forward. That place seems to be naval headquarters. Ron's heart moved, and he knew that the Empress rarely came out. Normally, as one of the Shichibukai, she would be in charge of Amazon Lily if not summoned by the world government. This time she came to naval headquarters, she must have come in response to the summons of the world government and marine. As for why he came here, counting the time, the world government and naval headquarters should already be preparing for Ace's execution. The plot of Summit War is about to begin. Ron looked calm. Then it seems that my pace to go to the new world will be delayed a bit. I must participate in such a big event, didn't I say it before? During the Summit War, I will start the world live broadcast and let the whole world see my extraordinary heroic appearance. This is a rare and good opportunity. Ron thought with a smile on his lips, and then said, no matter what they are, they should be heading towards the naval headquarters. Let's go to the island first and then talk about other things. After Ron finished speaking, he took action with the girls. Nami controlled the ark and headed towards the port of Sabaody Archipelago. It stopped at the port of a mangrove island, and everyone carried the money box and went ashore. The girls marveled at the scenery of the Sabaody Archipelago and looked curiously at the strange bubbles floating on the island from time to time. Abis and Aisha were even more interested in these bubbles. Each of them had a great time holding a bubble. Suddenly, Abis got into the bubble and was carried up into the sky by the bubble. The bubbles exploded in the sky. Abis exclaimed and fell down. After being hugged by Ron, she giggled again. It's so fun, these bubbles. Yes. Aisha held a smaller bubble on her limbs, flying above the ground, and said happily, you don't have to walk by yourself anymore, you can fly everywhere just by sitting on the bubble. Advertisement. Okay, let's find a place to stay now, shall we? Ron said. In the information Robin just mentioned, numbers 70 to 79 are where the hotel is located, and the port we are currently staying at happens to be the island where the hotel we are looking for is located. This is island number 73, let's find a place to stay first, and then we'll go eat, drink and have fun. After a while, everyone found a place to stay, put their luggage and other things in the hotel, and then started the crazy action of having fun. The crowd was divided into several teams, each led by several powerful people. Vivi and Nami teamed up, along with Makino, Nokigao, and Konus. Laki and Tashigi's team, along with Aisha, Abis, and Miss Golden Week. Ron was on the same team as Robin, along with Miss Valentine, Khalifa and others. The main reason is that Ron has something to do when he goes out this time. Robin is smart and it is easy to move with her as a team. This is 100 million Baileys, Robin. We will go to a tavern or something like that later. I want to take this opportunity to collect various skills. Ron said looking at Robin. Okay. Robin nodded and paused. Seeing the other girls preparing to set off with great interest, Robin couldn't help but said seriously. However, there is still something very important to say in Sabaody Archipelago. What's going on? Kaya asked curiously. This was the first time she saw Robin acting so seriously. Yes, Robin, what makes you so nervous? Nami is also curious, what is the thing that makes Robin so nervous? Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Ron's heart moved, and he vaguely guessed what Robin was going to say. The rulers of Sabaody Archipelago are the celestial dragons. Robin said in a deep voice. The ancestors of the celestial dragons are the 20 kings who established the world government. These 20 kings are called the creators by later generations, and their descendants are the world's noble celestials. Dragons, they are the true rulers of the world government. Therefore, if you encounter celestial dragons in this place, no matter what you see, try not to provoke them, otherwise it will cause huge turmoil. If any celestial dragons are attacked, they will attracting the arrival of the Admiral from the naval headquarters next door. 0. Ron's expression didn't change when he heard this. The so-called celestial dragons were nothing to him. But the other girls' expressions became solemn, and they all nodded seriously. Don't worry, we won't take the initiative to find celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, world nobles. Among the girls, Princess Vivi's expression changed. To be honest, Vivi is also a member of the Celestial Dragons, because Alabasta's ancestor is also one of the 20 kings, but Alabasta's the ancestors did not live in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, but in Alabasta, so the Vivi family gave up their status and power as a world nobility countless years ago. Okay Robin, don't talk about these little things. Ron waved his hands calmly and smiled at the girls. Everyone just has fun. Don't be afraid even if you encounter any celestial dragons, I'm here. Abyss. Ron looked at Abyss and said, your spiritual network is always in contact with everyone. If something happens and you can't deal with it, let me know immediately. I understand, Brother Ron. Abyss nodded solemnly. Okay, everyone, let's go. Chapter 198. Crazy coin sending and collecting skills. Fill it up, fill it up, fill it up. As a result, everyone was divided into 3 groups and began to disperse in 3 directions, preparing to have a great time in Sabaody archipelago. Nami and others went to the business district to purchase various supplies. Lackey and Tashigi took their 3 children to the playground. Ron led Robin and others towards the tavern and other places. Robin, Miss Valentine Khalifa and others took Ron's request and spread the information about purchasing various skills among the pirates gathered here. In less than half a day, the news that Ron was buying various low-level ordinary skills at high prices spread throughout the Sabaody archipelago, and the ordinary pirates and ordinary residents of the island all became excited. 1 million Baileys for a skill. No matter what skill it was, as long as it was something Ron could like and it was not a repetitive skill, he would buy it at a high price, which ignited the enthusiasm of the ordinary people on the entire island. Have you heard that someone in Old Jack's tavern collects skill books? It doesn't matter if you don't have skill books. As long as 260 can teach people skills, it's fine. 1 skill per million. You don't know where the taken advantage of you comes from. A well-dressed young man said excitedly to the people around him. When I was traveling in the ocean, I learned an ordinary boxing and kicking technique from a small island called Tiger Roaring Fist. I just came back from Old Jack's tavern. 1 million, have you seen it? Already got it. The young man was in an ordinary civilian residence. When the people around him heard what he said, they all gathered around. Several middle-aged people couldn't help but widen their eyes. Sure enough, they saw the young man holding 10 stacks of banknotes, and their eyes suddenly widened. Stand up. Hiss. Is such a good thing really possible? A middle-aged man took a breath and asked in disbelief. That's not true. The young man said ostentatiously. It's a pity that all the other skills I know are the same as those of the opponent. Otherwise, my basic swordsmanship can be exchanged for 1 million. I know basic swordsmanship. The middle-aged man said hurriedly. Can't basic swordsmanship be exchanged for money? I have learned basic swordsmanship a long time ago. The young man shook his head. What I want is new skills. By the way, Brewster, I remember you should have a special skill, right? A thin young man who was listening quietly next nodded and said, yes, this is an ability I learned when I went to sea with my father. I should be the only one who knows Sabaody archipelago. Then you go quickly. The young man quickly persuaded. I remember that your family just gave birth to a second son, and your life has been a little tight recently. Don't miss such a good opportunity. I'm going to try it. The thin young man was a little excited, but he was also worried. This is just a very common skill of mine. Is it really useful? You have nothing to lose by trying it. Then I'll go take a look. Advertisement. Seeing the emaciated young man leaving, others were greatly moved, but more people didn't believe this was true. How could any fool do such a thing? If it is the kind of cherished skills, strong swordsmanship, physical skills, etc., it is worth so much money. But now listening to what the young man said, it seems that even a skill can be exchanged for money. This kind of weird thing is called how can they believe it? However, in less than an hour, the thin young man came back happily, with a large stack of banknotes in his hand, which made the eyes of all those who didn't believe it shine brightly. In the evening of that day, the tavern set up by Ron was crowded with people. Ordinary people had to hurry. Some low-level skills were not unique to them. The first to arrive could sell money first. If you arrived late, you would have no money. Yes, only those with unique skills can do it without hesitation. Don't worry, don't rush, come one by one, those who disturb the order will be disqualified. In the tavern, behind a table, Khalifa held an iron whip in his hand and stood there with a stern look, responsible for maintaining order. After all, he came here there are too many people. Robin sat behind the desk with a calm face to register. Ron sat next to Robin. He was responsible for reviewing the repeatability of skills. Some skills were exactly the same. He would not spend more money to buy the same skills. Miss Valentine was holding a stack of banknotes, responsible for giving money. Mining skills can be exchanged for 1 million. Ron nodded while holding a yellowed skill book and asked Valentine next to him to give him the money. Thank you, boss. In front of him, a skinny old man with wrinkles thanked him excitedly. He never expected that such an ordinary skill book could be exchanged for 1 million belly. It was really surprising. Lucky what's more, this is the ocean, and it's still in the Sabaody archipelago. Mining skills are too rare, and he missed it. The next person is not so lucky. Stab sword skill. Yes, no need. Song Si looked at the skill book handed over by the middle-aged man in front of him and shook his head. Do you have other skills? Someone has submitted the stab sword skill before. Exclamation mark quote. Is it useless? The middle-aged man shook his head in disappointment. I have no other skills, only this swordsmanship. I'm sorry. Ron shook his head and watched the middle-aged man leave in despair. Next, another person came over, a middle-aged woman. The woman said with some anxiety, I can weave straw sandals. Is this skill okay? Hearing the woman's words, Ron, Robin and others had not yet spoken, but those in line behind them laughed. Weaving straw sandals. Ha ha ha, what's the use of this skill? There are many types of these 100 skills. Among the various skills, there are several sword skills alone, as well as various sword skills, various boxing skills, leg skills, palm skills, etc., and there are also several skills such as physical skills. Kind. Advertisement. However, Robin glanced at Ron, who nodded and said, okay, you don't have a skill book for the skill of weaving straw sandals, right? You sit over there first, there are no skill books there, and we will teach you together later. I can do it, it doesn't need to take a lot of time, just a few hours. Hypnosis. Yes. Get 1 million. The falling water fork combat skill. Yes. Get 1 million. A group of people felt that this middle-aged woman would definitely return without success. Really? Is it really okay? The middle-aged woman was overjoyed. Is this a joke? But because of this, those waiting in line are even more confident in their skills. Even their ability to weave straw sandals can be exchanged for 1 million. Why can't their skills be exchanged for money? He spent several hours at night, recruiting more than 20 people who did not have skill books, and quickly learned those skills. At this point, Ron had learned all 100 skills, and all the money of 100 million Baileys was in his hands. Spent it out. It's definitely useless. What this gentleman wants is mainly combat skills, some auxiliary abilities are also fine, but how can skills like weaving straw sandals be useful? In this way, the skills in Ron's hands increased little by little, and each skill book was bought by Ron. Those who did not have skill books were retained by Ron on the spot, and they were going to spend several hours teaching Ron. For such people, Ron first I paid a deposit of 500,000 Baileys in advance, and the remaining 500,000 will be paid after I learn the lesson. That night, Ron didn't do anything else. He returned to the hotel and began to practice hard in seclusion. Well, his hard training was to fill up the skill points of these newly learned skills. Giant War Hammer. Take 1 million. The people in line were even more astonished. Is this okay? Start adding points. Ron lay in the hotel room, summoned his data panel and started adding points crazily. At 10 a.m. at night, Ron finally bought 100 skill books. Whether they were combat skills, auxiliary skills, or even life skills, as long as they were not duplicates, Ron bought them all. Someone has submitted this sword technique, I'm sorry. Spirit Snake Footwork. Get 1 million. Chapter 199. The 4-dimensional attribute breaks through 800 points. The third system upgrade. Hypnosis 1+1+1. Mining 1+1+1. Dragon Slaying Sword Technique 1+1+1. Spirit Snake Footwork 1+1+1. The Falling Water Fork Combat Skill 1+1+1. Great Warhammer 1+1+1. Weave Straw Sandals 1+1+1. ... There are 100 skills of various kinds. Ron's hands are sore. It took him several hours to fully activate them. One skill has 99 points, 100 skills, and 9,900 points. These 100 skills. After recharging everything, Ron's 4-dimensional attributes increased significantly. Although these skills cannot be compared with high-end combat skills such as Marine 6 Styles and Conqueror's Haki, the 4-dimensional attributes that are improved individually are far inferior to the former, but the quantity cannot be tolerated. After 100 skills are fully used, the quantitative change will be 13, causing a qualitative change and hardening. Sheng pushed his 4-dimensional attributes to over 800. Calling up my 4-dimensional attributes, there is no need to adjust the skill layout, only the 4-dimensional attributes. After all the skills were filled up, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and called the system in his mind. Ding. The data panel has been updated. Host. Ron. Age. 19 years old. Physique. 857. Strength. 852. Advertisement. Agility. 856. 895. It only took half a day. With the blessing of 100 skills, Ron's 4-dimensional attributes doubled. In terms of quality, the attribute values blessed by these 100 skills were higher than those brought by the previous 20 skills. The numerical value is still a bit different, but again, if the quantity is enough, it can also increase the 4-dimensional attribute value. So now Ron's 4-dimensional attributes have reached the current level of terror. More than 800 points, the mental attribute is only 5 points away from reaching 900 points. It's almost 1,000 points away. Feeling the expansion and strengthening of his body, he was as invincible as Superman. Ron's mouth showed a smile. Sabaody Archipelago, it's almost all done. Let's check it out elsewhere later. It only took 100 million belly to achieve this effect, not bad. Ding. The host's 4-dimensional attribute value has exceeded 500 points. Do you want to upgrade the system? The system asked. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade now. Ron nodded and said, with the 3rd level system, you can have an additional upgrade quota. Nami's thunder fruit can be filled up. When they go out, I can rest assured. Quote. The system is being upgraded. Please wait patiently, host. The system said and fell silent. Huh, Ron asked curiously. I remember that the last time you upgraded happened in an instant. Why do you have to wait this time? The higher the level, the more time it takes to upgrade the system. The system replied. This upgrade will take about an hour. Please wait patiently. An hour? Okay, it's not too long. Ron nodded and said nothing, but waited patiently. It was already very late at this time. Nami, Vivi and others who went out for shopping and fun had all come back. The girls who had been running around for a long time were all tired. After washing up, they went back to their rooms to rest, without giving Ron any advice. Opportunity to toss. Early the next morning, the girls continued to go out to play. The various supplies Nami purchased were also transported to the Ark. Ron had nothing else to do today and was preparing to accompany the 3 little girls to the amusement park. Play. Ron walked outside while checking the upgraded system. There are no big changes. After the upgrade, the system has an additional quota for others to improve their skills. This 3rd level system doesn't seem to have many functions. Ron said with some disappointment. Advertisement. The 4th level system will fully unlock all functions. Host, please speed up the upgrade. The system said calmly. Okay, I understand. I also want to upgrade as soon as possible. I want to upgrade to level 4 as soon as possible. I also want to try to see what the power of a 1,000,000 level basic swordsmanship is. Ron touched his chin and said, also. With Haki, it is unimaginable to have a 1,000,000 level, or even 10 million, or 100 million level Haki. When one Conqueror's Haki goes down, it is estimated that life on a planet will be extinct. And if the skill soul storm is added to 1 billions. Oh my god, if the storm of 100 million souls goes down, not a single blade of grass will grow. That scene is scary enough just to imagine it. Moreover, if you can add infinite points, my 4-dimensional attributes can also be infinitely improved. I will become a god in an instant. Just thinking about it made Ron feel a little excited. Brother Ron, will you accompany us to the amusement park today? When Abis saw Ron coming out, she hurriedly ran over and held Ron's hand, shaking her and saying coquettishly, we just played for a while yesterday, and we will accompany Tashigi's sister and the others went shopping and haven't had enough fun yet. Okay, let's continue playing in 463 today. Ron touched the little guy's head and said with a smile, go and call Aisha and Golden Week first. Okay. Abis ran away happily. Ron looked up and saw the girls gathering in the lobby on the 1st floor of the hotel. There were still a few who hadn't arrived yet and were waiting for everyone to gather. Ron, the supplies have basically been purchased. Nami saw Ron coming and told him about purchasing supplies. Well, it'll be good if the supplies are complete. There's also the matter of applying the coating, so don't rush it. Ron knew that the world government and Marine were going to make big moves recently, and his trip to the New World might be delayed for a while. Why aren't you in a hurry? Nami and others didn't know the plot, so they looked at Ron strangely. Let's play around for a while first. Ron smiled and waved his hands. We just came to this beautiful island, so it's not good to leave in a hurry. We are here to enjoy life. Conquering the Grand Route is a side event. If those pirates hear what you said, they will definitely be angry to death. Nami rolled her eyes at him. After a while, everyone gathered around Ron and started to set off. Chapter 200 Supernova Gathering. Jewelry Pawnee. Wow. In the amusement park, on the roller coaster that was flying past like a dragon, 3 little girls were shouting into the wind. Even Golden Week, who had always been very quiet, showed excitement. After all, he was still a child. Encountering such a situation, the exciting roller coaster still revealed the emotions that should have been there. Ah, Cornish and Kaya also shouted excitedly. Although the others, Nami and Vivi, had happy smiles on their faces, they did not shout in panic. Even Nokigao and Makino only nervously grasped the protective pole in front of them. As for the others, whether it is Lucky or Tashigi, they are both powerful people and are not moved at all, let alone Ron and Robin. The roller coaster ride ended and everyone got off. Oh my god, it's so thrilling. Kaya held Ron's arm and said with some weakness in her legs, it's so fast, I thought I was going to fall just now. Yes. Cornies patted her small chest and said fearfully, shall we go play something safer next? I always feel that roller coasters are too dangerous. Haha, Sister Cornish and Sister Kaya, you are so timid. Abis smiled proudly. Look, our 3 children are not afraid at all. Yeah, Aisha also raised her head proudly. Golden Week didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, let's go make a Ferris wheel. Ron took Kaya's hand and stabilized her somewhat limp figure. At the same time, he also held Cornus's little hand, taking the opportunity to take advantage of her, which annoyed Kay. Nisi's face turned red. Okay, Okay, let's go make a Ferris wheel. Elsa Abisa's eyes lit up. We rode it yesterday, it was fun. Did you sit on it yesterday? Ron said, wouldn't it be boring to sit on it again today? How about changing to another one? No need to change, no need to change. Aisha Abis shook her head quickly. We still want to ride, the Ferris wheel is very interesting, we can see a lot of beautiful scenery. It's Golden Week, isn't it? Yes. Golden Week nodded quickly, with a look of expectation in his shining eyes. Okay, let's go and sit together. Ron smiled slightly. These little girls are still at a playful age, and they probably won't get tired of sitting there every day. So, a group of people went to the Ferris wheel together and rode the Ferris wheel again. When the Ferris wheel reached the highest point in the sky, Ron saw the scenery of almost half of the island. Beautiful bubbles were floating everywhere in the sky, shining with beautiful colors against the sun, reflecting the blue of the sea in the distance. Reflection, the whole world is a beautiful picture. Advertisement. It's so beautiful, Kaya praised with admiration. Well, the view from here is no worse than Sky Island. It's really beautiful, Cornish smiled while silently opening Ron's hand that quietly reached out to her waist. There's an ice cream shop there. Aisha's eyes suddenly lit up, she looked at a small shop below and said, shall we go down and buy ice cream later? Okay, I want to eat it too. Abis shouted. Golden Week touched the corners of her mouth and said nothing, but her expression betrayed her. There's a circus over there, let's go see the clowns. Kaya said, pointing in another direction. We have plenty of time. Let's go see it later. There are all delicious and fun things. Ron waved his hand. So, after getting off the Ferris wheel, everyone walked to the small shop, first had a large ice cream each, and then went to watch the circus together. It's already noon, let's go have dinner. Nami suggested. Let's go, I know a place with good taste. Nochigao said. I went to try a few restaurants yesterday. The taste of that restaurant was great, especially the soy squid and the sizzling squid. Well, there are also caviar and fruit salad are also good. Oh, my mouth is drooling. Abis quickly took Ron's hand and said, let's go quickly. Everyone is hungry. Let's go eat. Speaking of eating, Ron also felt hungry. After reaching the level of munch fruit, he could control himself. He no longer had the feeling of hunger that he couldn't eat all the time, but he could still feel a little hungry. Let's go eat first. Everyone came to a restaurant outside the amusement park, sat down at a large round table in the hall, and started ordering food. While waiting for the food, Ron looked around and spotted a few familiar faces. Supernova. 1, 2, 3. Ron counted and found that there were actually 4 supernovas in this hotel. The most eye-catching one was a cute girl who was eating and drinking without caring about her image. Jewelry Pani. Ron looked at the girl speechlessly. That girl was Jewelry Bonnie, one of the supernovas. She had the ability to make herself or others younger or older. Ron didn't know what the specific fruit was. There is no explanation in the original plot. Ron even thinks that Jewelry Bonnie's fruit has the ability to control time, which is similar to Ion's retrograde fruit, except that Ion's retrograde fruit seems to be more powerful. Both devil fruit should have time-based abilities. However, Ron still tends to regress the fruit when it comes to his choice of the third fruit. Advertisement. In other words, Ron plans to add unlimited munch fruit points after the system is upgraded to level 4. By then, the limit of 3 devil fruits will no longer be a limit. If more devil fruits can be swallowed, he has more options to choose from. There are also some devil fruit abilities in this world that don't look like much, but actually have great potential. For example, if you shoot an arrow at Naruto in the Hokage world, can the arrow pass through the dimensional barrier and hit Naruto's head? Avoid. Ron raised his brows, holding a toothpick in his mouth, holding Elsa and Abis in his hands, his expression unchanged at all. Have you forgotten what I said before? I'm here now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Celestial dragons. World noble celestial dragons. Kaya asked curiously. I haven't seen what celestial dragons look like. Where are they? But not far away, Robin suddenly frowned and looked at the street ahead. There, the crowd stood still. There were shouts and shouts. The crowd fell to their knees one after another, not even daring to raise their heads. Rise. In addition to Jewelry Boney, there are 3 other supernovas in the hotel, namely Capone Beige, Eustace Kid, and Basil Hawkins. The 4 of them are dining quietly, except for Boney's movement, which is not a bit loud. What else happens? Or if you shoot an arrow at a target in reality and catch the arrow yourself, will you follow the arrow back to reality? The celestial dragons have a respected position, why don't we just stay away from them? Vivi hesitated and looked at Ron. Didn't Robin say you can't provoke Tianlong, Li Jiao people? Makino said with some worry. Why don't we avoid it? Ron's food was served, and everyone started eating and drinking. After eating, everyone checked out and walked towards the hotel, ready to go back and have a rest. This will cause trouble. Khalifa also frowned and said, you don't know that the celestial dragons are the real rulers of this world. Even the world government belongs to them. They are the masters of this world. If we provoke them, it might be difficult for us to move on the Grand Line. Seeing Ron walking towards the 2 little ones carelessly, Robin, Vivi, Khalifa and others looked at each other, and they immediately felt, something is going to happen, Ching. For example, a person in the plot of the Fishman Island, Vanderdyken. What bullshit celestial dragons. Ron shook his head and said disdainfully. They're just a bunch of moths. Let's go our own way, those celestial dragons, and pray they don't mess with me. Single quote dot. No, it's celestial dragons. Robin looked at it carefully and said in surprise. If this ability is increased to the full level, if it is increased to the 1 million level, or the 100 million level, then if Ron shoots an arrow in this world, can it hit people in other dimensions? His devil fruit is a target fruit that can shoot at targets no matter where they are. Chapter 201. Encountering Celestial Dragons. The Arrogant Celestial Dragons. At the same time, the 4 supernovas who were dining with Ron and others also came out of the hotel. When they saw the pedestrians kneeling on the street, the 4 supernovas suddenly changed their expressions and led the crew around them toward the edge of the street. Walk to the alley and prepare to wait at the entrance of the alley for the celestial dragons to pass before coming out. Not only them, there are also several supernovae in other places watching here, watching the celestial dragons arrogantly dominating the world, with different expressions on their faces, some sneer, some indifference, or some frivolous indifference, but none of them. People dare to jump out and face the celestial dragons directly, because their strength is far from being able to challenge the power of the celestial dragons. On the other side of the street, the celestial dragons St. Charlos rode on the back of a strong man with an expressionless expression and paraded along the street calmly, patrolling the island. The entire Sabaody archipelago belongs to the territory of the Rhodes family. Every once in a while, he will visit various parts of the island. Occasionally, he will accompany his father and sister to the island to participate in human auctions, buying various beauties and slaves to torture back. For the fishmen like it very much with the mermaid slave. He really likes to see the groveling expressions of the untouchables. If anyone dares to provoke him, death will definitely be waiting for him. Walking on the street. Charlos sniffed while wearing the bubble hood. He whipped the whip in his hand towards the slave under him and said calmly, "Despicable slave, you have no strength. Are you done? Climb faster, or I will kill you." Ahem. 833. The complexion of the strong man under St. Charlos changed, and he could not stop spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His strong body had been tortured to the point of agony, and he had been crawling on the hard ground for a long time, with his hands and knees all of them had broken skin, and blood flowed out, staining the whole street red. His face was pale and his whole body was weak, but he had to keep crawling. Otherwise, once he became unstable and shocked the celestial dragons on his body, death would definitely be waiting for him. St. Charles's whip came down, causing him to vomit blood, but he did not dare to stop, he could only grit his teeth and keep crawling. St. Charles was followed by a group of servants and bodyguards of men in black. Although these bodyguards were not strong, they represented the pride of the celestial dragons. This place is very close to the naval headquarters. No one dares to provoke the celestial dragons here, even if they are the gathered pirate supernovas also dare not do this unless they want to die. Obviously, no one wants to die, so no one on this island dares to provoke the great celestial dragons. St. Charles felt that the slave under him was crawling a little faster, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although in the eyes of others, the smile looked like a fool, no one dared to say anything, or even looked up. He likes this feeling, this supreme feeling of holding other people's lives BDCD in his hands. It is natural for celestial dragons to control the lives of others. This has been the case 800 years ago. It is the great creator who has brought peace and stable life to this world. These untouchables should have their lives controlled by the great celestial dragons. The great and noble celestial dragons are not of the same level as these untouchables. The names of all celestial dragons have a word that distinguishes them from untouchables. The names of male celestial dragons are followed by the word sacred, and the names of female celestial dragons are followed by the word official. Literally, their whole family wears bubble masks on their heads just because they are celestial dragons. They don't bother to breathe the same air as these untouchables. These untouchables should kneel down and salute when they see them, otherwise they are seeking death. Street. Charles's expression suddenly changed. What did he discover? He found that there was a group of people walking towards him in front of him. How is this going? Shouldn't all these untouchables kneel down? Advertisement. Why is there still anyone standing? The key is that these untouchables dare to block their own way. Really looking for death. Charles beckoned behind him and summoned a butler in black and sunglasses. Dear St. Charles, what are your orders? The butler in black sunglasses immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. St. Charles didn't want to say more. He just sniffed and pointed indifferently at the group of people blocking the way in front of him. The butler in black sunglasses looked up, his face suddenly startled, and then he said respectfully, "Dear Lord Charles, don't worry, those are just pirates who are new to the island and don't know your identity. I will make them kneel now. Welcome your arrival." Charles didn't even raise his eyelids, but snorted calmly from his nostrils, looking as noble as an emperor. The housekeeper in black straightened up, looked at the group of people on the street in front of him with a solemn expression, and walked towards them. It's over. Those guys don't kneel to celestial dragons. Are they new here? Death is certain. If you offend the celestial dragons, you will definitely die. The butler in black walked up to Ron and his group. Before he could speak, something unexpected happened. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. There are seriously injured patients here who need treatment. At a corner of the street, a female nurse and several medical staff pushed an ambulance past. There was a seriously injured patient lying on the ambulance. The female nurse looked anxious and did not realize that there were celestial dragons here. Huh, you dare to collide with me? Street. Charles's face looked a little bad. It doesn't matter if someone collided in front of him. He could also be said to be a newcomer to Sabaody archipelago, but you, a local medical staff and nurse, don't you know? For someone like me, a great celestial dragons, to dare to collide with me is really looking for death.
Boom. St. Charles pulled out the pistol from his waist and fired in the direction of the medical staff. A medical staff member who was dragging an ambulance in front fell to the ground with blood pouring from his body. The female nurse screamed, "My God, Lord Celestial Dragons!" The lady looked up and saw the figure of St. Charles. She immediately trembled. She knew that she was in big trouble.
Advertisement. You untouchables, how dare you ignore my existence? St. Charles sniffed and said with contempt, "I will execute you now." Boom. Another shot fired. The kind-hearted female nurse was about to die in front of her eyes, but at this moment, a figure flashed past and appeared in front of the female nurse. With a wave of her hand, she blocked St. Charles's bullet. Celestial dragons, how arrogant. Ron's face was indifferent. He held a twisted bullet in his hand, tossed it casually, and turned to look at St. Charles. You are a pig-like thing, is it celestial dragons? Are all celestial dragons this kind of garbage? Quote. Be bold. How dare you insult the great celestial dragons? Seeking death. You untouchable. St. Charles looked ugly, but did not speak yet. A group of bodyguards and servants behind him spoke first, and each of them shouted at Ron with an evil look on his face. Ron looked indifferent and glanced at these servants indifferently. It's over. Is this person stupid? The ordinary people in the Sabaody archipelago quietly raised their heads and glanced at Ron. Although they were touched by Ron for saving the innocent female nurse, Ron's toughness now made the celestial dragons angry. Ah, the ending is conceivable. This young man must be dead. No one who provokes the celestial dragons will end well. That guy, something looks familiar. He's Ron. Different from ordinary people, the supernovas hidden around them all looked shocked after carefully observing Ron's face. He's Ron. Oh my god, it's Ron. Now it's fun. Ha ha ha. Yes, this guy is actually Ron. The world's greatest swordsman. I'm really looking forward to it. Ron has a conflict with the celestial dragons. What will happen next? Chapter 202. Kill the celestial dragons. The whole audience was shocked. The supernovas hiding in the dark all showed expressions of interest. They wanted to see what would happen next. Along the way, Ron's record is much more terrifying than those of them. It can be said that the previous Ron was also one of the supernovas, but these supernovas are obviously not on the same level as Ron. Ron has personally defeated 2 Marine Admirals, and he even defeated the red-haired one of the 4 Emperors. Now Ron has surpassed the ranks of supernovas and is called the 5th Emperor of the New World by the World Pirates. Although, Ron has not been to New World so far. He has already become the king before he even arrives in the New World. One can imagine how much the whole world attaches importance to Ron. Therefore, these supernovas knew the moment they recognized Ron that after Ron's conflict with the celestial dragons, this bold guy would definitely not give in to the celestial dragons, because once Ron gave in, his new status would instantly collapse. Unlike the supernovas who had already recognized Ron's identity, the ordinary passers-by who were kneeling on the ground were trembling and did not dare to get up. They all sighed in their hearts. Another person was going to be cold. No, it should be said that the girls following behind were also going to be cold. Liang, the female nurse who was eager to save people, and other medical staff may all die because they have provoked the celestial dragons. Ron held the bullet with an expressionless face. The bullet was fired from the pistol in Charles Saint's hand. The pistol in his hand looked familiar. If he took a closer look, it was similar to the pistol in Ron's hand. Sure enough, it is a golden pistol specially used by celestial dragons. It is very powerful, but unfortunately, it is of no use to me. Seeing Ron catching the bullet easily, Charles Saint became a little angry. He sniffed and snorted. You, pariah, how dare you fight back? At this time, the bodyguards and servants who were originally behind St. Charles had already rushed out. The bodyguards rushed towards Ron, raising their fists to attack Ron, while the servants protected him around St. Charles. A bunch of garbage-like things. Ron shook his head indifferently, without even looking at the bodyguards. His fingers touched the long knife on his waist. Ordinary people could not see the speed at which he drew the knife. He only heard 2 clicks, and the knife had returned into the scabbard, and among the crowd of bodyguards rushing in front of Ron, the sword flashed, the crowd paused, and their bodies stiffened, and 10 of them fell to the ground one after another, spurting blood. Including the servants who were protecting St. Charles, they were all killed by Ron's sword, and no one survived. Hiss. He, 37. How dare he kill the celestial dragon's guards? Is he crazy? It's over. You can imagine that the celestial dragons will definitely be angry now, and we may also be affected. Advertisement. The ordinary people kneeling on the ground all had their eyes widened. They looked in disbelief at Ron killing so many of St. Charles' men. They suddenly trembled all over and thought with fear on their faces. This guy. However, the supernovas' expressions were condensed. They discovered that Ron only killed the bodyguards and servants and did not take action against St. Charlos. Their hearts moved and they all sneered. Sure enough, even if he was Ron, he would not dare to take action against the celestial dragons. Yes, that's right, these are the celestial dragons. If we really kill the celestial dragons, we will stoke a hornet's nest, which will cause a full-scale backlash from the world government and naval headquarters. This Ron still has some brains. If he really takes action against the celestial dragons, then the marine force will attack. Those of us will also have to think like the unlucky 10 supernovas. Ron didn't care about the thoughts of ordinary people, supernovas and other pirates. When he was doing things, he didn't care about other people's thoughts. Naturally, Ron deliberately spared the life of celestial dragons, not out of mercy, but to torture him before killing him. By the way, Ron remembered that he had told Monkey D. Dragon before in Upside Down Mountain that he would not join Revolutionary Army, but the two can cooperate. Now that my side is taking action against the celestial dragons, it will attract the attention of the world government and marine, and the dragon side can also take the opportunity to become bigger. Moreover, Ron was very suspicious that even if he killed the celestial dragons, the world government and the naval headquarters would not be able to do anything to him. On the one hand, his strength was on the other hand, but on the other hand, the world government and the naval headquarters were currently preparing for Ace's execution. After getting ready, the Empress went to the naval headquarters, which made Ron confirm the matter. Ace must have been detained by the naval headquarters in the Impel Down prison. It's just a good time to see if the world government and naval headquarters will tolerate this matter. Ron said with a faint smile. Despicable pariah, you dare to kill my people. Not far in front of Ron, St. Charles, sitting on the slave, widened his eyes. This was the first time he saw Ron dare to take action against his men. Untouchable, he couldn't help but became furious. Just wait for me, I'll call Marine Admiral to kill you right now. If you have the guts, don't run away, Untouchable. Ron glanced at him, I'll see how you die later. Now, I asked you to tell the truth and you still started to scream. Over there, St. Charles took out a phone bug and dialed the naval headquarters. He said with a commanding tone, Naval headquarters, I am St. Charles. I was attacked by Untouchables in Sabaody archipelago. You guys immediately send the Marine Admiral to kill the Untouchables here, come here immediately. After saying that, St. Charles sniffed and hung up the phone directly without listening to what Marine would do. He believed that naval headquarters would definitely send Admiral over because he was a celestial dragons and could protect himself when he was threatened. When the time came, he ordered Marine Admiral to come to protect him. On the other side, Nami, Vivi Robin and others also came over. Please give me flowers. Brother Ron. Kaya walked to Ron's side, first looked at Ron up and down, and then felt relieved when she saw that Ron was not injured. Then she followed Makino and helped up the female nurse who fell to the ground next to her. Helped take away the seriously injured people in the ambulance. As the female nurse walked away, she thanked Kaya and others. You guys, run away. That's Master Celestial Dragons. He has sent a message to the naval headquarters. The Marine Admiral will be coming soon. Run away. The female nurse looked at Kaya and Makino gratefully, and then quickly advised Kaya and others to escape. Advertisement. It's okay, as Brother Ron is here, no one can hurt us. Kaya smiled confidently. After sending away the medical staff and the seriously injured, Kaya and Makino returned to Ron. Robin sighed. Ron, what do we do now? Is this guy a celestial dragons? Nami looked at St. Charles curiously. Are all celestial dragons like this? So ugly. Abis looked at St. Charles with disgust. Yeah, this guy is so disgusting. Aisha also nodded. You untouchables, how dare you despise me like this? St. Charles glared at Ron and the others, but when he saw Nami, Vivi, Robin Makino and others, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, You these untouchable women are good looking, well, I can give you a chance to be my wives. When Nami and the others heard this, they immediately frowned. With such rubbish, you still want to be his wife? Haha. When Ron heard this, his eyes became cold, he grinned and walked towards this guy. You dare to say such things in front of me, you are really looking for death. Untouchable, what do you want to do? St. Charles didn't think Ron dared to do anything to him. He was a celestial dragons, a world noble, the most noble world noble celestial dragons in the world. Are you going to kneel down to me? As long as you give those women to me, I can promise you to spare your miserable life. Boom. Ah. St. Charles screamed and was kicked out by Ron. Tempest kick. Ron followed up with a second kick. The sharp wind blade kicked by the full-level Tempest kick cut instantly, and St. Charles' body was torn apart in an instant, and he died tragically on the spot. See celestial dragons die. Everyone present was shocked. Half of the ordinary people fainted with fright, and the rest were trembling with despair, muttering, it's over, we are all going to die. The supernovas all opened their eyes wide and looked at Ron in shock. He actually killed the celestial dragons. And Chapter 203 The Frightened Supernovas. Things are getting big. He actually killed the celestial dragons. Jewelry looked at Ron's back in shock. Boss, what should we do? A crew member of the Pony Pirates behind Jewelry said with an ugly face, this guy has caused a big trouble. Once the celestial dragons die, both the naval headquarters and the world government will be destroyed. Shock. Maybe maybe all the pirates gathered in Sabaody archipelago will suffer. Are we running away now? Another pirate asked quickly. It's too late. Jewelry sighed and shook his head. This place is too close to the naval headquarters. The celestial dragons just now notified the Marine 270 headquarters, and now the Marine fleet must have surrounded it under the leadership of Marine Admiral. And the guards on this island will definitely not let us leave so easily. This guy has really caused us misery. Then, what should we do now? The other pirates suddenly asked in despair. First, let's see what other people think. Jewelry glanced at several alleys not far away with an ugly expression. This Ron. Capone Beige held his cigar and looked at Ron with a gloomy face. This is going to be difficult. This guy is really crazy. Drake grinned. Although his eyes were a little afraid of the upcoming Marine Admiral and Marine fleet, he did not show despair. Being able to become a supernova, every one of them is a lawless sea of newcomers. Thieves, none of them have a reward lower than 100 million belly. What a terrifying guy, a young pirate wearing headphones muttered. He was none other than the DJ Apu, one of the supernovas. Several other supernovas looked at Ron in equal amazement. This guy who killed the celestial dragons with great skill, should we say that he really deserves to be Ron? But that's crazy, those are celestial dragons. Ah, help. Advertisement. In the field, among the ordinary people, those who persisted in not passing out could no longer control their fear, and stood up and ran away one by one, shouting. Ron just glanced at the fleeing ordinary people indifferently and ignored them. Let's continue shopping. Ron glanced at the girls around him and said with a smile. I was delayed a little by a piece of garbage, which is a bit disappointing, but it's okay, we can just continue walking according to today's itinerary. After something like this happened, are we still going shopping? Nami had a black line on his head. Is this guy too big? Robin couldn't help but said. I think we should pack up and leave here. The death of celestial dragons is not a trivial matter. Both the naval headquarters and the world government will take it very seriously. They must have sent a fleet and Marine Admiral, and even a more powerful being will be sent to kill you. So what? Ron shook his head indifferently, his eyes full of disdain. No matter how many people you send, they are just chickens and dogs to me, not worth mentioning. Let's go and continue shopping. Okay. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but be speechless to Ron. This guy is really fearless. When a normal person hears such a thing, shouldn't he be so frightened that he runs away immediately? Is he still in the mood to continue shopping? Yes. Ron and the girls around him continued walking towards the street, and actually started to continue shopping. Behind you, the eyes of a group of supernovas almost fell out of their sockets. This guy, continue shopping. Rouge, one of the supernovas, looked at the backs of Ron and his group in astonishment. However, when he saw Lackey, Aisha and Cornies, his eyes moved and he saw the three of them. The small white wings on his back, he also has small white wings on his back, because he is also from Sky Island. Advertisement. 3 girls from Sky Island. Rouge murmured. It seems that this guy has also been to Sky Island. Sure enough, he is a madman. Kira, one of the supernovas and the captain of the Kid Pirates, who always wore a metal mask with holes, whispered, you are still in the mood to go shopping at this time. This guy is crazy. Capone Beige snuffed out the cigar in his hand and waved his hand at his men behind him. We are getting ready to leave. The Marine force is coming. If we don't leave, we will all die. Get ready to escape, Jewelry said solemnly. We have to leave quickly, otherwise we will be dragged to death by this madman. While Ron continued shopping, the supernovas began to take action and prepared to leave the Sabaody archipelago. Other pirates on the island also heard the horrific news. The celestial dragons were dead, killed by Ron 4.8 in front of countless people. Things are getting big. This is what all pirates think in their hearts. At the same time, Naval Headquarters was also greatly shocked after receiving the news from St. Charos. However, Marshal Sengoku, who had just prepared to send Kizaru to the rescue, heard news from Sabaody archipelago that made him almost faint. Celestial dragons died. Yes, St. Charles of House Rhodes is dead. Killed by Ron. When this news came out, the entire Naval Headquarters was boiling, and even the world government who got the news was boiling too. Chapter 204 CP0 dispatched. Marine Admiral is dispatched. The Marine Fleet is dispatched. Shichibukai is dispatched. Scientific troops dispatched. That guy, he really can't stop. Sengoku touched his forehead. He felt that his hair had become thinner recently. Ever since that guy Ron stepped onto the Grand Line, no, since that guy's rise in East Blue, every time he heard news about Ron, every news it can give him a headache. There is no news about Ron that is not troublesome for him. This time, it was really a big deal. He is too courageous. He dares to kill even the celestial dragons. Sengoku whispered in disbelief. The news is no longer under his control. The world government should be in bigger trouble. Marshal, do I still want to go there? Kizaru asked softly with his hands in his pockets in front of Sengoku. In fact, Kizaru refused in his heart. You know, the one who caused trouble in Sabaody archipelago was Ron. Last time the memory of being defeated by Ron is still fresh in his mind. Now that he has gone there, isn't it because he feels uncomfortable? The key is that guy. This time things were too big. He felt that he couldn't handle it alone. That guy Aokiji actually avoided it. How clever. Go. I must go. Sengoku said solemnly. But, alas. What? Kizaru asked. 13 inches originally. I have already discussed it with Ms. He and the world government. Now most of the Shichibukai have gathered here. This is a good time to announce the news. The trial of Ace is the most important thing now. Sengoku scratched his head, said. How did you know that such an emergency happened? No one can predict this in advance. Kizaru shook his head and said, how about we wait for news from the 5 elders? Yeah, Sengoku nodded. But no matter what the situation is over there, we still have to dispatch here. You go and prepare first. There are 3 people from the Rhodes family in the Sabaody archipelago. Now St. Charles has been killed by Ron. His father and sister are still on the island. We must rescue those 2 people, otherwise the people in Mariajoy will definitely not let us go. Yeah, Kizaru nodded, then sighed and turned around to leave, thinking that as a Marine Admiral and Sengoku as a Marshal, it's really true that he has to play the role of nanny when the Celestial Dragons are attacked. In a large conference hall at Naval Headquarters, several Shichibukai personnel are gathering here, including the Empress, Doflamingo, and Bartholomew Kuma. Only these 3 people are here. The other 2 people, Gecko Moria and Haki, have not arrived yet. Hehehehe. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Doflamingo smiled gloomily. Hearing the news about the Sabaody archipelago from his men on the phone in front of him, he burst into a deep laughter. That this guy is really crazy. He himself used to be a member of the Celestial Dragons. Although he is no longer a member of the Celestial Dragons, he can become a Shichibukai, a huge force that controls a large number of dark worlds. He also has the original identity of the Celestial Dragons. He deeply understands the role of the Celestial Dragons in this world, of supreme status. Ron dared to kill a Celestial Dragons. This was forcing the world government and Marine to take action. Advertisement. Next to him, Bartholomew Kuma showed no expression, just reading the book in his hand without even raising his head. The Empress sitting on the side had flashing eyes and her heart was obviously not at peace. Kill the Celestial Dragons. The Empress was shocked in her heart, and there was a trace of pain and joy deep in her heart. The pain came from the memory many years ago. When the 3 sisters were children, they were captured by the Celestial Dragons as slaves, but they were tortured very miserably. The memory of being severely beaten by the Celestial Dragons left an indelible and painful experience in her heart that she could never forget. Even though the 3 sisters later escaped due to the rescue of the fish-man hero Tiger, these memories were still something she didn't want to recall. And now, what did she hear? That Ron, who was more contemptuous of her, actually killed the Celestial Dragons. This news shocked her heart. She had stayed in Mariajoy and also understood what kind of supreme position Celestial Dragons held in the world. Killing a Celestial Dragons would be a big event that would cause great shock to the entire world. That guy, the Empress murmured to herself, he would actually kill Celestial Dragons. The Empress' heart was filled with ups and downs, and she could not calm down for a long time. At this time, great turmoil is taking place in the Mariajoy Temple, the political center of the world government, the most important place in the world, and the holy place where Celestial Dragons live. Countless Celestial Dragons families gathered and came to the hall where the 5 elders were. The Celestial Dragons were killed. Why don't you guys send someone to punish that untouchable? A Celestial Dragon shouted angrily, looking at the 5 elders with eyes that were about to spit out fire. Kill those untouchables. Another male Celestial Dragon shouted murderously. Immediately, let the 3 Marine Admirals go out together. There is a pariah who dares to attack a Celestial Dragons. This is unforgivable. He must be killed. The other Celestial Dragons were also roaring. What else can we do? The 5 elders holding the long sword said solemnly. Ron dares to kill the Celestial Dragons. This is absolutely unforgivable. We must destroy him with all our strength. Naval Headquarters received the order from Mariajoy to attack with all strength. Sengoku looked solemn, understanding that this matter was bigger than he expected. Advertisement. Yes, nothing can happen again. Give the order immediately. Ace's matter can be postponed for a while. The killing of Celestial Dragons is too big now. A sturdy 5 elders said. We can't move. The purpose of such a large battle is to rescue the 2 Celestial Dragons and destroy Ron. Who dares to kill the Celestial Dragons? This matter is going to be a big deal. The Marine fleet, led by Kizaru, headed towards the Sabaody archipelago. At the same time, Mariajoy also dispatched the CPO, the strongest secret force under the world government, to attack, and the scientific force under the command of Zon Momomaru also attacked at the same time, leading the pacifists towards the Sabaody archipelago. Therefore, Marine Admiral Kizaru, as well as Akainu and Aokiji who were in the New World also received the news of going to Sabaody archipelago for support, and immediately set off from the New World. Quote! The 5 elders were all looking at each other with frowns. They were promoted by the Celestial Dragons as the top leaders of the world government. They represented the interests of the Celestial Dragons. They were even members of the Celestial Dragons. When they heard Ron, the news of killing Celestial Dragons was immediately known to be bad. Yes, we can't move. The last 5 elders also said, we can't move. If Ron can't be wiped out, all 5 of us will step down. The 3 Shichibukai also headed towards Sabaody archipelago at the request of Naval Headquarters. But, we are busy trying Ace recently, this is the most important thing. The tall and thin 5 elders frowned. If we go to war for Ron now, it will waste a lot of time. He did not dare to neglect, and immediately ordered all personnel to attack. As for the trial of Ace, he had no choice but to delay it. What should I do? The short and fat 5 elders first comforted the celestial dragons in front of them, and then walked back to the other 4 and asked in a low voice. However, Ron's strength. The tall, thin and 5-year-old 170-star hesitated, how to deal with him. There is no need to think too much. Now there are 3 Shichibukai gathered at the naval headquarters. We will also dispatch the strongest secret force CPO here, and then ask the naval headquarters to send Admiral there to surround and kill Ron with all our strength. There are still 2 celestial dragons there. Yes, we must ensure the safety of Ross and his daughter. Celestial dragons cannot die anymore. The 5 elders holding a long knife said sternly. Chapter 205. Thunder fruit reaches full level. Flower fruit is at full level. It's over, we can't leave. At the Sabaody archipelago dock, looking at the large number of marine warships surrounding the ocean, the supernovas looked extremely ugly. What should we do now? A supernova frowned. We can't leave. There are all marine fleets outside. Going to sea is seeking death. Uruj said solemnly. There is still a chance to return to the island. After all, the target of marine and world government is Ron. If we hide for a while, maybe we can avoid the main offensive, but going to sea will definitely become a target for warships. Uruj is right. Capone Bej nodded and said solemnly. I think so too. Let's go back first. We can't stay here anymore. The warships are already surrounding us. Walk. Return to the island. The supernovas led a large group of pirates back to the island. After they found that they could not escape, they could only return to the island to avoid Marine's main offensive. That guy really hurt us. Jewelry gritted her teeth. At the same time, the forces of New World and 4 emperors received such shocking news at the same time, and their reactions were different. He actually did such an amazing thing. The red-haired man returned to New World with a complex expression, listening to the news coming from the phone bug, and murmured to himself. Is that guy crazy? Beckman frowned and said, this matter is obviously a big deal. Marine and world government have sent all their forces to encircle and suppress them. Under this encirclement and suppression force. Even he can't resist it, right? Advertisement. Don't say it's him. The red-haired man shook his head. With this kind of power overturning, even the 4 emperors can barely fight at a draw. How can he resist it alone? There are only a few people in his pirate group. The red-haired man was worried about Makino's safety. But now, it's too late for him to rush to the rescue. Moreover, the current Makino has little relationship with him. If he goes to rescue, it would be unreasonable to risk the lives of his own crew members. After Kaido of the Beasts heard the news, he grinned. This guy is really crazy and has a personality, ha ha ha, let's see if he can survive this time. I really look forward to when he can come to New World. I will definitely do it then. We have to decide the winner with him. Charlotte Linlin sat in front of the table, turning a blind eye to the large number of desserts on the table in front of her. Instead, she touched her chin and laughed strangely. This little guy is going to die. The world government and Marine will never let him go. Ron laughed and took advantage of the critical moment to take down Robin. He was so smart. There are not many people on the street now. Most people got the news and ran away. Only a small number of people did not leave. Some of them were local residents and some were guards here. They could not escape at all. They even received calls from naval news from headquarters requires them to keep an eye on the whereabouts of Ron and his party. Robin. Ron turned to look at Robin. This is a critical moment, you won't refuse, right? Robin pursed her lips, looked at Ron for a while, nodded hesitantly and said, will you be promoted now? Okay. Sabaody archipelago, above the streets. Understood. Nami nodded. Advertisement. At this time, there were bursts of violent footsteps outside the store door. Ron calmly raised his head and looked out the door. The girls also stopped what they were doing and gathered around Ron. In Robin's hesitant look, Ron walked up to her. Zhao Wangzhao reached out to hold her hand, put his right hand on her forehead, and began to increase her devil fruit ability level. Clatter. Clatter. It feels great. Nami clenched her fists and said, the level of thunder fruit is indeed full, and I have also awakened a skill called Thunder God's Sword. It is a powerful single target attack skill. Let's go out first and see how many people Marine and world government have sent to surround me. Ron waved his hand and led the girls towards the door. Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard looked at the ocean with a smile on his face. This little guy, although I haven't seen his face, is very courageous. This kind of courage is a bit as heroic as mine back then. I hope he can survive. Bar. In less than a few minutes, Robin's flower fruit was upgraded to the full level by him, and special skills were also awakened. Robin's 4-dimensional attributes also improved a lot. Quote. Very good. Ron nodded. Now you have the ability to protect yourself. Enemies will definitely attack you later. Then you will follow me. If there is a fish that slips through the net and attacks you, you will do your best. It's about protecting yourself and others. In a shop, other girls were buying goods. Ron took his hand off Nami's forehead and asked with a smile, how is it? On a secluded island, Monkey D. Dragon received the news and immediately raised his head and laughed. That guy actually did such a big thing. Good, good. Ha ha ha. Maybe we can take this opportunity to expand. As for the forces, Sabo, send me the news that the revolutionary forces in the Four Seas and New World can be mobilized. Understood. Sabo also became excited. Chapter 206A Haki. Thousands of people in an instant. As soon as Ron and the girls walked out of the store, they saw densely packed marine soldiers on the street outside. The scene was very quiet. All the sailors were holding weapons and pointing at Ron and his party. Every sailor looked solemn and did not dare to say a word. Behind the sailors stood marine generals holding command swords. Looking at their military ranks, there were colonels, commodores, and several vice admiral level marine generals. The marine vice admiral saw Ron coming out, took a deep breath, and was about to speak. In fact, he is still a little uneasy. His fleet is the Guardian fleet guarding outside the Sabaody archipelago. It is the fastest to arrive. The large fleet of naval headquarters is still on the way. The order from the headquarters and the world government was for him to hold Ron back and prevent him from escaping. The vice admiral suddenly felt a lot of pressure when he heard such an order. That was Ron. He had defeated 2 marine admirals and a new world emperor. Can I be my opponent? Moreover, judging from Ron's current whereabouts, he didn't panic at all. Did he run? He didn't run at all, right? Pirate Ron. Vice Admiral shouted in a deep voice. You dare to kill celestial dragons, you have committed a heinous crime, if you know what you are doing. Shut up. Ron glanced at him casually, and when he heard 280 Marine Vice Admiral listing the charges for himself, he suddenly said unhappily, Stop being stupid, are you the only ones? Why do these Marines still want to arrest me? No. Are you kidding me? Although Ron doesn't know how many people naval headquarters and world government will send here, it doesn't matter. Ron won't be afraid of as many people as they want to come. And these guys in front of you obviously can't be a large army, they are just cannon fodder who come to die. Advertisement. HMPH. Marine Vice Admiral heard this and was immediately angry. This guy obviously didn't take him seriously. He said angrily, Ron, do you know that your end is coming? You kill the celestial dragons and make you angry. The world government and the naval headquarters have now sent a large force to attack you. They will surround you and kill you in a short time. It is really sad that you don't even know that you are about to die. Oh, Ron touched his chin. I'm looking forward to it. Is it another siege? I've experienced it several times. Unfortunately, it's not me who dies every time. Why don't you give up? Ron shrugged helplessly. Actually, I'm a little tired if I keep doing this all the time. It doesn't matter if it's a big one. After I hurt you this time, I believe you will calm down for a while. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Marine Vice Admiral suddenly became furious, staring with red eyes and roared. Shoot, kill this guy for me. Your order. Upon hearing this, the Marine Commodore and the colonels took the order one by one, leading the ordinary sailors to rush towards Ron, and at the same time issued the order to fire. Bang 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 bang. The sailors aimed their guns at Ron and the girls one by one, pulled the triggers and shot at Ron. At the same time, the Marine generals also led the Marines to charge towards Ron with weapons, preparing to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Ron. However, that's right, Robin thought of Ron's skill, any door, and felt relieved. This skill is the most buggy ability of Ron. If they really want to run away, no one in this world can stop them and they can run away at any time. It's no problem to go further afield, even to East Blue. Any door is used for escape. Not just ordinary sailors, even the Marine generals also fell to the ground. Even the Marine Vice Admiral with the highest rank also fell to the ground with dull eyes. Advertisement. Ron has no intention of fighting these low-strength guys. It would be a waste of time to struggle with them. Chickens and dogs. What are you talking about? Ron glared at Kaya and the others. Your ability does not lie in fighting, so what's the point of being a drag? As for what Robin said, don't worry, I'm here, no one can hurt you, as long as you are by my side, Even if you are a little far away, I am not afraid. Don't forget, I have the ability to do anything. If I take a step back, even if there is real danger, we can run away at any time. So, it is impossible to run away, and it is impossible to run away in this life. The random door is just something he uses for traveling, and it cannot be used for running away. Ron, should we leave early? Nami thought thoughtfully and said, this guy also said just now that the naval headquarters and world government have sent large forces to encircle and suppress us. It is obvious that he is not talking nonsense. After all, the celestial dragons are dead. This is a big deal. If I don't leave now, I doubt I'll be able to leave then. No. Yes. Robin nodded and said, I know you are very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are only one person. There are too many people on the other side, and the other side will definitely have a lot of strong players. If you are entangled by then, the rest of us, although Nami, I, and Tashigi Vivi Lackey have some strength, we may not be able to protect Kaya Makino and the others from any harm in that situation. Impossible. Conqueror's Haki. Ron's face was calm, but his eyes were slightly focused. Haki was released, and in an instant, all the Marines on the battlefield were stunned and rushed to the street one by one. I'm sorry, Makino. Kaya and others couldn't help but apologize. Ron, it's us who have dragged you down. Ron shook his head helplessly. The bullets fired by the sailors were also shaken by his Haki, and they were all scattered on the ground. Not even a single hair on him or the girls was hurt. All the sailors who came were stopped. This time, Ron didn't hold back. Conqueror's Haki, using all his strength, wiped out all the marine soldiers in an instant. The number was about 12,000 ninja BDCF. All these people were unconscious, at least within a day. It's impossible to wake up. With his current attribute value of more than 800, is there anything in this world that would allow him to run away? Ron had a calm smile on his face, joking, why did he need to run away? Chapter 207 Celestial Dragons are furious. Giant girl and little human girl. On another island not far from Ron's island, the human auction is located. The patriarch of the Rhodes family, Charles Rose's father, Saint Roseward, and his younger sister, Shallula Palace, also got the news. They got the news much later in the evening, because they had just participated in the human auction. There were several good products that interested them so much that they ignored the phone bug that kept ringing. When the auction ended, they got through the phone, and then they heard news that shocked them and made them furious. What? Charles is dead. Saint Rosewader's eyes widened in disbelief, and the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose fell out of his bubble hood. What? My brother is dead. Shallula Palace next to him also looked in disbelief. Who dares to kill my brother? Ron. It was Ron who killed Lord Charlos. A voice came from the phone bug. Ron. Saint Roswald said angrily after hearing this. Who is this guy? How dare he kill my son? How dare he kill the celestial dragons? Are you looking for death? Lord Saint Roswald, that Ron is a very powerful pirate. The person on the other end of the phone lowered his voice. He is very strong. You and Lord Shallula Palace should return to the Holy Land as soon as possible. Now Sabaody Archipelago is no longer safe. If you don't come back soon, I'm afraid you two may be in danger. Impossible. I want to torture that Ron to death with my own hands. Saint Rosewader shook his head decisively and said bitterly, my son is dead, what will Marine and the world government say? World government and naval headquarters have sent all their forces there, as well as people from CP0 and Shichibukai. Don't worry, the person on the other end of the phone said seriously. Yes, Roswad nodded immediately after hearing this. This is true. The other party dared to kill the celestial dragons. This is absolutely unforgivable. He should kill the other party with all his strength. Father, I want to see that guy arrested in person. Shallula Palace said with a ferocious face. He dared to kill my brother and our celestial dragons. He is so bold. I want to catch him and put him to death, tie him up and raise him like a dog, and torture him every day until he dies. Yes, that Ron will definitely die. If he dares to attack us celestial dragons, he is already finished. Saint Rosewader waved his hand with great confidence. Let's go find that guy. Marine's large force is already arriving. I will also torture this guy with my own hands when the time comes, and I will never let this guy die easily. Advertisement. Let's go. Shallula Palace nodded fiercely. So, the two of them went looking for Ron with a large number of bodyguards and servants behind them, as well as two goods bought from the auction. Boom boom boom. Behind the two people, there was a huge movement, but the two of them were not moved at all, and the bodyguards and servants had no other expressions. The loud voice came from a giant girl. The girl was very beautiful, but she was not very old. She looked like a human about 8 or 9 years old. There was fear and uneasiness on her face, and there were scars on her hands and feet. A steel chain, one end of which was held in the hand of a sturdy bodyguard. The other hand of the bodyguard is also holding a small cage. There is also a girl in the cage, a girl only as big as a fist. This girl comes from the small human race. Her face is also extremely ugly. This girl is older than the giant girl. Probably looks like a human girl of 16 or 17 years old. These two girls are the goods purchased from the human auction by Rosewader Saint and Shallula Palace this time, and they are their new toys. The two celestial dragons didn't go far when they met Kizaru, who came first. His devil fruit was very fast. This time he went all out and came much faster. He came here just to go first. To rescue these two celestial dragons, Sengoku's order is to ensure their safety first. Ron shook his head indifferently and said, this free thing is so fun. Ron said with a smile. This food is enough for us to eat for a long time. Hurry up. Shallula Palace was also glaring at Kizaru. Don't you dare to disobey our orders. You two, follow me back to the Holy Land first. The Marine Fleet and Shichibukai will be there in a moment. Kizaru said to the two of them. The Marine Fleet has arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago and is landing on the island. Their speed is not as fast as Kizaru's, but it is not slow either. They were gathering around Ron's location. Ron led the girls through the deserted street. Because more than 10,000 Marine soldiers had fallen to the ground, the street really became a deserted street. Ron led the girls to have a meal. I got a lot of various commodities and supplies in major stores, and everyone was carrying several big bags in their hands. Advertisement. If these two guys are killed by Ron again, wouldn't it be his own fault? It's okay. These guys are just cannon fodder. One Haki can solve them all. If not, then two Haki. Please give me flowers. You still want to eat? Nami rolled his eyes at him, pointed at the large number of sailors coming in front and said, look, the real large force is coming. Yes, we must not let go of that Ron. Shallula Palace said with a ferocious look. If you dare to kill my brother, you are really seeking death. Take us there quickly. This is an order. Okay. The two nodded casually, and then took a group of bodyguards and servants, as well as 2 giant and small human girls, to the island where Ron was located. What are you still waiting for? Saint Roswader glared at Kizaru. Take us there quickly, otherwise, I will find your marine marshal in the future and ask him to demote you. Do you believe it? No, I want to see that guy get caught with my own eyes. Saint Roswader shook his head decisively and said viciously, after I catch him, I will lock him up and torture him every day until he is tortured to death. Ron. A cold voice came from the front. Today, you will not be able to escape from heaven to earth. If you dare to kill celestial dragons, you will be dead. The marine force has landed on the island. After Kizaru arrived, they joined the marine general and the 3 Shichibukai and surrounded Ron's position. However, he had to obey the orders of these 2 celestial dragons. It was really difficult. Kizaru's mouth twitched. He knew how strong Ron was. After all, he and Aokiji had fought against Ron before, so he knew how powerful he was. If he brought these 2 burdens to Ron's location, wouldn't it be a meal for him? Kizaru twitched the corner of his mouth, sighed in his heart, and could only nod helplessly. Okay, come with me, but don't do anything impulsive. Chapter 208. Kill celestial dragons again in public. Lawless. Escape. Are you kidding me? You look like I'm trying to escape. Ron sneered and turned around to see a bearded Marine Vice Admiral glaring at him fiercely. Ron didn't know where this Marine Vice Admiral came from. It didn't matter. No matter where it came from, it was just a minion to him. You are so arrogant. No wonder you dare to attack the celestial dragons. You are so bold. The Vice Admiral sneered. But your good days are over. Now the Marine Army is coming together with Shichibukai and the CPO of the strongest department of world government. Ron, you are dead. Oh, Ron asked curiously. Are they all here? Why didn't I see it? Ron. A cold laughter came from the side, and several strange figures appeared on the roof of the house. They looked a bit strange, and they should be combatants from the CPO. We are the CPO from the Holy Land Mariajoy. We have heard of your name for a long time. Those idiots in CP9 can't even take you down. What a bunch of idiots. This time we take action ourselves. Are you ready to die? Quote. The CPO was led by a middle-aged man of medium stature with an indifferent expression. Looking at 053, Ron, his eyes were full of indifference to life, as if Ron was already a dead person. Just as Ron was about to speak, he saw 3 figures reappearing on the roof not far away. One of them is extremely muscular, holding a book in his hand and with a calm expression. He is none other than Bartholomew Kuma in Shichibukai. A man wearing a pink feather coat and purple sunglasses, with a smile on his lips, smiled even when he looked at Ron, and squatted on the roof without speaking. The last one is a tall and beautiful woman, none other than the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Hancock looked at Ron with a complex expression at the moment. Although she didn't say anything, her expression was a little strange. There was a hint of pleasure in her eyes, but also a bit of pain, as if she had recalled some bad memories. On the street, a large number of Marines with weapons in hand gathered around Ron and his group. Their expressions were extremely cautious, sweat was flowing on their faces, and they obviously knew what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. Without orders from above, they only dared to surround them and did not dare to shoot first. At the end of the street, Kizaru came over with 2 celestial dragons and a group of bodyguards and servants. Before Kizaru started to speak, the 2 celestial dragons started shouting. Is this guy? Saint Roswader stared at Ron and said viciously, is this him, the one who killed my son? Yes, Kizaru said helplessly. Sir Roswald, please don't get too close. Ron is a very dangerous pirate. HMPH. Saint Roswader ignored him, but looked at the large number of sailors, Shichibukai and CPO members around him and said, we have so many people here, are we still afraid of him? Not bad. Shalulia Palace hummed. Where are the people from the science force? I remember you just said that the people from the science force will also come, why haven't they come yet? If you don't come over, be careful that I don't let them eat. Let's go. We'll be there in a minute. Kizaru glanced at Shalulia Palace and secretly said that these celestial dragons have this kind of behavior, which is really helpless. Listen to me, you must catch this hateful guy. He dared to kill my son. I will catch him, tie him in chains, and torture him every day until he is killed. Do you guys hear this? Hurry up and do it. Saint Roswader looked at the surrounding Marines, CPO, and Shichibukai and began to give orders, looking bossy. Advertisement. The people around looked at each other, and some even frowned. The Marines hesitated, but did not act immediately. They needed orders from their superior generals before they took action. As for Shichibukai, Doflamingo was still squatting there regardless of Saint Rosevale's orders. Bartholomew Kuma didn't even move. As for the Empress, she looked at Saint Roswader with her cold eyes, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. She hated the celestial dragons deeply. If it weren't for Amazon Lily's survival problem, she would definitely look for an opportunity. Kill celestial dragons everywhere to avenge the beating you suffered back then. What is different from them is that the CPO is the real force directly under the celestial dragons. Their duty is to guard the safety of the celestial dragons and obey the orders of the celestial dragons. Therefore, after the order of Saint Roswader, they first started to act. Ron, the middle-aged man leading the CPO sneered, waved his hand suddenly, and shouted, suffer death. Come on. Is this the beginning? Ron shrugged. Your people haven't arrived yet. To deal with you, we have enough people. The middle-aged man sneered. Just come over and clean the battlefield with the scientific troops. Oh, is this what you think? Ron said with an inexplicable smile, the result may not be what you want. Too arrogant. The middle-aged man smiled disdainfully. Do you think you are invincible just because you defeated 2 Marine Admirals and won 4 Emperors? You don't know it until you are about to die. Ignorance. Haha. Ron smiled helplessly, he must have been underestimated. Whatever. Let these guys take a good look at who is really about to die. Clang. Ron had a long sword unsheathed on his waist and looked at the other party with an indifferent expression. The middle-aged man had already rushed over with 4 members of the CPO. The middle-aged man's figure suddenly grew and turned into a giant with the head of a tiger and the body of a human body. Body. Sharp claws clawed at Ron's head. This is the cat fruit tiger form. No wonder this guy is so confident. Zone's devil fruit has very high physical and melee blessings. He probably thought his attack power was enough to kill Ron. The 4 people behind him also began to change their figures. They all turned out to be Zone's demon fruit power. One turned into a lion, a gloomy-looking woman turned into a cat-headed form, and one turned into a. The last one turned into a crow, and the last one turned into a lizard's head. Its sharp claws and thick tail looked really intimidating. Pity. Ron sighed and waved the long knife in his hand, the light of the knife flickering. Tisk 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 tisk. After 5 slight sounds, the CPO member led by the middle-aged man jumped into the air and suddenly paused, his expression froze on his face, and his strong figure fell to the ground from midair. The smashed ground made a loud noise. This. Advertisement. Instant kill. How can it be? Everyone was shocked. The sailors and generals knew how powerful CPO was, but the scene before them really scared them. These 5 CPO members were instantly killed by Ron. What's happening here? 5 chickens and dogs. Ron shook his head. Brother Ron is indeed the most powerful. Behind Ron, Kaya immediately laughed when she saw this. Those 5 people looked very powerful. Unexpectedly, they were so unlucky and were killed instantly by Brother Ron. They said so before Haki. I thought it was so awesome. Clang. The Marines, expressions changed, and they all raised their heads and looked at the generals. Seeing that Saint Roswader was actually killed by Ron in front of everyone in the audience was stunned and speechless. It's not that they are bad, it's that Ron is too strong. Ron whispered. Please be safe later, don't spread out, and don't cause trouble to Ron. Not good. I know. Kaya stuck out her tongue and said. However, before they could move, Ron over there had already impatiently said, You pig-like thing, what are you barking for? With a flash of sword light, Ron had already killed the doctor with 1 strike. You. Saint Roswader pointed at Ron, his fingers trembling, and then shouted fiercely. Everyone else, come over, kill him now, kill him immediately. Quote. Over there, Saint Roswader's eyes widened. He never expected that the CPO who had high hopes would be killed by Lee. It seems that the arrest of Ron this time will be in vain. Doflamingo clicked his fingers and grinned. Over at Marine, Kizaru and other Marine generals looked gloomy. They never expected that the originally outstanding CPO would be defeated so quickly. Now, what's the next step? This guy, the Empress whispered. How strong is he? The 3 Shichibukai also looked solemn. Although the 3 of them could not really go all out for Marine to capture Ron, the strength shown by Ron now really shocked them. Kizaru's expression changed, his body flashed, and he turned into a ball of golden light and rushed towards Saint Roswader, trying to block Ron's knife. Laugh. With a slash of the knife, a flash of blood appeared, and Saint Roswader's head shot up into the sky. His headless body shook and fell to the ground. His head with wide eyes fell to the ground, rolled around a few times and then stopped. There was even a trace of confusion in those eyes. He couldn't imagine that at this time, Ron, surrounded by a large Marine force, dared to take action against him. Not only did he take action, but he actually killed himself. This. Want to block. Can you block it? Ron shook his head and smiled. No one in the world could block his sword, not to mention Kizaru, even Whitebeard couldn't block it. Chapter 209 The Extremely Crazy Ron. Don't force me to go to Mariajoy. Rods, Roswad Street. Another celestial dragons died. This. The sailors were stunned on the spot. They were all covered in cold sweat and looked at Ron with horrified expressions. Those were celestial dragons. The status of celestial dragons in this world is supreme, but this guy in front of them actually killed 2 celestial dragons in a row. This is a fight to the death with the celestial dragons. Damn it. Kizaru cursed lowly, but he didn't dare to watch anymore. Instead, he pulled Shalulia Palace back. But Shalulia Palace didn't know it. She saw her father being beheaded on the spot, and her mentality collapsed. Kill him, you trash Marines, and Shichibukai, go up and kill him. Shalulia Palace yelled crazily, and finally even took out a pistol and pointed it at Kizaru. You guy, you actually want to if you want to escape, believe it or not, I will shoot you to death. Go and avenge my father and brother. The sailors who were insulted looked very unhappy, and Kizaru himself even looked gloomy. Shalulia Palace was still chattering and shouting, and the surroundings were peaceful. Ha ha, Ron chuckled. These are the celestial dragons that you Marines are sworn to protect. They are just a bunch of losers, but they can become the rulers of this world. How ridiculous. 13 Ron looked around and glanced at all the sailors. You are just dogs raised by the celestial dragons. How pitiful. Listening to Ron's words in a mocking tone, all the Marines looked very ugly. Even the ordinary Marines had this look on their faces, not to mention the Marine generals. In Shichibukai, Doflamingo sneered lowly. Bartholomew Kuma remained silent, but the Empress glanced at the surrounding Marines and Marine generals with pleasure. What Ron said has reached the heart of the Empress. Is this the ruler of the world government that you Marines want to protect? Is this the so-called justice you insist on? Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Ron, don't try to confuse the public with your lies. The bearded Marine Vice Admiral said solemnly. We protect absolute justice, not celestial dragons. Oh, Ron smiled. Do you also admit that the celestial dragons are all useless? Advertisement. I didn't say that. The bearded man glared and said quickly. Pirates burn, kill, loot, and don't do anything about production. They are the chief culprits of cholera in the entire world. Is it wrong for us to exterminate pirates? The Marine Vice Admiral is a little panicked. He doesn't want to be accused of contempt for the celestial dragons. If he is found guilty of this crime, he will be taken down in a matter of minutes, and he may even be imprisoned by the celestial dragons of the world government. In the end, life or death is not certain. Don't listen to his nonsense. Kizaru said solemnly. Carlos Vice Admiral, order the attack now, don't delay it any longer. Understood. The bearded Vice Admiral nodded and was about to order an attack, but at this time, Ron took action first. Conqueror's Haki. Open. Ron's expression condensed, and the soldier clearing skill was activated instantly. All the Marines present were knocked down. This time, the range of his Haki's release was very wide, and the attack ability of a single target was reduced a lot. The main targets were ordinary Marines. These the number of naval soldiers reached more than 30,000. No matter how many there were, it was useless. Under Haki's shock, these more than 30,000 sailors instantly lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground with blank eyes. Haki. Kizaru and other strong men relied on their strong willpower to withstand Ron Haki's intimidation. After all, they were not Haki's main targets and could be blocked with their own strong strength, let alone someone like the Empress who had Conqueror's Haki. Haki's resistance is even more powerful. There were sounds of falling to the ground in the field, and after a while, only a few people were left standing. The three Shichibukai, the powerful Captain Marine, and Kizaru, and even Chirulia Palace next to Kizaru fainted, completely unable to resist the intimidation of Conqueror's Haki. A group of bodyguards and servants brought by the celestial dragons, including 2 slave girls, were intimidated by Haki and fainted. Ron looked at Kizaru and said calmly, put down the celestial dragons and I will spare your life. Impossible. Kizaru looked at the Shilulia Palace in his hand and gritted his teeth. You have killed 2 celestial dragons. Stop it, Ron. Do you know what you are doing? These are celestial dragons, and you have committed a heinous crime. A mortal sin. Ron laughed. Killing celestial dragons is a mortal sin. What about the innocent people killed by celestial dragons? What crime did they have? Or did they deserve to die? That's different. Kizaru shook his head. Celestial dragons is qualified. Are you qualified to do that? Ron sneered. Who are they? They are just a bunch of useless people who act recklessly based on their ancestors' achievements. Do you believe that I will kill Maria? Do you think Maria can stop me? Don't force me to do that, otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Advertisement. Ron's voice was light and airy, but the meaning contained in it made everyone present feel terrified. The expressions of those Marine generals changed drastically. With this guy's domineering and unscrupulous attitude, he might actually be able to do such a thing. On the other side, hearing Ron's extremely arrogant words, the Empress's eyes flashed and her heart was extremely shocked. This man is really so manly. This guy is not without merit, he also has some advantages. The Empress' heart was filled with waves, and the mountain peaks in front of her rose and fell with her breathing, showing her inner uneasiness. Bartholomew Kuma put down the book in his hand for the first time and set his sights on Ron. Doflamingo stopped laughing and looked at Ron seriously. This man is really domineering. Brother Ron is so handsome. Ron's little crush Kaya looked at Ron with a look of admiration. This guy is so domineering. He is indeed the man I like. Nami also looked at Ron's back with burning eyes. Ron. Robin placed his eyes on Ron's back and murmured to himself, it would be nice if I met him earlier. Brother Ron is so awesome. Abisi and Aisha had little stars twinkling in their eyes. Following Kaya, the 2 little girls have officially become Ron's little fans. The other girls looked at Ron with different and strange looks in their eyes. Why don't you throw over the celestial dragons in your hand? Ron held 3rd generation Kitetsu in his hand, rolled his eyes and looked at Kizaru, or are you really planning to resist to the end? It is impossible for me to hand over the celestial dragons in my hand to you. Kizaru said solemnly. The purpose of my coming here is to protect the safety of the celestial dragons. You have already killed the celestial dragons in front of me. I absolutely will not. I will never sit back and watch the last celestial dragons be killed by you. Ridiculous. Ron smiled disdainfully. The person I, Ron, want to kill is in heaven and on earth, with nowhere to escape, and you don't want to hand it over. Well, I'll kill her now. I want to see if you can really do it. Save her life. My speed. Kizaru said confidently. You can't catch up. Brush. The golden light flashed, and Kizaru had already fled towards the coast with Shalulia Palace. He knew that he was no match for Ron, but in terms of speed, he was still very confident. However, he didn't know that Ron's speed couldn't be matched. Chapter 210. Chase. Rescue the giant girl and the little human girl. Ron didn't catch up immediately, but looked at the girls. You guys wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Yeah, the girls nodded immediately. Finally, Ron glanced at the other people in the field and slashed out with his sword. All the surviving Marine generals died in the light of the sword. No one could block Ron's sword. After killing the Marine general, Ron looked at the Shichibukai trio again. Ron gave the trio a rare smile. You three, I won't do anything. I advise you to be kind and don't seek death. After saying that, Ron turned his left hand, and a light door appeared in front of him. He had already walked into the light door and left here. The three Shichibukai had their own thoughts, and the Empress frowned. From Ron's eyes just now, she clearly saw that Ron was looking at her and thought to herself, is this guy doing it because he doesn't want to fight? Doflamingo took a deep look at the Empress, and then glanced at the girls who were waiting for him. He guessed the general reason. Ron's crew members were all beautiful girls, and the Empress was the #1 in the world. Beauty. Ron will never let this guy go. Did he escape this disaster because of Boa Hancock? Doflamingo clearly felt from the power of Ron's attack just now that he was definitely no match for this pervert guy. This Ron was too strong. Hey, I'm leaving first. Doflamingo didn't care what others thought, he immediately turned around and left. I'm leaving too. Bartholomew Kuma turned and left. The Empress gritted her teeth and thought about it, but she did not leave immediately, but stayed where she was. At this time, she was the only person from Marine's side who could stand in this place, and everyone else fell down. Advertisement. This sister. Pipe. Quote. Kaya looked at the Empress, remembering what happened with Ron and the Empress on the boat before, and she couldn't help but move forward. Kaya, Nami and Robin took Kaya's hands and shook their heads at her. They knew the identity of the Empress, the king of Amazon Lily and one of the powerful Shichibukai. If Kaya was hurt by her, Ron would definitely be angry when he found out and couldn't let Kaya take the risk. When the Empress saw Nami and Robin being wary, she didn't say anything. She was a stranger to them after all, so it was normal for her to be wary of herself. Kaya didn't say much after being stopped by Nami and Robin. She knew that she had no fighting power and could not take risks and cause trouble to Ron. However, Kaya turned her head and saw the huge girl in the crowd who fell to the ground in the distance. Her eyes widened and she said, Sister Nami, how come that big girl is chained? That's the giants, right? Nami said, we saw giants on a small island before. Have you forgotten? Yeah, I remember. Kaya nodded. Those should be the slaves of the celestial dragons. Robin said seriously. The celestial dragons like to buy all kinds of slaves to torture and beat. It seems that this girl is the slave maker they purchased. Are they so bad? Kaya suddenly said angrily. Why are these celestial dragons so bad? They are so abominable. That's what celestial dragons are like. Not far away, the Empress said coldly. Their hobby is to torture slaves. Kaya glanced at the Empress, showed a cute smile towards the Empress, and then pulled Makino towards the giant girl. Sister Makino, let's go and rescue this girl. Advertisement. Okay. Makino nodded. Huh. As soon as he reached the giant girl, Kaya suddenly let out a startled cry. Looking at a small cage that fell next to him, he exclaimed, why is there such a small girl in this cage? This is. Makino took a closer look and then said, this is a girl from the little human race. Little human race. Kaya was surprised. She had never heard of such a race in this world. Looking at the girl in the cage who was only the size of a fist, Kaya was extremely surprised. For such a little big girl, this is really the first time I've seen it. Quote. It seems that she was also a slave purchased by the celestial dragons. Let's save it together, Makino said, picking up the cage. Okay. Kaya nodded happily. The two then started Shikai to rescue the two girls. With the help of Nami and Robin, they moved the body of the giant girl and rescued the little human girl from the cage. Kaya's medical skills were at full level, although there were no medical equipment and with drugs, it is difficult to wake up the two girls who were stunned by Ron Haki. But there is no problem in dealing with the injuries of the two girls first. The Empress looked on, thought about it, and did not stay any longer. Instead, she turned around and left quickly. She was a little worried about the Nine Snakes pirate ship in the port, and she didn't know what happened to Ron's pursuit of the celestial dragons. Nami watched the Empress's leaving figure, De Wanghao, warily and breathed a sigh of relief. Nami, your current thunder fruit level is maxed out, are you still afraid of this woman? Vivi said. Your current strength should be no worse than her, right? Well, I even think your current strength is already stronger than her. Among all of us, Ron is probably the only one who is stronger than you, and your strength is very strong among us. It's better to do less than to do more. There are more of us, so we're afraid that something might happen if we fight. Nami said sternly. Ron is not around now, so we must be careful. Got it. Vivi nodded. On the other side, Ron walked out of any door. He saw a golden light from the corner of his eye and was about to flee. He waved his sword and slashed out. The sword light swept across the sky and blocked Kizaru's figure. Chapter 221 Pacifist. Ron is going to cause a scene. Damn it, didn't the three Shichibukai take any action to stop it? Kizaru thought to himself, although he knew in his heart that the Shichibukai, the government and marine were seemingly inseparable, and that each of them was in a relationship of profit and exploitation, but at such a critical moment, he didn't even take action. It's really disgusting. But he didn't know that Shichibukai and the other two people also understood deeply that they were no match for Ron, so they didn't stop him. You, a marine admiral, were chased away, and you had someone stop you. Are people stupid? None of the three people is a fool. Moreover, the three of them have their own thoughts. The Empress hates the celestial dragons very much. Ron is going to hunt down the celestial dragons. It's good that she didn't help Ron in the pursuit. Want the Empress to stop Ron? Impossible. As for Bartholomew Kuma, this guy's will has not yet been stripped away. He is Luffy's father's man and an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. How can he stop Ron? As for Doflamingo, this guy is smarter than any ghost. How could he possibly do such a thankless task as stopping Ron when he knew he was no match for Ron? So it became what it is now. Kizaru, why don't you hand over the celestial dragons? Ron's expression was indifferent, and his tone was equally indifferent. Do you think what I just said was a joke? Okay, I've decided, I'll go after this is over. Go to Mariajoy. 107 inches U. Kizaru stared, feeling terrified. If this guy really wants to go to Mariajoy, who can resist his plundering? Do you really want to hand over the celestial dragons to him? But if he doesn't pay, he is stopped by Ron, what should he do? Kizaru's expression changed several times, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Ron put his hands behind his back and walked leisurely towards the other party. At this time, no matter how fast Kizaru was, he couldn't escape from Ron's hand. He decided that if Kizaru didn't hand over the real Ria Palace, he wouldn't. So what if I show mercy to Kizaru and kill him together with him? Advertisement. Ron is approaching, Kizaru is retreating. At this moment, Ron's expression changed. With his observation Haki activated, he noticed someone approaching. Then Kizaru on the opposite side also changed his expression. Although he found it late, he also knew that someone was coming. At this time, it must be Marines' reinforcements. Several tall figures were approaching, and Kizaru looked happy. They are pacifists. Ron looked at the pacifist who appeared, his expression unmoved. Let alone a pacifist, BDCJ, he is not afraid even of its true form, Bartholomew Kuma, let alone these machines. Admiral Porisalino, I'm late. A clear voice came. Ron turned around and saw a man holding a long knife. From the appearance, he couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman, but he was facing the other way. She looks a bit like a woman, but her strong figure looks like a man. This person is none other than the commander of the scientific force, Zon Momomaru. Zon Momomaru, come and stop this guy, I will take the celestial dragons away. Kizaru shouted immediately. Huh, Zon Taowen was a little dazed. How can you escape? Aren't you fighting? Fight. Kizaru was also stunned, and then became embarrassed. Zon Momomaru thought he was fighting with Ron. How could it be possible? So many people in the Marine Army fell down, and the powerful CPO was wiped out, including 3 Shichibukai. They are such idiots. Seeing that Ron is so powerful, they don't take action at all. Only one of the celestial dragons on Sabaody archipelago died in their hands. Why are they still fighting? Let's fight, isn't it? Zon Momomaru frowned. The Marine Army plus Shichibukai and CPO combatants are encircling and suppressing them. Can you still defeat them? Impossible. Zon Momomaru's eyes widened. How is it possible? There are so many people, and the strength of the combatants is not bad, how could they lose? Also, where are the 3 Shichibukai? Ron glanced at the 8 pacifists gathered around him calmly. These robots were all modeled after Bartholomew Kuma. They were not weak and could be considered powerful weapons against ordinary pirates. Unfortunately, for him, what a dish. Advertisement. Seeing this, Kizaru immediately took the celestial dragons to prepare to escape. For him, the most important thing at the moment is to take the celestial dragons away from here. Shichibukai. It's great if those guys can come and hold the battle, do you still expect them to use their full strength? Kizaru shook his head. Do as I just said, you come and stop him, I will leave with the celestial dragons. Ron. Zon Momomaru didn't know the situation here. The marine soldiers were instantly frightened by Haki and fell to the ground. They didn't have time to send any message to him, so he still doesn't know the news about Marine's total destruction. Seeing that Kizaru didn't speak, he turned to look at Ron and said solemnly, you escaped from Marine's encirclement, but now that I'm here, there are pacifists here, so you can't escape. Nothing counts. This guy is very powerful. Kizaru said. The encirclement and suppression troops have been completely wiped out. All the ordinary sailors were stunned by Haki, all CPO members were killed, and Saint Roswader was also killed. This is the only celestial dragon left in my hands. The eyes of the 8 surrounding pacifists lit up, and they all opened their mouths, and the golden light in their mouths lit up. This was the laser light ball from Kizaru's sparkling fruit, which was used by the great scientist Vegapunk to attack the pacifists. The power is very powerful, of course, this is for ordinary pirates. Damn it, you dare to underestimate the pacifist. Before Kizaru could say anything, Zon Momomaru was already angry. As the commander of the scientific force, he knew how strong the pacifists were. Ron dared to underestimate the piece in front of him. This is something he cannot accept. Ron was not joking when he said he wanted to kill Mariajoy before. Now that he has this excuse, he can naturally kill Mariajoy. As for the pacifist blocking him in front of him, is this considered an obstruction? Why did I make a mistake? Zon Taowen scratched his head. Do I run? Ron's eyes widened and he pointed at his nose and asked, do I look like I'm running away? Yes. Kizaru, are you sure? Ron's expression remained unchanged, with his hands behind his back. Do you think these big guys can stop me? Seeing this, Ron unexpectedly did not try to stop him. Instead, he touched his chin and looked at Kizaru's leaving figure. Hey, you run away, it just gives me an excuse to go to Mariajoy. I want to see, when that time comes, when there are a lot of dead celestial dragons, do you still think it is very important to save this one celestial dragons? Ahem. Kizaru coughed awkwardly. Zon Momomaru, you made a mistake. You go first, I'll stop this guy. Zon Taomaru pointed the long knife in his hand at Ron, and then issued an order for the pacifists to prepare to attack. Chapter 222 Pushing all the way. Invincible. From the pacifist's mouth, the golden light ball had condensed into a ball, and then it was violently blasted towards Ron's position. Bang bang bang. The light balls crashed down one after another, and Zon Momoan looked happy, secretly thinking that you are still alive this time. Being bombarded by so many light balls, even Admiral can't bear it. No matter how strong Ron is, you will still be injured. As long as he is injured, he will die. I brought 8 pacifists with me this time, so I don't believe that I can't kill Ron. Zon Taomaru held a long knife and slowly approached the location of the smoke after the explosion. After the smoke and dust cleared, Zon Taowen paused and his pupils shrank sharply. What did he see? At the center of the explosion, Ron flicked the corners of his clothes lightly, seemingly flicking away the dust. In fact, Ron's clothes were as white as snow and spotless. The huge explosion just now did not harm him at all. Ron smiled slightly. What's your expression? Do you think I will be hurt by this kind of attack? That's really underestimating me. Yes, this kind of laser light ball is just Kizaru's normal attack. Even if Kizaru himself uses it, he doesn't even look at it, let alone a copycat product used by pacifists. If he wasn't afraid of damaging his clothes, he wouldn't have to use armament Haki to block it. He would have no problem relying on his own physical strength to block it. This kind of attack would not be able to break through his more than 800 points of essential defense ability. More than 800 points of physical attributes have raised Ron's physical strength to an extremely terrifying level. Ron's current only goal is to increase all attributes to 1000 points. Then he does not need to go everywhere to learn skills. He can directly add unlimited points to strengthen skills. Through the improvement of skill levels, he can continuously improve the 4-dimensional attributes. This can raise the 4-dimensional attributes to the sky. Well, now is not the time to think about that. Advertisement. Rumble. While Ron was distracted, Zon Taowen was already angry. He also saw Ron's absence and dared to think randomly at this time. It was simply contempt for himself and the pacifist Kai Guogo. Damn that guy, I really look down on the pacifists, come out and kill him. Zon Momomaru roared, commanding the 8 pacifists to kill Ron. Don't make trouble. Ron came back to his senses and looked up at the 8 pacifists. His eyes looked like he was looking at 8 small toys, which was actually the case. The 8 pacifists came to Ron with a rumble, and slapped Ron with their palms as big as cattail leaf fans. Most people would be scared to pee when they see this scene. Ron just raised his right hand slightly, and the long sword in his hand flashed, and the sword light flashed like a crescent moon. Click, click, click. There were 8 crisp sounds in a row, and the 8 pacifists were instantly split in half by Ron's sword. The split pacifist fell to the ground with sparks flashing, and various mechanical parts in its body were on fire. Smoke was coming out, parts and oil were scattered all over the place. Ron gently sheathed the 3rd-generation ghost, and only then did he have time to look up at Zon Momoan. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly, can you say it again?
You. Zon Taowen was speechless and couldn't say a word. 8 stations. 8 powerful pacifists were actually killed by this guy in an instant. Is this guy a devil? Snap, snap, snap. Advertisement. Ron walked by leisurely. Zon Taowen's body was stiff and he didn't dare to move, for fear that Ron would crush him to death. He now knows that what Kizaru said just now is not false at all. Those Marine and CPO people will definitely not be able to withstand the crushing force of such a powerful force that can kill 8 pacifists in an instant. Please give me flowers. It seems that the large Marine force that came to encircle and suppress them was really wiped out. You can't move, and you absolutely can't move around. If you make Ron unhappy, you may really be crushed to death by him. Ron glanced at Zon Momomaru casually, making him tremble with fright. With an inexplicable smile on his lips, Ron passed Zon Momomaru and headed directly towards the direction Kizaru left. As for Zon Momoan, he didn't kill him, there was no need. This guy was of low strength and mainly relied on commanding the pacifists to commit crimes. Now that the pacifists were all wiped out by him, with Zon Momoan's own strength, Ron could kill him with just one finger. It can be crushed to death, it doesn't matter whether such a weak person dies or not. The most important thing right now is to kill the celestial dragons who were rescued by Kizaru. If she dares to insult herself in front of her, she will definitely die. Even if she chases down Mariajoy, she will kill TTE. Watching Ron's leaving figure, Zon Taowen breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until Ron left completely that he dared to take a deep breath. He touched his back and was covered in cold sweat. On Ron's side, while locking Kizaru's position, he got in touch with Abyss through the psychic network. Abyss, nothing happened over there? Ron asked. Nothing happened. Brother Ron, where are you? Are you okay? Abyss is very worried about you. The other sisters are also worried about you, Abyss asked quickly. I'm fine. Ron thought for a while and said, you go to the Ark and wait for me first. If Marine blocks it, let Nami and Robin take action. Don't be afraid of making a big fuss. No matter how big the fuss is, it doesn't matter. It should be said that no matter how big the fuss on Nami's side was, it was not as big as Ron's on his own side. He was ready to kill Mariajoy. What happened on Nami's side was really nothing, even if all the sailors surrounding the Ark were killed. Now, the naval headquarters and world government will not pay attention. What they are about to face now is Ron Chuan, who is causing trouble in Mariajoy. Chapter 223 The Besieged Supernovas. After receiving Ron's instructions, Nami, Robin and others quickly led the other girls towards the Ark. It was mainly the giant girl who took the trouble, but since she had been rescued, she couldn't just throw it away, right? Robin unfolded his flower fruit ability, and countless arms appeared, lifting the giant girl to move. Seeing Robin struggling, Tashigi Khalifa and others stepped forward to help, and finally brought the giant girl to the Ark location. After the girls arrived, they were surprised to find that many people gathered here. Who are they? Kaya asked in surprise. I don't know. Nami shook his head. 357. Seems to be pirates. Robin frowned and thought about it for a moment, realizing that these people were all big pirates with bounties on their heads. That's right. The people gathered here are actually the Supernova pirate group, and the guys in the lead are the Supernovas of this generation. Jewelry Boney, Capone Beeg, Urogue and others are all here. The scene at this moment is a bit embarrassing. The Supernova pirate group stood on the pier, gathering together one by one, holding weapons in defensive postures. Opposite is a large group of Marines. In addition to the Ark, there are pirate ships owned by the Supernovas at the port. There are quite a few of them. More than 30 ships of various sizes occupy the entire port. Advertisement on the outer periphery are a larger number of marine warships. The marine fleet surrounded the entire port. It can be seen that they have forced the pirates ashore, and in addition to ordinary sailors and marine generals, there are actually pacifists exist. Boom boom boom. The golden ball of light swept wildly, and the pirate group where the Supernovas belonged suffered a lot of casualties. This kind of laser ball was not even an itch for Ron, but for these pirates, it was a deadly thing, and it shot up into the sky. No joke. Get away! Urogue shouted, watching the golden ball of light flying towards him. He had no time to stop it, so he could only shout and roll to the side to avoid it. Damn, this kind of attack is really disgusting. Drake took a sip, looking at the casualties of the pirate group members behind him, and became even more angry when he saw that many people were injured. These guys are so cunning, Capone Beeg said gloomily. They don't fight us head on at all. Instead, they lead the battle with pacifists, and the sailors are behind them. Those disgusting generals are commanding on the warship. Don't give me a chance, otherwise I will break those guys' necks with my own hands. Hawkins, can you predict the possibility of our escape this time? Kira turned to look at the blonde man who was released last. According to divination, the opportunity for us to leave this time lies with them. Hawkins turned his head and raised his hand and said. Huh? Everyone turned around and saw Nami and a group of girls walking towards them. Them? Drake frowned and said, they're the crew of the Sword and Rose pirates, right? But, do you really think they are capable of escaping from Marines' encirclement and suppression? That guy Ron is not here. Obviously, he might have been surrounded and killed by Marine. No, Hawkins said calmly. In my divination, not only did Ron not die, his life star was also shining exceptionally. It can even be said to be the most shining life star I have ever seen in the world. Not dead? Drake asked strangely. Why isn't that guy here if he's not dead? Advertisement, have you been entangled by a strong Marine? Urogue looked at the Marine in the port and said, the highest rank among the Marine generals here is only Vice Admiral. He must have been entangled with the Marine Admiral and CPO, after all, he was the culprit who killed the Celestial Dragons. That's right, Kira nodded, he should be entangled by Marine. Now that these female crew members are here, they should be fleeing by boat. There is no doubt about Ron's strength, but the strength of his crew members is not. He is so powerful that staying in the battlefield is a burden, so he asked them to come and wait on the Ark. Ron should be able to escape later, and we can meet up with Ron and escape together. What a great idea. Aruja's eyes lit up and he agreed very much with this suggestion. It's indeed a good idea, but, Kira looked at Hawkins and asked, however, the main target of Marine and world government is Ron. If we get entangled with him, will it also become their main target? The goal? Hawkins lowered his head, frowning and calculating while holding a divination card without speaking. Hey, aren't we their target now? Urogue sneered and looked at the large number of Marines around him. Indeed. The other 5.7 pirates glanced at the surrounding sailors and nodded. Can it be any worse than the current situation? However, that guy is really a madman. If he hadn't killed the Celestial Dragons, we wouldn't be in this situation. Drake snorted. You guys are waiting here for Hawkins' divination results. Jewelry suddenly said. I'm going to contact those girls. Hawkins said that the opportunity for us to escape lies with them. There should be nothing wrong with his divination ability. Go for it. Jewelry did not lead anyone else, but walked towards Nami and others alone. 6 SP Chapter 224 Nami takes action, shocking the whole audience, Part 1. I can't calculate it, I really can't calculate it. Hawkins looked up with a pale face, his eyes full of exhaustion. Based on his own knowledge and color combined with his divination ability, he calculated that the other members of the Sword and Rose Pirates had no problems, but this time when it came to Ron, he found that there was nothing he could do no matter what. What's going on? Others frowned and said, Hawkins, your divination ability is very powerful, how come you can't count Ron's things? His strength is too strong. I can't predict his own affairs. It's already very difficult to predict our survival from the girls related to him. Hawkins looked at Nami and others who were talking to Jewelry. On the human body. And, you must never underestimate these girls. They are very, very, very strong. They are very strong. Drake Rogue and others stared at Nami Robin and other delicate girls with disbelief on their faces. While these supernovas were looking in disbelief and muttering secretly, on the other side, Nami was talking to Jewelry. Unfortunately, before she said a few words, Jewelry looked shocked and exclaimed, not good. On the edge of the port in the distance, a golden ball of light from the mouth of a pacifist has been smashed over. At this time, it was too late to avoid it. The speed of the light ball was very fast, and it hit the spot where Nami, Kaya and others were. Careful! Kaya also exclaimed. Robin was about to take action when he saw Nami wave her hand and said, I'll do it. Nami raised his hand, and under the flash of lightning, a bolt of thunder struck out, forcibly splitting the extremely fast golden light ball apart. Sister Nami is great. Kaya patted her small chest and gave a thumbs up to Nami and praised her. Aisha and Abis followed suit and praised Jewelry, who was standing next to her with a look of amazement. Advertisement, he. Nami raised his head, the breeze blew through his face and hair, showing off his heroic spirit. The corner of Robin's mouth twitched. This girl has been with Ron for so long, she even learned how to act cool. That woman is so powerful, that's the power of thunder. Not far away, Drake, Rogue and others were shocked when they saw Nami summoning a thunderbolt and scattering the laser ball with a wave of her hand. Normally, they would have to dodge such an attack, but this inconspicuous-looking girl in front of them could actually break such an attack with ease. How could they not be shocked by this situation? Is this really the Rose of the Sword and Rose Pirates? Rogue twitched the corner of his mouth and said, didn't the news say that except for Ron's pirate group, he alone determines the combat power? Are all women in the world just vases? Who said that? Let him come out to me. I promise not to beat him to death. Hawkins is indeed right. Kira nodded and said solemnly, judging from the power of the orange-haired girl just now, her strength is not weaker than ours. The other girls. I can't see it. Come out. That girl seems to be named Nami, and she is also a big pirate with a high bounty, but the entire Sword and Rose Pirates group has focused all its light on Ron, causing everyone including us to ignore these girls. Exist. DJ Apu said seriously. And now, Ron is not here. This is probably the first time they have truly shown their strength. Let's all go there, Hawkins said calmly. My divination will not be wrong. They are our only chance to escape. Walk. A group of pirates quickly followed. The Marines surrounding this place in the distance frowned. They didn't know what was going on, especially when they saw that an attack by the pacifists was defeated. Those ordinary Marines didn't know the difference, but those with outstanding strength, the Marine General knew that he had met a real master. Advertisement. Send the order. A Marine Vice Admiral with a resolute face shouted in a deep voice. Those women are all pirates of the Sword and Rose Pirates. Now that Ron has committed a heinous crime, death will not be a pity, and so are these fellow pirates. It's a capital crime. All pacifists come forward and the sailors follow. I'll kill them all, dead or alive. Clear, Your Majesty. The Marines began to move their formation and surrounded the location where Nami and the other girls were. The ones leading the attack were the 4 pacifists. Here, Nami and Robin. One is strong and the other is smart. When Ron is not around, they are the eldest sisters of the girls. When they hear Jewelry Bonnie's request for help, the two looked at each other, and then briefly discussed with the other girls 390 around them, and then they agreed to the request for help from these supernovas. They are now very confident in their own strength. In normal times, no matter what battle happens, Ron will always take action, and the problem can be easily solved. This time, Ron's absence finally gave them the chance to take action. Nami and Vivi are even a little eager to try it. Seeing that Vivi was about to take action, Nami quickly stopped her. Vivi, you and Lackey should not take action. The giant girl's body is too big. When the battle begins, there will inevitably be repercussions. Please be careful to protect her. One time. Okay, I understand. Vivi nodded. But you have to end the battle quickly. I'm afraid they will attack the Ark. It would be bad if they damage the Ark. When Ron comes back, maybe they will blame us. Don't worry. Nami nodded confidently, then glanced at the group of supernovas approaching, turned to Robin and said, Sister Robin, I will leave these people to you. I will deal with these Marines. Well, go ahead and be careful, Robin warned. Chapter 225 The Sword of Thunder God, a billion volts. Okay. Nami waved his hand and walked straight to the outside. He actually had to face a large number of Marines and 4 pacifists alone. You know, The strength of the pacifist is very powerful, almost as strong as 70% of the original Bartholomew Kuma, and can defeat the Supernovas. If the Supernovas hadn't joined forces just now, the Marines would have defeated all the Supernovas just now. Can she do it alone? Jewelry said worriedly. Don't worry, Robin said calmly. Nami is very strong, there's no problem in dealing with these guys. Okay. Jewelry nodded, looked at the other supernovae walking over, and introduced them to Robin. Robin nodded and accepted these guys. He and everyone dealt with the approaching Marine soldiers in the aftermath of the battle. On the other side, Nami's battle with the Marines and pacifists also began. There's only one person out. It's a woman. The Marine Vice Admiral with a resolute face stepped off the warship, accompanied by a group of powerful Marine generals. Seeing that Nami actually went out to fight alone, he couldn't help but frown. I felt like I was being looked down upon. Sir Vice Admiral, let me go and meet him. Beside Vice Admiral, a heroic young man held a long knife on his waist with one hand and said proudly, I promise to take her down. Take her down? Vice Admiral gave him a cold look. The opponent can defeat the laser ball, and now he dares to fight alone. His strength is absolutely the same. Are you sure you can take her down? This? The young man was embarrassed. The attack ability developed based on sparkling fruit was installed in the mouth of the pacifist. Every blow was a normal attack from Marine Admiral Kizaru. He was really unsure about taking it casually. This woman was able to split the laser ball. Obviously, her own strength was definitely not bad. It was really difficult for him to take down the opponent. Stop talking such big words. Our goal now is to take down the opponent, not to show off personal bravery and order everyone to charge forward together, no matter life or death. The middle-aged man ordered in a deep voice. Clear. On the opposite side, Nami came to the front and looked at the large number of Marine soldiers surrounding them, as well as the 4 sturdy pacifists at the front of the team. They looked exactly like Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shichibukai. The only difference was that empty-handed, Bartholomew Kuma is holding a book. Brush. The 4 pacifists began to move. 2 of them opened their mouths and began to condense laser light balls. The attack target was aimed at Nami's position. The other 2 pacifists stretched out their hands, and golden light appeared in the hands of their hands. It's obviously also a terrifying attack ability. Advertisement. Finally, it's my turn to really show up. Nami looked at the 4 pacifists and a large number of sailors around her with a little excitement. Again, in the past, they were protected by Ron and had no chance to take action. Nami is now even more. Ron upgraded Thunderfruit to the full level and awakened a special skill, Thunder God's Sword. She couldn't wait to test the power of this move. Now Nami is definitely much stronger than Enel. After all, her current Thunderfruit is at full level. At that time, Enel was at level 60 or 70 at most, which was still far from full level. Ron pinched her to death. Enel not weak, Thunderfruit is also very strong. The reason why he died so easily is because Ron is too strong. And now Nami, with the full level of Thunderfruit, how strong she is, she has never really fought, and even she herself doesn't know how strong she is. Shot. Behind the sailors, a Marine general shouted and gave the order to attack. The sailors pulled the triggers one after another and started shooting at Nami, and the 4 pacifists on the other side also started attacking. Countless bullets, plus 2 laser light balls, and 2 golden light beams, rushed towards the place where Nami was, trying to tear Nami into pieces. Kaya, Abis and other girls were worried for a while. They didn't know whether Nami could block such an attack. They could only watch from a distance and cheer Nami up. The Supernovas looked at Nami's delicate back with solemn expressions. They didn't know how this seemingly weak girl would respond to such a powerful attack. With such a level of attack, they, the Supernovas, would not dare to face it head-on. No one would dare. The only way to avoid death is to avoid it. And Nami, there was no hiding. Thunder, Nami's clear voice sounded, and he suddenly stretched out his finger towards the sky and pointed forward. Boom. A silver-white thunder and lightning struck down, and countless bullets were chopped into pieces. They could not reach Nami's side at all. However, the attack from the pacifist was very fast, and it still penetrated the thunder and lightning attack, and really rushed to Nami. In front of Nami, he saw that Nami was about to be torn apart by the attack, but Nami didn't panic at all. Grid. A grid composed of thunder and lightning appeared in front of Nami. 4 attacks landed on the grid and were instantly resolved by the thunder on the grid. In fact, Nami still has one trick that can dodge these 4 attacks, and that is the elemental body. However, these 4 attacks cannot break through the power grid, so she does not reveal this trump card. It's really powerful. Over there, Jewelry beside Robin looked at Nami with burning eyes and couldn't help but sigh in her heart how powerful this girl was. Advertisement. Is this Thunder Power Logia's Devil Fruit? It's such a powerful ability, Drake said enviously. Yes, this ability definitely comes from Logia Devil Fruit, and it is also a very powerful Devil Fruit ability, Uroge said. That is Thunder Fruit. Do you know this fruit? Kira turned to look at Uroge. Well, I am also from Sky Island. Uroge glanced at Cornish and Lackey behind Robin and said, this Devil Fruit should be owned by Enel, the god of Sky Island. I don't know why it appears now. Could it be that Enel is dead in this girl's body? Devil Fruit will only transfer host when the owner dies. Now that Nami owns Thunderfruit, Enel who previously owned Thunderfruit should obviously be dead. Cornish and Lackey glanced at Uroge but said nothing. Regarding Ron's killing of Enel, they didn't want to say anything more to Rogue. Robin also didn't speak. All the girls' eyes were focused on Nami. Although they knew that Nami was very strong, they were still a little worried in their hearts. She can even take this kind of attack, we can't leave her alone. The middle-aged Marine Vice Admiral said coldly, the Sword and Rose pirates have a master like Ron, and it's already difficult to deal with them. Good. It is not a good thing to have another user with such a powerful Logia fruit ability. Everyone, come with me and rush over to kill the enemy. A group of Marines, led by Marine Vice Admiral, began to rush over. The pacifists still took the lead. Since the laser light ball was ineffective, let's fight in close combat. The power of thunder and lightning is very strong in long range. I don't believe that you, a girl with a delicate body, can't fight in close combat. Powerful. However, Nami will not give them this chance. Let me show you my strongest attack. Nami's expression was condensed. He held his hands in the air and shouted, Thunder God's sword, come out. After a bolt of lightning flashed, a huge long sword flashing with purple lightning appeared in Nami's hand. Lightning flashed back and forth on the sword. Nami swung the long sword towards the Marines who were charging towards them, shouted, 1 billion volts. Boom. The whole world resounded with a sound like thousands of birds chirping in unison. Lightning bursts. Heaven and earth are silent. Looking at the scene again, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 226 Marine scares the colonel out of his wits, chase to naval headquarters. On the field, the silver-white electric light is mixed with purple wreckage, traveling between heaven and earth like a giant snake. No sound. In other words, there is only one sound in the whole world, and that is the buzzing sound like thousands of birdsong. Call. Nami breathed out softly, the Thunder God's sword in his hand spread out, and he stood up straight. Then he put his hands on his hips and looked towards the battlefield ahead with a confident smile. On the battlefield, all the sailors fell to the ground. Most of them were completely dead. Some of the few sailors were covered in black smoke, their mouths and eyes were crooked, and there were circles in their eyes. Although they were not dead, they were not far away from death. Although some generals and the Marine Vice Admiral were not dead, they fell to the ground coughing and were in tatters, like beggars. 1 billion volts is powerful, but after the attack escapes the entire field, the damage is dispersed. It is normal for those powerful generals and Marine Vice Admiral to survive, but most of the Marines were killed by Nami in one blow. This shows that her strength is indeed powerful and terrifying. Quick, give the order, run, run. At this time, the Marine Vice Admiral had no persistence at all. Looking at Nami's petite figure, his eyes revealed a kind of silent fear. Just now, Nami was holding the Thunder God's sword. At that moment, it was like a god coming down to earth. With one strike of the sword, the world was deserted. Tens of thousands of sailors were wiped out in an instant. Only he, a few generals, and a few sailors survived. What a relief at this time. Okay, Vice Admiral. The general next to him was flustered and frightened to death. What a blow. Advertisement, just one blow. This young-looking orange-haired girl was able to defeat so many Marines in one blow. The key was that so many of her own people were killed in counterattack. Tens of thousands of sailors were killed in one blow. Damn it. Who can withstand this? Go quickly. Another general trembled all over, looking at Nami's figure as if he were looking at a living devil. Why is this woman so powerful? This power, it is simply unimaginable. This sword with the Rose Pirates. Apart from that Ron, there is such an existence. The Marine Vice Admiral had a black face and fled towards the port dragging his seriously injured body. Maybe it wasn't his black face, but that his face was struck by lightning. He couldn't believe the situation now. According to news reports, aren't these women in Ron's pirate group just bases? That guy who said Ron is the only combatant in the Sword and Rose Pirates, come out. Vice Admiral is heartbroken and extremely angry. What a scam. It's simply a scam. If he had known that these women were so difficult to mess with, he would have been a fool to lead people to attack these women. No, it should be said that if he had known earlier, he would have turned around and ran away when he saw Nami. On Nami's side, he watched the few surviving Marines run away without stepping forward to stop them. 99% of the Marines were burping, and even the 4 pacifists were smoking and fell to the ground. Here the crisis has been completely resolved, and there is no need for her to chase after him. Nami turned around and walked towards where Robin and others were. What she saw in front of her was the shocked expressions of the Supernovas, which made Nami extremely satisfied. Unlike Nami and the other girls, Ron is much calmer for the time being. Advertisement at this moment, Ron was walking on the Blue Sea, BDCJ. Although after eating devil fruit, he would be subject to some restrictions if he fell into the seawater, but with his strength, he would not fall into the seawater. Even if he fell in, with his physical fitness, he could forcefully rely on the powerful your physique to take action. Ron had a hunch that when his total attributes reached 1000, devil fruit's shortcomings would be made up for, and the answer from the system told him that this was indeed the case. When his total attributes reach 1000, the whole person belongs to a perfect life state, and he will not allow such a huge defect to exist, and will naturally make up for it and complete himself. Ron was traveling in the ocean. On the sea in front, a large warship was heading crazily into the distance. The destination was naturally the naval headquarters. There were still many masters staying there. The key ones were the 2 admirals Akainu and Aokiji. It was almost time to return to the naval headquarters, so Kizaru took the celestial dragons towards the naval headquarters. In the direction of naval headquarters? Ron rubbed his chin and muttered. I thought you were running towards Mariajoy. This is a bit wrong. It would be great if you could go directly to Mariajoy. Now you have to take a detour to naval headquarters. This is not a waste time. Forcibly saving the celestial dragons. Are those disgusting beasts so important? Ron sighed. Forget it, just let me clean up this garbage. Ron made up his mind to make a big fuss this time. Ahead, the warship was moving very fast, mainly because Ron was catching up so quickly. Everyone on the warship had to work hard to get back to the naval headquarters and use the large force to deal with Ron. After getting on the boat, Kizaru thought that Ron wouldn't chase him to the sea. After all, there was no boat around Ron. You are a demon fruit power, how can you chase him without a boat? However, what shocked Kizaru and all the Marines was that Ron came directly from the sea and chased after him alone. This is simply a shame. Admiral, Marineford is ahead. We finally escaped. A general stood beside Kizaru and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Don't relax, that guy is still chasing you, Kizaru said seriously. Haha, this is the naval headquarters. That Ron dared to chase him here. We can definitely surround him and kill him, the general said confidently. Just now, news came from the headquarters. Akainu Admiral and Aokiji Admiral have returned. There are 3 Admiral Ron will die here. Are you that confident? Kizaru's mouth twitched. Why didn't he have that confidence himself? Chapter 227 Marineford, Akainu wants to kill Ron alone? With the arrival of Ron, Marineford, where naval headquarters is located, has also become turbulent. In other words, the eyes of the whole world are focused here. As a great journalist, how could Morgans not follow up on such a major event? As early as after Ron killed St. Charlos, newspapers around the world had already reported this matter. However, because things developed too fast and urgently, the death of celestial dragons was reported a moment ago, and now Ron has killed him. When we arrived in Marineford, the newspapers couldn't keep up with the update speed, and the news gulls that delivered the newspapers couldn't keep up with the speed. It's estimated that it would take a day for people in other places to get the news. This does not prevent Morgans from catching news. Throughout the sky, there were already several hot air balloons following the battle between Ron and Marine. Cheer up, everyone. This news about Ron is big news. We can't miss any information. On top of the hot air balloon, a newspaper management said seriously. I understand, Editor-in-Chief, don't worry. A subordinate nodded and said, our teams will shoot together, there will definitely be no problems. That's good. President Morgans entrusted us with this follow-up shoot. This is a huge trust in us. The editor nodded and said, after this big news is broadcast, it will definitely make our if the newspaper sells like crazy, I will apply for a bonus for you when the time comes. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief. The eyes of several of his subordinates suddenly lit up. Marineford, Sengoku looked extremely ugly. He had already received the news from Sabaody Archipelago. You mean, all the troops heading to Sabaody Archipelago were wiped out? How is that possible? The herald at the head did not dare to raise his head. Yes, Your Majesty Marshal, the CPO has been completely destroyed. St. Rosewater has also been killed, ordinary Marines suffered heavy casualties, and now only Kizaru Admiral is back, and it seems that he only brought back 1 celestial dragons. Another celestial dragons died? Sengoku's expression changed. Advertisement originally, the death of 1 celestial dragons caused such a big fuss in Mariajoy, and now another one has died, the head of the Rhodes family. Now, it is estimated that the fuss in Mariajoy will be even greater. Sengoku was silent for a while, then waved his hand and asked the herald to go down. After a while, he led 2 people into the office. When the 3 arrived, Sengoku's frown relaxed. You 2 are finally back. How is the situation here? Akainu asked in a deep voice. How did things develop to this point? New World is not stable either. Aokiji shook his head and said, those guys, seeing the instability at the headquarters, seem to want to make a move. Without us suppressing it there, the Marine forces in New World may not it's time to shrink. Don't worry about the situation over there, Sengoku waved his hand and said seriously. The most important thing here is now. Is Kizaru back? Staff Officer Crane asked. Just got off the phone. Sengoku nodded. We're almost at the pier, but what? Staff Officer he frowned. Ron also chased me, Sengoku said solemnly. That guy was too arrogant. Not only did he defeat the large Marine force that went to encircle and suppress him, but now he even chased him to the headquarters.
Ron, Akainu said solemnly. I'll deal with him. You can't do it alone. Aokiji glanced at him. You underestimate me. Akainu glanced at Aokiji and raised the corner of his mouth. Don't think that I am as powerful as the 2 of you. We joined forces and were defeated by others. This time Kizaru brought so many people there, but he was still killed. It's really embarrassing for Marine to come back defeated. You. Aokiji looked ugly. Okay, stop arguing. Seeing the 2 arguing, Sengoku rubbed his brows with a headache, and then said, go to the dock first and send the rescued celestial dragons back to the Holy Land. Ron, I want to see how you can dance when you get to Marineford. Advertisement. Marineford, at the harbor, Ron watched the warship where Kizaru was entering the harbor quickly, and he walked slowly on the waves and arrived at the steel wharf of Marineford. It's quite spectacular. Ron put his hands behind his back and looked at the naval headquarters with a relaxed smile on his face, without any nervousness at all. Please give me flowers. Let me think about it. After escaping back to the naval headquarters, there should be a lot of marine power here. The other two grand prizes should also be back, and the celestial dragons should be sent to Mariajoy. Ron touched his chin and looked at the naval headquarters building in Marineford with a strange look in his eyes. In the end, don't we still have to go to Mariajoy? Moreover, Kizaru, you ran away and got the naval headquarters in. It's over. This is true for Ron because he knows how strong he is, but for the people at naval headquarters, it's just the opposite. For the Marines, this is their headquarters and the place where they are most powerful. Now the three Marine Admirals are gathered here again. On the sea outside, all kinds of large warships are surrounding them, although they have not been able to fire. Order, but the large black area looked very intimidating. 0. Well, I really agree with that sentence. Although I can't beat you, I will beat you in terms of momentum. Ron glanced disdainfully at the large group of warships on the sea behind him. He ignored them and walked towards the Marine headquarters building in a relaxed and comfortable manner. At this moment, 5 figures appeared in front of the naval headquarters building. They were none other than Marine Admiral, Sengoku and Staff Crane. Behind him, there are also a large number of generals of the headquarters, each of them is a general with real power, and their own strength is also extremely powerful. Several of them were generals from the giant tribe, and they all looked at the white figure in front of them with solemn expressions. Ron, you are very courageous. Akainu looked at Ron coldly, took a step forward and yelled, you dare to pursue Marineford. Today I will let you know that if you dare to step here, you will be the one who the last thing you should do in your life. Oh, Ron shook his head indifferently. I don't think so. But speaking of which, do you three admirals plan to go together? No need, I can kill you here alone. Akainu strode forward, his whole body ignited with hot magma, and looked at Ron with a murderous look. Chapter 228 A blow to the head. Akainu is confused. Sakazuki. Sengoku frowned and said, it's better for you to go together. Don't underestimate this guy. No. Akainu waved his hand and didn't look back. He just looked at Ron indifferently. I want to see if this guy is really that strong. Sengoku still wanted to persuade, but he was pulled by Staff He next to him and shook his head at him. Aokiji and Kizaru next to them looked at each other. They both knew very well how powerful Ron was. Now Akainu actually wanted to go up to deal with Ron alone. He tried to persuade everyone to turn back. In this case, let him go up first and be defeated. Well, when the time comes and his head is bruised and bleeding, he will naturally understand what kind of terrifying enemy he is facing. Akainu, 983, confidently walked more than 10 meters in front of Ron. His tall and strong figure gave people an invincible aura, as if there was no obstacle that could stop his progress. Ron, are you ready to die? Akainu looked cold, with a slight grin on his face, and stretched out his right hand towards Ron. The whole arm turned red instantly, and the burning sensation of the blazing flame had even spread to 100 meters, outside. Akainu. Ron smiled and said, I think I'd better call you Red Dog. What do you think? Seeking death. When Akainu heard this, his eyes suddenly widened, he clenched his right hand fiercely, and punched Ron. Great eruption. Akainu's fist turned into a fist-shaped piece of hot lava and hit Ron's figure fiercely. He actually wanted to kill Ron in one fell swoop. If I were punched to death by you, I would still be a fool. Ron shook his head indifferently and stretched out his hand lightly. Yes, Ron only stretched out one index finger and pointed it flatly on the huge lava fist bombarded by Akainu. Ding. Click click click. Advertisement. Akainu's expression suddenly changed, and his body retreated. Looking at his arms, his face is even more ugly. Ron retracted his fingers, put them behind his back, and said leisurely, I'll teach you a little lesson. Sakazuki. Sengoku and others shouted hurriedly when they saw that Akainu seemed to have suffered a big loss. Several people also ran over quickly. After seeing this, they were even more surprised. Your hands. Akainu looked ugly. His right arm had returned to its human shape. The entire arm had been severely twisted. There was even a blood hole in his fist, and blood could not stop flowing out. How is that possible? Akainu growled. The blow he just struck was not a normal attack. When he attacked, his entire arm was in a semi-elemental form, and he also added. But just like that, this move was broken by Ron's light finger, and his entire arm was almost useless. One strike. Just one blow. How could Akainu bear this? As a man who claims to be the strongest among the three admirals, he just thought of defeating Ron alone. This was just the beginning. With the first move, he was beaten to the pulp by Ron. Akainu was stunned. Sakazuki lost his arm in one blow. Staff, he said solemnly. It can be seen that Ron's armament Haki is very strong. Yes. Sengoku also looked solemnly at Ron, who was leisurely watching the show in front of him, and whispered. So, if we want to defeat him, we must join forces. We have to do it together. Advertisement. Your Excellency, Marshal, you and Staff Crane should stay away from here. The three of us can deal with him. Aokiji advised. He did not want to see Sengoku and Staff Crane join the battle. Now Akainu is so arrogant that he wants to fight alone. After dealing with Ron, he was beaten and injured. The next three people working together may not be that simple. Ron is too strong. Sengoku thought for a moment, nodded, looked at Staff He and said, let's leave first. With San Admiral and other generals here, we can at least guarantee that we will not be defeated. Yeah, staff officer. He glanced at Ron again, and returned to the headquarters building with Sengoku. Have the Garp people arrived yet? Staff officer, he asked. The herald just said that he is already on his way here. Sengoku replied. What happened this time was too urgent. I never expected that this madman would actually kill the celestial dragons. Sengoku said with an ugly expression. Let's just watch the battle first. Staff he, who retreated to the rear in front of the headquarters building, said, if we can stop Ron, that would be the best. If not, we will make other plans. Sengoku didn't speak, but looked at the battlefield with gloomy eyes. Are you finally ready to join forces? Ron looked at the three people standing in front of him and said with a smile, the three of them should have joined forces a long time ago. How can one person, Red Dog, be my opponent? I'm just dreaming. Arrogant. Akainu glared at Ron. His arm had begun to heal and stop bleeding. I was just careless just now. I didn't expect your armament Haki to be so strong. I won't be hurt so easily by you next time. Akainu was filled with anger and his face was very ugly. Just now he said that he would deal with Ron alone, but now the situation has changed to this. His face is burning and he is a little embarrassed. Get ready to take action. Aokiji said in a cold tone with chills all over his body. To deal with Ron, you must use your full strength and you can't take it lightly. Not bad. Kizaru understood this very well. After all, Ron chased him so far, from the Sabaody archipelago directly to Marineford. Kizaru felt that he was a loser, but now it's better. The three admirals have joined forces. We should be able to have a good fight with it. I'll strike first, you follow up. Akainu snorted, took a sudden step forward, clasped his hands together, and shouted, Dark Hound. Chapter 229. Desperate Marine 3 Admiral. A large flaming dog whose entire body was made of magma rushed out from Akainu's hands, and rushed towards Ron with the intense heat. On the other side, Kizaru moved his feet and turned into photons. He moved quickly and attacked Ron. His speed was very fast and he shot after Akainu. However, its attack came first and hit Ron first. The last Aokiji, his hands were condensed with ice, two ice swords appeared in his hands, and he rushed towards the other side of Ron with a cold face. It's useless. Ron shook his head and swatted away Kizaru's golden lightsaber with his white palm. The Tien Kong Yun sword had no effect on Ron at all. Kizaru 13 groaned, and the huge force from his hand knocked him back several steps. The golden lightsaber in his hand was also slapped away by Ron's slap. In the space ahead, Akainu's attack has officially arrived. Ouch. Dark Hound is a very powerful move of Akainu. When it is usually used to deal with pirates, except for the 4 Emperor's level pirates, few other pirates can take this move. Such low-level tricks are useless to me. Ron put his hands behind his back again, looked at the huge Dark Hound charging towards him, and kicked him out. Boom. Ouch. With a miserable dog barking, the lava dog was kicked out. After a wailing cry, it could no longer maintain its size. With a bang, it turned into dots of fire and disappeared in Kongshan. Advertisement. PFF'd. Akainu's expression changed and he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. This attack skill was kicked away by Ron. It was a huge blow to him, and it backfired on his body. Vomiting blood was considered a minor blow. Go to hell. Aokiji also came to Ron's side at this time. The ice sword in his hands was filled with cold energy, whistling and stabbing towards Ron's shoulder. Just when he was about to stab Ron's shoulder, Aokiji revealed his face. With a hint of a smile, Ron also turned his head, with a hint of smile on his lips as well. Ding ding. After 2 crisp jingles, Aokiji looked at his hands blankly. The 2 ice swords in his hands had been broken, and it was Ron's fingers that caused the 2 ice swords to break. Ron flicked his fingers twice easily. Thanks to the terrifying bonus of more than 800 points in his physical attributes, even without the blessing of armament Haki, the strength of his fingers was frightening. He could snap 2 ice swords with ease. Marine 3 Admiral, nothing more than that. Ron shook his head calmly. This time, it was easier to deal with Marine and Admiral together than when he had dealt with Aokiji and Kizaru before. The reason was because his strength had improved so horribly. At that time, Ron's all attributes were only over 200 points, but now, all attributes are over 800 points. This is not just a simple increase in numbers by 4 times. The difference is 100 times increase in strength, which is even more terrifying. Aokiji was shocked in his heart. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and suddenly retreated. As for Kizaru over there was a faint tremor in his lowered right hand, which was shaken by the force of the reaction when Ron casually slapped away the Tiankongyan sword just now. Akainu was even more unbearable. Ron kicked his Dark Hound away, and the backlash caused him to vomit a mouthful of blood. He still hasn't recovered yet, and his face is extremely ugly. Advertisement. The same was true for Aokiji. The ice swords in his hands were connected to his arms. When Ron broke the 2 ice swords, a huge backlash force also invaded Aokiji's body. His retreating figure was also affected, and his speed was far slower than before. Soon. There is a huge gap between me now and the ordinary strong men in the pirate world. Ron looked at the 3 Admiral looking at him solemnly, and couldn't help but sigh, and said, Don't you understand? There is a huge gap between my current strength and the 3 of you. You don't even understand what strength is. 3. Admiral's face was gloomy, and Akainu's eyes were glaring at Ron with anger. Once upon a time, the 3 admirals were the top experts in the world, and the only ones in the world who could compare with them were the 4 emperors. And now, the 19-year-old girl in white in front of me actually said something like this without any shame, saying that they don't understand power. What a slap in the face. Or a slap on the left, a slap on the right, back and forth in the face. 3 Admiral felt his face burning up. Want to refute. But, think about just now. The 3 of them looked at each other, feeling sad in their hearts. They discovered that even if the 3 of them worked together, they couldn't defeat Ron. In the previous wave of attacks, Ron didn't even use any decent abilities. He just raised his hand casually and simply. With just a few kicks, the powerful attack of 3 people was easily diffused. How to fight this? Chapter 230 Invincible Soul Storm. Suppress the naval headquarters by 1 man. You two, we must use our full strength. Aokiji shouted in a deep voice. Akainu, you have seen these 2 attacks just now. This guy is too strong. If we don't use our full strength, we must lose. This is Marineford. If we lose. 1. If we lose, the other vice admirals will never be able to stop this lawless guy. Kizaru said sternly. So we can't lose. Absolutely undefeated. Akainu roared. Attack again with all your strength. This time, we must defeat him. Good. Kill. The momentum of the 3 people suddenly increased, as terrifying as 3 volcanoes about to erupt. Haki open. All 3 of them turned on Haki, Armed Color, and Wisdom Color. With all of them turned on, the fighting posture was adjusted to its peak moment. At the same time, their Devil Fruit abilities were also used to their ultimate. 3 figures rushed towards Ron, using their most powerful skills at the same time. Ice Age advanced. Freeze moment. Aokiji shouted sternly, the cold air in his hands condensed into a huge air column. This large-scale group attack skill was forcibly restrained by him into a terrifying single attack. A powerful cold air attack that can freeze the sea surface for dozens or hundreds of miles is condensed in this cold air column with a diameter of only 3 meters. If this attack hits Ron, Aokiji feels that Ron will never be able to resist it. Hachiku Magatama. Highly condensed laser light bullet. Kizaru took a deep breath, spread out his hands, and circular light mirrors appeared around the battlefield. Countless golden light balls were condensing in the light mirrors. Kizaru waved his hand fiercely, these highly concentrated laser light balls smashed towards Ron. Meteor volcano. Explode. Akainu's face was red, and his eyeballs were bloodshot. He stared at Ron's figure, clenched his fists tightly, and punched countless times fiercely in the sky. Dozens of huge meteorites appeared in the sky, all burning with terrifying flames. Hot lava flowed on the surface of the meteorites, and they crashed down towards Ron like a natural disaster. Advertisement. Interesting. Ron put his hands behind his back and nodded happily. He looked at the 3rd Admiral with a gentle smile in his eyes. That's right. This kind of power is the power that the Marine Admiral should have. It's like scratching the itch just now. Strength is not enough. Well, how do I deal with these 3 moves? Just turn on the absolute weapon to block it. Or punch it and defeat it directly. Ron touched his chin, thought about it seriously, then clapped his palm and said, let's use Haki. With a smile on his face, Ron raised his head and whispered, Soul Storm. A golden light flashed in Ron's eyes, and an extremely terrifying coercion descended from the sky. It was like a dragon taking over the location of the beast, or like a god coming to the mortal world. This was a crushing kamui. Boom. Sizzle. The entire world turned into black and white, and the 3 admirals were enveloped by the soul storm. The dozen or so marine vice admirals in front of the naval headquarters building were also enveloped by the soul storm. Including Sengoku and Commander He, they were also enveloped in the attack range by the soul storm. At this moment, almost 99% of naval headquarters' high-end combat power was within Ron's attack range. This can almost be said to be Ron's attack on the entire naval headquarters, coming from the most powerful Conqueror's Haki awakened skill at full level in history, the attack of Soul Storm. Thump thump thump. There were waves of falling to the ground, and all the people enveloped in the Soul Storm, whether they were low-level people or strong people like the 3 admirals, all fell to the ground and threw themselves on the street. Snap. Advertisement. Ron watched everyone fall to the ground and swatted away Aokiji Kizaru's attack. Ron punched out dozens of huge lava meteorites that fell from the sky, and the entire sky suddenly became clean. Ron took action alone, and with one Soul Storm, 99% of Marineford's high-end combat power collapsed. At this point, Marineford falls. In the distant sky, on the hot air balloon, several members from the World News Agency fell silent for a while, each of them trembling, and cold sweat could not stop flowing down their bodies. Quote. This is. A member who was filming was speechless. Hey, something big happened. The other's hands were trembling, and he was about to get the phone, Lee's, to call the headquarters. Unfortunately, the phone bug's head had already retracted into its shell in fear. Don't dare to show up no matter what. Total destruction. Horrible. What Ron released just now was Haki. It should be Conqueror's Haki. Are you kidding? Conqueror's Haki is so strong. One Haki not only defeated 3 admirals, but also defeated more than a dozen vice admirals in an instant. And Marshal Sengoku. Oh my god, how can people believe this? I don't believe it either, but, isn't this what we saw with our own eyes? Quick, think of a way to send the news here back to the headquarters. Clear. Chapter 231 Incredible Results. Garp the Fist. The newspaper staff were passing on the news, and the newspaper headquarters in New World immediately received the information. After learning about this major event that happened at Naval Headquarters, everyone was shocked. After staying for a long time, Morgans patted the table to wake these people up. President, is this true? The staff below asked in shock. Well, that is Naval Headquarters. It has so many combat capabilities, but it was given to Ron alone. It's unimaginable, completely unimaginable. Another staff member kept shaking his head. What incredible news. Naval Headquarters fell, or was it captured by one person? Are you sure this kind of thing is not a joke? Morgan said solemnly. According to the video information sent from the front, this is no joke. That guy, Ron, really chased Marineford and defeated the entire Naval Headquarters alone. Morgan smiled bitterly. Well, actually I don't believe this kind of news. One person defeated Naval Headquarters. I don't think anyone can believe this kind of thing. But, this actually happened. President, what should we do now? A member said hesitantly. Should we send this kind of news to the whole world? The world government and Marine will not allow us to do this, right? After all, it will damage Marine's image. News. 323. Fat. Morgan said with a glare. I am not a politician, nor am first a Marine. We are engaged in news. As long as it is news, we can publicize it, and now this news is big news. This kind of big news is thousands of don't let it go. Hurry up and send all the news birds that can fly to deliver newspapers to all 4 major oceans in the world, as well as the front and back of the Grand Line. I understand, President. Everyone at the newspaper headquarters was mobilized by Morgans, and the video information sent from the front was copied and distributed to the branches all over the world, as well as the branches in the first half of the Grand Line. Countless news birds soared into the sky, carrying the shocking news that could scare people into silence flew into the sky and spread towards the whole world. Inform the people at the front and pay close attention to all Ron's movements. I have a hunch that he may bring us bigger news. Molns ordered with a burning gaze. The men under him stared at the boss. This has almost destroyed the naval headquarters. Boss, you still have a premonition that he will bring us bigger news. How is that possible? What? Go to work. Morgans waved his hand. BDBJ then came to his office and read the message sent from the front. The reason why Ron chased naval headquarters is to chasing the celestial dragons who insulted him. 2 of the 3 celestial dragons of the Rhodes family were killed by him, and the last one was rescued by Kizaru Admiral. Ron rode the waves all the way and chased him to the Marine headquarters. But at this time, the celestial dragons had been rushed back to Mariajoy. Morgans raised his head and looked out the window, his eyes filled with a strange look. So, Ron, will you chase Mariajoy? I'm looking forward to it. This is the real earth-shattering news. Then the fall of Marineford is even bigger news. That is the political center of the world government and the strongest rear area of mankind. And at the moment that Morgans was inexplicably looking forward to, Marineford was on the battlefield. Advertisement. Ron shook his head slightly. Is this the end? Too easy. The power of the Soul Storm was also beyond his expectation. It is indeed a skill that has been awakened by the max-level Conqueror's Haki. One word. Strong. In the original plot, Conqueror's Haki is not as powerful as the Sensing Color and the Armed Color. For the strong, it is just a troop-clearing skill. Even the red-haired one who is known as the strongest conquerors cannot use conquerors to defeat the same level strong ones. Because the powerful people at the same level are very powerful, it cannot be solved by just one conquerors. But Ron is different. To put it bluntly, for Ron now, everyone in this world is just a soldier, including the 4 emperors. His current strength is much higher than that of the 4 emperors. Even without Soul Storm, the full-level conquerors if Haki goes down, no one in this world can bear it. And why should we use Soul Storm at this moment instead of max-level conquerors? Because there are so many people. Ron estimated that 3 admirals plus a dozen powerful Marine Vice Admirals, including Sengoku, could only stun these people for a few minutes with ordinary Conqueror's Haki, but Soul Storm was different. This is the enhanced version of Conqueror's Haki, or the luxurious VIP upgraded enhanced version. Its power is terrifying to the extreme. Once the Soul Storm goes down, all the high-end power of naval headquarters will cease to exist. This is the Soul Storm. A terrifyingly powerful skill. But that Ron, he single-handedly defeated the entire naval headquarters. Lord Garp, can he really defeat Ron? Another timid sailor asked in a low voice. Hero Garp will definitely be able to defeat him. A sailor clenched his fists and encouraged himself and the other sailors around him. Advertisement. Just as Ron was about to cross the headquarters building, a roar came from the pier. I hope. The moment he used Soul Storm for the first time, Ron felt like a god descending into the mortal world. The feeling of controlling all life in the world was so fascinating. Is there anyone in this world who can defeat him? He still remembers the rescued celestial dragons. On the warship, countless sailors were frightened. Even though they were far away, they had seen how terrifying Ron was. With the 3 admirals joining forces, they were easily defeated by Ron. By the way, the group of Marine Vice Admirals all fell to the ground, and even Marine Marshal Sengoku also jumped on the street. Walking forward with his hands behind his back, he wanted to cross the naval headquarters and head towards Mariajoy. This Ron, what a terrible person he is. Even if the person he wants to kill escapes to the end of the world, Kakuzu can't escape. With 1000 points for all attributes, you can upgrade the system to the 4th level. Then you can add unlimited points. Then you can increase the soul storm to tens of millions. Ron muttered. Yes, Marine hero Garp will definitely be able to defeat this demon. Another Marine also nodded. Ron turned to look. Yes, there was a warship on the dock. On the bow of the warship stood a sturdy old man. The old man looked at Ron angrily. Ron, quote exclamation mark quote. We will definitely win. Hearing this, the first sailor to speak twitched his lips, but although he knew that the winning rate was slim and his eyes were desperate, he still persisted and said, even Roger, the pirate king back then, was chased by Lord Garp. In the world race, this Ron is definitely no match for Lord Garp. Chapter 232 Defeat Garp. The hero ends. Ron turned around and looked at Garp, who was coming with a calm face. His mind was calm and he didn't speak. Ron, Garp said in a deep voice as he walked towards Ron, do you know what you are doing? What am I doing? Ron laughed. Didn't you see everything? This is Marineford, the Marine headquarters. Garp said solemnly. No one has ever dared to do such a thing in this place. Garp came to the opposite side of Ron and passed by the place where the 3 admirals were lying. After checking for a while, he felt relieved. It's okay, he's not dead. Haki, Ron's room spirit made them rich. This level of Haki, simply unheard of. Garp was shocked in his heart, but his face remained calm at all. No one has done it before, that's because no one dares. Ron shrugged and said, I was a little brave, so I did it. You should know why I did it, right? Killing the celestial dragons, are you still justified? Of course Garp knew why Ron did this. The reason why Ron was chasing him all the way was because St. Charlos insulted him on the streets of Sabaody Archipelago, and then shot him ruthlessly. After killing St. Charlos, the celestial dragons died, causing shock to the world government and Marine, who sent a large number of personnel to encircle and suppress them. St. Roswald and his daughter then came to Ron again and insulted Ron again, causing him take action again. Ever since, the incident got out of hand and became more and more troublesome, until Ron chased him all the way to Malindo. But Garp never expected that Ron could defeat so many combat forces in Marineford with one person. Advertisement. You also know the reason for killing the celestial dragons. Ron spread his hands and said helplessly, it's not my fault. As the world's greatest swordsman, those short-sighted guys dared to confront me and insult me. Do you think I should keep them? Garp grinned. Normally, celestial dragons have a high status in this world. Let alone insulting people, even if they kill people on the street at will, no one dares to refute them. However, the guy in front of him is not an ordinary person, and so are those celestial dragons. What an idiot for provoking such a vicious person. Look, you can't refute it, right? Ron smiled and said, so, I am here to judge those disgusting guys from the perspective of justice. Justice. Garp raised his eyebrows. You, a pirate, talk to me about justice. Only Marine can represent justice in this world. That's ridiculous. Ron said disdainfully. Only fists can represent justice. First have defeated Marine now, so I am just. I will not accept any rebuttal. You. Garp's eyes widened. Why are you so shameless? Shameless. Ron's eyes widened as well. I, Ron, am known for my charity. How can you use the word shameless to describe me? Even if you are the hero Garp, you can't frame me like this. You have to tell me today. Tell me clearly, otherwise, I won't let you go. Truly shameless. Garp raised his finger and pointed at Ron, his fingers trembling and his eyes burning. He had never thought that there could be such a shameless person in this world. Don't talk nonsense, I still have to go on my way. Ron shook his head, looked at Garp seriously and said, are you here to see me off? Then let's say goodbye. After all, you must say goodbye after a long journey. These guys I also showed mercy. After all, I am a kind-hearted person, and there is absolutely no way I would kill innocent people indiscriminately. A-hole. Garp heard Ron's distorted and unrecognizable words and roared angrily, the devil is here to see you off. The news that you defeated naval headquarters has been spread. If something like this happens, first, Marine, how can I maintain my honor? Today, I will definitely defeat you and restore Marine's honor of justice. Please give me flowers. 0. Yes, we still want to fight. Ron snapped his fingers and said helplessly, then take action. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm in a hurry. If you don't use all your strength, you may not be able to survive in my hands. One move. Extremely arrogant. Garp was shocked. Although he said that Ron was arrogant, in fact, after seeing Ron defeat 3 admirals and so many Marine vice admirals from a distance, he didn't think Ron's words were arrogant at all. This guy really has the strength to say this. Advertisement. 0. Let's take action. Ron stood there leisurely and calmly, waiting for Garp to take action. Take the move. Garp took a deep breath, focused his eyes, clenched his fist suddenly, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Ron. Fist bone. The strongest iron fist. Garp punched out with both fists, and the huge fist turned into a black cannonball-like shadow, and hit Ron with an indomitable momentum. Wolf boxing technique. Punch. Ron just glanced at Garp's punch indifferently, and then punched lightly. Boom. Garp's figure flew out and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Ron clapped his hands, turned around and walked towards Mariajoy. This is impossible. Garp, Lord Garp, have you lost? Surprisingly, with just one move, I defeated Vice Admiral Garp. How can it be? No, I don't believe it. Only. Chapter 233 Momosuke and Hina. Lost Ron. Quickly, get to the shore quickly, Lord Garp, go and see if Lord Garp is okay. A Marine general shouted quickly. There are others, the 3 admirals, and those vice admirals. Another Marine colonel said tremblingly. And the marshal, I wonder how the marshal and the staff are doing. A group of people approached the dock and quickly arrived in front of the headquarters building. After checking, they breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 admirals and vice admirals, as well as the marshal and staff officer, he all just fainted and fell to the ground. They were not seriously injured. Several more large warships docked, and a group of people disembarked from the warships and came here. The Marine commander here's eyes lit up and he ran over quickly. Mr. Momosuke. The visitor was a tall woman wearing a marine coat. The woman had black hair and a solemn face. She glanced at the approaching Marine general and ignored him. Instead, she passed by the crowd and came directly to Ms. He, 687. After checking it carefully, he breathed a sigh of relief. I came back late. Momosuke pursed his lips and said, that guy can actually do this. Sir Vice Admiral. Behind Momosuke, there has been a beautiful woman with long pink-yellow hair. This woman's name is Porcas D. Hina, a colonel of the naval headquarters. She possesses the ability of Paramesh's black cell fruit and is a very powerful person. Colonel Marine. Hina, please arrange the people back to the headquarters building first. Momosuke waved his hand and said, unfortunately, although we rushed back urgently, we were still a little late. In this case, it won't be of much use if we come back early. Vice Admiral, don't blame yourself. Hina looked at the large Vice Admiral lying in the field, and there were 3 unconscious admirals, and smiled bitterly. 3 admirals have fallen. Even if we meet Ron, what will it do? Momosuke looked ugly when he heard this, but he had to admit it and nodded. On one side, the Marines were busy rescuing people, and on the other side, Ron was also rushing towards Mariajoy. There should be no problem in this direction. Ron jumped to a high altitude, looked at the surrounding scenery, aimed in a direction, and rushed out like lightning, waving his hand from time to time to open any door and rush on. Unfortunately, he had not gone there before. If you have ever been to Mariajoy, you can now reach the Holy Land instantly through any door. But now, he can only hurry on slowly, there is no other way to think of. Advertisement. No. After walking for a while, Ron looked at the familiar scenery around him and his face became a little ugly. Do you think I'm lost? Impossible. I'm not Zoro. How could I get lost? How is this possible? Ron scratched his head. After thinking about it, Ron still didn't know how to go Mariajoy, so he had no choice but to find another way. Go back to the Ark first and take a look. I don't know what's going on with Nami there, but I'm still a little worried. Ron decided to go back and take a look first. Anyway, he has been here before and can open any door at any time. A random door opened, and on the other side of the door was the deck of the Ark. Ron walked out of the random door and happened to see a tall girl lying on the deck. This looks a bit familiar. Ron's eyes flickered and he looked at this giant girl. Wasn't this the girl brought by the celestial dragons before? Brother Ron. A shout of surprise sounded. Ron turned around and saw a group of girls gathered around not knowing what they were doing. Aisha was the first to notice Ron's arrival. After all, she had observation Haki with her. Ron saw a group of people on the other side of the deck. Those were the Supernovas. At this moment, the Ark is traveling on the ocean, heading somewhere unknown. Before the coating was finished, something like this happened. It was impossible to go to the Fishmen Island, so where should we go? How are you doing here? Is there any danger? Seeing that many of the girls were together, Ron breathed a sigh of relief and asked. There's no danger. Kaya hurriedly ran over, and the other girls also looked over with happy faces. They were relieved to see Ron back safe and sound. There was a group of Marines who wanted to besiege us before, but they were defeated by Sister Nami. Kaya said to Nami. Nami. Ron looked at Nami and saw her wiping her nose proudly and smiling with her head held high, as if waiting for Ron's praise. Advertisement. Nami-chan is really awesome. Ron praised without hesitation. Awesome. Looking at Ron's thumbs up, Nami chuckled, waved her hands and said, it's a joke, it's a joke. What's going on with those guys? Ron asked, pointing to the Supernovas on the other side of the board. Oh, them. Nami glanced at the Supernovas and said, they were also surrounded by the Marines. They were about to be surrounded and suppressed, and then they came to ask for our help. Robin and I discussed it. There is strength in numbers. Big, help them. Where's their own ship? Ron frowned slightly. There were quite a few of those guys. Behind every Supernova was a pirate group. Now, the Ark was filled with crew members from the Supernovas. How could they fit in this group? Their ship. Look at the back. Nami pointed to the ocean behind. Ron turned around and saw that there were some damaged ships following behind, and the ships were already crowded with people. Many of their ships were destroyed by Marine. Now their captain is on our ship, preparing to discuss the next trip. Robin said. Aren't you going to go to the New World next? Ron asked. There are still many marine fleets patrolling the Sabaody archipelago. Robin shook his head. They probably don't dare to go back at this time. There are still marines on patrol. Ron touched his chin. Haven't those guys gotten the news that naval headquarters was defeated by him? Also, since he is so fast, the news cannot be delivered that quickly. The news of the fall of naval headquarters should not have spread yet. Once it spreads, those marine fleets will naturally rush back. Are you Captain Ron? Nice to meet you. At this time 4.0, the Supernovas not far away also walked over together. They naturally discovered Ron's arrival, although they were a little confused as to why Ron suddenly appeared. But I also knew in my heart that this might be one of Ron's devil fruit abilities. At this time, Ron returned. As the owner of the Ark and the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates, everyone in Supernova sought shelter on his ship, so they must come to see this boss. The speaker was a man wearing a hat, none other than Trafalgar Law. Arouge, Kira, Hawkins, Capone Beige and others are all here. Basically, all the Supernova leaders are here. Jewelry Bonnie is naturally also here. She looked at Ron with a strange look in her eyes. It was this man. They dared to take action against the Celestial Dragons. Although their supernova was almost destroyed because they were implicated, it was Nami and others who saved them in the end. Chapter 234 Surprise. Ron ran away with the Empress. The Ark was floating in the sea outside the Sabaody archipelago, followed by a group of damaged ships, all of which were pirates from all over the world. Aboard the Ark, Trafalgar Law seldom spoke. He was not the one who stood out among the supernovas before. He could just hang around behind, but now he has no choice but to stand out. His ship was severely damaged and can only sail on the sea. Having lost the ability to dive, he still hopes to find a place to repair it under the protection of the Ark. Ron looked at Luo and the group of supernovas, thought for a while, and didn't answer, just nodded slightly. Ron turned to look at the girls and Robin. Which of you knows how to get to Mariajoy? Robin, do you know? Mariajoy, I don't know. The girls all shook their heads. Basically no one had been to that place. Robin thought for a while and shook his head. This is troublesome. Ron scratched his head again. The reason why he came back was that he was worried about the safety of the girls. Now that he saw that the girls were safe and sound, he felt relieved. Secondly, was it because of himself? The problem of getting lost is that I want to come back and find someone to lead the way, but now no one among the girls knows the way, which is a bit bad. At this time, Ron's eyes moved, and he saw a ship sailing on the sea in the distance. Over there, Trafalgar Law and some other supernovas looked a bit unhappy. Although they were not as good as Ron, they were still the supernovas of this generation. They took the initiative to say hello but were ignored by Ron. Just when they were about to talk, Ron turned around and walked towards the side of the ship, stopping them in their tracks. Ron walked halfway, turned back to Robin and Nami and said, "Well, you can decide about the supernovas. I have other important things to be busy with." "What's going on, brother Ron?" Kaya asked. "You'll know later." Ron didn't say much. He walked to the side of the ship and looked at the sea in the distance, where a ship was sailing in the distance. "Hey, that's the sister's ship from before." Kaya looked at the ship and said in surprise. "Advertisement." "Yeah." Ron smiled and nodded. "Just wait for me here. I have one more thing to do. I'll be back after I finish it." "Okay, brother Ron, go and come back quickly. We'll wait for you to come back and have dinner together," Kaya said, clenching her fists. Ron nodded and jumped out of the air. While moving forward on the waves, he looked at the ship in the distance. That ship was the ship of the Nine Snakes pirates and the Empress Boa Hancock. Even if someone in Supernova knew about the matter of finding someone to lead the way, Ron would not ask them for help unless it was absolutely necessary. For no other reason than he didn't like to have a strong man with him. Now that he saw the Empress beside him, wouldn't it be nice to have a man with him? A beautiful woman is a million times better than a strong man. Ron came back as quickly as he left, leaving behind a bunch of embarrassed supernovas. The girls didn't feel any embarrassment because they knew that Ron could come back and leave at any time through any door. "Your Majesty, someone is coming." A female warrior on the lookout on the Nine Snakes pirate ship was suddenly startled when she saw Ron's figure walking on the waves on the sea. "Hurry up and report." "Who?" The Empress sat on Salome's snake body, lowering her head and thinking about things. At this time, the female warrior came to report and brought her back to her senses. "We don't know yet, but that direction seems to be where the Ark is." The female warrior said hesitantly, "And there seems to be only one person on the Ark who can walk on the sea." "I remember, there shouldn't be that guy on the Ark just now, right?" The Empress said in a deep voice. "Sister, didn't the news say before that that guy has the ability to go anywhere at will?" Sandersonia said. "I also remember this incident. The ability of the arbitrary door came from the devil fruit he obtained from a member of CP9 in the Water City. That fruit is called the door fruit. Originally, this ability was very poor and could only open a portal on a wall. But in the hands of Ron, he can open portals in all the places he has visited and teleport directly there. It is really a very powerful ability." Marigold couldn't help but sigh. When she saw this ability before, she thought she was dazzled. This kind of elusive ability is simply too. "Got it. I remembered." The Empress nodded, and then slowly stood up. She was not afraid of others coming, but this Ron was the only one. This guy was a shameless and level 3B ********* D. I don't know why he came here this time. Advertisement. Sister, be careful, this Ron is very powerful, we can't. Sandersonia wanted to remind the Empress. The Empress waved her hand and said, I know, don't worry, I know it. Of course the Empress knew how strong Ron was. She and the other two Shichibukai had seen Ron take action with their own eyes. Surrounded by so many Marines, the powerful presence of 5 CPOs, and those Marine members with good strength, in the end, although she didn't see Ron's battle with the pacifists, she felt the movement there when she left. This guy is as shameless as ever. His strength is not weak at all, he is even very strong. On the sea, a smiling Ron, dressed in white, came riding the waves. When he raised his head, he saw the Empress standing on the deck, and couldn't help but reveal a gentle and kind smile. Seeing this scene, the Empress on the deck felt a chill in her heart. This B********** D showed such a weird smile, which made her have a bad feeling. Could it be that he was planning to attack her again? Your Majesty, be careful. At this time, Ron, who came to the side of the Nine Snakes pirate ship, saw people coming from the air a little below his feet. The expressions of the female warriors changed, and they exclaimed loudly and issued a warning. Perfume femur. The Empress, expression moved and she immediately kicked out. Don't make trouble. Ron flicked the Empress's long legs away without using any force, then stretched out his arms and held her in his arms. A-hole, let go of your Majesty. Let go, sister. Damn it, Ron, what do you want to do? Ron ignored this and waved his hand to summon a random door, and the Empress got in. A group of female warriors watched the Amusement disappear on the deck. They were stunned for a while and looked at each other, looking at a loss. Chapter 235 The news spreads. The world is shocked. Ron left with the Empress, and the female warriors on the Nine Snakes pirate ship were like headless flies, not knowing what to do at all. Everyone, don't panic, don't make a mess. Sandersonia and Marigold quickly asked everyone to calm down. There can be no chaos at this time. That guy shouldn't do anything to my sister. Marigold said solemnly. Although this Ron is extremely hateful, I have never heard of him attacking a woman who is not an enemy. That's right, there are so many beautiful women in the Sword and Rose Pirates, that guy must be interested in our Majesty. A female warrior said thoughtfully. He is taking his Majesty away now, what should we do now? Another female warrior looked at Sandersonia and the two girls. These two girls are the sisters of the Empress. The three sisters are brothers and sisters, and their status is second only to the Empress on Nine Snake Island. Now that the Empress is not abducted, everyone on the ship can only listen to these two people. That's the Ark over there. Your Majesty must have been taken there. The female soldier in charge of the lookout said, pointing to the sea in the distance. Then turn around and move closer to the Ark. Sandersonia immediately gave the order. PFF'd. At this moment, a news bird flew in the sky and a newspaper fell down. This is. A female soldier picked up the newspaper and looked at it. She was immediately shocked and her eyes were so wide open that they almost fell out of their sockets. What's wrong? A female warrior next to her was surprised and couldn't help but ask strangely, what's going on? Has the news about Sabaody archipelago already spread? Is there a new newspaper? Sandersonia also saw the newspaper fall. Seeing the female warrior stunned on the spot, she couldn't help but walked over with her snake tail squirming. It should be the news that Ron killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody archipelago. This is big deal. This guy is really crazy. Uh-huh. All the female warriors nodded at Ron's title as madman. This guy dared to touch his Majesty before, and later he killed the celestial dragons on the Sabaody archipelago, and now he has snatched his Majesty away. He is nothing but a madman. The key is that this lunatic is so powerful that no matter what he does, others can't do anything to him, which makes people very angry. No, yes. The female soldier holding the newspaper stammered, pointing at the newspaper and speechless. What? Sandersonia frowned. Seeing the female warrior speechless, she couldn't help but take the newspaper in her hand and look down. At this look, she was also shocked. This isn't true, is it? Sandersonia looked at the newspaper blankly. Marigold also had such a ghostly expression when he saw Sandersonia, and immediately understood that the news in the newspaper was definitely not just about the Sabaody archipelago incident. Sure enough, when Marigold stretched out his head and took a look, he was stunned. The female warriors were extremely curious and gathered around. At first glance, they were all stunned. Advertisement. That Ron, he defeated all the combat forces of Naval Headquarters by himself. How can it be? Oh my god, that's Naval Headquarters Marineford. He chased him to Marineford. God, am I dreaming? Really, everyone on the Kuja pirate ship was stunned by Ron's horrific achievements. One can imagine how shocking what Ron did. On the other side of the Ark, there was also a news bird flying over. After a few newspapers fell, there was silence on the pirate ship of Takumi and the Supernovas that followed. After the deathly silence, there was a burst of noisy exclamations. This. Marineford has fallen. I'm a little dizzy, please let me take it easy. Well, that's the Naval Headquarters. There are countless Marines stationed there. There are 3 Marine Admirals, there are so many Vice Admirals, and unbelievable, because it's unbelievable. On the arc, where the supernovae are. That guy actually went to Marineford. He also defeated so many powerful enemies at naval headquarters. He is indeed a madman. Aruja's face twitched, and when he saw the news in the newspaper, he even felt a little trembling in his heart. Now it seems that we are no longer on the same level as him. Drake said solemnly. He has already been titled as one of the 5 emperors before. Although he has not gone to the New World, he has no title for the new emperor. People dare to disagree, but now it seems that I think the 5 emperors statement is still low. This kind of thing. Hira looked around and said. This kind of thing, let alone the 4 emperors. Even the former pirate King Roger couldn't do it, right? 10 people suppressed the naval headquarters.
It's like a myth. It's terrible. Trafalgar Law shook his head, and then looked at the newspaper in silence. If I also have such a powerful power, why can't I seek revenge from Doflamingo? Ron. Hawkins held a fortune-telling card in his trembling hands, trying to predict what Ron would do next. But at this moment, he couldn't help but turn red, and a trace of bloodline flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Even if the scarecrow fruits stand and even the power cannot stop such a terrifying backlash. Hawkins, there's no need to divine Ron's things anymore. Jewelry shook his head. This guy also said before that he couldn't divine Ron's things. This time he was shocked by the big thing Ron did and wanted to divine again. Ron, let's see the results. Is this backlash coming for you? Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Jewelry looked at the news in the newspaper with a complex expression.
No one could remain calm after reading such earth-shattering news. As one of the 3 major forces on the Grand Line, she is even the most powerful among the 3 major forces.
Marine, the power of its headquarters is absolutely terrifying. The newspaper did mention the defense force of the naval headquarters. There are 3 Marine admirals, 17 Marine vice admirals, plus countless sailors.
There are many generals among these sailors. These generals can all they have learned Marine fighting skills and swordsmanship, and some have even learned Marine 6 styles, including some demon fruit power.
But even so, naval headquarters was still crushed by Ron alone. Yes. Crush. What a powerful force this is. Jewelry seriously doubts that Ron is not a human at all. How can a human have such a powerful power? This is already a level of power far beyond Whitebeard. In the past, Whitebeard was called the strongest man in the world, which was recognized by the world, but now, the strongest person in the world can only be this person, Ron. On the other side, Nami, Robin, Vivi, Kaya and others also saw the news. Compared with the shock of the supernovas, the girls were not too surprised. After all, they had been with Ron for a long time and knew how powerful Ron was, powerful. But the girls never expected, he actually killed Marineford, which amused Zhao. The key is that one person suppressed Marineford and suppressed all the combat power of naval headquarters. This is a bit scary. Brother Ron is indeed the best. Kaya cheered happily, and Abis and Aisha also cheered beside her. It's so powerful, Khalifa said with a complex expression. This guy has done much more than me. Nami's mouth twitched. She originally thought that she was very powerful in defeating a large marine force in Sabaody archipelago. Well, here Ron actually defeated naval by himself. Headquarters served it, it's simply incomparable. Ron, Robin muttered. The other girls were also reading the newspapers with excitement. At the same time, this issue of the newspaper was also spread to major places around the world by newsbirds. The whole world was shocked by this news and was speechless. Marineford, that's the naval headquarters, and it was actually taken over by one person? This news caused an uproar all over the world, and the newspaper was sold like crazy. Seeing this, Morgans quickly asked the major branches to step up printing. Chapter 236. Take the Empress to kill the celestial dragons. Ron didn't care about the world's shock. His current target is Mariajoy. He said he wants to kill the celestial dragons, so he must kill them. Tianyahai Kakuzu can't escape. Damn you B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Although during this period, she had developed some affection for Ron because of his actions against the celestial dragons in Sabaody archipelago, she could not ignore him as a B******************. D. The point of action. Ron smiled slightly, took away his movable hand, and let go of the Empress. To be honest, the figure holding the Empress does not fit well. This woman is very tall, even a little taller than Ron. Ron is close to 1.8 meters tall, and the Empress is at least 1.85 to 1 meter tall. With Ju and the pair of red high heels, the two of them stood together. It looked like the Empress was a head taller than Ron. Where is this place? Seeing that there was a dense forest around her, the Empress frowned. She didn't understand why Ron would bring her to such a place. Could it be that he finally couldn't help it anymore and was going to take action against her? What? The Empress was angry. She didn't like men in the first place. Ron had been scornful of her before, and she had a very bad feeling towards Ron. If Ron hadn't killed the celestial dragons, she might have actually attacked Ron with Marine. 390 and now, he is so bold that he directly rammed into the Nine Snakes pirate ship and kidnapped himself in public. Is this guy so lawless? No, it should be said that he is so bold. Hey, what are you thinking about? Ron looked at the Empress's eyes and knew what she was thinking. Are you kidding? Am I that kind of person? Isn't it? The Empress looked at Ron with disgust. Have you forgotten what you did to me before? Before? Ron immediately thought of his previous encounter with the Empress, and couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, as if he was reminiscing about the original taste. B*************. The Empress gritted her teeth when she saw this. If she couldn't beat him, she would have wanted to twist this pervert's head off right now. Ahem. Ron coughed, and then said with a serious face. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. I brought you here this time, not because I want to do anything to you, but there are more important things. Advertisement, I don't believe it. The Empress sneered at this. This guy only has dirty things in his mind. I really can't figure out why this guy has such a strong strength, it's simply incomprehensible. Don't believe me? Ron raised his eyebrows. It seems you don't know the news about Marineford yet, but forget it, let's get back to the business. I'm going to Mariojoy, but I don't know the way. I remember you should know how to get to Mariojoy. Take me there. Me? How could I know? The Empress's complexion changed, and there was a faint look of pain in her eyes. I know something about you. Ron came to the Empress and said with a gentle face. My observation Haki has awakened a special skill that can predict some things. I know almost everything about you and your two sisters in Mariojoy. Clearly, there is also the mark on your back. Hearing this, the Empress trembled suddenly, and her delicate and beautiful face became a little distorted, as if she remembered something terrible. No, don't say it. The Empress screamed hysterically at Ron, squatted on the ground weakly, covered her face and cried bitterly. She has always been strong and domineering, but her heart is actually extremely weak. She hides the pain deep in her heart and tries not to let herself think of it. She is now the king of a country and is responsible for the entire Amazon Lily. If she is the celestial dragons learn that she is an escaped slave, not to mention that Shichibukai's position is not secure, and even the entire Amazon Lily will suffer. If she couldn't defeat Ron, she would definitely kill him now to keep this long-hidden secret. No need for pain. Ron walked to the side of the Empress, BDBF, calmly, touched her hair gently, then pulled her up and said seriously, I have defeated Naval Headquarters Marineford just now. Now, I am going to Mariojoy to hunt down the celestial dragons who insulted me. Are you willing to take me there? Go to Mariojoy to hunt down the celestial dragons? The Empress suddenly raised her head and looked at Ron in shock. She didn't even have time to wipe the tears on her face, but looked at Ron a little dull. Going to Mariojoy to hunt down the celestial dragons? This kind of thing really happened? And, what did he just say? Has he defeated Naval Headquarters Marineford? Okay, let's go. While in midair, Ron opened any door and rushed in that direction. Of course I'm going to kill the celestial dragons. I can take care of the celestial dragons family that originally enslaved you. But I need you to help me identify them. I don't know those garbage, Ron said. Advertisement. The Empress's mind is in chaos. Ron looked at the Empress calmly. As for the position of Shichibukai, the Empress stared at Ron. Is your sword and rose still missing someone? The Empress looked at Ron and said word by word, as long as you really go to kill the celestial dragons. Ron's speed was extremely fast, and after only about 10 minutes, the two of them arrived in front of a huge city. Lead the way. Ron hugged the Empress' slender waist, and the two of them were high in the air. This is a dense forest on the red line behind Marineford. I need you to help me guide the direction to Mariojoy. The Empress did not have any dissatisfaction with Ron hugging her this time. Instead, she looked around. After looking at the surrounding scene, she pointed in a direction and said, There, that's the direction of Mariojoy. Hearing this, Ron smiled. You can stay here and I will go in alone, but if you really go in with me, your Shichibukai position will be lost. Have you decided? When the Empress heard this, her heart suddenly shook. Go. I'll take you to Mariojoy. I'll go with you. The Empress looked at Ron seriously. I want to personally watch the celestial dragons die. You can kill as many as you can. I also want you to help me find the celestial dragons who once imprisoned our sisters. Where is the dragon's family? I want to kill them myself. Will you accompany me, Mariojoy? Even if the Shichibukai position is not guaranteed? Ron asked again. Such a thing. Looking at this huge and luxurious city, the Empress' eyes were full of hatred. Go now. The Empress said immediately. Chapter 237. The whole world is shocked. Ron went to Mariojoy. At this moment, Mariojoy does not know that disaster is about to befall this beautiful metropolis. The city is still quiet and peaceful. On the streets, hooded celestial dragons were walking on chariots pulled by slaves on their knees. From time to time, they would swing their whips to beat the slaves' bodies, and traces of blood appeared on the slaves' bodies.
Those slaves were both male and female. Some were angry but did not dare to speak. They could only grit their teeth and crawl forward in pain. Some lowered their heads and were silent, their eyes full of hatred that they dared not reveal, and most of them had indifferent eyes. His body was covered with crisscrossing scars, and he was obviously full of despair for life.
Celestial dragons occasionally met acquaintances, and they all chatted with smiles. Some were discussing how their newly bought slaves were doing, some were discussing how much more heavenly gold each major country had contributed, and some were making agreements with each other. Find out the time for the next cocktail party. Different from the peaceful scene on the street, in the large conference hall of world government, the 5 elders sat at the top and some participants sat below. Due to time constraints, there were not many participants. There was silence in the conference hall, everyone lowered their heads and no one spoke. Everyone. One of the 5 elders took a deep breath and said, Silence cannot solve the problem. Regarding the big pirate Ron, we must discuss a plan. Hearing this, everyone below raised their heads and looked at each other. Their expressions were a little bad, but no one spoke. Ahem. An official below coughed and said, "You adults, please make up your mind, we'll just listen." Cutting guy. The other officials participating in the meeting murmured to themselves, but nodded in agreement. About Ron. The pudgy five elders looked gloomy. This guy has been getting more and more restless recently. Not only did he dare to kill the celestial dragons, he even hit the naval headquarters. The key is that he was alone. It defeated all the combat power of the naval headquarters. We must pay more attention to this matter. If we don't control it, maybe one day we will have trouble with Mariajoy. Impossible. Everyone below shook their heads immediately. Mariajoy. No one has dared to cause trouble in Mariajoy for hundreds of years. Well, although the fishman came to make trouble many years ago, it was only a small matter and only a small part was released. They were just slaves and did not have any big impact on Mariajoy. The participants below shook their heads, and several other five elders also shook their heads. No matter how bold Ron was and dared to challenge naval headquarters alone, he would never have the courage to bring trouble to Mariajoy. It was absolutely impossible. This has been the center of world government for 800 years. How could something like that happen? Advertisement. As for Ron, I would like to make a suggestion. The tall five elders spoke. This guy's strength is indeed extraordinary. The threat to us has exceeded that of Whitebeard. Well, it is even close to the threat level of the revolutionary dragon. The only difference is what's more, he is one person. Even if his pirate group is included, the number is not large, and it is far less influential than Long. However, just because of his personal strength, we are somewhat suppressed. Personal strength, this is a problem. According to the news from Marineford, even the three admirals working together are no match for him. The tall and thin five elders scratched their heads.
And Shichibukai, during the Sabaody archipelago incident, all members of the CPO who went there were killed. Only one member of the Rhodes family escaped, and the Marine force was completely defeated.
However, none of the three people present at Shichibukai took action. Could it be that these guys, have they forgotten that the seven warlords of the sea are a subordinate organization of the world government? The short and fat five elders said angrily. Shichibukai. Huh, those guys can just take advantage of the situation. Count on them? Impossible, another five elders snorted. So, what measures should we take against Ron? An official below asked cautiously. Yes, he is too strong. One person can be equal to an army, or even stronger. This is not easy to handle. Another official shook his head and said, none of us should be able to do it one-on-one. Defeat him, right? No. Others shook their heads immediately. Just kidding. One person can crush naval headquarters. The world government doesn't have such strong people. Even if the four emperors come together, it is impossible to defeat the entire Marineford defense in the face of the three admirals and so many vice-admirals. It is absolutely impossible. As for the issue of individual strength, I have a suggestion. One of the five elders raised his head and said, we also have a lot of devil fruit stored. We can take some out appropriately and give them to powerful personnel to use to improve their strength and cope with the situation. Ron, the increasingly powerful pirates, and the trial of Ace can also be speeded up. If it hadn't been for Ron's incident this time, Ace's trial would have been scheduled. Yes, but we still need to carefully discuss the people who use devil fruit. The five elders were discussing, and on the other side, in an alley in Mariajoy, several figures were gathering. How are the preparations going? A man wearing sunglasses, who seemed to be the leader, was asking the subordinate next to him. Director, we are all ready. We will complete the tasks handed down by President Morgans wholeheartedly, a man responded seriously. Well, that's good. The man in sunglasses nodded. You know, this mission was personally assigned by Lord Morgans, so there must be no mistakes. Yeah, everyone nodded. Advertisement, however, one of them said with some confusion. But Mr. Supervisor, this is Mariajoy, that kind of thing can really happen. Shut up, we just need to do our own thing. The supervisor reprimanded. If it doesn't happen, forget it. If it does, we must get first-hand news. How are the live phone bugs prepared? Everything is ready, and several of them are prepared, and they also have cameras to prevent the phone bugs from being affected during the battle. A person said, patting the camera on his shoulder. 0. Very good. Everyone should go and take your places. The supervisor waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. Then he looked at the deserted alley and sighed. Oh, I don't know if the big thing the president said will happen, I hope not. Outside of Mariajoy, Ron also officially arrived at the gate. At the gate of Mariajoy, a group of strong guards were standing at the door, staring at the people entering and exiting with vigilant eyes, and everyone must be carefully inspected. Hey, the two people over there, come and check. A guard saw Ron and the Empress walking in the distance. His eyes lit up because he had already seen the beautiful Empress, and then he roared in his heart. Ron looked over expressionlessly. He wasn't here for an outing, he was here to kill people and cause trouble. Then, a sword light shot up into the sky, and blood suddenly appeared. All the guards at the city gate fell into a pool of blood. The people who were waiting in line to enter the city were stunned for a moment, and then fled in panic. In the city of Mariajoy, the newspaper staff who were preparing suddenly lit up. Here they come. The live broadcast phone was turned on, and the scene at the city gate was immediately broadcast to the whole world through live broadcast. People all over the world were a little confused at first, but when they saw the scene on the screen, they were suddenly horrified. That was, the man who was killing in the holy city of Mariajoy was, Ron. Ron, He went to Mariojoy? Oh my god, I am not dreaming, am I? This. Sir. Chapter 238 The Holy Land is stained with blood. The whole world was shocked. When people around the world saw the live broadcast screen, the whole world almost fell silent. No matter it was the world, the Grand Line, or other parts of the Red Line, everything was silent. Even the New World and 4 Emperors, the most powerful pirate forces, are silent. Kill Mariojoy, something even the 4 Emperors can't do. No, it should be said that this is something that even the Pirate King cannot do. What Roger, One Piece, couldn't do, now, at this moment, Ron can do it. He came, arrived Mariojoy, and as soon as it appeared, it was a flash of blood, and it rushed into Mariojoy, the political center of the world government, the holy place of the entire world. So, under the attention of the world, Ron came to Mariojoy with his arms around the tall and beautiful Empress in his left hand. Seeing the bloody light emerging and the body falling to the ground, Empress, 897's expression remained unchanged. Looking at the tall city walls and majestic buildings of Mariojoy, it seemed that she was reminded of the painful memories, which made her look a little ugly. Don't think too much, just watch. Ron shook his head calmly towards the Empress, then walked through the huge city gate and headed straight towards the avenue inside Mariojoy. On the avenue, people nearby saw what happened here and started to run away screaming. Ron ignored the ordinary people, but when he saw the celestial dragons wearing hoods, he gently waved the 3rd-generation Guiche. Under the flash of sword light, a person's head fell to the ground and rolled. These celestial dragons never understood until their death how they could be killed in Mariojoy, the political center of the world government. The slaves under the celestial dragons looked up blankly. Their stiff and numb heads had not yet recovered for a while, but they saw Ron dragging a long knife with a cold light and passing by with the Empress in his arms. Only after looking at the dead celestial dragons' heads aside did these slaves come back to their senses. Died? Murmured a slave with a chain around his neck. Really dead? Another slave trembled and was a little confused for a moment. The celestial dragons who imprisoned them are dead. What should they do now? Run, run. A clever slave stood up immediately, dragging the chain and ran towards the door. Advertisement. One person attracted a group of people, and other slaves started to take action. With such a good opportunity, how could they not run away? Before leaving, all the slaves looked back. I glanced at the figure of the young man in white. The figure was not tall. He had a tall woman in his arms, and he rushed into Mariojoy without restraint, entering the most strict place in the world. That man is so great, I remember. Thank you, great stranger. I must inquire about such a big matter after I go out. You will be my lifelong benefactor. Ron ignored the thoughts of these slaves. The escape of these slaves had no relevance to him. He came to kill the celestial dragons, not to free the slaves. This is just incidental. The gratitude of the slaves has no effect on Ron. Ron moved forward step by step. His speed was not slow, for him. After seeing the celestial dragons, it was too easy to kill those weak and uninterested guys with just a swing of his sword. Their heads fell to the ground and blood splashed everywhere. Hancock. Ron walked for a while and killed some more celestial dragons wandering on the street. He turned to look at the Empress on one side and asked, "Do you still remember the location of the celestial dragons family where you 3 sisters were imprisoned? Let's deal with them first, and then go find the remnant of the celestial dragons of the Rhodes family." Remember. The Empress nodded fiercely. No matter what, I will never forget it no matter how much time has passed. Guide the way. Ron nodded. So, the Empress showed the way, and Ron took her in a certain direction.
Along the way, I don't know how many celestial dragons were killed by Ron. Ron didn't count them. He simply estimated that at least several hundred celestial dragons died under his sword.
Every time she saw a celestial dragons fall to the ground and die, the Empress let out a fierce sigh in her heart. From time to time she looked at the handsome face of the young man beside her. The Empress' heart seemed to be melting, and her opinion of Ron was getting better and better, and she couldn't help but feel deep in her eyes. A hint of fascination emerged. Here we are, the Andrew family. Along the way, Ron stopped in front of a luxurious manor. The Empress looked at the manor, and the hatred in her heart almost reached a certain point. Come on, let's go in. You can do it yourself later and kill these garbage that give you painful memories. Ron smiled slightly, swung his knife, cut off the door of the manor, and led the Empress into the manor. Ron and the two went in. Behind them, the streets along the way were covered with corpses. Almost all of these corpses were celestial dragons, and there were also some sky people bodyguards. As for the slaves, they were all gone. It's so amazing. At the entrance of the alley, the newspaper staff carrying the camera trembled. Advertisement. It's terrible. Another newspaper member holding a camera phone was also shocked. Really, we really killed Mariojoy, President. The President is really good at predicting things. The key is. This is such a big deal. A member of the newspaper staff next to him kept wiping his sweat. This is Mariojoy, the holy place of world government, my god. I can't imagine. The newspaper member holding the camera trembled. I don't know what people around the world will think when they see these videos. Moreover, do we, our newspaper, really have no problem reporting such news? Although the president of our newspaper is Mr. Morgans, the biggest force in the world is still world government. It should be said that the biggest backstage of the newspaper is also the celestial dragons. Is it really appropriate for us to do this? A member of the newspaper some concerns. Ignore these for now, and you have to know that such a major event, even if we don't report it, can we still hide it? A member said solemnly. We only need to be responsible for the live broadcast, and leave the rest to Mr. Morgans. Understood. At the same time, everyone around the world watching this scene was stunned. The whole world is shocked. How many celestial dragons did Ron kill along the way? Well, that's celestial dragons. 3.8 He is a world noble and the most noble person in the world. In 800 years, no one has dared to do such an earth-shattering thing. Not satisfied with killing 2 celestial dragons in Sabaody archipelago, he actually killed Mariajoy. After we reached Mariajoy, we continued to kill all the way and cut down a whole street. The streets were filled with corpses of celestial dragons. Looking at the corpses one after another, people all over the world were trembling. Something big happened. Crazy, really crazy. This Ron. I can't describe it in words. He is absolutely a man 100 times more fierce than Roger. It's so scary, everyone, remember, never, ever mess with anyone related to Ron. Never mess with the Sword and Rose pirates. This is a man. It's so cruel. Chapter 239. The strong men all over the world are silent. People from all over the world, whether it's the 4 oceans or the Grand Line, all looked at the scene on the screen in shock. Alabasta, in the palace, looking at the image emitted by the phone bug, King Cobra looked shocked, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. He is very lucky now. Fortunately, his ancestors quit the ranks of celestial dragons and did not live in Mariajoy. Otherwise, their family may all die at Ron's hands now. In the City of Water, Iceberg and Frankie looked at the streets on the screen in shock, looking at the corpses scattered all over the streets. They were all the corpses of the world's noble celestial dragons. This guy is so crazy. Bingshan said solemnly. Fortunately we didn't provoke him in the first place. We are so lucky. Frankie's mouth twitched. He remembered that he still owed Ron a debt of 200 million belly. He quickly thought in his mind that he had to hurry up to raise all the money and return it to him. This kind of lunatic must not be messed with. Sabaody archipelago. After the Marines got the news and rushed back to Marineford, the 13 pirates and people on the island also gathered to watch this shocking scene that was rare to see in 800 years. Everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. On the Ark, a half-human-sized phone bug played the scene of Mariajoy. The girls on Ron's ship were also shocked by Ron's actions. No one spoke for a moment. Even the Supernovas who were watching were silent, their eyes full of shock. The chasing female warriors of the 9 Snakes pirates also came to the Ark. They originally thought that the Empress was here, but they found that the Empress was not there, and instead saw this scene. When Sandersonia and Marigold saw this, they were trembling and extremely excited. They finally knew where Ron had taken the Queen. It turned out that Queen Mariajoy had lost the place that gave them nightmares. He took his sister to kill the celestial dragons. Sandersonia's eyes were full of excitement. Yes, it's great, it's really great, well done. Marigold clenched her fist and waved it excitedly. It's great, those celestial dragons really deserve to be killed. Great, I have changed my feelings towards Ron now. You see, he is a good man. Well, good man. Sandersonia nodded fiercely. They knew that their sister Hancock was definitely more excited than the two of them at the moment. Ron took her to Mariajoy to witness the demise of the celestial dragons. For the 3 sisters, this was a gift more valuable than anything else. Being able to witness it with their own eyes, nothing makes them happier than seeing the celestial dragons die in front of them. Even they were so excited across the screen. You can only imagine what the Empress would be feeling at the scene. And in Marineford, most of the people who were shocked by Ron's soulstorm have not yet woken up. 3 admirals, 17 vice admirals, as well as Commander Crane and Marshal Sengoku are all in a coma. Advertisement marine hero Garp came to his senses, but he was seriously injured and unable to move. He could only watch this scene with a gloomy face and had no choice. Vice Admiral Garp, what should we do now? Momosagi respectfully asked Garp for advice. At this time, their entire Marineford fell, and 99% of their peak combat power was still in a coma. The only 2 vice admirals present were her and Garp. As for some other vice admirals, they are far away in other places and have not been able to come back yet, so they have no effect at all. Ahem. Garp coughed. He was hit hard by Ron's light punch. Now he can't do strenuous exercise at all. He could only say reluctantly, "You, take someone over. Mariajoy was attacked. We Marine can't ignore it."
You bring people to support that guy. You will act according to the situation.
Pay attention to your own safety, understood? Momosagi nodded solemnly, turned around and left with Hina, came outside, gathered a large group of people, and started rushing towards Mariajoy. However, when they arrive, they won't know if Ron is still there or not. New World. Dressrosa, the land of fields. Doflamingo and a group of subordinates were gathering here. The leaders of the poker corps under him looked solemn and said nothing. Doflamingo himself also looked gloomy, looking at the figure on the screen with twinkling eyes. His subordinates Gladius, Jorah, Mahabe and others wanted to speak, but Doflamingo suddenly sighed and waved his hand, not letting them speak. Even Sugar, who had special abilities, just pursed her lips. She felt that her ability had a chance to deal with Ron, but this chance and hope were also very slim. This guy was too powerful. Baby 5 and Snow Girl Monet had a strange look on their faces. This boy really shocked them. Such people are really unheard of and unseen, but now, they really see it. I hope the young master will not be an enemy of this Ron. Yukiana thought silently in her heart. Although she had full confidence in Doflamingo, the boy on the screen in front of her was too pervert. Simply unimaginably powerful, the territory of 4 emperors. The red-haired man had already returned to the territory he ruled, and he, along with Beckman and other crew members, watched Ron's horrific act in silence. Advertisement, I'm not as good as him. The red-haired man whispered and shook his head. Beckman smiled bitterly and sighed. In the territory of Kaido of the Beasts, Kaido was speechless and silent as he watched this scene. Although he often tried to commit suicide, he never had the courage to go to Mariajoy to commit suicide. And Ron did it. Not only did 513 arrive, but they also went on a killing spree in Mariajoy, killing everyone. This guy is simply not human. Even the forces of Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and all her children were silent.
The Whitebeard pirates, several team captains, countless crew members, and Whitebeard himself were all silent. After a while, Whitebeard sighed. Today's young people are really amazing. I'm old. Dad, let's not compete with this pervert. Phoenix Marco couldn't help but said. There is something wrong with this guy. Really, with such a strong strength, there is absolutely something wrong. Not bad. Diamond Josie also nodded. It's terrible, this kind of strength is unimaginable. Stronger than me. Whitebeard nodded calmly and said. Not to mention my current body, even I couldn't do this in my prime. He should be the strongest man in the world. Dad. Everyone looked at Whitebeard with complicated expressions. Although they were unwilling to accept it, they had to admit that Ron was indeed stronger than Whitebeard now. Because Ron's current record can already crush anyone in the world. One man suppressed the naval headquarters, killed Mariajoy, and hundreds of celestial dragons were killed. This, for everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, this is also an incredibly shocking achievement. Chapter 240 Successful Revenge. The Empress returns home. Mariajoy, inside the manor of Andrew. Ron led the Empress into this luxurious manor, and was immediately discovered by the people in the manor. Because Ron moved so fast, no one here could notice what was happening on the street. From the time Ron entered Mariajoy until now, less than 10 minutes have passed. In such a short period of time, Ron estimates that Mariajoy's defense mechanisms have not yet been fully activated, but the 5 elders, the city guards, and the CP organizations major organizations should also know about it. They are definitely on their way here now. But it's too late now, or it's useless to come. No one can stop his actions today, and no one will be able to show his face if he comes here. Who are you? How dare you break into the Andrew family's manor? Are you looking for death? A middle-aged man who looked like a butler appeared in front, glared at Ron and yelled, followed by a group of strong bodyguards and servants. Seeking death. Ron raised his brows and swung out his sword. The sword light flashed and a bunch of heads rolled to the ground. Let's go in. Ron pulled the Empress, past the bodies of the butler and the bodyguards and servants, and headed towards the huge portal. When he came to the door, he kicked out and broke the gorgeous door into pieces. Under the huge force, the fragments flew towards the room, and several screams came from the room. Ron thought, don't be killed by the fragments of the door. This is garbage left to be slaughtered by the Empress herself. When I entered the door, I saw several ugly-looking celestial dragons lying in the room, 3 men and 1 woman, 2 young male celestial dragons, a middle-aged man, and a middle-aged woman. They should be Andrew's family. The Andrew family, do you still remember me? When the Empress saw these 4 people, she immediately glared at them and said. Who are you? The middle-aged man glared at the 2 of them equally. After hearing the Empress's words, he became even more furious. Untouchables, how dare you break into the celestial dragon's mansion and seek death? Hey, father, this woman looks familiar. The 2 young celestial dragons reluctantly climbed up from the ground and looked at the beautiful Empress. Their eyes lit up. The Empress's current appearance was somewhat different from that of her childhood. Although the Empress's appearance as a child was also she was very beautiful, but she was incomparable with now. At that time, the Empress was a slave in the Andrew family. She was just the object of torture and play by these people, and was not treated as the same thing at all. Advertisement. And the current Empress, with her beautiful face and peerless appearance, naturally attracted the attention of the 2 sons of Andrew's family. You are. Andrew Street frowned, and then suddenly said, I remembered, you are the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, one of the Shichibukai. Damn woman, you dare to break down the door of my house, you are looking for death. What? My dear, this woman looks familiar. The middle-aged woman next to Andrew looked at the Empress ferociously and said, I remember, she seems to be one of the 3 slaves who escaped from our family before. Do you remember? It was when the fishman tiger freed the slaves. It's her, I remembered it. Andrew said immediately. They seem to be 3 sisters. They were the slaves we finally bought, but they escaped because of Tiger's actions. Okay. You still dare to come back, even if you are Shichibukai, I can make you a slave again, You were so arrogant when you were about to die. Ron shook his head indifferently, turned to the Empress and said, hurry up and do it, we are in a hurry, we have to go somewhere else later. Yes. The Empress nodded heavily, then looked at the 4 members of the Andrew family with a sneer, walked away, and came to the 4 people. When the other party still wanted to speak, she had already raised her foot to kick. After several screams, the 4 celestial dragons were beaten half to death by the Empress. Finally, under the attack of Perfume Femur, they all turned into stones and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of stone fragments. Ha ha ha, finally, I finally got my revenge. The Empress cried with joy, almost crying and laughing at the same time. After a while, the Empress calmed down and regained her composure. She took a deep breath and turned to look at Ron. Thank you, Ron, thank you very much for allowing me to take revenge. No need to say thank you. Ron smiled and said, don't forget what you said before. Your identity has been exposed by coming here with me, and your position as Shichibukai cannot be saved. When you go back, join Sword and Rose. I want to be in my under the shock, no one dares to do anything to Amazon Lily. Unless he wants to die. Yes, the Empress smiled sweetly, showing a bright smile. The smile was full of relief, and the painful memory in her heart also faded a lot. Everything seemed to be getting better. She liked this feeling very much. Let's go. The two of them turned around and left. As for whether there were other slaves in this huge manor, Ron didn't need to worry about it. The leader of this city guard was the leader of the city guard. His face was as gloomy as ice, but there was a trace of fear in his eyes. It was obvious that he had learned who was killing people in Mariajoy. Rumble. Advertisement. Audiences from all over the world who watched through the live broadcast also felt the same way. All the soldiers took the order and looked at the gate of the manor with solemn expressions holding weapons. Instead of taking the risk of getting close, it's better to wait outside for him to come out. Quote. Surround the door, raise your weapon and aim it at the door. Once someone comes out, shoot him immediately. The leader of the city guard ordered in a cold voice. At this moment, there was a rumble in the street not far away, and groups of city guards ran over with weapons in hand and surrounded the door of Andrew's manor. This demonic being actually killed Mariajoy. He had just received news that the terrifying pirate had leveled the naval headquarters alone. Not only the soldiers were worried, but even the newspaper staff carrying cameras and telephones were covered in sweat. Snap, snap. At the door of the silent manor, there was a sound of footsteps, which was clearly heard. Outside the manor, everyone in the newspaper office was flexing their heads. They wanted to know what was going on inside the manor, but they didn't dare to rush in. If the killer saw them, wouldn't it be unfair to be killed by him? Come out. The moment the Sea Guard leader saw Ron and the Empress appearing, he immediately shouted, shoot, shoot them all. They don't dare get too close to Ron. The order from the five elders asked him to use all his strength to stop Ron's killing spree. Li Zhao's this, how could he stop it? The sound of footsteps was like stepping on everyone's heart, which made people feel heart-wrenching. Clear. Chapter 241 The End of Celestial Dragons. Kill Mariajoy. Bang bang bang. After a burst of random gunfire, everyone looked over intently. I saw black bullets all over the sky floating out of thin air, floating in midair, and being fixed in midair by an invisible force, unable to move. Ron's expression remained unchanged, and the Empress leaned against Ron's side with a delicate look on her face. Her face was rosy, and she looked at Ron infatuatedly, as if she didn't even notice the many enemies outside. Ron activated Conqueror's Haki and stopped all the incoming bullets. He glanced indifferently at the many soldiers on the opposite side and snorted. Brush brush brush. All the bullets flew back in unison. Ah! After a burst of screams, hundreds of soldiers fell to the ground spattered with blood, twitching and motionless. Damn it! Conqueror's Haki. The leader of the city guard said fiercely. I didn't expect his Haki to be so strong, it can even bounce bullets back. Chief, what should we do now? The men next to him said with fear as they looked at Ron not far away. Whatever else you can do, come to me, close combat. I don't believe there are so many people who can't kill him. The leader of the city guard took the lead and drew out the long knife from his waist, waved his hand suddenly, and led everyone towards Ron to kill him. Past. This. Although everyone behind them was afraid, the leader rushed over first, so how could they feel lagging behind? So, after everyone saw that guns were unable to deal with Ron, they all held weapons and shot 393 at Ron. It's amazing. Over there, the newspaper staff carrying the camera said excitedly, did you see that scene just now? So many bullets were bounced back. You see, that's the high-end application ability of Conqueror's Haki, which ordinary people can't use. Another newspaper staff holding a phone also said excitedly, we have to shoot this battle carefully and pay attention. This is a live broadcast in the world. Quote. Understood. Everyone nodded and pointed their cameras and phone bugs at the battlefield. In the battlefield. Advertisement. Ron was quite speechless as he looked at the nymphomaniac-looking Empress beside him, with a black line on his forehead. Hey, we're fighting, can you step away a little bit? Ron pushed the Empress who was leaning against him. Fighting is all about fighting, can't you deal with these little minions? The Empress pouted, hugging Luo En's arms tightly with both hands, not wanting to relax at all. Ron scratched his head. This woman, before he was taken down, still looked like a cold and beautiful Haki, how could she become like this now? Look over there, have you seen that camera? Ron pointed to the newspaper staff not far away and said, they are broadcasting live. Our current appearance is seen by people all over the world. You are like this. Is it really good for the people on Nine Snake Island to see it? It's okay. The Empress shook her head and said, I have decided to join your pirate group now. From now on, you will be the Prince of Amazon Lily. How dare they say anything? Okay, You win. Ron saw that he couldn't convince her, so he didn't continue to push the Empress away. What she said was right, there was no need to use all his strength to deal with these little minions. Kill. If you dare to trespass into Mariajoy, you will be punished by justice. Surround Ron. A group of people yelled and rushed towards Ron with fierce looks on their faces. The newspaper staff who were broadcasting the live broadcast over there were excited, thinking that they were going to see a wonderful showdown. Unfortunately, Ron was chatting with the Empress and didn't pay attention to these minions at all. After the minions rushed over, Ron just casually flicked the long knife in his right hand. A dazzling sword light soaring into the sky disappeared in an instant. Later, the newspaper staff were horrified to find that except for Ron and the Empress, no one was standing on the field. The thousands of people who rushed towards them all fell into a pool of blood on the ground. The expressions in their eyes became dim, and the breath of life continued to pass away. After a while, they turned into a corpse, motionless. Including the leader of the city guard, his strength may be at the top among these soldiers. Unfortunately, for Ron, he is no different from the minions, it's all a matter of one sword. Okay, how scary, the newspaper staff member who took the photo said with his legs weak. Too strong. Another person also said. One knife, for God's sake. Thousands of people died just like that with one knife. Too exaggerated, right? They have left, are we still following? The last person asked timidly. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he felt really guilty, for fear that Ron would turn around and swing out a knife, and they would be killed. A few people will all rush to the street. Advertisement. Nonsense, of course you're going to follow me. A person in front of him had already rushed out with a camera. He turned around and said as he walked, this is a task assigned by the president himself. As long as it is successfully completed, our bonus this time will definitely be huge. Besides, I think this Mr. Ron must have discovered us. Since he didn't take action to kill us in advance, he must have agreed to our shooting. Listen to me. Pay attention to the angle when shooting. Give this to Mr. Ron. Look more handsome. Understand? One knife down. Ron grinned, pulled the Empress, jumped to the top of a tall house, and slashed at a huge palace that looked very luxurious. The entire street was filled with corpses of celestial dragons. By the end of the fight, there were no more celestial dragons on the street. They must have gotten the news and hid. Several people assured him for a while, and then rushed out, chasing Ron closely and taking pictures. Ron held the Empress with one hand and wielded a knife with the other. As long as he saw the celestial dragons showing up, he swung the knife out. No celestial dragons could escape from his hands. It was basically death by light. The moment Ron was imprisoned was lost. Little life. And he has only killed more than 1,000 people now, so where is he going? The palace was cut in half, and a huge knife mark hundreds of meters long appeared between the palaces. At this time, another burst of screams came from the front, and several newspaper staff immediately began to follow and take pictures. Ah, boom. How could it be just this little? Ron shook his head. He came to Mariajoy and killed about 1,000 celestial dragons after all he had done. With one swing of his sword, he killed dozens or hundreds of people. Although there are no celestial dragons appearing now, but he knew that the number of celestial dragons was far more than that. The number of celestial dragons in the world should be close to 100,000. Ever since, a lot of corpses of celestial dragons were left behind along the way. Ron killed too many. This knife was harder than every time he struck before. Ron, you were looking for death. Is there no more? The Empress looked around curiously, but there was no trace of other celestial dragons at all. Follow me, we will kill Mariajoy. I don't believe those celestial dragons can really hide. If not, I will sink Mariajoy entirely. Don't worry, we are very good at these things, there will definitely be no problems. Chapter 242 Soul Storm. Shock and kill the CP organization combatants. On the roof not far away, a sturdy man appeared. His face was smeared with unknown paint, his eyes looked green, and he was looking at Ron ferociously. Who are you? Ron glanced at him. Call the 5 elders to come and talk to me. Opening your mouth as 5 elders. Hearing Ron's words, not only the man with the greasy face was twitching, but also the newspaper staff who were following the photo, and those watching the live broadcast were all twitching. This guy really deserves to be the Ron who entered Mariajoy. Ah, the loud tone of voice is scary. What a loud tone. The man with a painted face said gloomily. Ron, you have come to Mariajoy to do evil so far, and it has already had a huge impact. From now on, there will be no place for you to hide in the whole world. You are dead. Hideout. Ron said curiously. Do I need to hide? I am here now. Do you want to come and kill me? You are welcome at any time. You. The man with the greasy face stammered, completely speechless by Ron. At this moment, several more figures appeared from not far away, with different shapes, some tall and some short, some fat and some thin, some male and some female. Ron, I am the commander from CP3, look around you. A tall and thin man wearing a round hat looked at Ron with a sneer and said, you have been surrounded, today, you are dead. Glancing at the hundreds of people gathered around him, Ron's expression did not change at all. These people gathered around were far different from the previous city guards, but elite combatants under the world government, from the 10 intelligence organizations CPO-CP9. Members, hundreds of people gathered in a short time, which was already very fast in terms of speed. After all, Ron got here too fast. I am the commander of CP6. A short, fat woman looked at Ron with a wicked smile. I'm very interested in you, Ron. If you surrender now, it's still too late. Interested in me? Don't. I'm not interested in you at all. When Ron saw the figure of the short and fat woman opposite him, he shook his head violently. Why don't you call the 5 elders to come out? That's good. You guys hurry up and take action. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to take action. I'm in a hurry. How arrogant. A middle-aged man with a strong build and gloves on his hands said coldly, do you think we are as weak as those city guards? Ridiculous. Hey. A hunched old man looked at the Empress with a squinting look, and said with a gloomy smile, Boa Hancock, you actually got involved with Ron. It's really disappointing. It seems that Amazon Lily wants to. I'm going to die. You. The Empress, face hardened, she looked at the person opposite her solemnly, and she wanted to speak out to retort, but Ron held her back. Leave it to me. Ron glanced at the Empress, nodded towards her, and then looked at the hunched old man. Amazon Lily will be my refuge in the future. You want to take action on 9 Snake Island? Sorry, you may not have that chance. Boy, just as the old man was about to speak, his complexion suddenly changed, and his figure suddenly bounced off the roof, but it was too late. The sword light strikes at extremely fast speed. When Ron takes action, no one in this world can avoid him. He is too powerful. Advertisement. The person he wants to kill simply cannot escape from his hands. Wow. The sword light passed by and made a breathtaking arc in midair. All the houses in that direction were destroyed. Not only the bowed old man, but also several CP organization combatants in that direction were affected and killed. 10 people. As for the old man, his whole body was split into 2 halves by the light of the sword. The body that was divided into 2 halves fell to the ground, with blood splashing everywhere. Dead. The other CP organization commanders were immediately shocked. Impossible. Carol's devil fruit is a black mist fruit that can atomize the body. How could it be killed by a knife? The short, fat woman shouted in disbelief with her eyes widened. Yes, although the attack power of the black mist fruit is not strong, its self-protection ability is excellent. How could it be killed with just 1 knife? The tall and thin man also looked in disbelief. Damn it. The extremely muscular man with boxing gloves clenched his hands loudly. He could tell that Ron didn't pay attention to their appearance at all. Everyone, let's take action together. He is Ron. We must not underestimate the enemy. The tall and thin man whispered, his voice full of solemnity. This guy just suppressed the entire naval headquarters by himself. If we still underestimate the enemy, then wait, ours will be a lesson for naval headquarters. Okay, let's take action together. The short and fat woman also nodded quickly. Just now, she felt that she had more people. Each commander has a good devil fruit ability. There are so many elite combatants around here to surround and kill Ron. It shouldn't be a big problem, but she didn't know that Ron's killing of Curlo with 1 knife really frightened her. This is an out-and-out killer. Surrounded by so many people, he could still kill Curlo with a single knife. If he didn't do it right, let alone Ron running away, they might all be killed themselves. Please give me flowers, 0. Then, let's take action together. The tall and thin man took a deep breath, and then shouted, transform. Hoo ho ho. The tall and thin man grew taller when the wind caught the wind, and turned into a huge wild boar. This was a bristle wild boar with a size of more than 10 meters. Apparently, the tall and thin man owned the zone devil fruit. The man who turned into a wild boar crushed the standing house and rushed towards Ron. Ha! Quote exclamation mark quote. The other CP organization commanders started to move one by one. Some of them had zone devil fruit. At this time, they showed no signs of clumsiness and used all their strength to kill Ron. Some possess Paramesha devil fruit and use various strange abilities to kill Ron. Advertisement. Point 0. A few Esper users with the weird Logia devil fruit also began to use their own abilities to kill Ron. The elite combatants surrounding him were also not in a daze. When they saw the bosses starting to rush to kill them, they also raised their weapons high and charged towards Ron one by one. A bunch of chickens and dogs. Snap, snap, snap. Just like the so-called elite combatants around. The color of heaven and earth changes, and all things become extinct. All the people who rushed over, one by one, no one could escape, they were all shocked by the soul storm. Most of the commanders of the CP organization are still alive. After being shocked by the soul storm, they fell into a coma one by one. If it weren't for their strong physical and mental support, they wouldn't have survived. Ron simply shook his head. Soul storm. Boom. Was directly shocked to death by Ron's soul storm. The soul storm directly shocked these combatants to death. Conqueror's Haki may not be able to shock the dead, but the soul storm did it. Them. Those who jumped into the air fell to the ground one by one. Those with strong physiques were fine, but a few with weak physiques were directly thrown to the ground to death. It was extremely miserable. They are far inferior to CP commanders, let alone the high-end combat capabilities of naval headquarters. Everyone's figure paused, and everyone's eyes became dull and blank. The live broadcast is delivered to the whole world. Yes, kill hundreds of elite combatants with one strike. So, the whole place was silent. The whole world fell silent because of this. Chapter 243 Celestial Dragons 18 Core Families. Die, die, die. How is it possible? So, that's Haki. Are you kidding? Ha ha ha, I must have seen it wrong. Haki can shock people to death. Absolutely impossible. I've never heard of Conqueror's Haki being able to shock people. Doesn't it just knock people out? Unheard of, unseen, simply, I don't know what to say. Among the people of the world, those powerful people who knew the existence of Conqueror's Haki all became stunned, and then they all talked nonsense, and were almost driven insane by this scene. Some of them are members of the Four Emperors pirate group, some are members of the major pirate groups in the Four Seas, there are also countless high-level officials of kingdoms, generals of major marine branches, high-level leaders of the Revolutionary Army, etc. But no one could use words to describe the scene they saw at this moment. Haki is shocking. The first time they met. This guy, 827, is so heaven-defying. In the end, everyone could only sigh Ron heaven-defying, and then stared at the screen again. Ron has almost destroyed nearly half of Mariajoy's defense force at this moment. Mainly because the power of the CP organization was tortured by Ron. Awesome. Let alone those ordinary city guards, in front of Ron's Haki, they really are not even qualified to deliver food. So, next, how will Mariajoy stop the progress of this murderous god? Mariajoy, the center of the battle. Ron and the Empress stood proudly on the top of the building and looked around. Basically all the combatants of the CP organization were wiped out. Among the commanders, there were also a few with poor physical and mental values who were killed. As for those who were lucky enough to survive, Ron was very surprised. He waved his hand without any hesitation. The heads of people rolled under the sweep of the sword light. Advertisement. When these guys came out just now, they all looked so arrogant, but now they can only have their heads chopped off by Ron in a coma. It's so miserable. Your strength. The Empress looked on with the same trembling heart, and the waves in her heart couldn't stop rising. With such a man, no woman can resist his charm. This is Mariajoy, the center of world government composed of nearly 200 kingdoms around the world. Was he crushed by Ron alone? If someone had said in front of the Empress that there was such a person who could achieve this step, she would have been dragged out and executed without saying a word. What about the liar? But now, this extremely exaggerated scene actually happened in front of the Empress. Even she couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm her inner excitement. Let's continue. Ron held the Empress's hand and kept jumping on the roof, swinging a knife from time to time. Each knife could take the lives of 1, 2, or dozens of celestial dragons. At this moment, the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, were so noble that they were worse than a dog, no, even worse than an ant in front of Ron. The whole Mariajoy is in chaos. After such a long time, almost all the celestial dragons in the city knew about it. A murderous god has arrived in Mariajoy and is slaughtering the celestial dragons. Nearly 2,000 celestial dragons have died at his hands. This news shocked all the celestial dragons elsewhere. While shouting that it was impossible, he quickly contacted their bodyguard team, butlers, and even some armed slaves to protect their own safety. At the same time, a large number of celestial dragons began to escape from Mariajoy, dragging their families with them to escape Mariajoy. More celestial dragons believed that Mariajoy's power could drive away or even kill Ron. They gathered in groups and gathered in the center of the city of Mariajoy, where the 5 elders work. There is a huge building here. This building was used to open the World Summit in the past. There are a large number of various buildings around it, including hotels and inns, which are used to receive the entourage of the major kingdoms. Now, this place is occupied by celestial dragons, with the number reaching about 20,000. These celestial dragons belong to the powerful figures among the Mariajoy celestial dragons. They control many profitable industries in the world and control the economic lifeline of the entire world. Kill that untouchable. A celestial dragons angrily stood at the door of the conference hall and shouted inside. You 5 old guys are the leaders elected by all our celestial dragons. How can you do this little thing? Can't do it. 5 wastes, can't you even protect the lives of our noble celestial dragons? Another celestial dragons shouted angrily. I propose to dismiss the 5 elders and replace the leader. Advertisement. Seconded. A large group of celestial dragons below raised their hands in agreement. These celestial dragons were frightened by Ron's cruel methods. Some celestial dragons in the crowd even collapsed to the ground, their legs so weak that they could not get up. Quiet everyone. At this time, the door to the large conference hall was opened, and the 5 elders took the lead and walked out, followed by 18 celestial dragons with solemn expressions. We are discussing countermeasures, everyone, don't panic. The short and fat 5 elders opened his hands and pressed them, signaling to the celestial dragons not to rush or panic. Aren't you in a hurry? Aren't you in a panic? The celestial dragons who took the lead glared at the squat 5 elders. Everyone has come to kill Mariajoy, you tell us not to panic. Yes, our lives are in danger now, why don't we worry? Another celestial dragons also shouted. The lower group of celestial dragons nodded their heads after hearing this. Are you still not panicking? All of them were in a panic. I'm so anxious that I can't wait to raise my eyebrows. Ron's killer star has already killed almost 2,000 celestial dragons, and he is heading here to kill them now. If he kills them here, wouldn't he stop killing them all at once? When had the celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, ever lived in such a miserable state? There has never been. As the most noble celestial dragons in the world, they are the only ones who can kill others wantonly. But at this moment, they feel like they are being hunted. They are really panicking and scared to death. Shut up. At this moment, the situation was about to get out of control. Suddenly, one of the 18 people standing behind the 5 elders, a celestial dragons, shouted loudly, looking coldly at the mess of celestial dragons below and said, "We have just discussed how to deal with Ron. When he comes, someone will naturally deal with him. If he dares to attack us, celestial dragons, he will definitely die." It turns out to be Saint Belus. The celestial dragons who took the lead in shouting shrank his head angrily. As we all know, there are a total of 20 families of celestial dragons, inherited from the 20 creators who established the world government 800 years ago. Although the population of celestial dragons in Mariajoy has reached about 100,000, the ones with the highest power are actually those 18 families. Well, as for why there are 18 families and not 20, because Alabasta did not exist 800 years ago. There is no residence in Mariajoy, and the Don Quixote family had been expelled 4.4 decades ago. So there are only 18 celestial dragons core families in Mariajoy so far, and the heads of these 18 families are standing behind the 5 elders. One of the women is none other than Sha Luli, who was rescued by Kizaru from Ron. In Yagong, the current head of the Rhodes family, Street Rosewater, was killed by Ron, and his son, Street Charlos, was also killed by Ron. Among the core members of the family, there is only one person in Shalulia Palace. As for the side families, they are not killed by other recognized by 17 families, just like the low-level celestial dragons, they are just ordinary celestial dragons who can enjoy the treatment of the world's nobility. The power they control is far from comparable to the 18 core families of dragon kikers. Because there are only 6 named celestial dragons families in the entire animation, comics, and the theatrical version, so except for those 6 families, they are all made up by me. Don't worry about these details. Thanks for subscribing. Chapter 244 Celestial Dragons Counterattack. Ron is feeling cold. Just like the Andrew family who was killed by the Empress before, they are just a branch of one of the 18 families. These ordinary celestial dragons may have a noble status in the outside world, but in front of these 18 core families, their power and status are far from comparable. After hearing Saint Belus's words, the noisy celestial dragons below gradually calmed down. They wanted to hear what the 18th family and the 5 elders had discussed to deal with Ron. After our close discussion, we decided to dispatch all scientific troops and pacifists, led by the previous Marine Marshal Tong Yuan. The tall and strong 5 elders said in a deep voice, "I believe that under the leadership of Tong Yuan, so many pacifists will be dispatched. The power can definitely defeat Ron." Not only that, another 5 elders also said, "There are other high-end combat forces that will join the battle, such as the 500 combatants of the CP organization, and several previous commanders of the CP organization will also bring these combatants join the fight." 13 inches. And the head of a core family of celestial dragons said in a deep voice, "We will go to see the great Lord Yimu. If these combat forces cannot deal with Ron, Lord Yimu will personally take action at that time." Lord I am. The humble celestial dragons were stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of surprise, as the master of the holy family of Charmak correct. "Are you sure that Lord I am will take action?" "We will know after we meet." A head of the celestial dragons core family shook his head and said confidently, "No matter what, Amir Ron will never be able to shake our celestial dragons' rule of the world, don't worry. Holy family master Kamal is right." Upon hearing this, the humble celestial dragons also became more confident. How can Amir Pariah Ron possibly shake our celestial dragons' 800-year rule over the entire world? Absolutely impossible. So, don't be afraid, everyone. The 5 elders looked at each other and saw that the celestial dragons were quiet, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. Look, the combat troops over there are already here. Looking along 5 elders' fingers, sure enough, tall and sturdy figures appeared on several streets not far away. They were pacifists based on Bartholomew Kuma. Their numbers were really large. It's horrifying, reaching the point of terror that there are hundreds of songs. Advertisement. Hundreds of pacifists, this force gathered together, can even break through the territory of the 4 emperors. As long as a Marine Admiral takes the lead to block the 4 emperors, the pacifists can destroy any pirate group of the 4 emperors at will. Boom. A strong figure fell from the sky, stood up slowly in the smoke, and stood proudly in front of the hundreds of pacifists gathered. He glanced around indifferently, and then came to the 5 elders and the head of the 18th family. "I'm Kong. Marshal Kong is here." The 5 elders and the 18th family all looked at the cold and robust old man with a smile. Lord Yimu. A celestial dragon's family leader cracked his mouth and looked a little uncomfortable, as if he was not happy. "Do you really want Lord Yimu to take action?" "Yes." Another celestial dragon's family leader also said hesitantly. "If those combat powers can deal with Ron just now, don't you have to wake up Lord I am?" Although the old man looks old, he is actually extremely powerful in combat. He was the Marine Marshal before Sengoku. He has been living in seclusion in Mariajoy since he abdicated. He originally thought he could spend his old age in this way, but he did not expect that he would now encounter the crisis of Mariajoy celestial dragons, so, he came out of the mountain. "Go." 5 elders nodded. Marshal Kong, destroy the enemy for our celestial dragons Ron. Your name will be resounding throughout the world again. Over there, the 5 elders nodded with the heads of the 18th families. In fact, they themselves were also one of the celestial dragons. Among these 18 families, the 18th families took turns arranging people to sit in 5 elders' position. Of course, on the surface, it is still elected by all celestial dragons. As for what is wrong with it, it is not something that ordinary celestial dragons can control. The power of the 18th family is the largest in the world. Ordinary celestial dragons and major franchise countries in the world, as well as Marine and Shichibukai are just pawns in the hands of the 18 clan. If it's possible, we don't want to. The tall and thin 5 elders also said helplessly, but you also know Ron's strength. Can those combatants just now really stop him? Advertisement. Let Lord IM take action. Ha ha ha, great. The celestial dragons laughed happily. With so many combat troops here, that Ron will definitely die. Very dangerous. This. The heads of the 18th family looked at each other. Unlike the ordinary celestial dragons who were jubilant below, they still had some brains and had no idea whether those combatants could defeat Ron. In addition to Kong and hundreds of pacifists, other combat forces came. All the elite combatants of the CP organization led by the previous commander gathered and headed in the direction of Ron. Very dangerous. Not bad. And Lord IM, even among the celestial dragons, it is an absolutely taboo existence. One of the 5 elders was silent for a moment and then spoke. Everyone, let's go meet Lord IM 977. Understood. Kong nodded, turned and left, leading hundreds of pacifists with him. Yes, that pariah really deserves to die. Some celestial dragons said fiercely. When we catch him, we will torture him every day, until he is tortured to death. Chapter 245 Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Kong. Some distance away from the center point, Ron was coming towards the Empress with his arms around him. Ron doesn't think Mariajoy has anything that can stop him. His current physical fitness and various attribute values are about to exceed 900 points. How terrifying is this value to ordinary people? Without comparison, we still don't know, but with comparison, we realize how terrifying this existence is. The most powerful person in the world right now is Whitebeard. His physical attributes have not yet exceeded 200 points, while Ron's total attributes are close to 900 points. This is not just as simple as doubling the value. Advertisement. It can be said that 100 Whitebeards may not be able to defeat Ron in front of Ron. Ron is now a very talented and daring person, overwhelming Mariajoy's defensive power with hard power. No matter how many people you try, you can't defeat him. The difference in strength is too big. The scenery here is pretty good, Ron said with a smile. No matter how beautiful the scenery is, this is the dirtiest place in the world. The Empress frowned. Aren't we just here to purify this place? Ron said with a smile. How many have you killed? There are still many celestial dragons. The Empress looked around. So far, the celestial dragons in Mariajoy have fled. No one dares to show up or come to provoke Ron. All those who come here are seeking death. This is a bloody lesson learned from the accumulation of corpses. The corpses of Wylong people lying on the ground behind Ron are a lesson learned from the past. Don't be anxious. Even if they escape now, don't worry. The celestial dragons are destined to perish. Even if I don't take action this time, they won't be arrogant for long. Ron shook his head calmly. He didn't take action. According to the development of the plot, the Revolutionary Army in the future will, the plot protagonist Luffy will also overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, and now he has advanced these things many years. The current plot protagonist Luffy has not grown up, and the power of the Revolutionary Army is far from enough to fight against the world government. Although there are a lot of celestial dragons who have escaped now, the 18 families and the 5 elders who really belong to the ruling class are still there. Let's go meet them first. Ron's left hand used a little force and hugged the Empress's delicate breasts. With a push of their bodies, the two of them had already leapt out and landed on an avenue in the distance. At this moment, Ron looked up and looked forward, with an interested smile on his face. It seems that an interesting person has arrived. Advertisement. He felt that there was a powerful person coming in front of him. As for other beings coming at the same time, Ron didn't take it seriously. Who? The Empress asked in confusion, but she didn't feel anyone coming. Ron's observation Haki was at full level, and the Empress's current Conqueror's Haki had not yet been perfected. Well, Ron hasn't promoted her for the time being, and there's no need for her to take action at the moment anyway. Let's talk about it after it's over. A person with good strength should be one of the world government's trump cards. Ron said nonchalantly. You'll find out later. Look, isn't this coming? Ron pointed forward, and the Empress looked up and saw a tall, strong and old figure slowly emerging from the other end of the street, and behind him, hundreds of huge figures followed. Those are pacifists. The Empress suddenly changed her color. Those are just rubbish. Ron shook his head. There are many people behind you, but those little guys are not important. That old man is the most powerful one. Well, to ordinary people, but to me words are still not enough. Seeing Ron's unconcerned look, the Empress twitched her lips and ignored him. Instead, she looked intently at the incoming army in the distance. After seeing the old man's figure clearly, the Empress suddenly took a breath of air and stared at the boss. That's Kong. Probably. Ron nodded with a smile. Commander-in-Chief Kong. The peak of the Empress was floating violently, and it was obvious that she was very uneasy in her heart. Kong was the previous generation of Marine Marshal, and he was very powerful. He was the Supreme Marshal of Marine during the period of Roger the Pirate King. He was a powerful being who suppressed the Four Seas and the Grand Line, and was the one who ended the greatness of Roger the Pirate King. Marine Leader. He had abdicated many years ago, but although he retired from the position of Marshal Marine, he took the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and came to Mariajoy to retire. She never expected that she would meet this great man now. Guy. What are you afraid of? Ron glanced at the extremely nervous Empress and said speechlessly, do you think I will lose after this old man comes out? No. The Empress bit Sakura's red lips, but there was a trace of worry in her eyes. She had heard the name of Marshal Kong when she was a child. He was an extremely powerful boss. If Ron really, what should I do if my opponent is not this opponent? Advertisement. I am already very satisfied. I am really satisfied to be able to see so many celestial dragons die with my own eyes. Even if I am killed next, I will not regret it. The Empress said with determination in her heart. Ron shook his head silently. It seemed that even though he had brought the Empress here for so long and crushed the entire force of Mariajoy by himself, he still could not convince the Empress that he was invincible. In other words, Kong's name was too loud. The Empress even had the illusion that the other party could defeat Ron. Quote. Just watch with peace of mind. In this regard, Ron didn't say much, he just gave the Empress a reassuring look. Then, he stood proudly in the center of the street with his hands behind his back, waiting for the enemy to arrive. The Empress retreated to one side, watching the peak battle that was about to take place from a distance. Not far away, there is also a group of people nervously facing all this. They are the newspaper members who are conducting live broadcasts around the world. Quickly, adjust the shooting angle. The newspaper manager who followed quickly ordered. A large group of combatants are coming in front. They must be the defense force of Mariajoy. If there is a war, please focus on me. Don't miss out on the wonderful scene, Qian Haojiao. Don't worry, Mr. Supervisor. One of the photographers patted his chest and said, we are all veterans and we will never make mistakes. It's coming, it's coming. Another person quickly pointed to the position in front of Ron. Looking at the figure that gradually emerged clearly, he was stunned for a moment, and then said in horror, that is. It's Marshal Kong. Oh my god, it's Kong-sama, the previous Marshal from the Pirate King era. It's the Commander-in-Chief. Not only the filming staff were shocked, but also those from the Seahai Marine branch who watched the live broadcast were all excited. They were very aggrieved to watch Ron push and kill people all the way in the holy land of Mariajoy, but they were unable to do anything to stop Ron's atrocities. Now that they saw Kong showing up with a large number of pacifists, they suddenly felt reassured and had a general idea. Handsome takes action and everything is settled. Chapter 246 What is real power? The confidence of all the Marines increased greatly. Even the royal families of major kingdoms in the world breathed a huge sigh of relief when they saw Kong appearing in front of Ron, and smiles showed on their faces that the situation had been decided. Unlike these melon eaters, Kong himself doesn't have that much confidence. He arrived more than 10 meters in front of Ron. The pacifists behind him also stepped to stand behind him. Kong was observing Ron carefully. This is a young man, very young. Really young. Kong sighed inwardly. Seeing Ron's age, he had to admit that the boy in front of him was indeed a super genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. Little guy, you must be Ron. Kong's voice was deep and powerful. He did not take action first, but looked at Ron solemnly. You are very young. If you can change your mistakes. As soon as he heard Kong come up, he wanted to preach to himself. His head got bigger, as if he had returned to the fear of being dominated by the head teacher in the real world. He quickly waved his hand to interrupt. Don't preach, I know what I am doing. You to fight or not to fight. Seeing Ron's bored look, Kong was a little confused. Was he that annoying? Although he is an enemy, he admires a genius like Ron very much. If he can intervene in the battle, Ron will become a Marine and a peerless king number 300 in the hands of the world government. Unexpectedly, Ron couldn't listen to a word he said. Since you don't listen to advice, let me teach you what real power is. Kong is very confident in his own power. As the Marine Marshal who once ruled the sea and is now the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Kong himself with the perfect Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 styles has all cultivated to an almost perfect state. He was a strong man comparable to Whitebeard back then. After so many years of training, he may even be stronger than Whitebeard, but because of his semi-seclusion in his current state, his reputation is definitely not as great as that of Whitebeard. He. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Ron couldn't help shaking his head and chuckled. This sentence was the funniest sentence he had ever heard. Although Kong is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and a strong man who once ruled the sea, it is not too much to say this to anyone, but in front of Ron, it is different. Ron has been in this world for almost 2 years. Except for the first year, his life was a bit miserable without Cheat's assistance. Since Cheat appeared, he has never been defeated, and it is impossible for him to fail. If someone is so awesome, Cheat will be defeated, then he will lose face as a time traveler. Little guy, what are you laughing at? Kong frowned suddenly. Was what he said so funny? Advertisement. I laugh at your ignorance. Ron shook his head. Although your strength is good, you are not qualified to teach me power. Haha, what is real power? I know better than you. Little guy, don't talk so arrogantly. Kong smiled coldly. I have lived for so many years and have seen countless strong men. How strong were the Golden Lion and the Red Earl back then? Weren't they captured by me and sent to Imperial? Quote. Ron rolled his eyes when he heard this. Maybe you are indeed strong, but Golden Lion was defeated by Garp, right? Red Count. It seems you lost the battle with the Red Earl, right? Do you really think I don't know your background? Ron didn't expose it on the spot, it was meaningless. Let's take action. It's useless no matter how much you say. It's better to see the real seal under your hand. Ron shook the long knife in his hand, the blade flashed with cold light, and a buzzing sound came out, shaking the air far away. Kong's face hardened. This move alone gave him a clear understanding of Ron's kendo skills. He was a master. No wonder Spleen dared to enter Mariajoy to do evil. As for the pacifists behind Kong, they didn't care about the buzzing sound. They were all robots and had no consciousness. But the guys coming behind him were different. After hearing the buzzing sound, they felt uncomfortable all over. Get up. Attention, this guy is very powerful, and his swordsmanship is among the best in the world. An older CP organization commander shouted in a deep voice. He is currently the world's greatest swordsman, so everyone should be vigilant. Clear. No. All around, a large number of combatants nodded, and then under the command of the commander, they scattered around Ron, and even wanted to surround the Empress. However, Ron looked over, and those who wanted to move were all physically they froze, not daring to move BDCB at all. They all looked at Ron in shock, completely frightened by Ron's look. Boy, you're not the only one who knows how to Haki. After Kong said coldly, he suddenly took a step forward and shouted, Conquerors. Open. Boom. A bolt of thunder from the spiritual world crashed down, and all of Kong's Haki power, like a surging wave, slapped Ron's spiritual will, trying to crush Ron's sun-like will. Nice Haki. Advertisement. Faced with the roaring Haki, Ron actually stood calmly with his hands behind his back, without any discomfort at all. He even had a relaxed and comfortable smile on his lips. He praised Kong's Haki. It seems that you have practiced Haki well. It's pretty good, will it be consummated soon? You're okay. Kong stared, and realized that Ron was as stable as a rock. He didn't even lose a hair after Haki's attack. This almost made him shocked. As Ron said, his Conqueror's Haki is absolutely powerful and is almost close to perfection. I thought that even if Haki cannot defeat Ron, it can at least cause some trouble to Ron. As a result, Ron still took it indifferently. Kong's Conqueror's Haki was indeed good, but it still couldn't have any impact on him. Judging from the strength of this Haki, it is estimated to be almost 90 levels, which is almost close to the full level. If Kong after Conquerors reaches full level and awakens special abilities, it might be able to cause some minor trouble to Ron, but now, no, it really can't. Ron's current mental value has reached close to 900 points. With such a powerful mental value, he can hardly ignore such mental attacks. Not to mention this Haki who has not yet reached consummation. Even if everyone in the world who knows how to Conqueror's Haki were in front of Ron and aimed at him to release Haki, he would be able to take it calmly and Sifu would not be shaken in any way. Haki, let me show you what the real Haki is. Ron said, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Conquerors. Open. Boom. The color of heaven and earth changes, everything becomes silent. A majestic Kamui descended from the sky like a god descending into the world. Everyone present was stunned. Even Kong was shocked by Ron's perfect Conquerors. This was a perfect Conqueror supported by nearly 900 spiritual points. The Empress in the rear and the newspaper members on the live broadcast were bypassed by Ron controlling Haki. Well, although under normal circumstances Conqueror's Haki attacks from all directions and cannot distinguish between friends and foes. But now Ron has managed to differentiate between friends and foes and control them perfectly. The Empress and the newspaper members were not attacked, but the people on the opposite side were not so lucky. Including Kong, everyone who wanted to deal with Ron was frightened by Conqueror's Haki. The pacifists were okay, the robots were not affected, but the CP organization combatants were instantly sluggish and fell to the ground one after another. The commanders of the previous generation were also like this. They fell to the ground one by one, and they all rushed into the street before they could take action. Chapter 247 The Commander-in-Chief of the Three Armies. Total destruction. Invincible. This sudden scene made everyone stunned. Kong brought these elites here with great force, but the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Also, they all fell down before the fight started. Are you kidding me? Lousy thought it was a big battle. I'm going. This makes my blood boil. Are you just going to show me this? The people watching the live broadcast all over the world started talking. Those fighting elites looked more arrogant than the others, but what do you mean by rushing all of them into the street before you even started to take action? It's boring. This Ron is already invincible. A member of the public couldn't help but shook his head and said, this is probably going to make the world government worse. There is nothing we can do. Ron is too strong. There are so many strong men who can't stop him. Look at this, they all fell down before they even made a move. I don't know if Marshal Kong can withstand it. It's difficult. It's too difficult. Yes, Ron is so powerful, who can withstand this? Not only the people have noticed this, but even the big pirates with some strength and power are shaking their heads one by one. The world government is really going to be in trouble this time. It has provoked Ron. Not only was the naval headquarters defeated, but now Ron was killing him wantonly in the holy land of Mariajoy. Judging from the live broadcast, the world government did not sit still and kept sending combatants to intercept. Unfortunately, the results were so poor that they could not even stop Ron's progress, let alone defeat Ron. No, this should be the last effective force of the world government. Even the previous generation Marine Marshal Kong sent out, but in the end he was defeated. How can this be fixed? Almost all people have predicted the collision between world government and Ron. World government will be in trouble. But unlike ordinary people, those big pirates and powerful forces just stared at the screen. They knew that the hidden power of world government was definitely more than that. They wanted to see whether, under the pressure of Ron, the invincible powerhouse, world government would use your trump card to make a comeback. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Monkey D. Dragon looked at the screen with burning eyes, his face was full of smiles, and his heart was not at peace. Advertisement. It would be best if Ron could overthrow the world government at once. Then he could directly rise up and take over the ownerless world government. Ron is strong, but he doesn't have much hostility with him. The two are not hostile. We even had exchanges with each other at Upside Down Mountain, so it was considered a half-collaborator relationship. No matter how strong Ron is, he is still a human being. His pirate group is all women and he is the only man. He should not be so concerned about the power of the world government. When he takes over, he can just give him an honorary title. Monkey D. Dragon nodded happily, looking at the screen while giving instructions to his subordinates to adjust the actions in major revolutionary areas. This time Ron makes a fuss in Mariajoy. No matter what the outcome is, the power of the world government will definitely suffer a huge blow. This is an excellent opportunity for the Revolutionary Army to expand its power. How could he let it go? The four emperors and other major pirate forces are also looking forward to Ron being able to force out the world government's final trump card. On the battlefield, Ron walked forward and walked up to Kong. At this time, Kong just woke up from the shock. Kong suddenly retreated dozens of steps, and looked at Ron with a shocked and horrified expression. He could not imagine that Ron's Conqueror's Haki could be so powerful. A Conqueror's, even he was shocked for more than 10 years. Seconds, this is really terrible. Your Conqueror's is so powerful. Kong's face was extremely serious. Ron's strength was beyond his expectation. It was so strong that it was pervert, so strong that it was invincible. They had just met, and the collision of Haki was not even possible at all. The so-called collision. His Haki had no effect on Ron at all. As soon as Ron's Haki came out, his Haki was instantly crushed into pieces and was instantly dispersed by the opponent's Haki. The moment the opponent's Haki struck, he lost consciousness. It took more than 10 seconds to recover. If it weren't for his strong strength and tenacity, he might have passed out directly. Speaking of coma, Kong's eyes moved, observation Haki was turned on, and then his expression changed. He found that all the combatants accompanying him had stopped eating. This was embarrassing. Kong's mouth twitched and his face looked a little ugly. Then, he waved fiercely at Ron, directly commanding the pacifists who were not afraid of Haki to start attacking. Sizzle. All the pacifists opened their mouths together, and the golden light balls condensed in their mouths, and then exploded towards Ron who was walking towards Kong. This kind of attack is useless. Ron was used to attacks from pacifists. He had encountered pacifists in Sabaody archipelago since this incident, and now he encountered this kind of attack. This thing can still have some effect on others, but for him, it is really just like some annoying little bugs, which can only play a role in harassing. As for the decisive effect, it has no decisive effect at all. Please give me flowers. Boom. Countless light balls gathered together and crashed onto Ron. Advertisement. However, the purple-red aura enveloped Ron's body, and the surrounding earth was torn apart by this force. However, Ron standing in the middle was unscathed. The purple-red armament Haki is like a protective shield, forming an absolute defense around Ron. This is the skill awakened after armament Haki reaches full level, absolute arms. The absolute armament skill allows Ron to fully utilize the power of armament Haki, and the method of use is more varied, and the defense and attack power are more powerful. Defending against such an attack is a piece of cake. 0. Pacifists, they are useless no matter how many times they come, they are just little bugs. Ron glanced at the pacifists, waved his sword and slashed out, the sword flashed, and 100 blasts exploded. Not only the pacifists were wiped out. Under this horrific explosion, those CP organization fighters who followed were in Conqueror's shock and coma, and many of them were killed by the aftermath of these explosions. Their deaths were extremely unjust. This sword light. Kong's eyes widened. He had a feeling that even he couldn't avoid Ron's sword. How could he fight this? Although Haki only fought against Ron once, Ron's power made Kong feel a little desperate. So powerful. Ron is too powerful, so strong that there is no solution, so strong that even he cannot defeat him. Kong has a bitter look on his face. It's over. Ron whispered, and with a flash of his body, he quickly came to Kong and slashed out with his sword. It was calm, but it had the terrifying power of splitting the ground. Armed color. Kong would never wait to die. Although he knew he was outmatched, he still mustered up his strength and used armament Haki to cover his whole body. Black lines on his hands lit up with a punch. He clasped his hands together and hit Ron. Passed. It's useless. Ron shook his head. Wow. The blood suddenly appeared, and the scene was silent. Marine's previous marshal and current commander-in-chief Kong, seat. His head rolled, and there was a hint of relief in Kong's dull eyes. He spent his whole life running for Marine. He thought he could retire in Mariajoy, but he died in Ron's hands in the end. Chapter 248. Kill 20,000 celestial dragons instantly. The world is shaken. Ron sheathed the knife, turned around calmly, glanced at Kong's headless body, and then left calmly. Let's go. Ron looked at the Empress. Good. The Empress nodded, followed, and continued to move forward with Ron, heading towards the center of Mariajoy. Behind him, the newspaper member responsible for the live broadcast woke up from the shock, quickly shook the people around him, and quickly followed him. Stepping over the corpses on the ground, Ron led the Empress through the streets, and finally arrived at the center of Mariajoy. There was silence in the field. The more than 20,000 celestial dragons, who were shouting loudly before, now turned pale and collapsed to the ground. Some of them were even scared to the point of peeing. Come on, come on. A celestial dragon stammered, 913, and looked at the end of the road, where the two figures slowly approaching were so frightened that he could not speak. Not even Kong, Marshal Kong, is no match for him. The other celestial dragons looked desperate and bleak, without any of the previous arrogance. What to do, what to do? More celestial dragons were confused and had no idea what to do. By the way, Lord Yimu, we still have Lord Yimu. Other celestial dragons with brains immediately thought of something, and then shouted loudly, don't be afraid, everyone, the 5 elders and the heads of the family have already gone to wake up Lord Yimu. Well, as long as Lord I Am takes action, this untouchable will definitely die. Right, as long as Master I Am is here, we are not afraid. They said they were not afraid, but in fact they were panicking to death. The celestial dragons began to squeeze into the large conference room one by one because Ron was already approaching. Advertisement. These guys. Ron looked at the large number of celestial dragons in front of him with an indifferent expression. They are all hateful guys. The Empress looked at these celestial dragons coldly, her eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Are you going to take action? Ron glanced at the Empress and asked. With so many, how long will it take to kill them? You better do it. The Empress thought for a while. Although it was easy to do it by herself, it would be bad if it was delayed for a long time. Ron should take action, he can do it faster. Okay. Ron nodded. He also meant the same thing. After it was over soon, he had to rush back. After a short discussion, Ron and the Empress decided the fate of these celestial dragons, and those celestial dragons seemed to have foreseen their own fate. They were so frightened that they cried in each other's arms, some began to flee crazily, and some struggled to run in. Large conference hall. Several celestial dragons were still thinking of a desperate counterattack, and began to order their bodyguards and slaves to rush towards Ron. Ron walked forward with an arrogant pace as if he didn't recognize his relatives. Kill. In front, a large group of celestial dragons' bodyguards and slaves were waving their weapons and charging towards Ron. They also knew that they were definitely no match for Ron, but under the orders of the celestial dragons, they had to rush over. Ron also had no sympathy for these bodyguards, servants and slaves. Just like he had saved those celestial dragon slaves before, for him, song is just a casual thing. So, Soul Storm. The world is quiet. Advertisement. Whether it was the bodyguards, servants, or slaves that rushed over, or the celestial dragons that held and fled, they all fell to the ground, all died, no one survived, they were all dead. The power of the Soul Storm is unparalleled in the world. Under the ruthless crushing, all the dragon kais in the field died. The venue fell silent, leaving only Ron and the Empress standing, as well as members of the newspaper staff hanging far behind. It's clean now. More than 20,000 people were killed in an instant, but Ron didn't show any emotion. The Empress watched so many celestial dragons die with her own eyes, and felt extremely comfortable. She had already killed Andrew's family before, avenging her great revenge, and followed Ron here. I have seen so many celestial dragons die, and now I have seen more than 20,000 celestial dragons die. The hatred towards the celestial dragons in my heart has begun to fade. The hatred is fading, and the painful memories in my heart are naturally fading. Aren't the 5 elders coming out yet? Ron was a little surprised. He had already killed them here, but those 5 old guys were still hiding. It was really strange. Are they so afraid of death? Ron, don't underestimate the enemy. The Empress suddenly reminded. You are indeed very strong, but the world government can rule the world for 800 years, so it must have a very powerful territory. I know. Ron nodded. He had no intention of underestimating the enemy. He was just confident enough in his own strength that he was not afraid of any enemy. It's good that you didn't underestimate the enemy. The Empress paused and said. According to rumors, Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons, should be in the hands of the world government, or in the hands of the celestial dragons. You have killed so far. The celestial dragons are just ordinary celestial dragons, and the members of the 18 core families haven't appeared yet. 18 core families. Ron didn't know much about this, but he also knew that the establishment of the world was the 20 kings who were known as the creators, and their descendants are the celestial dragons who now control the world government. But I don't know which families they are. Well, he only knows a few, such as the Alabasta where Vivi is, and the Don Quixote family where Doflamingo is, but these two families seem to have been removed from the celestial dragons. So, what the Empress said, the 18 core families should be the celestial dragons who now control the world government. Let's go to the front. Ron looked at the back of the big conference hall, which was a huge palace complex. There was a strange power attracting him in that place. It seemed that the 5 elders and the 8 celestial dragons families should be right there. Ron led the Empress towards the place where Huajian was. Behind him, the newspaper staff came tremblingly to the large square in front of the conference hall. The camera bugs captured the corpses of more than 20,000 celestial dragons in the live broadcast. The whole world has seen the corpses of celestial dragons all over the ground. This extremely terrifying scene shocked the whole world. My family has been very busy in the past 2 days. I have to prepare various New Year's goods and the like, and I have relatives coming to eat and drink with me, so the update is relatively late. I hope everyone can understand and thank you for your support. Chapter 249 Among the Flowers. Throne of the Void. I am. Behind the large conference hall, in the palace-like building complex, there is a huge building. The building is full of flowers, plants and trees, like a subtropical rainforest, with birds singing, flowers fragrant, and butterflies flying. The 5 elders and 18 family heads were walking in this huge room, heading towards a high platform. After crossing the rainforest, they came to a main hall. 23 people walked into the main hall quietly, lowering their heads and not daring to make any sound. Above the main hall, there is an extremely huge throne. The throne is very high and full of majesty, just like the throne of the sky gods high above. The 5 elders and others looked at each other, took a deep breath, knelt down one by one, and solemnly shouted towards the huge throne, "We have seen Lord I Am." There was silence in the main hall, no one dared to speak. After the 23 people prayed together, they knelt there quietly, not daring to move. After a long time, a voice came from the throne at the end of the steps. "What's the matter?" Hearing the sound, the 5 elders and the 18 families all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, and there was also a trace of unconcealable excitement on their faces. Looking at each other, one of the 5 elders lowered his head and said, "I am reporting to Lord I Am. Mariajoy has encountered a strong enemy and has killed many people now. We ask you to take action against him, otherwise, the world government will be in trouble for 800 years. Our foundation may be destroyed in one fell swoop." Quote. I Am didn't seem to know what was going on in the outside world, and there was a hint of confusion in his words, as if he had just woken up from sleep. "Exactly what happened? Tell me clearly." Lord I Am asked softly. "Yes, this is what happened." Advertisement. The 5 elders respectfully told the story before and after the incident, and did not dare to conceal or tamper with it at all. They explained the entire incident in detail. After listening, the figure on the throne paused for a moment, and then whispered, "You guys really disappoint me. I Am Sama, forgive me." The 5 elders and the 18th family were all trembling and kowtowing to the ground, seemingly very afraid of Lord I Am. "That Ron is really only 19 years old?" I Am asked. "Yes, according to our intelligence, he is indeed only 19 years old." 5 elders said respectfully. "He is very powerful, so powerful that it is terrifying. We sent a large number of combatants and still could not defeat him. Even naval the headquarters were all defeated by him, including the 3 admirals, Shichibukai, Major Vice Admirals, Marshal Kong, CP Organization Commander, etc. Useless trash." I Am snorted, and everyone trembled and did not dare to speak. "Lord I Am, what should we do now?" a celestial dragon's head timidly asked. "Shut up." I Am scolded lightly. "Ron is already here, all of you, step aside." "Ah, come on. Oh my god, that guy has already reached here. Then, what should we do? Run, it's too late if you don't run." Advertisement. Seeing the timid few of the 18 family heads next to them start to panic, none of the 5 elders immediately frowned and became speechless. Where could they escape at this time? And with Lord I Am here, this is the safest place. "Don't make any noise," a rather majestic celestial dragon shouted. "Lord I Am is here, what are you afraid of? That Ron dares to come here, there will be no way for him to come back. Lord I Am can naturally eliminate him if he takes action. This untouchable." That's right. When the other celestial dragons family heads heard this, they immediately felt at ease. Just now, they suddenly heard that Ron was here and were a little panicked. Now they quietly took a look at the figure on the throne, and they suddenly felt confident. "Yes, with Lord I Am here, we are still scared. That Ron, aren't you very arrogant? Come on, Lord I Am here, you dare to come and try it. I must let you know what a real strong person is." Well, so Ron came. He held the Empress's little hand in one hand and walked in the rainforest among the flowers as if on an outing. The two of them talked and laughed. "This place is nice. Someone actually planted flowers, plants and trees here. It's really enjoyable," Ron said with a smile as he looked at the beautiful flowers around him. "This is among the flowers." Empress 470 looked at the surrounding flowers, plants and trees, frowned slightly, and said thoughtfully, "I heard that there is a more mysterious one above the 5 elders who are the top leaders of the world government. A powerful figure. This legend is just like the history that has disappeared for 100 years, unknown to everyone, and no one knows whether it is true or false. Anyway, no one has ever dared to come here to confirm it before. Yeah, Ron nodded. When he entered the pirate world, he happened to see the behind-the-scenes boss I am appearing. He knew better than anyone else that there was indeed a being hidden among the flowers who had a higher status than the 5 elders. Ron, this mysterious figure should be the last trump card of the world government. You must be careful. The Empress looked at Ron with concern. After confirming that she would commit herself to Ron, the Empress was now thinking about Ron wholeheartedly. Naturally, I don't want Ron to be in any danger. Don't worry, I know what I know. Ron held the Empress's hand, smiled gently at her, and then turned to look at the main hall. Let's go and see what the world government's hidden card is. Who is it? Chapter 250 Ronby's I am. The two came to the main hall without encountering any interceptions on the way. As soon as they entered the main hall, they saw the complicated-looking 5 elders and 18 celestial dragons' family heads. One of them was Ron's goal of this trip, Showdown Palace. At this moment, Officer Shaw Lulia had a look of fear on her face. The moment she saw Ron appearing, she collapsed to the ground in fear, trembling all over, and her teeth were chattering. Snap, snap, snap. Ron let go of the Empress's hand and walked leisurely towards Showdown Palace. As he walked, he said calmly, I said, no matter where you go to the end of the world, I will kill you. You. Showdown Palace was so frightened that she couldn't speak. Looking at Ron walking step by step, she was about to collapse. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Ron shook his head. In Sabaody Archipelago, I didn't want to have a conflict with your family. It was you who took the initiative to provoke me, but also, the celestial dragons have a respected status in this world, so I want you can do whatever you want, but it's fine if you provoke others, but if you provoke me, it's yourselves. Died. Ron, don't be arrogant. The 5 elders holding the sword looked at Ron gloomily and shouted, do you think you will win? Here, our world government is the home court, you are finished, Yui as long as Master Mew is here, you are dead. Did I talk to you? Ron glanced at him and said coldly, I didn't talk to you, so shut up. You. Advertisement. The 5 elders' eyes suddenly widened. As one of the top leaders of the world government, when did anyone dare to talk to him like this? There has never been. But now, Ron's words made him feel extremely aggrieved. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at Ron. He was speechless and didn't know how to scold Ron. Lord I am. Showdown Palace, who collapsed on the ground, was already in despair when she saw Ron coming over. After hearing what 5 elders said, she quickly rolled on the ground and crawled towards the steps. He shouted in the direction of the Void Throne. Lord I am, please save me, please save me. There was silence above the Void Throne, and the figure hidden in the darkness seemed to be looking at Ron carefully. And Ron, from the moment he walked into this hall, knew clearly about the existence of the Void Throne and I am, but still ignored it, and instead targeted Showdown Palace. This woman of the Rhodes family was killed by him. The trigger for entering Mariajoy, let alone I am today, even if the gods come to the world, they can't save her. As Ron approached, Showdown Palace was crawling away, and other people, including the 22 5 elders, were also retreating. They all looked at Ron with a hint of fear in their eyes. This cannot be concealed. Even if the personal strength of the 5 elders is not bad, the sword-wielding 5 elders even has the strength close to the Marine Admiral, but it is still not enough in front of Ron. He himself knows that he is not a match for Ron. Even if the sword-wielding 5 elders the sword is first-generation Kidetsu, one of the supreme swordsmen, and he is still no match for Ron. Ron suppressed the entire Marine headquarters with one person, and crushed the entire Mariajoy with one person, killing tens of thousands of celestial dragons and various combatants. At this moment, he even killed the flowers, the core of Mariajoy. Ron walked behind Showdown Palace with an expressionless face, looked at the celestial dragon's woman who was trying to climb up the steps, and stepped on her back. Advertisement. At this time, the voice on the Void Throne spoke. Ron, you are very strong and I admire you very much. Haha. Ron stepped on the Showdown Palace, smiled softly, and looked up at the Void Throne for the first time. On the throne, sat a slender figure, looking at him at the moment, and without the slightest fear. It was obvious that, I am is a powerful person, but she doesn't know how strong Ron is. Of course I know that I am very strong. Ron chuckled and said, is your name I am? This should be the core of Mariajoy, so it seems that you were their last trump card. What? Do you think you can beat me? Young man, don't be too arrogant. I am shook his head and said calmly. I have seen many geniuses, many people with extraordinary talents, but in the end, they were all defeated by me, and you are no exception. That's because they're not strong enough. Ron didn't know who the talented people I am said were, but he was confident that he was the strongest and no one could compare to them. The Empress stood aside, watching Ron Haki's speech. Even when faced with the final trump card of world government money, okay, this extremely mysterious Lord I am, he was still so unparalleled by Haki, and he suddenly felt a surge of emotion in his heart. A man like this is the man you want to commit to. The heads of the 5 elders and celestial dragons over there did not agree with Ron's words, and some even sneered at it. But they knew that Lord Yimu was so powerful that no one could beat him. No one in this world could be Lord Yimu. There is absolutely no opponent. Young man. On the void throne, the vague figure slowly stood up, stepped out of the darkness step by step, and revealed its true face. You are too arrogant. Today, let me teach you and let you know. What is true strength? Chapter 251 The strongest ancient weapon. Uranus. This is a woman. A woman with a graceful figure. The woman was wearing a long black dress, a black cloak, and a mask on her face. Her specific face could not be seen clearly, but based on her fair complexion and figure, she could be judged to be a young and beautiful woman. Im's temperament was cold, even colder and more domineering than the Empress's previous appearance. At this moment, she was looking at Ron indifferently, without any fear in her expression. What dish are you going to teach me that is truly powerful? Ron seemed to have heard the funniest joke. He immediately raised his head and laughed, and suddenly exerted force on his feet. Boom. Blood and water splashed everywhere, and flesh and blood flew. Palace Pawn of Shalulia. The head of the celestial dragon's family was shocked, and the 5 elders were horrified. In front of Lord Im, he dared to kill people. Did he not want his life? Come on, teach me what is true strength. Ron stepped up the steps, with an arrogant smile on his lips, and walked towards Im. Don't think that I won't kill you because you are a woman. I can chase this female celestial dragons all the way here. I will you show mercy. Huh, show mercy. Im said coldly. You don't have to say that. I have killed countless people over the years. What if I have the soul of a genius boy in my hands today? Quote. Lord Im is going to take action. It's great. A celestial dragon's head said happily. Yes, Lord Im takes action, and with Uranus in hand, this Ron will definitely die. The other celestial dragon's head also nodded. Lord Im is the biggest trump card of their world government, and is also the final controller of world government. With the most powerful weapon in the world, Uranus, killing Ron is easy. Hehehehe. This guy still dares to be arrogant, let's see if he survives this time. The pudgy 5 elders also sneered. Advertisement. Let's get away quickly. When Uranus is activated, even if we are affected by the aftermath, we will die. Leave quickly. Another celestial dragon's owner said with some fear. Yes, let's leave first. The other celestial dragon's family heads nodded immediately, and then, including the powerful 5 elders, they all fled outside the flower room. The Empress watched these people leave, looked at Ron's back as he stepped up the steps with some concern, gritted his teeth, and still did not leave. Outside Wahian, a few people stretched their heads, but BDBG did not dare to go inside Wahian. They were the live broadcast personnel of the newspaper. Boss, don't we go in? A man carrying a camera asked the supervisor next to him. Idiot, that's the core of world government. Are we going in there to die? The supervisor slapped him. Then, we won't broadcast live. The man who received a slap scratched his head and asked, the whole world is waiting to see it. You can't take risks by waiting and watching. The supervisor analyzed calmly. We'll just wait outside. If a fight really breaks out, there will definitely be movement inside. Let's not rush. Okay. The subordinates nodded, and they all stared at the door between the flowers with concentration, waiting quietly. People from all over the world are also waiting, and they also understand the difficulties of these live broadcasters. That place is the core of world government. It is not easy for the few live broadcasters to follow them here. If they go in rashly, they will be killed. They can't watch the live broadcast, it's better to be safe. At this moment, the 5 elders and a group of celestial dragons' heads came out in a hurry. Even when they saw the photographers, their expressions changed. They did not come to stop them, but ran away in a hurry, leaving everyone was a little surprised. They seemed to be the heads of the celestial dragon's core family, and the 5 elders. Indeed, but why didn't they stop the live broadcast? Are they so confident in the world government's trump card? I don't know, but after Ron entered the building, he allowed 5 elders and a dozen celestial dragons' heads to come out safely. Didn't he take action against these people? Maybe. You're caught up in other things. Sure. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder who this Ron is fighting. Advertisement. It must be the trump card of the world government. Inside the flower room, on the steps, in front of the void throne. Im looked coldly, watching Ron approach quietly, and said calmly, Ron, do you know that the closer you are to me, the closer you are to death? Death. Ron raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Im with burning eyes. I'm not worried about this at all, but what I'm curious about now is that you, a woman, actually controls the world government. I'm particularly curious. Who are you? Don't try to explore these secrets. Im said calmly. It doesn't matter, you are dead today. It is useless for you to know these secrets. So confident. Ron grinned. He had always been the only one who was confident about Haki. Today, he met someone who was more confident than him. However, considering that this person is the final boss of the pirate world and the person behind the world government, it is not surprising. What he is more curious about is that he learned from the celestial dragons who just left that this Im controls Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons. I wonder what this Uranus is. Regarding the 3 ancient weapons in the pirate world, Ron only knows Poseidon and Pluton. Poseidon is a type of mermaid with the ability to command sea kings. It was many years ago that the mermaid princess of the previous generation Poseidon appeared, and now, Princess Shirahoshi is the Poseidon of the three ancient weapons, but not many people know this news yet. Shirahoshi can command all Sea Kings. Well, Shirahoshi has not grown up yet, and it will take some time to fully command all Sea Kings. But you can imagine the power of this ability, the ability to subvert the world. Pluton is a giant ship built by ancient humans. Its main gun can destroy an island. You can imagine its power. This is a giant ship that can be mass-produced. Once the number increases, sweeping the world will not be a dream. None of the three ancient weapons is bad, so what is Uranus, the leader of these three ancient weapons? Ron once thought about giving Thunder Fruit to Nami and training Nami into an artificial Uranus, but now he has to face the real Uranus. To be honest, Ron still has some small expectations in his heart. Where does your confidence come from? Uranus. Ron stopped and formally stood in front of Im, looking at Im with a calm expression. Then, let me see the power of God. As you wish. Im expressionless as he slowly stretched out his hand. Chapter 252 Shocking Explosion. What is Uranus's true form? Boom boom boom, boom boom. Deep in space, in the distant starry sky, a huge gray-white planet is slowly rotating around the pirate world's planet. This is the satellite of the pirate world, the moon. Since ancient times, it has been guarding the pirate world in the quiet universe, protecting the pirate world from all kinds of meteorite attacks that leap from the depths of the universe. At this moment, the huge moon revolving around the pirate world suddenly trembled. The moon in the pirate world is not simple. There are various old buildings on it. These buildings are very ancient. It is obvious that in the long ago era, there must have been 10 prosperous civilizations here. Of course, maybe it was the humans in the pirate world in ancient times that developed civilization here, but I don't know what happened that caused that great civilization to be subverted and destroyed in ancient times, leaving behind such a huge and incomparable world. Remains. Many of the various super-era technologies mastered by Vegapunk, the great scientist in the world government, come from the ruins on the moon. As for why technology far away in space fell into the hands of Vegapunk and the world government, that's because the body of Uranus is none other than this huge moon. The moon is trembling, and the buildings on the moon are also trembling. In some of the buildings, the eyes of the robots in standby mode are flashing with red light, and they are making a beeping sound. The entire moon is undergoing an inexplicable change. As for the pirate world, although it is far away, some of its top research centers have also felt such a change. On a sky island that specializes in studying weather changes, a group of old men were standing next to a computer-like monitor. Their expressions changed drastically as they watched the data on the monitor change. Advertisement. No, the moon has undergone tremendous changes. An old man shouted loudly. The trajectory of the moon has changed, our world has been greatly disturbed, and the world is about to undergo major changes. Impossible, how could the moon's trajectory change? This is unreasonable. Another old man scratched his head crazily and stared at the monitor with red eyes. It was completely unimaginable that the moon's trajectory, which had been calm and normal for a long time, had actually happened. Change, how can they believe it? I don't know, I'm testing. A thin old man quickly operated the instrument. After a while, he raised his head in despair and said, "It's useless, we can't find the cause at all. What on earth is going on? How so? It's hard to understand, it's hard to understand. Most people in the world can't feel this change at all, not even Wired. At least at this time, the impact of the change in the ball's trajectory is not enough for the powerful to feel it. But some people with special abilities can feel this change. For example, in Dressrosa, a blind middle-aged man is sitting quietly on the edge of a square at the moment, with his head lowered, listening to the live broadcast discussion on the big screen by the people next to him, and he is also paying attention. Ron's battle with world government. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head, looked deep into the sky, and murmured, "That place is the moon. What is the reason that caused the moon to change like this?" "I don't know." Ron shook his head honestly. "You don't know it when you are about to die." Im shook his head. "Do you know what Uranus is, the leader of the ancient weapons of the sun? Since you want to see Uranus, let me see you." Im stepped back and whispered towards the roof. "Uranus, star strike." After hearing the conversation between the two, the Empress below was also very curious. Regarding the rumors of the three ancient weapons, I believe everyone in the world is very curious, and she is no exception. Advertisement. What does this mean? Of course, he was embarrassed for Im. "I was waiting for you to use your ultimate move. You stretched out your hand and it was gone. Ron, you dare to disrupt the order of the world, you really deserve to die." Nothing has changed. Im still had an indifferent expression, and the eyes under the mask were extremely indifferent. He looked at Ron as if he were looking at a dead person. "That's it, gone. ... Please give me flowers." Ron touched his nose, a little embarrassed. As soon as Im finished speaking, a beam of light fell from the sky, blasted through the roof of the hall, and hit Ron directly. "I am the real ruler of the world government, and I hold absolute control over Uranus." Im raised his head and looked at the roof of the hall, and said in a deep voice, "Isn't it good for the world to be peaceful? You. Mariajoy, among the flowers, king of the void." Ron can't feel the changes in the moon either. After all, the moon is too far away from the pirate world. Boom. Ron raised his eyebrows and looked at Im's stretched out white fingers, feeling a little confused. Chapter 253 The Mysterious Straw Hat. The D family. Looking at Ron, who was being bombarded by the beam of light, Imu's face was expressionless as she backed away. At some point, her left hand actually held a straw hat. This straw hat looked very familiar. If you look closely, it's not the protagonist of One Piece. Luffy's hat. Wrong. This hat is quite large, much bigger than Luffy's hat. But how come such a straw hat that is so similar to Luffy's hat is in Im's hand, and what is the relationship between Im and Luffy? Of course, these issues are not the time to consider now. There were only 3 people present: Im, Ron, and Lan. The Empress. Attention was all on Ron at the moment. When she saw the light beam penetrating the roof of the hall and hitting Ron, the Empress was shocked and inexplicable. She took a breath of air and rushed to the place where Ron disappeared. Ron. The Empress shouted sadly, "Don't meddle in other people's business." Im glanced at the Empress, and as soon as his eyes moved, an invisible force descended from the sky, locking the Empress figure in place. You killed Ron. I want you to die. I want you to die. The Empress looked at Im with a ferocious face, her eyes filled with murderous intent, and she struggled desperately to kill Im, but unfortunately, that invisible force the power trapped the Empress, preventing her from moving at all. Stop struggling. This is the binding power from Uranus. You can't break free. Im shook his head, looking at the Empress still struggling, and couldn't help but said, "Moreover, this little guy Ron is indeed powerful, and he is not dead. He is not dead under the attack of the starry sky. I have to say, he is the 10th existence I have seen with such strength." No, not dead. The Empress suddenly stopped struggling and stared closely at the bottomless huge hole in front of the void throne. This is a huge cave blown out by the star strike. This kind of attack can span countless distances, hit Ron quickly and accurately, and blast out such a big hole in the ground of the entire hall. It has to be said that this is a kind of very terrifying attack ability. What a terrible weapon. A soft sigh sounded from the cave, and a white figure jumped out and landed in front of Im. It was Ron. Ron's clothes were not torn, and he was still as white as snow, his face remained unchanged, and his expression was indifferent. He first turned to smile at the Empress to reassure her, and then turned to look at Im. "I'm very curious, what kind of person is Uranus?" "What? That attack just now must have come from the sky." Advertisement. Ron raised his head and looked toward the sky along the hole in the roof, but saw nothing. Uranus. Im was still confident. She looked at Ron coldly and said, "Uranus is a starry sky fortress passed down from ancient times. It has the power to destroy the world. It is more than enough to deal with you." Starry sky fortress. Ron's eyes lit up. There is such a thing in this world. Isn't this too science fiction? Is this the age of discovery or the age of interstellar? But it's not good to have such a terrifying thing in Im's hands. It's better to have it in my hands, Ron. That's it. This thing is destined for me, Ron, and it should fall into my hands. Ron thought with a righteous face and looked up at Im. "How did you control Uranus?" "The starry sky fortress is far away from here, that straw hat." Ron saw the straw hat held in Im's hand and his eyes twinkled slightly. Brush. Ron's figure appeared next to Im like a ghost, reaching out to grab the straw hat. Ignorance. In response, Im was not afraid at all and just shook his head calmly. Ron's hand that was about to grab the straw hat stopped in midair, and even his entire body was frozen. This kind of binding power. Ron tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't move, which was shocking. You must know that Ron's physical fitness is close to 900 points now. With the blessing of such a terrifying physical fitness, his power has reached a terrifying level. It is no exaggeration to lift a city with one hand, but now, he can't break free from this restraint. This is the binding power of Uranus. You can't break free. Uranus is something created by the royal family of ancient human civilization. It is so powerful that no one in this world can resist the power of Uranus. Im turned sideways. He looked at Ron and said with regret, "You are very powerful. I really hope you can join the world government. If you are willing, I can let you live. What do you think?" Advertisement. Ron's body was frozen in place, still reaching out to grab it, but he could speak and even move his eyes. Song's entire body was restrained by invisible force. "Join world government. Be your lackey." Ron chuckled, not worried at all about how he was being caught. "No, your strength is much stronger than those Shichibukai. If you are willing to join the world government, I can make the decision and make you the king. Do you want the title of Pirate King?" Im's eyes lit up. If Ron can really join her with such a powerful young thug under his command, the 4 emperors, the supernova pirates, etc. are all useless trash. With Ron in hand, she will be able to control the world with peace of mind. After all, Ron's personal combat power can be used at will, but Uranus is very powerful, but not so easy to use, and only she can control it. Ron's goal is correct. This straw hat is the controller that controls Uranus. It is the only controller created by the royal family of ancient civilization to control Uranus. Haha. Do you really think that this kind of binding force can completely restrain my actions? Ron shook his head indifferently. Yes, his head was moving. Im also noticed this. Her expression changed slightly, and she looked at Ron intently. Impossible. Uranus's binding power is very powerful. You can still move. This is impossible. There are so many impossible things. The corners of Ron's mouth cracked, and the muscles all over his body were tied up. The bulging muscles even tore his shirt apart, and an extremely terrifying force burst out from his body. Buzz. 3.8. Click click click. The invisible force was forced away by Ron. He looked like an ancient ferocious beast, exuding a fierce and terrifying power. With a grin, Ron walked towards Im. You actually. Im's face changed slightly. When she saw Ron breaking free from the shackles of the invisible force, she changed her face for the first time, but she was not afraid, because Uranus's power was far more than that. This invisible binding force should be the power of technology. Ron said while walking towards Uranus, Starry Sky Fortress. This kind of technological power comes from ancient human civilization, so. I want to know if the ancient human royal family that made this kind of thing is the D family. His complexion changed drastically. This time, Im's expression really changed. Chapter 254 The Terrifying Power of Uranus. The words, D clan, made Im's expression suddenly change, which also made Ron certain that this Im might be an ancient being who knew the inside story, or even survived 800 years ago. Damn it, Uranus. Im's face was gloomy. He put the straw hat in front of him with his left hand, pointed at Ron with his right hand, and fell towards Ron with infinite restraining power. However, Ron's body expanded and turned into a muscular man. With the terrifying power in his body, he broke through these restraining forces. Uranus's restraining power had no effect on Ron at this moment. Boy, are you really looking for death? Im's eyes were a little anxious. Although she had a bigger attack method, it was Uranus's powerful attack. Now Ron was face to face with her. If this attack really came down, even herself, and even the entire Mariajoy will be affected. After the restraining power from Uranus, the Starry Sky Fortress cannot have an impact on me. What else can you do? Continue the Starry Sky strike just now. Knowing that what he said had disturbed Im's heart, Ron smiled calmly and said, I didn't turn on the experience just now, why don't you try it again now? 13 When Im heard this, she bit her lip tightly and was speechless. Uranus's attack is very fast and very powerful, but observation Haki is the nemesis of this attack. The strength of Uranus lies in its attack range. The attack just now is only its least powerful weapon. The entire moon fortress above, there are countless such weapons. The powerful main gun of the fortress can smash any island at will. It is much more powerful than Pluton's main gun. However, if a main gun with that kind of power were aimed at Mariajoy and fired down, not only Mariajoy would be destroyed, but Im herself would also be destroyed. But, Im is not in a desperate situation. Uranus's power is far more than that. Ron, do you think you have won? Im snorted coldly. Do you think God's power is only this? Then you are too underestimated. Then, if you have any other means, use it. Ron grinned. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I see that you are a talented person, and I wanted to spare your life. Since you are so ignorant, it would be a pity. Advertisement. Im shook his head, and his figure floated up out of thin air. He unexpectedly jumped into the sky, rushed directly through the hole in the roof, and rose into the sky. Be prepared to accept the second wave of Starry Sky strikes. Im snorted coldly. This attack will not be as gentle as before. The corner of Ron's mouth cracked, without showing the slightest fear. He just glanced at the Empress beside him. Hancock, you leave first, stay away from here, don't worry. Exclamation mark. Pipe quote. All right. Although the Empress still had a trace of worry in her eyes, after seeing the confidence in Ron's eyes, she couldn't help but believe in Ron with all her heart. With a movement of her body, she left the hall and stood at the top of a building in the distance. Look here from a distance. Ron tiptoed, jumped up, and came to the roof of the Wahian Hall. He stood tall and looked up at Im in the sky. Im looked at Ron coldly. Want to rely on observation Haki to avoid Uranus's attack. That's a great idea. Uranus. Star strike. Im's voice fell, and in Ron's eyes, a bright spot in the sky shone, and then, a beam of light came down at lightning speed, so fast that it was difficult to react. Ron raised his eyebrows. He had already predicted this scene, but this light beam came too fast, and the attack range of the light beam was larger than before, reaching a terrifying 20 meters in diameter. When bombarded, even if Ron's figure was flickering, he avoided it in the distance, but he couldn't completely avoid it. Armed colors. Ron continued to use his armor to resist, and coupled with his strong physical fitness, he was able to block such a wave of attacks. System. I remember you said before that after all my attributes reached 200 points, I surpassed Whitebeard and became the strongest in the world. What do you think of this scene now? Advertisement. Waving his hand to blow away the smoke and dust in front of him, Ron asked the system in his mind. With Im's current power, not to mention Shichibukai and Supernova, even the 4 emperors can be instantly killed at will. This kind of power is really terrifying. Host. This woman is not very powerful. She is not even as powerful as the 4 emperors. Her 4-dimensional attributes do not have 200 points, so what I said before is not wrong. All her power comes from the interstellar fortress in the sky. It's not your own power. The system said calmly. Just like Poseidon, it can control countless sea kings, but its own power is not strong, and the host's power still exceeds that of the other party. Okay, I guess what you said makes sense. Ron no longer paid attention to the system, but looked at Im in the sky, thinking about how to defeat this woman. The power of Uranus is indeed powerful. This legendary space-based weapon, something that can attack from the stars, is really it's very difficult to deal with. Ron can't threaten Uranus at all. Even if he can go to the starry sky, there is nothing he can do against Uranus, who is actually a huge moon. With his current power, he is still unable to destroy such a huge object, and if the moon is destroyed, the pirate world will also suffer huge changes. Under such a disaster, it is estimated that not even one life will survive. Ron looked at the sky. This Yim was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered. Uranus, the controller of 957, was such a terrifying thing. Ron felt that any enemy who encountered Yim would definitely end up fighting. In this world, it is estimated that only he can survive such a terrorist attack. Ron's armament Haki is extremely powerful, and coupled with his own physique, he has no problem resisting Uranus's 2 attacks, but others can't. Didn't you see that 2 groups of attacks came down? The main hall among the flowers has been completely turned into a ruins. The control terminal of Uranus is the straw hat. The straw hat is in Im's hand, and Im is pulled up to the sky by the long-distance restraint force of Uranus. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the woman in black dress in the sky, especially at the straw hat in her hand. Now it was basically confirmed that the D family where Luffy belonged was the royal family of ancient human civilization and was also created. That powerful group of Uranus. As for why this Uranus control terminal fell into the hands of Im, the leader of the celestial dragons, there must be some secrets unknown to the world. Ron will naturally find out these secrets later, and now, the goal is, Im. Do you think I can't do anything to you when you're flying in the sky? Ron smiled slightly. I wonder if the restraining power of Uranus can help you block Haki's attack. 11. Conqueror's Haki. Open. Chapter 255. 100 times more powerful Star Strike versus Soul Storm. Conqueror's Haki is open. Haki's power was controlled by Ron and headed towards Yim. Because it's Conqueror's Haki, not Soul Storm, Ron doesn't have to worry about killing Im. This Im looks like a beautiful woman, and Ron also has a thought in his mind. If he can get Im, wouldn't it mean that the world government is in his hands? Of course, he himself is not very interested in conquering the world, but he still values the resources controlled by the world government, such as the devil fruit in the hands of the celestial dragons. He is still short of the last devil fruit. Maybe the celestial dragons have something to do with time. Neither does devil fruit. I wanted to get the retrograde fruit in Ain's hands before. After thinking about it, it would be good if there were other fruits instead. After all, Ain is also a beauty. If you want to get the retrograde fruit, you have to kill Ain. Even the previous supernova jewelry Bony Ron didn't take action. Jewelry's devil fruit also has time attributes. Therefore, conquering Im can bring a lot of benefits to Ron. Conqueror's Haki fell, and Im couldn't withstand the power of Ron's Haki. The moment Haki arrived, Im was shocked, and her eyes began to become blurry, but in an instant she regained her clarity. How could she resist Ron's Haki? So strong Haki. Im gasped, but she knew that her will and the Uranus controller together, any attack from the will can be resisted through the core brain located in the center of the moon fortress. Ron's Haki just now was also blocked, the intelligent brain system resisted, and Im also knew how strong the Haki sent by Ron was through the prompts given by the intelligent brain. Advertisement. Conqueror's Haki strength. 126,870 points. This is the value transmitted to Im's mind by the Straw Hat control. It is the intensity value detected by Haki based on what Ron sent just now. Im's face was very solemn. According to Now's tests over the past 800 years, there has never been an existence in this world with a Haki value of 100,000. Even the most powerful Conqueror's Haki owner in the past had a value of 100,000. It was only about 50,000, but now, Ron's Conqueror's Haki has reached 120,000. You actually blocked my Conqueror's Haki. Ron couldn't help but become more interested in Uranus. He knew that the one who could resist his Haki would definitely not be Yim himself. Yim's strength was only at the 4 Emperors level at most. The one who kept her entangled with him for so long was Uranus's assistant. Although Uranus's body is far away in space, the force field it extends is very troublesome. It can not only immobilize others, but also pull Im into the air. Ron doesn't have the ability to fly, which is a bit embarrassing. 100 times more powerful. Im's face changed. Of the 2 attacks just now, the first one had the lowest intensity. It was a normal starry sky strike intensity. It could seriously injure the opponent against the ordinary 4 Emperors. What she was thinking about at that time was as for the captive Ron, after seeing that Ron was powerful, he immediately increased the intensity and used Star Strike with 10 times the intensity. However, the result was that he still could not break through Ron's armed body protection. Now, if it is 100 times the intensity, activate it, attack quickly. Yi Mu only had time to say, her body suddenly froze, and her whole will was torn into pieces by a powerful force that was extremely terrifying, Zhao leaving a body empty. The unconscious body slowly fell from the sky, and the straw hat in his hand also fell with it. Not good. Ron sighed, shook his head, and prepared to use Soul Storm directly to kill Im. Anyway, if you want Devil Fruit, you can go to the 5 Elders and those Celestial Dragons' families. I believe that under the threat of life, those Celestial Dragons is very willing to make a deal with itself. At this moment, Im saw Ron looking towards her from below. Advertisement. The whole Mariajoy trembled under this horrific attack. The light beam is coming. Remind the controller that under the attack of 100 times the starry sky, the controller himself will also suffer devastating damage, and the controller's body will be unable to withstand it and will be destroyed. Do you want to activate the backup body resurrection? Intelligent Brain asked Mechanized. Seeing I am being killed by him, Ron's expression suddenly changed. Originally, considering that you are a beautiful woman, I thought about sparing your life, but now, oh, forget it. Because, a bright aurora lit up in the sky, covering almost half of Mariajoy. The power of this attack was so huge that even Ron's expression changed. The most important thing was that this blow from the starry sky knocked out the Empress. It's covered and it's there. Im's heart trembled, and a terrifying threat of death rose from her heart. She didn't have time to think about what energy was consumed, and shouted directly in her mind, 100 times the starry sky strike, quick. Ron instantly opened an arbitrary door and came to the side of the Empress. He had no time to open any door again. He only had time to hold the Empress in his arms. A burst of purple-red armament Haki burst out from his body. His body suddenly expanded, blocking the Empress. Under the body. If it is 100 times stronger, Mariajoy will suffer a huge impact, and the energy stored in Uranus will also be consumed a lot. IM was hesitating. As for the main cannon mentioned by G now, that is impossible. The main cannon can be fired in one shot. Let alone Mariajoy, it is estimated that half of the red line will be overturned, and after one blow, the energy storage of Uranus will also be consumed by 77%. According to the detection, the energy in this person's body is huge and his constitution is extremely powerful. The first two attacks cannot break through his armed body. It is recommended to strengthen the attack intensity and use 100 times the intensity of Star Strike to attack. Or activate the main gun directly. Uranus. The mechanical sound of the intelligent brain was transmitted to Im's mind. Ron looked at Im and smiled at her, then his eyes narrowed and he shouted softly. Soul Storm. Boom. Haki is useless, what else do you want to do? Im looked at Ron below, with some bad premonitions in her heart. She clutched the straw hat tightly with her left hand, communicating with Uranus's brain in her mind. Brother, hurry up. Let's do some calculations. What kind of weapons are needed to deal with this guy? Chapter 256. Ron dies. The world is shaken. Oh no. Ron held the Empress in his arms and resisted the attack, but on the other side, the newspaper staff carrying the camera were not so lucky. They didn't dare to enter the flower room before, so they only dared to wander outside. Finally, they saw the 5 elders and others running away, and what happened next among the flowers really made them excited. The mysterious woman between the being and the flower seemed to be the world government's trump card, and they also saw Ron's battle with the mysterious woman. Really wonderful. That terrifying attack from the sky is very powerful. Through the live broadcast, people all over the world also saw this scene. People in the world, except for the ordinary people, are still amazed and curious about what kind of attack this is, but those with some identity and strength are guessing in their hearts that this attack from the sky may be the legendary one. Uranus, the first of the 3 ancient weapons. Yes, only Uranus has such terrifying power. While everyone in the world was still marveling at the first 2 attacks of Uranus, the third wave of attacks came. This time, the whole world was shocked. All the people watching the live broadcast were shocked, including the powerful pirates, supernovas, 4 emperors, high-ranking officials of various kingdoms, high-ranking marine officials, etc. The bodies of the newspaper members who were in charge of the live broadcast were instantly turned into gray under the bombardment of the light beam. All buildings, trees, and everything else within a radius of several kilometers centered on Ron and the Empress were all bombarded by the light beam. Under the bombardment, it turned into a huge abyss cave. Of course, the live broadcasts around the world were no longer there. Everyone looked at each other and were speechless for a long time. Ron. Advertisement. On the Ark, after Nami, Kaya and others were shocked, they all became excited. Such a terrifying attack turned even the live broadcasters in the distance into ashes. I wonder what happened to Ron, who was at the center of the attack. Brother Ron. Kaya, Abis and others were almost crying. They looked at the dim screen and looked at Nami and Robin at a loss. Don't be anxious. Robin spoke at this time. He glanced at the girls around him and saw that everyone looked panicked and worried. Robin said sternly. Ron will be fine for sure. He is so powerful. He has never been attacked before. I've resisted twice already, there will definitely be no problem this time. Yes, it's definitely fine. Nami took a deep breath and comforted the girls together with Robin. She and Robin looked at each other, and they both saw a trace of unconcealable worry in the other's eyes. The supernovas also fell silent. They knew that under such a terrifying attack, they would not be able to withstand even the first attack, let alone the third attack. Maybe they could barely withstand an attack by relying on Devil Fruit's ability. Well, this blow from the sky is too powerful. The people of the world were shocked, and other forces were also shocked. Doflamingo in Shichibukai and Ming in Dressrosa breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that from Uranus's terrifying attack should be able to kill this powerful guy. On the streets of Dressrosa, the blind middle-aged man looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the moon's trajectory seems to have returned to normal. If it continues like this, it will affect the Earth and the ocean over time, So far so good. The four emperors' forces all sighed, sighing that Ron, a super genius who emerged from nowhere, entered Mariajoy in a frenzy, and finally died under the attack of Uranus after the world government showed its final trump card. This time, the four emperors also knew that the ancient weapon Uranus that the world government had been hiding was real. This information gave the four emperors some confidence. The major kingdoms that belong to the world government alliance are also relieved. They were originally worried that Ron would really destroy world government, and these kingdoms in the alliance will lose the protection of world government and marine. We will face countless pirates plundering us later, which is no joke. BDBB, well now, Uranus was born, threatening the world. Even a super genius like Ron died under Uranus. I think no pirate will dare to provoke the major allies in the future. The pirates on the four seas and the Grand Line were really worried. They never expected that Uranus's power would be so powerful. In the final live broadcast, everything within a radius of several kilometers was bombarded to rubble. This kind of terrifying power still comes from the sky, and it is impossible to prevent it. If it were aimed at their ship, wouldn't it rise to the sky instantly? Uranus hangs high in the sky and is in the starry sky. You can't hit it. You can only be on guard at all times. It's like a sword of Damocles hanging on your head. You can cut it down at any time with one sword. Took it from the community. The pirates were frightened after being shocked. Originally, they were just stragglers compared to Marine, and they couldn't compare with Marine. Now that Uranus is a deterrent, life will be even more difficult in the future. Mariajoy, the 5 elders and the 17 celestial dragons' heads looked at the huge abyss in front of them in silence, with great horror in their hearts. They are different from I am, although they know in their hearts that I am, the ultimate controller of the world government, controls Uranus, but they have never really seen Uranus show his power with their own eyes, and now, they have seen it.
Fear. Advertisement. It can only be described with 2 words, horror. After one shelling, half of the Mariajoy was gone. The huge abyss in front of us was bottomless, with a diameter of a terrifying 3 kilometers, and almost wiped out a third of Mariajoy. Such power. Anyone who sees it would be terrified. But think about it again, this Uranus is controlled by the world government, which makes them feel very comfortable.
Hehehehe, how dare you call that Ron so arrogant? A celestial dragon's family leader laughed loudly. You should be dead now. Humph, you dare to come to our Mariajoy to kill people, this pariah is so mellow and deserves to die. Yes, with Uranus in hand, our world government is invincible. Another celestial dragon said proudly. With Lord I am here, no one can underestimate the majesty of world government, even this Ron will die. By the way, where is Lord I am? One of the 5 elders suddenly asked. Hearing this, the others suddenly looked at each other in disbelief, with the terrifying abyss in their eyes. Lord I am was also within the range of this attack just now. Could it be that Lord I am and Ron died together? Very possible. Quickly, go to Lord Yim's legacy. The 5 elders and celestial dragons family members quickly started to take action. They are not worried about Yim's death. It doesn't matter whether Yim dies or not. Even if Yim dies, the world government will be completely in their hands. But, Uranus. They need to get the Uranus controller. Don't throw this thing away. This is their huge trump card to intimidate the world. Especially after seeing the power of Uranus, their evaluation of Uranus has risen to the sky. With this thing in hand, why are you afraid of pirates? What are you afraid of 4 emperors? It's all nothing. Chapter 257 Ron is furious. Get ready to shoot for the moon. The heads of the 5 elders and celestial dragons, together with the Mariajoy defense personnel who came from around them, began to search around the huge abyss, looking for IM. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any trace of IM. Of course, under that terrifying attack, Im's body was instantly blown to pieces. Only the straw hat made of unknown materials remained, but the straw hat also fell into the abyss. They simply the controller for this Uranus cannot be found. In addition to Mariajoy, 2 marine generals, Momosugi and Hina, came over with a large number of marines. At the moment just now, they also saw the huge light pillar falling from the sky. Even if they did not visit the scene in person, they could feel the extremely terrifying and supreme power. The entire Mariajoy was blasted out of the huge abyss, and there was not much shock. The surrounding buildings were not even damaged too much. The attack power of the light beam was very concentrated. The 2 female generals looked at each other and accelerated with the marines. Past. Under the abyss, in the darkness. Cough cough cough. A cough came from the darkness. Among the gravel under the abyss, there was turbid underground water slowly flowing out of the surrounding soil. Ron was supported by the Empress and walked to a stone. Ron, are you okay? Are you seriously injured? The Empress's voice came out, with deep concern in her words, and her face was full of emotion. The moment the attack in the sky came, she knew, if she couldn't block such an attack, she would definitely die. But at this moment, Ron appeared in front of her and hugged her directly. Armament Haki covered that extremely strong body and hugged her directly, used his body to withstand the attack that dropped from the sky. Under the light beam attack, with Ron's full strength to block it, the Empress did not suffer any death damage, but some of the aftermath of the attack rubbed some of her sides from Ron's protection. Even this side attack made her feel this how powerful is the attack from the sky. You can imagine how much damage Ron suffered when he resisted this attack head on. It's okay. He, this little injury is nothing to me. Ron took a deep breath and looked down at his body. At this moment, Ron's body and clothes were a little tattered. After the armament Haki was blasted, he relied on himself to resist the damage, so his whole body was covered with scars, but they were not fatal. His extremely strong body has returned to its original state from the giant state. That giant state is the embodiment of his nearly 900-point physical fitness. With the blessing of this terrifying physical fitness, coupled with the invincible defense power of the armed color, his confidence has always been sky high. Advertisement. If perverts like Uranus didn't exist, he could indeed dare to say that he was invincible. No attack in the world could harm his invincible body. Even the Empress's petrification ability could not petrify him now. Some other Devil's Fruit abilities, such as Jewelry's physical age-reducing ability, Sugar's Devil Fruit ability, etc., can all be resisted by relying on the powerful essence. And today, he came to the pirate world, and he suffered such an injury for the first time since getting cheat. Although it was not a fatal injury, it also let him know that he was not invincible, at least not yet. 1,000 points for all attributes. I'll look for skills later. First, I'll stack all attributes to 1,000 points. After the system is upgraded to level 4, and you can add unlimited points, I'll push all the physical skills to millions or tens of millions. I don't believe there will be anything that can hurt me when the time comes. Ron said fiercely in his heart. At that time, let alone Uranus, I will be able to survive even if I are thrown into the sun or into a neutron star. If not, then compare your physical skills to hundreds of millions or billions of levels. Ron was really angry. With hundreds of billions of skill points in his body, if he were to get aggressive, if he really did that, he would probably be able to strengthen his physique to the point where he could withstand the devouring of the black hole. Looking at the worried look on the Empress's face, Ron smiled slightly. At this moment, the Empress has returned to her heart. With the Empress's character, once she returns to her heart, she will definitely be devoted to him, sure. It's okay, let's go out. Wait, Uranus. Ron's mouth cracked and he looked into the muddy water not far away. There was a straw hat lying there. Ron walked over and reached out to pick it up. Is this the controller that controls Uranus? The Empress was relieved when she saw that Ron was indeed fine. She also looked at the straw hat. From the previous conversation between Ron and it could be heard that this hat actually it's the controller of Uranus. Now, that died in the light beam bombardment, but Ron survived, and this controller fell into Ron's hands, so does that mean that Uranus also fell into Ron's hands? Please give me flowers. Thinking of the terrifying attack launched by Uranus just now, the Empress' heart trembled. But when she saw the hat again, she became happy again. With the controller in her hand, Uranus also belonged to Ron. Yes, Ron smiled slightly, and then his spirit began to stretch towards the straw hat. The mental control requirement was detected. The mental fluctuation detection does not meet the requirement cannot be achieved, and the person with Uranus control authority is, I am. A mechanical sound was transmitted to Ron's mind, which immediately made Ron frown. Didn't I am die in the attack just now? What's wrong? The Empress saw Ron frowning and asked in confusion, can't you control Uranus? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Advertisement. Quote exclamation mark quote. Ron didn't say much to the Empress, he looked at Straw Hat thoughtfully. The mental fluctuation test does not meet the requirements. Are there any other requirements for using this thing? Do you have to be a member of the D family to use it? What Janeo said later clearly shows that I am is not dead yet. That guy is not dead. Your body has been smashed to pieces, but you're still not dead. By the way, the moon. Uranus's body is the moon, and there are countless high technologies on the moon that were developed by the D clan in ancient times. So is there any way to resurrect people? HMPH, the moon. After my system is upgraded, I will take the ark to the moon. I don't believe you can escape from me and be resurrected. Let's see how many times you can be resurrected. A look of cruelty flashed deep in Ron's eyes, and then he put on a straw hat, hugged the Empress with one hand, jumped up, and stepped on the edge of the abyss toward the sky. Although the abyss was hundreds of meters deep, Ron used his strength to leap up with just a few jumps. After Ron came up, he looked around and saw a group of people looking for something not far away. The corner of his mouth suddenly cracked. Are you looking for I am or Straw Hat? Hey, now that I am is gone, you little minions can be ravaged by me. Ron held a straw hat and led the Empress towards the direction of the other party's crowd, and the other party also noticed Ron's appearance. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened in horror. Chapter 258 The heads of the 5 elders and celestial dragons knelt down and begged for mercy. You. A celestial dragon's family leader pointed at Ron in astonishment, and was so horrified that he was speechless. How is it possible? How can you still be alive? The other celestial dragon's family owner was also shocked. He couldn't imagine that Ron could still survive under the horrific attack just now. What a powerful defense this is. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. One of the 5 elders shook his head decisively. No one can survive that kind of terrible attack, and absolutely no one can resist that kind of attack. No one can survive, Ron sneered. Am I not a human being? You must have used special abilities to escape that kind of attack. Another 5 elders' eyes lit up. Yes, you have the gate fruit. You have developed the gate fruit to a very high level. He must have used the Menman fruit to jump away. Not bad. Another 5 elders also nodded. He glanced at Ron's embarrassed figure and said with a smile, but even if there is a door fruit to escape, 627, you will be affected by Uranus's attack. He must have been seriously injured, right? Ha ha ha. Ron, you are dead. 2 vice admirals, several commanders, kill Ron for me. The last 5 elders looked at Ron with stern eyes, and shouted to Momosuke and Hina beside him, as well as the several Mariajoy city guard commanders. Kill. It was several city guard commanders who rushed towards Ron like wolves and dogs without saying a word. The eyes of these guys were red, and they wanted to perform and make meritorious deeds. You must know that the leader of their city guard army had been killed by Ron in the previous battle. Now, such a great opportunity to make meritorious deeds must be grasped. If they really didn't dare to charge forward like this before, after all, Ron's name was there. But now, look at Ron's miserable appearance across from him. His clothes are in tatters and he looks miserable. He looks like he's been seriously injured. If he doesn't seize the opportunity to kill him, if this kind of credit is taken away by the commanders next to him, wouldn't he be deprived of it? Big boss. For the position of the leader of the city guard, kill him. Several commanders were extremely excited. They raised their long knives high and saw that they could kill Ron on the spot. They seemed to have seen the great time when they ascended to the position of leader. Brush. Ron calmly looked at the several commanders who were charging towards him. He flicked his fingers, and a purple-red light flashed on his fingers. Several purple-red lights came out of his hand, and instantly punched a hole in the heads of several commanders, mixing with their brains. Blood and water flowed out from the hole, and he fell to the ground with stunned eyes. Isn't he seriously injured? These guys had such confusion in their blank eyes. Momosuke and Hina looked at each other, feeling very happy that they didn't rush in with these fools. Advertisement. Ron was able to escape with his life from the attack just now. Although he was covered in wounds, he was still standing here unharmed. How could he not have any fighting ability? If he has no fighting ability, will he come over on his own initiative? You. The heads of the 5 elders and celestial dragons took a few steps back in fright. They thought that Ron had no fighting power. Unexpectedly, several commanders with good fighting power rushed forward and were gone before they could fight. After falling down, when he looked at the others, they were all frightened and did not dare to step forward. You two, why don't you go up? A celestial dragon's head looked at Hina and Momosuke. When he saw that the two of them had not taken Marine to charge over, he became angry and vented all his anger on the two of them. You guys are all Marines rubbish. Naval headquarters was demolished. Now you see the enemy in front of you but you don't dare to step forward. What use do you have? That's right. Another celestial dragon's owner also said, hurry up and stop this guy, you two. If you don't go up and stop Ron, we will order your military rank to be removed soon. A celestial dragon's family leader looked at Momosuke and Hina with a wolfish look and threatened. Momosuke and Hina had expressionless faces, but the anger in their eyes could not be concealed. On the other side, Ron and the Empress looked at each other. Both of them felt funny. These celestial dragons are simply pig teammates. You don't even look at the situation around you. 90% of the surrounding defense forces are Marine soldiers, with only a few hundred. A remnant of the CP organization is guarding them. You are still criticizing Marine at this time. Do you think you died quickly enough? However, to Ron's surprise, Momosuke and Hina did not give up their fight. Under the persuasion of the 5 elders, the heads of the celestial dragons extinguished their anger. Momosuke and Hina also began to command the Marine soldiers to come forward and prepare to deal with Ron. However, the 2 female generals did not have high hopes in their hearts. This was Ron. One of them suppressed the naval headquarters, and the other killed Ron in Mariajoy. Can the few troops they have really deal with Ron? In fact, what happened was exactly as they expected. Thousands of Marine soldiers came forward with guns, led by several Marine commodores and a dozen Marine officers, and killed Ron. Kill. Haki open. Thump thump thump. Gone. Ron Haki released and then closed, and all the thousands of Marines who rushed towards him rushed into the street. Ron led the Empress and walked up to the 2 female generals Momosuke and Hina, and asked with a smile, you two, do you want to take action? The 2 female generals looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Although they knew in their hearts that they were no match for Ron, they could not surrender, retreat, or admit defeat. The 2 of them slashed at Ron with their long knives. Ding ding. After 2 crisp metal clanging sounds, the 2 long knives were bounced away by Ron. The 2 female generals' foreheads were flicked twice by Ron, and they fell unconscious to the ground. Advertisement. You help me carry these 2, they will be my crew from now on. Ron would not let these 2 beauties go, but asked the Empress to help carry them. The Empress didn't look very good. Ron was the one she liked, but now she had to take 2 other women with her. Thinking about the beautiful girls on Ron's ship, the Empress sighed in her heart. But he could only pick up the 2 female generals obediently. Next, it's your turn. Ron turned around, looked at the 5 elders and celestial dragons' heads, and asked with a smile, do you want to die or live? You, Ron, you dare to kill us. One of the 5 elders looked scared, but still shouted angrily, we are the top leaders of the world government. If you dare to kill us, you will be unable to move anywhere in the world in the Grand Line. Can't move even an inch. Ron laughed dumbly. With my current strength, is there any place in this world that I can't go to? Are you kidding me? You, don't be proud. The other 5 elders took a few steps back in fear, pointed at Ron and said, you will definitely die when Lord I Am appears. When Uranus is there, you will definitely. You mean this? Ron stretched out his left hand behind his back, holding the straw hat in his hand and asked with a smile, do you think Uranus is still under your control? What? Uranus is his. Then, Lord I Am, is it 3.8? A group of celestial dragons' heads and 5 elders suddenly changed their expressions when they saw the straw hat in Ron's hand. If they had any confidence before, it was Uranus and I Am, but now, the big straw hat appeared in Ron's hand. It shattered all their hopes. Since you want to die, then I will help you. Ron looked at the 5 elders and celestial dragons' heads coldly, and was about to take action. And at this moment, pop pop. In the astonished eyes of Ron and the Empress, and in the shocked eyes of the remnants of the CP organization, the heads of the 5 elders and celestial dragons all knelt down one by one, lowered their heads towards Ron, and prostrated deeply on the ground. Sir Ron, please forgive me. A celestial dragon's head cried with snot and tears streaming down his face. Please Sir Ron, spare my life. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. Ooh, don't kill me. Chapter 259. Huge compensation for life. 404 billion Baileys plus 30 devil fruits. Fortunately, several people in the newspaper office died in the Uranus attack. Otherwise, if this scene was broadcast live to the world, the entire world government would lose face, and the world allies might collapse in an instant. If Long from the Revolutionary Army knew about this scene, he would probably come over and convey this scene even if he risked his life. Others could not see this scene, but Ron looked at the 5 elders and celestial dragons' family heads who were kneeling with great interest, smiled and said, spare your lives. Then it depends on whether you can take out me. It's something I'm interested in. I'm buying my life. How much is your life worth? Money. A celestial dragon said quickly. We have money, 1 billion, 2 billion Baileys, we will give it all to you. 1 billion and 2 billion. Is it one person's life? Ron nodded. This price is not bad. There are 22 of you, and each of you pays 2 billion for your life. I agreed. But what? One of the 5 elders asked quickly. They don't think about anything now. They only think about escaping their lives. Only when there is life is there hope, but when a person dies, there is nothing. But, I need more than just these. Ron thought for a moment and said, I want 30 devil fruits. Zone, Paramesha and Logia each have 10. 13. What? Impossible. One of the 5 elders was shocked when he heard this. He quickly shook his head and said, it's impossible. Where did we get so many devil fruits? Yes, 30 devil fruits are too many. A celestial dragon's family leader explained. Even our world government does not have that many devil fruits, and there are 10 Logias among them. Logia devil fruits are already scarce. We don't have that much on hand. Ron's eyes moved. Hearing what they said, there shouldn't be much wrong. However, the world government must have collected a lot of devil fruit. This time, they must bleed a lot. Just getting some money will not satisfy Ron. How many Logia fruits do you have in your hands? Ron put his hands behind his back and glanced behind these people at the remaining guys from the CP organization. These guys will probably be killed by 5 elders after they leave. After all, they see when it comes to the scene where the 5 elders and celestial dragons are begging for mercy, it's really pitiful. Hearing Ron's words, the 5 elders and celestial dragons looked at each other. The white-clothed 5 elders holding a long knife had a strange look in his eyes. He first raised his head and said, Dear Lord Ron, we have Logia's devil fruit in our hands. Not many, but one of them is very rare. Oh, what type is it? Ron's expression changed. He took 2 steps forward and got closer to the 5 elders and asked. Yes. The 5 elders opened his mouth to speak, but at this moment, his aura suddenly erupted, and the sword in his hand flashed, and he slashed towards Ron's head. Go to hell. Advertisement. To say who is the strongest among the 5 elders, it must be this person. Although he is one of the 5 elders with the highest power in the world government, his strength is very powerful. He is a powerful swordsman, holding first generation Kitetsu has extremely powerful attack power. At this moment, Ron seems defenseless and the distance is so close. How could he, a strong-willed swordsman, be willing to admit defeat to Ron? He has been waiting for an opportunity, and now is a perfect opportunity. So, he took action. The light of the sword flashed, and the speed of drawing the sword was extremely fast. They saw that Ron's head was about to be chopped off with one strike of the sword. Although the others were surprised by the sudden attack of this 5 elders, they saw that Ron was about to die under the sword, and they were all exposed immediately. A look of excitement. If Ron can be killed at this time, that would be the best. All the humiliation is worth it, and the money and devil fruit that are about to be paid can also be kept. It depends on this knife. Clang. After a clang of gold and iron, the 5 elders in white, holding a sword, darkened their eyes, and fixed the long sword in front of Ron. He looked up, and his expression suddenly changed. Is this what you call begging for mercy? Ron pinched first-generation Kidetsu indifferently, glanced at these guys, and then kicked out quickly. The bodies of the white-clothed 5 elders were kicked out and fell directly not far away. On the ground above the ground, a deep pit was smashed into the ground. The first-generation Kidetsu fell into Ron's hands. Ron looked at it casually. This sword was indeed good. The third-generation Kidetsu in Ron's hand had been destroyed by Uranus's attack. Now he has this long sword as a replacement. Yes, but he doesn't plan to use such a long knife all the time. He plans to find an opportunity later to make a good knife of his own. After all attributes reach 1,000 points, he can definitely improve his sword-making skills by several degrees. If you have tens of thousands of levels, and then build a famous sword, you will definitely be able to create a famous sword that surpasses the supreme fast sword at will. Of course, now is not the time to think about this. Ron held the first-generation Kidetsu and swung out his sword. The sharp blade flashed past. The white-clothed 5 elders looked horrified and their eyes showed fear. I wanted to dodge but it was already too late. Wow. The head fell to the ground and blood splashed everywhere. The heads of the celestial dragon's family were even more unbearable. They were all trembling with fear. Some of them even wet their pants and kowtowed to Ron in fear, begging for mercy. And this is Mariajoy. They still want to continue to control the world government. They can't lose it here, so give it, 30 devil fruits, plus a ransom of 2 billion belly per person, 22 individually, that's 44 billion Baileys. Advertisement. World government is not something you can take down just by saying it. The Empress shook her head. World government consists of more than 170 kingdoms. If you occupy Mariajoy, you can only own this city. Those kingdoms are all over the world. The kingdom will not listen to you. A group of guys nodded bitterly. They really thought about escaping just now, but if they think about it carefully, Ron does have the ability to hunt them down at any time. Uranus is now in Ron's hands, and they can't escape in the whole world. The other 5 elders were horrified and quickly lowered their heads, fearing that Ron would be dissatisfied and chop them all together. Ron didn't want to talk to these people who were afraid of death, but let's get the good stuff first. Yeah, give you an hour, don't think about escaping. Ron said lightly. You should know that I have the power of the door fruit. Even if you run to the end of the world, I can hunt you down. Don't do anything useless. Struggle, otherwise, I won't agree to spare your lives next time, you know. 257. Sir Ron, please spare your life. We didn't want to resist. It was him who did it himself. It has nothing to do with us. Don't give me these useless things. 30 devil fruits, no less. Ron snorted and said, if Logia doesn't have that much, just use less. Then Paramesha will replace it, but no matter how little it is, no less. You Wook, now, go and collect devil fruit for me immediately. Okay. These guys were about to get up and leave. Yes, Ron nodded. So, I never thought about holding the world government in my hands. I don't have the right people to manage such a large national power. And now that I have control of Uranus, I am very powerful. It's great to be able to travel around freely, why bother to find such a thankless job for yourself? I know. It has nothing to do with us, Lord Ron is aware of it. How can you say it's black? This is their life money. Ron laughed. I haven't taken down the entire world government yet. In one fell swoop, almost half of the world government's treasury was emptied. Ron looked indifferent. The 5 elders and celestial dragons' heads left to prepare a ransom for Ron. Here, the Empress held a female general in one hand and walked behind Ron. More than 40 billion belly plus 30 devil fruits, you are really awesome dark heart. Advertisement chapter 260 The King returns. The Empress smiled and nodded. Yes, you have Uranus in hand and your own strength is so strong. There is no need to tie yourself to Mariajoy. Even if there is any need in the future, you can go to Mariajoy again. I believe these guys will not have the guts to refuse any of your requests. Smart. Ron praised. Okay, let's go back to the Ark first. Wait, I'll come over and take a look in an hour. If they haven't prepared everything yet, hee. Don't blame me then. Kill all the top leaders of the world government. After all, world chaos is not what I want to see. I hope they have some sense and don't cause trouble for me. After Ron finished speaking, he looked around and took a look at the chaotic scene around him. Without stopping, he directly summoned the arbitrary door and walked in with the Empress. On the Ark, the girls were comforted by Robin and Nami. Although they were still anxious, they were no longer at a loss. They were trying to contact the Supernovas to contact Mariajoy and want to know how the situation was at Mariajoy. At this moment, the random door appeared, and Ron and the Empress walked out of it. Robin was immediately relieved when he saw Ron's figure. Although Ron looked a little embarrassed, his life was not in danger, and that was enough. Brother Ron. Kaya rushed towards Ron excitedly, and hugged Ron without letting go. She leaned her little face on Ron's chest and kept sobbing. Brother Ron, people are worried about you. It's okay. Ron patted Kaya's back and looked at Kaya's sad and worried cry. Ron was moved in his heart. This girl looks like a vase, but she is actually a doctor on the ship. Her medical skills have reached the top level in the world. She is usually very close to him. This girl is also Ron's first woman. Yeah, Kaya nodded softly, but hugged Ron and didn't let go. Brother Ron, I'm worried about you too. Abis also ran over, hugging Ron's legs and not letting go. She raised her little head and looked at Ron with a pout. You could tell by looking at her red eyes. She must have bought a lot just now. And me. Aisha also ran over. Brother Ron, it's great that you're okay. Advertisement. Of course I'm fine, Ron said with a smile. Don't worry, your brother Ron is very powerful. No one in this world can hurt brother Ron. Yeah, the two girls nodded heavily. You are so adventurous. Nami and Robin came over, and the two girls looked at Ron slightly reproachfully. Yeah, you don't know how worried we are about you. Vivi came to Ron. Although there was blame in her words, there was joy in her expression. It was obvious that Ron was fine. She was very happy. It's great that you're okay. Girls such as Tashigi, Nokigao, Makino, and Miss Valentine all gathered around. All the girls were talking in a flurry of words, and they all saw Ron in their words. With a look of relief that everything was okay, Ron smiled and talked warmly to the girls. On the other side, the Empress placed the two female generals in her hands on the deck, and then looked at a few people walking over not far away. They were none other than her sisters Sandersonia and Marigold, as well as the Empress, Pet Samaro. Sister. Sandersonia swam up to the Empress and said excitedly, we all saw you in Mariajoy. Marie and I were so happy to see you killing celestial dragons there. Yes, sister, have you ever gone to seek revenge on the Andrew family? Marigold asked. Of course. The Empress smiled sarcastically. How could I let such a good opportunity pass? Don't worry, I have taken full control of Andrew's family, and our revenge has been avenged. Ha ha ha. Great, so great. Sandersonia and Marigold burst out laughing when they heard this, and both women shed tears as they laughed. The Empress didn't say anything when she saw this. She knew that the two sisters were crying with joy as they thought of the slavery and beating they suffered at the beginning, and now that their great revenge had been avenged. Yes, it's so great. Sandersonia cried and laughed. The great revenge has been avenged, and our nightmare should be gone. It's so great. That Ron is not bad, he is a good person. Marigold also nodded. Advertisement. That guy. The Empress glanced at Ron, who was hugging him on both sides not far away, and bit her teeth. He is not a good person, he is just a pervert. Hey, sister, are you? Sandersonia wiped her tears, approached the Empress and asked softly, are you sure about the relationship? How is it possible? The Empress blushed and immediately denied. It's impossible, don't make blind guesses. Oh, the two women said the same thing, and they suddenly smiled meaningfully. Seeing this, the Empress knew that they must have noticed it, and sighed in her heart, so she did not explain anything. Who are these two women? Sandersonia looked at the two female generals lying on the deck and could tell from their clothes that they were two Marines. Two Marine generals were captured by us. The Empress curled her lips. Ron's prisoners. There are two beauties. Sandersonia nodded. However, these two Marine generals have become prisoners of war. He defeated a lot of Marine generals along the way. The Empress nodded. I didn't know it before, but it turned out that naval headquarters had already been defeated by him. The two of us only read about it in the newspaper after you were taken away by him. Zhao Nozhao never thought that he would actually take you to Mariajoy. Sandersonia also said in amazement. It's really crazy. Guys, by the way, sister, tell us, what happened to you in Mariajoy? The live broadcast was a bit blurry and I couldn't hear your conversation clearly, and there was no footage of that in the huge building. What's the situation inside? What is that attack falling from the sky? That. Here the Empress was talking to her two younger sisters. Over there. After Ron and the girls warmed up for a while, he saw the Supernovas stretching their heads not far away, so he walked over with the girls and got to know the Supernovas. After a while, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to get to know them. Of course, although Ron is approachable, he can't take the initiative to contact these guys. Mainly because of jewelry, Ron is going to find a way to draw this girl over. Chapter 261. Keep Jewelry Pony. Open black lens bracket. Happy New Year to all. Close black lens bracket. The Supernovas came to see Ron and did not dare to make any mistakes. Even though these guys came from the 4 sea areas and were all lawless pirates, they faced Ron, a vicious man who dared to destroy the naval headquarters in the Holy Land Mariajoy alone. No one dared to put on airs in front of Ron, everyone met Ron respectfully. Regarding these Supernovas, as I said before, Ron is an approachable and honest person, and he greets them with a smile. The Supernovas are all flattered, and they feel that this person is not fierce at all. He caters to Ron with a smile on his face, but in his heart it's a bit embarrassing. After all, it was such a guy with a gentle smile on his face who almost destroyed the world government. After a conversation, the Supernovas began to say goodbye and once again thanked Nami and others. They expressed their sincere gratitude to Nami and others for rescuing them from the encirclement and suppression of the Marine force. The Supernovas began to leave, and the pirate ships left one after another. When it was Jewelry's turn, Ron glanced over, and Kaya, a clever little girl, immediately ran to Jewelry's side. Sister Jewelry, didn't you say before that the food cooked by Sister Makino 063 is delicious and the wine she made is delicious? Please stay here for now. Anyway, the ark is very big. Let your pirate ship follow behind. Kaya held on to Jewelry's hand and said with a smile. This. Jewelry was stunned. She didn't expect that Kaya would keep her Jewelry's heart moved and she turned to look at Ron, only to see Ron turning his head to talk to the Empress with a serious look on his face. Nami, on the other hand, looked at the bumbling Ron with disdain. Robin smiled slightly and came to Jewelry, pulled her and started talking. With Robin's intelligence, there was no problem in persuading Jewelry to stay. Over there, Ron felt Nami's disdainful gaze, and without blushing at all, he was talking to the Empress. Follow the ark in your ship. Don't rush back to Nine Snakes Island. By the way, where are those two guys? So small. Ron looked at the little human girl lying in the birdcage with curiosity. She was really small. The figure of the girl in the cage was not even as big as his hand. It was only the size of the hands of girls like Nami. She was petite and exquisite. The face is delicate and lovely. Nokigao, Tashigi, come and help move these two guys into the cabin. Ron called the two girls and helped move Momosugi and Hina into the cabin. It's okay, we have a doctor on board. Sister Kaya will leave these to her. Abis said with a smile. Advertisement. This girl is a slave purchased by the Celestial Dragon's family at the auction. Vivi stood in front of Ron and explained. We rescued her, but she hasn't woken up yet. She's not the only one, there's also a little human girl. This is even compared to Ron. If compared to a giant girl, it would probably be no problem to get into the ears of a giant girl. Lizzie is here to wish everyone a happy new year, all the best, lots of red envelopes, good health for the whole family, and a lot of money in the new year. I'll show it to brother Ron. Elsa volunteered, ran towards the cabin, and soon ran back with a birdcage in hand, and held it high in front of Ron. At this time, Ron also saw the huge girl lying not far away. Over there. BDBD, the Empress pointed to the deck not far away, where two female generals were lying there. They were hit by Ron Haki and couldn't wake up for a short time. Welcome, welcome, Ron beamed. We welcome any beauties to stay on the ark. Little humans. Where are they? Ron was a little curious about the little humans. The giants had seen it now. He had also seen two giant warriors in Little Garden before, but he had never seen the little humans before. What's going on with this girl? Ron looked at this huge giant girl curiously. After thinking about it, he seemed to have seen this girl before in the Sabaody archipelago. Her hands and feet were tied with chains and she was following Saint Rosewater. Little one. Ha ha ha. Aisha was also very excited. She was very happy to hold the birdcage where the little human girl was, and looked at the girl as if she were a pet. At this time, Kaya pulled Jewelry over and said to Ron with a smile. Brother Ron, Sister Jewelry is going to stay for a while, what do you think? It's no problem. Ron nodded and looked away from the little human girl. The contrast between these two girls is simply two extremes. She is in a coma now and will probably have to wait until tomorrow to wake up. Nuauchi said with a smile. But the little human girl is fine, but the giant girl is not easy to handle because she is too big. After waking up, even if our ark is big enough, we can't let her move freely. She can only sit on the deck, and I don't know if she will catch a cold at night. Of course you welcome beauties. Nami muttered a little jealously. When the other girls heard this, they all covered their mouths and snickered. Ron's expression remained unchanged and he pretended not to hear. There were so many girls on the boat, but Nami was jealous, but the child was jealous because he cared about him, and Ron wasn't angry either. Chapter 262, Compensation Received. Prepare to break through 1,000 points of all attributes. As a result, Jewelry was left dazed on the ark, and was pulled into the cabin by Kaya and Vivi, not knowing what to talk about. Jewelry's pony pirates followed behind along with the Nine Snakes pirate ship. On the ship, a group of pirates looked at each other. A pirate wearing a hat said in confusion, what happened to the boss? Everyone else has dispersed. Why is she still staying on the ark? I don't know. Another strong man also scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. It stands to reason that it's time for us to leave. Why does the boss still stay? Stupid, stupid. A skinny pirate next to him, playing with a pistol in his hand, looked at the ark playfully and said, didn't you notice? Huh, what did you find? Others asked curiously. Have you not noticed that except for him, the other crew members of the pirate ship that Ron is on are all beautiful women? The skinny pirate chuckled. This seems to be true. All the pirates suddenly nodded. But so what? The skinny pirate looked at these stupid guys who were tall and thick and full of muscles, and sighed and explained. This Ron is a person who likes beautiful women, and although our boss has some shortcomings, he is also a beautiful woman, so, woolen cloth. So, does Ron have a crush on our boss? The pirates' eyes suddenly widened. Is there anyone in this world who would have a crush on their boss? Does Ron have such a strong taste? As members of the Pony Pirates, they know very well what kind of person their boss is. She is a woman with a bad temper and is very good at eating. Do some people like such a woman? TCH, you don't know this. The thin pirate said leisurely. Our boss has never met someone he likes. If he meets someone he likes, she will definitely be very gentle. As that's so, a group of pirates scratched their heads and couldn't understand these romantic things at all, but they heard it. It seemed that their pirate group was going to have a relationship with Ron's pirate group. This was what a great thing. Who is Ron? After his rise from the East Blue, his reputation spread all over the world in the Grand Line. Just now, he caused a big fuss in Mariajoy, and even the naval headquarters was suppressed by him. It would be a great thing to have a relationship with such a big shot. As a result, the group of pirates all became excited, and began to move the barrels one by one, and began to celebrate, as if their boss was already Ron's. Advertisement. If Jewelry knew that his crew had sold him out, he would definitely be furious and want to teach these guys a lesson. On the ark, after Ron settled the girls, he remembered that it was almost time and it was time to collect rent, well, a ransom. That's more than 40 billion Baileys, and there are 30 devil fruits. When Ron told this story, all the girls' eyes lit up, especially Nami. Nami's eyes flashed and she exclaimed, more than 40 billion belly. Oh my god. 30 devil fruit. Vivi also looked at Ron with wide eyes. Are you, wiping out the money of world government and celestial dragons? Almost. Ron smiled slightly. 30 devil fruit is probably the limit collected by the celestial dragons senior management. It can't be much more. More than 40 billion belly should not be the limit yet, but in a short time this is probably all we can raise. At that time, a celestial dragon said this value. In that situation, when Ron would kill them at any time, they would never be cunning. More than 40 billion would be enough for Ron and his team to use for a long, long time. I want it. I want it. Nami didn't care about anything else and took Ron's hand directly. Take me there, take me there. More than 40 billion Bellimo are mine. It's all mine. Sister Nami, she belongs to us, to all of us. Abis and Aisha quickly pulled the furious Nami on both sides. Yes, Sister Nami, you can't swallow so much money by yourself. This is the money that Brother Ron got for all of us. Kaya also said. I mean, the money is under my control, and it must be spent by everyone together. Nami saw that the girls around her were looking at her a little unkindly, and immediately knew that she had aroused public anger, and quickly changed her words. Everyone will spend it then. If you have money, just tell me, 100 million per person, you can spend it as you like. 100 million. Abis touched her mouth with her fingers and muttered. 100 million belly money, my god, how much delicious food can I buy? You can also buy a lot of fun toys. Aisha laughed, looking very happy. You can buy a lot of nice clothes. Miss Valentine's eyes narrowed as she smiled. More than 40 billion. One person has 100 million, and there are still 40 billion left. That much money can't be used at all. Lackey and Nakigao were also calculating, and finally found out that even if one person has 100 million points, at the end of the day, there are more than 40 billion Pele left out of the 44 billion Pele, simply because there is too much money and cannot be used. Nami nodded happily. Yeah, it won't be used in a short time. Oh my god, I didn't expect that we would become rich. Nami, you don't have to follow me. Just come here to receive it later. I will open any door directly. Wait a minute, I'll go now. Ron looked at the happy faces of the girls and smiled. Then he opened any door and went to Mariajoy. Advertisement. Ron arrived at Mariajoy, then looked at the direction and headed directly towards the large conference hall. Before leaving, Ron turned to look at the 5 elders and celestial dragons' family heads, and said coldly, 9 Snake Island will be under my protection from now on. Also, don't let me encounter the celestial dragons again, otherwise, hum. Arriving at the large conference hall, I immediately saw 5 elders and 17 celestial dragons' family heads standing there, directing their men to carry boxes. In addition to the hundreds of boxes, there were also 30 exquisite boxes. I think this box contains devil fruit. Ron snorted without even looking at these guys. He waved his hand to scare these guys, but he just summoned the random door. Then he threw the boxes into the random door one by one, and then took 30 devil fruit left. Please give me flowers. Ron looked calm. He knew that these guys probably thought they had control of Uranus and could use the heavenly dragon to attack them at any time. In fact, Ron couldn't use Uranus at all now. I understand. Seeing Ron's arrival, those carrying the corpses all trembled, fearing that Ron would kill them if he disagreed. But Ron ignored them at all and walked directly towards the back of the big meeting. When Ron arrived, the corpses of the celestial dragons were being moved away from the large square. Within an hour, the corpses of the 2 of them had not been removed. Seeing this, Ron's expression remained unchanged, and he did not change his color at all because of the huge sum of money and 30 devil fruits placed in front of his eyes. This made the celestial dragon's family leader and the 5 elders feel amazed. Even such a huge sum of money and so many devil fruits couldn't change his color. This Ron was too determined. Everything is ready. A celestial dragon's family head said quickly. Look, sir, there are 440 boxes here, each box contains 100 million belly. You can take them away at any time, and these 30 there are 30 devil fruits in this box, including 10 zone devil fruits, 15 paramesha devil fruits, and 5 logia devil fruits. Ron put his hands behind his back, glanced at these guys with calm eyes, and asked. Sir, there are lists in these boxes, with information about each devil fruit written down. You can use them when the time comes. A celestial dragons bowed to Ron very obediently. These guys are really being taken care of now. Ron was scared, and he was more respectful to him than to his parents. I will pass the order later. From now on, all celestial dragons will avoid this killer star and absolutely cannot provoke him. Otherwise, even if Ron doesn't take action, we will all take action to kill him first. Looking at Ron's back as he walked into the arbitrary door after saying a harsh word, everyone was so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat, but then they felt happy again. Fortunately, the killer didn't kill them all. They were originally still alive. They were afraid that Ron would kill them after getting the ransom and devil fruit. Now it seems that they are the ones who are trying to judge a gentleman with a villain's heart. Of course, with his strength, it doesn't matter whether he uses Uranus or not. He can kill these guys easily. Are everything ready? Sir Ron, you are here. Seeing Ron's arrival, these guys did not dare to offend at all. They bowed their heads one by one, showing unusual respect for Ron. Chapter 263 Great Breakthrough. 1000 points for all attributes. System upgrade. Wow. Wow. Oh my god. There are so many. It's all money. I'm so happy. As soon as Ron walked through the door, he heard loud cheers. Looking up, Nami, Kaya and a few little girls were holding hundreds of big boxes and shouting. One box is worth 100 million belly. There are hundreds here. Too much, so much money. Nami's eyes lit up, and he piled more than 400 boxes into a mountain on the huge deck of the Ark, and threw himself happily. In the pile of boxes, I don't want to get up. A lot of money, you can buy a lot of food and fun. Abis and Aisha also threw themselves in the box and shouted. Chirp chirp. The little flying dragon, which was thrown into the pile of boxes by Abis, shouted dissatisfiedly. It was almost suffocated to death. Cornies covered her mouth and smiled. You are going too far. Hurry up and move the boxes into the cabin first. Don't let a wave come over and knock them all away. Yes. Upon hearing this, Nami jumped up immediately. 183, stood on the top of the box mountain and waved his hand. Everyone, come and help. Move these boxes into the warehouse of the cabin. Everyone will have a box later, and it will be used as pocket money for everyone. Haha, let's help. Aisha and Abis each carried a box and began to move it. I'll help too. Tashigi walked over and picked up 2 boxes. I'm coming too. Cornish, Lackey, Makino, Miss Valentine, Golden Week, etc. all started to move. After all, there are more than 400 boxes. This will take some time, but it's all money, no one is tired. The Empress, her 2 sisters, and jewelry all came to help. After a while, all the boxes were moved into the warehouse, and then Nami began to divide the money. 1 box per person, even Abis and Aisha's share. Well, the Empress and Sandersonia Marigold also have their share, and jewelry naturally also has a share. Anyway, there is a lot of money, and Nami is rare and not stingy, because she spends her money. If there was a New Year custom in the pirate world, this person's 100 million belly would be equivalent to giving red envelopes to everyone. Everyone has money. Get rich. Everyone has it. Nami beamed and handed out the box containing 100 million belly to everyone. Ron looked like the elders in the real world handing out red envelopes to the younger ones. Same, no difference. Everyone has collected their money, and then Ron looked at Makino and Nokigao. Bring out the prepared drinks and meals. It can also be regarded as a celebration for me. This incident has ended successfully. Let's have a party together. No problem. Makino and Nokigao nodded together, Vivi and Valentine went to help together, and Golden Week sat silently at the table, waiting for the food to be served with Aisha Abisi. Advertisement. Lackey helped stuff the fluttering little flying dragon into Abis's arms, then sat next to Aisha and touched Aisha's hair lovingly. Come on. Today is the first time that Miss Boney has dinner with all of us. This glass of wine is specially prepared by me for Miss Boney. Don't grab it. Makino handed a colorful goblet to Jewelry and said with a smile, the rest of you just drink your usual wine. What, Sister Makino, you are unfair. Kaya suddenly said coquettishly, I also want to drink good wine. Where's the fruit wine, Sister Makino? I want to drink fruit wine. Abisa's eyes lit up. She was not interested in other wines, but she drank the fruit wine secretly once and immediately fell in love with the taste. What are you drinking, kid? Makino immediately put his hands on his hips and stared at Abis with a stern look like a big sister. Brother Ron. Abis immediately grabbed Ron's hand next to her, looking pitiful. Ron twitched the corner of his mouth, coughed dryly, and said as if he didn't dare to offend, and said, Sister Makino is right, Abis, you have to be obedient. Look how obedient Aisha is, look at Golden Week be more obedient, well, we all have to be obedient, you know. Brother Ron, you are drinking by yourself. Abis pouted, looking at Ron drinking alone, she couldn't help but turned her head away. On the other side, Vivi rolled her eyes, secretly grabbed Abis's hand, and handed her a glass of fruit wine from below. Abis, eyes immediately lit up, laughed, Sister Vivi. All right, shish. Vivi immediately covered her mouth. Abis immediately nodded alertly. Ron pretended not to see it, but turned to look at Jewelry. This girl really doesn't know how to be polite. When she saw the table full of dishes, she immediately started eating in big bites, while drinking the special wine Makino gave her. After drinking, her beautiful eyes widened. This wine, great. That is, Makino's bartending skills have been upgraded to the full level by Ron. The wine he mixes is top-notch in the world. No sommelier can say anything bad about it. The wine and the food are great. Jewelry, a woman with a big stomach, couldn't fault it at all, and gave Makino a thumbs up. As long as you like it. Makino smiled gently. Everyone use your chopsticks, come on, come on. Ron laughed when he saw this and started eating first. Everyone started to eat one after another and had a great time eating all night. That night, I had a good time eating and nothing unspeakable happened. Advertisement. After a night, the next morning, Ron found the Empress and jewelry, and started looking for skills from the two of them. He got more than a dozen skills from the two of them. It took him a while to learn these dozen unfamiliar skills. Ron then he opened any door and went to the places he had passed before, such as Gaia Island and East Blue Log Town. He even took Vivi back to Alabasta, helped Vivi bring back her pet Karu, and found it from Alabasta by the way. Dozens of skill books. It took a total of 2 days. Ron found dozens more skill books. Including the ones he found before, there were hundreds of skill books in total. Plus some skills he learned from individuals. Ron spent time. The skills learned have finally reached a certain amount. Learn skills, add points, and reach full level. If Munch Fruit reaches hundreds of millions, can it swallow up an island or a world? At that time, all skills will be able to be upgraded without limit. Conqueror's Haki will be upgraded to millions, tens of millions, or hundreds of millions. It will not be a problem. In the cabin of the Ark, Ron said to the system in his mind, let's start the upgrade. By the way, how long will this upgrade take? 1 day. Ron thought for a moment, 1 day is not that long. Ron really wanted to know if it would be possible to go to an alien planet after the Gate Fruit reaches a level of 100 million, but considering that any door skill of the Gate Fruit needs to be visited before it can be opened, he knew that this was unlikely. With hundreds of millions of levels of physical skills, how powerful will his body be? What will happen if the door fruit is increased to level 100 million? The level 4 system will have very powerful capabilities. But what about Munch Fruit? Unlimited points. I want to bless Conqueror's Haki. Well, the main one is Soul Storm. 1 day. After 1 day, you can add unlimited points and hold unlimited skill points. Host, this upgrade will take a day. The system said calmly. Well, there is no need to experiment with this, and Ron doesn't want to experiment either. What he wants to bless is not this skill, but Conqueror's Haki, but Taijutsu. As mentioned by the system before, the functions that the 4th level system will enable will have the ability to extend lifespan. After a series of actions, Ron's total 4-dimensional attribute points finally reached a terrifying 1000 points. Happy New Year. I timidly say, can you please give me a reward and a red envelope? Thank you. I am grateful. System.